Meditation can increase one's magical power, and the poor Taoist wants to be invincible. Chapter 1. The bastard son is jealous. In Tianyu, the territory of the secluded country, at the foot of Maple Mountain. On the muddy road leading to Lingbao Temple, a carriage moved steadily, escorted by 5 or 6 knights in armor on both sides. In the luxurious carriage, the scent of agar wood lingers. An old person and a young person sat facing each other. The atmosphere was oppressive. The old man is called In Xuanshan, who is the chief steward of the Qinghe Marquis Mansion in Qinghe County. The young man is the third son of the Marquis' mansion, but he is only a bastard born of a concubine. He looks handsome and refined, with a noble air between his eyebrows. He appears to be around 15 or 16 years old, but his complexion is quite poor. On the handsome face with a hint of childishness, there was a sickly pale complexion, devoid of any trace of color. Third young master, Lingbao Temple is almost here. From now on, you will have to serve in front of the Taoist Lord, with a green lamp always by your side. Madam asked this old servant to inquire on her behalf, do you hold any grievances in your heart? In Xuanshan was dressed in a magnificent robe, with a pale complexion and grey eyes, looking a bit eerie, smiling ambiguously at Li Qingyun across from him. When asking this question, there is obviously a hint of provocation and oppression. Li Qingyun squinted slightly, as if he hadn't heard, gently stroking the large black jade-colored cat in his arms. Only the corners of the lips that look good slowly overflow with a hint of faint mockery. It seems that the young master is still dissatisfied in his heart. The gloomy butler saw Li Qingyun squinting and ignoring him. His eyes suddenly sharpened slightly, and a cold aura rose from his body, pressing towards the young man. In his view, Li Qingyun, who has spent more than 10 years honing his skills and future, is now equivalent to a toothless and clawless tiger cub, and is nothing. It's just that he got a bargain. Such a beautiful girl like Wanner, the crown prince has tried to ask for her several times but couldn't get her. In Xuanshan thought with some jealousy in his heart. Thinking that the third young master is now in exile, In Xuanshan becomes more and more unrestrained. Meow. The black cat named Yuanbao in Li Qingyun's arms clearly felt the malice of In Sun Mountain and became restless. Its whole body of ink jade-like fur bristled like needles, whimpering and growling softly at the old man, yet also very wary. Regarding the pressure from the In Sun Mountain, Li Qingyun, who was feeling disheartened, actually didn't want to bother with it. Scenes from 5 days ago kept appearing in his mind. That night, he, the third young master of the Marquis' mansion, celebrated his special 16th birthday, and the mansion went all out to celebrate. The main mother, Lady Cui, rarely smiled kindly, and the usually proud eldest brother, the heir, was warm and enthusiastic, toasting frequently. The upper and lower levels of the Marquis' mansion seemed to be congratulating him on about to ignite the young Shah that had been nurtured for more than 10 years, becoming the second truly meaningful, sun-refining realm among the descendants of the Marquis of Qinghe. Li Qingyun was already on guard in secret, testing every glass of wine and every dish with a silver needle for poison, and taking medication in advance. But unexpectedly, there was still an accident. He, who was somewhat drunk, returned to his room and suddenly felt a surge of qi and blood throughout his body, with chaotic yin and yang energies running rampant inside him. Impulsive and intense, desires arise in abundance. In a state of panic, he tried his best to control the rampaging yang energy. But unexpectedly, at this time, Cui Wanner, the cousin who was extremely favored by the main lady of the Marquis' mansion, suddenly appeared at Qinghe County last month to relax, twisting her charming figure. She smiled charmingly, exuding a faint seductive fragrance, saying that she was here on her aunt's orders, carrying a so-called sobering soup. This Cui Wanner is extremely beautiful and charming, even born with a seductive charm. Every move seems to exude a captivating charm. When she first arrived at the Marquis' mansion, even the eldest son was so enchanted that he was drooling with desire. He even disregarded their cousin relationship and asked the Cui family to marry this cousin. At that moment, Li Qingyun, who was in a critical situation, caught a strange and mysterious fragrance emanating from Cui Wanner. Then in his eyes, Cui Wanner seemed to transform into a boundlessly beautiful celestial maiden. The suppressed evil aura suddenly could no longer be restrained, bursting out like a mountain flood, burning down all his will like a raging fire. That night, the Marquis' mansion exploded with rumors that the third young master misbehaved when drunk. Afterwards, Cui Wanner cried so much that her tears were like raindrops, wanting to hang herself and seek death. The main mother Cui shouted, "Such a sinful beast, there is no one else in the house but me," and the eldest son watched coldly with a disdainful expression. The Marquis of Qinghe was furious, repeatedly shouting how dare the unfilial son, with a look of disappointment on his face. Yuan Yang lost, the son and blood that had been painstakingly cultivated for more than 10 years were squandered in vain, and Li Qingyun was equivalent to losing his future. So, there is the current situation. The dignified third son of the Qinghe Marquis' mansion, Li Qingyun, who is young and intelligent, enjoys doing good deeds and has a reputation in Qinghe County, was sent to the remote Fengshan Lingbao Taoist temple far away from Qinghe County. On the carriage, Li Qingyun kept reviewing everything that had happened along the way, and his mind became clearer, but he was helpless. I've suffered a big loss on this. In this matter, Cui Wanner's background and motives are too suspicious. In the end, I was a bit careless and couldn't survive. But in this world where demons roam and all kinds of extraordinary powers are revered, it is an era where one must fight for life and opportunities. If one continues to be complacent, it will all be in vain. Li Qingyun has been hiding a secret for several years. 3 years ago, he crossed over from another world and attached himself to the body of the third son of the Marquis Ho, who had drowned in a strange manner at that time. Li Qingyun, who crossed over, finally couldn't help but reveal his extraordinary talent after knowing that this was a world where demons and monsters were rampant and life was not guaranteed. He managed well, was charitable, and won great reputation in Qinghe County and its surroundings. In order to catch the eye of the Marquis of Qinghe and to accumulate resources for his cultivation, as a commoner, he had no choice but to do so. The family's sun refining evil is a bottomless pit that requires a large amount of precious resources. Without some exposure, it cannot be obtained. To know everything that goes in and out of the Marquis's mansion is basically controlled by the main mother Cui and the eldest son. Once you fail to ignite the yangsha at the golden age of 16, you will completely lose the opportunity to step into this side door and left path. He knew that his excellence was a double-edged sword, on one hand gaining the favor of the Marquis of Qinghe, but on the other hand inevitably incurring the jealousy of the Cui family and the crown prince, so he was cautious and guarded against both the Cui family and their son. But on his 16th birthday night, he ultimately fell into a carefully laid trap. Scenes replayed one after another, Li Qingyun's heart was as clear as a mirror, but it was already too late to turn back. In just a few days, he was no longer the third young master of the Marquis mansion, but a fallen man who had been demoted. Qinghe County to Fengshan is nearly 200 miles away. He came a long way, saying he came to seek the Tao and the law, which sounds good, but in reality, it is no different from being exiled 1,000 miles away. Madam said that since the third young master will be receiving the scriptures for spiritual enlightenment at Lingbao Temple, which many people dream of, he should focus on his practice in the future. It's better not to keep wild-tempered black cats like this one around to avoid affecting his practice. Yin Xuanshan's eyes moved slightly, smiling gloomily, suddenly staring fiercely at the big black cat in Li Qingyun's arms, with a surge of hostility in his eyes. Fingers suddenly flicked out, and a dark light instantly fell on Yuanbao's body. Meow! The big black cat Yuanbao immediately let out a miserable cry, jumped up, and leaped out of Li Qingyun's arms. It seems that there has long been a hidden cold aura in its body, which is now triggered and erupted by the Yin Sun Mountain. This Lord Cat, who has made quite a name for himself in the Qinghe Marquis mansion, suddenly became much weaker. Li Qingyun sighed lightly, suddenly got up, using his back to block Yin Xuanshan, giving the big black cat a chance to escape. Yuanbao, you go? Yuanbao meowed, instantly understanding its owner's intention, bursting with a strong will to survive, accelerating in an instant, moving so fast that it seemed like a dark mass. Its sharp claws had just grazed the windowsill in the previous second, and in the next second, it had already darted into the bushes by the roadside. Cluck cluck cluck. Outside the carriage, the guards shot arrows, but none hit the target in the rush. Fellow Taoists, please leave a photo. Do we have any old Taoist friends here? Why not leave a comment here and leave a mark? Chapter 2 Maple Mountain Taoist Temple. This cat has a kind of strange blood flowing in its body, but it's not that simple. It was obtained by Li Qingyun 3 years ago from an old hunter and named Yuanbao. According to the old hunter, he found it while hunting in the mountains. In his past life, he had a fondness for stroking cats. Coming to a different world, with the opportunity, of course, he had to get a head start. After the black cat Yuanbao grew up, it became more mysterious, as if it could perceive and deter ghosts, and it was strong and fast, climbing walls, reaching the top, and entering and leaving the Marquis's mansion as if entering a deserted place. Still carrying the lucky cat aura, occasionally bringing back various items to Li Qingyun. For example, the jewelry of Lady Cui, the main wife of the Marquis's residence, the erotic books treasured by the eldest son, the strange and eerie bottles and jars in Yin Sun Mountain, and even Cui Wanner's hairpin, and so on. Also brought back some really good stuff, which is the most precious product of Qingyang River, Qingyang fish. It can resist the cat's natural instinct to love eating fish, and giving the spirit fish to Li Qingyun is considered quite spoiling the cat's poop-scooping official. It is also with the help of these two clear yang spirit fish that Li Qingyun greatly accelerates the progress of storing qi and blood yang energy. Unfortunately, currently, Yin Sun Mountain, or the main mother and eldest son behind him, are not even willing to let go of this big black cat. Yin Xuanshan saw Yuanbao escaping right under his nose, and couldn't help but show some anger on his face, looking angrily at the obstructive Li Qingyun. Insolent beast! He suddenly raised his hand, and a white bone nail flew out from his sleeve. Only a faint shadow flickered, swiftly disappearing into the jungle, chasing after. Meow! In the depths of the jungle, suddenly there was the mournful cry of Yuanbao, as if there was a flash of blood. Next, the white bone nail, with a trace of blood, retraced its steps and disappeared into the sleeve of the invincible mountain again. Old man, I'd been unhappy with this evil beast for a long time. I'm sorry, third young master, I couldn't hold back just now. This evil beast was hit by my magical weapon and probably won't live much longer. Xuanshan's face turned cold, provocatively looking at Li Qingyun. The Cui family in Haijian is really domineering, but just a servant under the door, so arrogant. Li Qingyun's handsome face flashed a trace of imperceptible sharpness, but in the end, it only turned into two soft sighs. Then I slowly closed my eyes again, returning to that silent and speechless state. Yuan Bao is probably more ominous than auspicious. As the master, I cannot protect you. Along the way, he has already witnessed the skills of Invincible Mountain. Lao Yin is quite powerful. Along the way, he also encountered some wandering spirits and monsters, all of which were easily dealt with by him. In this world, demons and monsters run rampant, while the status of the cultivation sex is transcendent. Only under the protection of extraordinary forces can ordinary people obtain a relatively stable life. Between ordinary people and the lofty sex, various castrated versions of extraordinary families and the so-called peripheral and unorthodox forces have emerged. The region of the Yu Kingdom where Li Qingyun is located is actually equivalent to the most powerful aristocratic family in the mortal world. These forces are entrenched among ordinary people, willing to serve as the backing for large sects, collecting and providing various resources. The Cui family in Haijian is one of the quite large aristocratic families. After marrying the Qinghe Marquis, Cui became the chief steward of the Marquis's mansion. In the past, this young butler was not high profile, and Li Qingyun did not know that he was also a master who could drive away ghosts and suppress demons. Third young master, some people think highly of themselves, unable to see reality clearly. How would they know that he is just like this little kitten, actually not worth mentioning, ha? Xuanshan looked at Li Qingyun, who was silent, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Qingyun did not open his eyes, nor did he get angry, but he remembered the evil slave's face at this moment in his heart. Between the eyebrows, there is a faint coldness, intertwined with strands of loneliness. It seems like all the anger, unwillingness, and regret have sunk into the deep sea of the heart. Seems to have really accepted fate. Third young master, you are so well behaved. If only I had known earlier, why bother with the past? His changing reaction, in the eyes of Xuanshan, was finally worn out of pride. Contemptuous laughter echoed in the carriage. Every sound seems to trample the only dignity in the young man's heart into mud, and crush the pride inch by inch, turning it into a mourning dog that howls in despair but is powerless to resist. Madam said, just focus on cultivating oneself, and if there is nothing important in the future, there is no need to return to the Marquis's residence. Well, Madam also said that although cultivation is important, every month, third young master, you still need to write a letter back to the mansion to report your safety to Marquis and Madam, and at the same time provide detailed information on your progress in cultivation. Xuanshan's eyes stared at the young man wantonly, and he said insulting words in a calm and unhurried manner. After all, you also have the Marquis's blood in your body. Even if it's a dog or a cat, the lady has always been kind-hearted and will care to some extent. Under pressure, Li Qingyun, who squinted his eyes, finally nodded slowly. Xuanshan finally showed a satisfied smile. At this moment, the gloomy butler disdainfully thought to himself, what outstanding talent, what extraordinary strategist, in the eyes of the lady and the young master, are nothing more than a commoner who can be easily suppressed. It's ridiculous, the naive and somewhat cute third young master really believed a few years ago that he might receive the Marquis's Yangsha inheritance, and have a chance to inherit the title in the future. Little did they know, in the eyes of the lady and the crown prince, he is just a joke. The crown prince had a difficult early life, with no hope of breaking through and entering the realm of cultivation. How could a mere commoner dare to harbor any illusions of luck? I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. The Maple Mountain is like fire, with layers of trees dyed red all over the mountain. On the top of a high mountain, there stands a majestic Taoist temple, towering and imposing. Eaves and corners are raised, the golden roof shines brightly, standing out among the fiery maple leaves on the mountains. There are several strong incense smells, rising like smoke from below, highlighting the bustling popularity of the Taoist temple. At the foot of the mountain. Dear guests, please stop here, offer incense to pray for warding off evil spirits, sincerely seek for a child, and for sightseeing and visiting, please take the road next to climb the main road. The road behind me is the route for disciples to enter and exit the temple. A young Taoist priest in blue clothes, carrying a long sword on his back, raised his thick eyebrows slightly and raised his hand to stop the luxurious carriage approaching. The carriage stopped, and Xuanshan, dressed in fine clothes, was the first to jump off the carriage. This Yuzhen, we are not incense guests, but we are here to escort the young master into the mansion to practice Taoism. In front of the young Taoist, Yin Xuanshan unconsciously revealed a bit of humility. He bowed with respect, then casually pulled back the curtain, smiling lightly and urging, "Third young master, it's time to go up the mountain." Under everyone's gaze, Li Qingyun, whose face was pale and devoid of any color, slowly got off the carriage with a large bundle slung over his arm. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Li Qingyun looked up and gazed at the mountain path behind the young Taoist. Only on the mountain path, a faint white mist pervades, making it difficult for even the sunlight to penetrate. The red maple leaves on both sides of the mountain path add a touch of color, creating a serene and quiet atmosphere, with a hint of ethereal charm. This gave Li Qingyun a glimmer of hope. When it comes to strength and mystery, the power of these Taoist temples far surpasses the secular world. Even he speculated that the temples built in the mortal world were just a facade for those mysterious cultivation sects. The true sect should be in the paradise where mortal footsteps are hard to reach. Although he no longer has the original vitality and has lost the opportunity to enter the side door, but coming to worship at the Lingbao temple, at least there is still a chance to touch the extraordinary power again. It's just that this body, just after birth, was touched by a master invited by the Qinghao Marquis to check the bones and measure the so-called spiritual roots, regretfully saying that there is no qualification for cultivating and enlightening the Tao. This may also be one of the main reasons why Cui and the Crown Prince can rest assured that he will be allowed to enter the Taoist temple. Cultivation and enlightenment, in this world, have a very high threshold, which is why so many side paths and methods have emerged, such as Li Qingyun's own sun refining technique. Chapter 3: A Glimmer of Hope. Unfortunately, just now, this person's sincere plea for a child greatly lowered the prestige of Lingbao Temple in my heart. Li Qingyun held back the thought of asking in his heart, "Is your intention to seek a child sincere or not?" Then he reached into his pocket and fumbled around for a while, pulling out a token. The token was black and gold, about half the size of a palm, with carvings that seemed to be some kind of talismanic lines, emitting a faint sense of majesty. At the edge of the token, there is a line of small characters, Maple Mountain Lingbao Temple Lu. Senior brother, please check this card. Li Qingyun is going to hand the black gold token to the young Taoist. The young Taoist priest smiled slightly, raised his hand lightly, and the black gold token turned into a stream of light, falling into his hand. After carefully observing the license for a while, the young Taoist nodded, confirming that it was genuine. However, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of disdain and sarcasm. The mountain gate has a decree. Those who hold the Lingbao Guan Dao Yuan token can enter the temple to observe. However, junior brother, you are the 9th person this year to enter with the token of Senior Lu. It must have cost you quite a bit, hee. When mentioning the person behind the Dao Yuan token, the young Taoist's tone obviously became much colder. You ascend to the summit along the mountain path, where there are people waiting to assist you. The young Taoist priest threw the token back to Li Qingyun, then slightly turned his body, indicating that he could start climbing. There was only indifference between the eyebrows, and even the name of Li Qingyun was too lazy to ask. Li Qingyun didn't show any signs of being upset, smiled, tightened the burden on his arm, and then took a step forward. He knows to some extent how he got this black gold token in his hand. That was the second day after he lost his vitality 9 times in one night. The Marquis of Qinghao went out and spent a lot of money to buy the Lu Dao Yuan card from the Fengshan Lingbao Temple. Having the Dao Yuan plaque is equivalent to having a transcendent status. Although Li Qingyun does not have the so-called cultivation aptitude, relying on this identity, he can still live the rest of his life relatively comfortably with a little spiritual awakening. Since the Marquis's mansion is no longer safe, seeking refuge in a mountain gate guarded by a powerful figure can at least keep you away from the strange and sinister attacks of demons and monsters, ensuring your safety. Decades later, people die of old age in the Taoist temple, which is not a bad way to end a life. He must recognize the favor I have given him. Maybe this is also the last bit of help he can borrow from the Marquis's mansion. Control the rhythm of breathing, slowly climb the steps up the mountain. Li Qingyun couldn't help feeling melancholic as he thought about the unpredictable fate of the Black Cat Yuan Bao and his own dim hopes for the future of his spiritual practice. Then somehow, he remembered some folk legends about the Fengshan Lingbao Temple. Over 100 years ago, this place was not called Maple Mountain, nor was there Lingbao Temple. Suddenly, one day, a Taoist descended from the sky, slaying the demons hidden in the depths of the mountain. He then settled here and gradually developed into the present Lingbao Temple with its sprawling towers. Li Qingyun has collected many extraordinary secrets from the folk, but always feels that this world is mysterious and elusive, hazy and vague, and ordinary people find it difficult to glimpse the truth in their lifetime. By entering the Lingbao Temple, perhaps one can come into contact with the true secrets of this world. After climbing a section of stone steps, behind him, white mist filled the air, becoming more and more hazy, engulfing the scene below. Even the figures of the young Taoist and the others from the Sun mountain were no longer visible, as the pervasive mountain mist formed a barrier, separating the upper and lower parts of the mountain into two different time and space. Just at this moment, in the endless white mist, a voice full of mockery and sarcasm came from the foot of the Sun mountain. The old slave is here to represent the lady and the young master, wishing the young master to attain true enlightenment and forget about longevity. Li Qingyun's footsteps paused. He turned his head to look below the white mist that obscured his vision, with a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Realize the truth, and there is hope for eternal life. That old slave is clearly a blatant sarcasm. Is it so certain that I, Li Qingyun, can only grow old watching, achieving nothing? Ha, if one can truly attain enlightenment, the first sword I wield must be. He smiled faintly, shook his head, waited for his breath to calm down slightly, and then continued to climb the mountain. After being drained and exhausted by Cui Wanner, this body's vitality dried up, weak like an old man in his 70s or 80s, unable even to climb a mountain. Unfortunately, apart from him, no one else will go into the details of the truth. White mist lingered. Li Qingyun seemed to be walking in a painting. Although sweating all over and breathing heavily, the heart became even more calm and indifferent, as if it had been baptized by the invisible rime of the mountain path. When he was about to reach the end of the stone steps, he suddenly felt something in his heart and couldn't help but stop and look down. Only the heavy fog behind me obscures and isolates the worldly scenes, and I can no longer see any hustle and bustle. Looking up, the golden brilliance disperses the white mist, revealing a tall mountain gate above. Once you step inside, it's another world. He felt a surge of emotion, with an urge to finally release the long-standing barriers that had been accumulating in his heart. So after a moment of contemplation, the poetry from a past life slipped out of my lips. For 3 to 5 years, I have been oppressed by wind and snow, but I laugh as they are light as cotton. No one supports my ambition to reach the peak, so I tread on my own to the mountaintop. What is expressed is the voice of the heart, as well as aspirations. In the end, he was still unyielding, even though he had long been judged as a talentless waste in cultivating immortality. Although I, this third young master, have been deposed and deprived of everything, with no hope of returning to the mansion in the future, but if you really think about it, the current me is also like breaking out of a prison and gaining freedom in the world. The entire Marquis' mansion, both upper and lower, no longer looks favorably upon him and keeps their distance from him. In a few more years, the people of Qinghai County will probably have completely forgotten about this generous and charitable young master. The flesh of this world, the soul of another world, he feels like a wandering lonely wild goose. A lone and uncertain future. However, I still have noble aspirations in my heart. The mountain path is long, steep, and slippery. Li Qingyun tightened the burden on his arm, gasping for breath, and continued to climb. When he stepped onto the last step, his feet felt light, and he found himself on level ground, with a sudden bright light in front of his eyes. The white mist that pervaded suddenly dispersed, revealing a magnificent and majestic mountain gate. The sign above the door reads 3 characters, Ling Bo Guan. The handwriting is elegant and free, shimmering with golden light, and contains a certain poetic charm. He gazed at the golden characters for a while. I am a little worried in my heart. This golden character looks full of gold content, as if it is intended to express some kind of meaning. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, behind the tall mountain gate, 2 Taoist priests in green robes, one fat and one thin, walked out holding dusting brushes. The moment their eyes met, warm smiles appeared on the faces of the 2 young monks, making people feel warm and friendly. At the same time, their eyes had already swept over Li Qingyun's bundle 3 or 4 times in an instant. Is this junior brother here with the Dao Yuan token from Master Lu? Come, I am Qingfeng, and this is manhwa. We are responsible for guiding the newcomers. The plump and chubby Taoist with small squinty eyes, who goes by the Dharma name Qingfeng, also looks very young. It's just that Li Qingyun felt that his smile was too worldly and slick, not like a monk, but more like a wealthy country squire. The other slender Taoist named manhwa at first glance seemed to have some immortal spirit, but Li Qingyun, looking at the smile on manhwa's thin face, couldn't help but think of the cunning old shopkeeper of the Qianzhuang in Qinghai County. Li Qingyun, I have met 2 senior brothers, and I am fortunate to have obtained Master Lu's guidance. Li Qingyun's expression became serious, and he stepped forward respectfully to bow. Chapter 4. The word wealth is the head. A big fat hand affectionately patted on Li Qingyun's shoulder. The white and chubby Qingfeng Taoist smiled self-consciously. So it's senior brother Li, come with senior brother, I'll take you to see senior uncle Lu. After entering this mountain gate, we'll be family from now on, so don't be so outgoing with senior brother me. Well, senior brother, you won't be lonely in spiritual treasure view, I'm sure, Master Lu hee. There are many disciples under his seat. While patting Li Qingyun's shoulder, Taoist Qingfeng's hand but without any trace weighed the weight of his baggage, and then the smile on that fat face became a little brighter. Li Qingyun was somewhat speechless. In his previous life, when he talked about wealth, this Ling Bao Guan's style of wealth seemed to be especially prominent. Qingyun senior brother, it is not easy to cultivate in the mountain gate. In the future, there are problems in life, despite coming to find senior brother me, who led me to senior brother you at first sight, nah. Taoist Qingfeng enthusiastically held Li Qingyun's arm, guiding him towards the heavy courtyard building behind the mountain gate, and along the way, he was also constantly asking about Li Qingyun's origin and background. Li Qingyun heart some faint disappointment. The mountain gate and the Taoist forest, were they even so humane? It was a far cry from what was expected in his heart. However, on the surface, he did not show the slightest bit, answering in a warm voice from time to time. Walking around while surveying the environment, he found that the back of the mountain of the spiritual treasure Guan is actually much wider than the front view. Between the haze of light fog, a unclear view of the pavilions, in the red maple and white fog between the hidden, as if the heavenly paradise. The back of the mountain is where the mountain gate of the spiritual treasure view is located, and the front view of the crowded bustle of the janitors is very different. Li Qingyun looked around, but he could only see a rough outline. The fog that filled each hill seemed to have the ability to distort and obscure his vision, making him unable to see through the real scene of the back of the mountain. Sometimes, he looked at a building in front of him that was very close, thinking that he could reach it in a few steps, but after a few minutes of following the Qingfeng Taoist who was clearly walking, the building disappeared in front of his eyes. He somewhat marveled at the methods of the Taoist disciples. Thinking to himself that if there was no one to lead the way and he wandered around the back mountain, he would definitely be completely lost in the mist. The entire back of the mountain should have some sort of psychedelic array or something. He also found some solace. At the very least, the spirit treasure view should have some real skill. After some detours, in the end, Taoist Qingfeng brought Li Qingyun to an exquisite courtyard that covered a rather large area. At this time, Taoist Qingfeng, without realizing it, had already collected his face full of smiles and became serious and solemn, bowing to a middle-aged Taoist at the entrance of the courtyard with a lowered brow. Senior brother Lin, I have brought senior brother Li Qingyun over. In front of the courtyard gate, that black-bearded middle-aged Taoist, with a square face and thick eyebrows, his face was slightly rough, but his skin was vaguely glowing, and his body had its own aura, when he was accomplished in cultivation. Black-bearded Taoist Lin nodded his head somewhat casually and said in a faint voice, Tough Wang Qingfeng senior brother, you and go. Taoist Qingfeng respectfully bowed again, and between retreating, he signaled with Li Qingyun with his eyes, leaving a message in a low voice, Senior brother, when you settle down, I will treat you to a drink. In front of the black-bearded Taoist, Qingfeng's posture was very low, and it also made Li Qingyun pay a little more attention to the senior brother Lin in front of him. Across the magnificently carved and painted expansive gate, Li Qingyun could see that there was a lot of space inside the courtyard. There was a courtyard within a courtyard, there were Taoist figures swaying about, there were even springs and pools and pavilions, exotic flowers and grasses, and the furnishings everywhere appeared to be quite elaborate and exquisite. This Master Lu, it seems that he doesn't have a low status in the Guan. He secretly speculated in his mind. That black-bearded Taoist brother Lin, however, spoke in a faint voice. Qinghe County Li Qingyun Li senior brother right, I am Lin Wanjin, you and follow me and pay your respects to Master Lu, only then will you be considered a formal disciple of the Guan. After saying that, Lin Wanjin signaled Li Qingyun to follow and led him into the courtyard. Walking through the pavilions and corridors along the way, Lin Wanjin talked non-stop, his attitude was not savory. However, he was also considered to be doing his best, mentioning Li Qingyun quite a bit. Lu Shur is the Guanzhong Palm registered deacon. The status is transcendent. Senior brother you can worship under the seat of the master. It is also considered to be destiny. I see that you have 2 withered chi and blood, and your yang fire is withered, and now when you run into the weakest wandering soul, it can take your life, so it seems that you should also be a bitter person. But before the seat of the master, all are treated equally. As long as you are sincere and filial, you can also learn some skills, you can remember that. Like senior brother you have a lack of good qualifications in the mountain gate to avoid the world, just want to live a peaceful life, there are quite a few in the Guan. However, it's not easy to live in the Guanzhong, and senior brother will have to find some ways to make money later, so that he can live a more comfortable life in the future. Through Lin Wanjin's reminder, Li Qingyun, who first entered the spiritual treasure view, finally understood the situation of the mountain gate, and was not blind. However, Lin Wanjin's words were all hinting that Ling Bao Guan did not raise poor people unless you were the type of person with outstanding qualifications. If you think that after entering the Taoist temple, you will be comfortable and carefree, you can lie down and retire, that would be a big mistake. Thank you for reminding me, this token of appreciation, I hope you won't mind. Upon arriving in front of the Atrium 1 hall, Li Qingyun pulled out 2 gold beads and smiled as he stuffed them into Lin Wanjin's large sleeve. Spiritual treasure watching was a mountain gate that was asking for money, but Li Qingyun didn't mind, as long as the mountain gate had the true law, and there was a way to get the true law, then he hadn't come for nothing. When he had the real skill, how would he lack wealth? Senior brother, you're not bad. The hand in Lin Wanjin's sleeve lightly squeezed the gold bead, and the smile on that face suddenly became 2 points more sincere. He felt that this junior brother in front of him, who was obviously indulging in excessive lust and had a serious loss of essence, had become a little bit more pleasant to the eyes. After being deposed, Li Qingyun was not at the mercy of the Cui clan's mother and son. He handed over most of his properties, but also secretly left himself some back roads. Carrying this large baggage, the outer layer is a change of clothes, inside the layers of parcels are gold pearls and so on. As for the silver, but only casually brought some silver tickets. He had inquired clearly, Taoist cultivation is not just rely on gulping heaven and earth aura can be cultivation less than a certain realm, eating, drinking, sleeping and so on, with the ordinary people is not very different. Especially gold, pearls and so on, also seems to be cultivation needs, low-level cultivators need quite a lot. Raising his steps over the threshold, Li Qingyun followed Lin Wanjin into the Chinese hall. Only to see that the hall was magnificent and atmospheric, not stained with dust, and there was also a lit incense curling up, refreshing the heart. The walls on both sides were hung with Taoist paintings and talismans, the floor was decorated with exquisite jade elephants and golden toads, and as for the other tea utensils, chairs, and bushes, they were all extravagant and beautiful, much more elaborate than his family's marquee residence. Li Qingyun slightly smacked his lips. Secretly thinking that the cultivators of this world, enjoyment is exquisite, there is really no such thing as a mortal marquee. Spiritual fragrance fluttered, making his vision slightly hazy, only to see a middle-aged Taoist sitting in the hall wearing a jade crown. Behind him stood 2 young disciples, all of whom had extraordinary breath. What caught Li Qingyun's attention was a young girl dressed in a white robe behind the jade case on the right side of the entrance. Under the backdrop of a delicate moon-white robe, this young girl appeared more and more jade skin and snow-white, charming and moving. Chapter 5 Shallow Destiny. The moment Li Qingyun entered the door, the gaze of the white-clothed young girl squinted over, her eyes a little curious, a little lazy and arrogantly cold. She vaguely looked at him with an overlooking posture. He felt that the young girl's eyes carried a kind of coolness and recklessness, and that gaze was not like a general survey, but carried a certain kind of scrutiny, or even nitpicking. Eyebrows like a picture, nay seemed to be a person with a cool nature. His heart moved, and then he slightly bowed his head. It looked as if he was too stunned by that young girl Taoist's appearance to look directly at her. Somewhat coy, somewhat shy, in line with the nature of his 16-year-old teenager. Growing up in the marquee house where the water was as deep as the sea, Li Qingyun had long since mastered the necessary acting skills, and at this time, displaying one or two, showing the true colors of the teenager Mwy, naturally, there was not the slightest crack. LOL. Seeing him react like this, that beautiful young girl couldn't help but be a little more interested and laughed out loud, the cold color in her eyes lessened by a few points. And with a bit of respect, Lin Wanjin nodded to the young girl and reminded Li Qingyun in a low voice. This is senior sister Lu Liqian, Master Lu's beloved daughter. In the future, senior brother, you must not be neglectful. Li Qingyun nodded slightly. The name was memorized in his mind. His intuition, however, told him that this senior sister Lu Liqian in the future, it would be better if he could not get close, or not. You are Li Qingyun, right? As usual, toast a cup of tea, receive the nascent soul skill, then go down. At this time, sitting in the center of the huadang, that middle-aged Taoist in purple robe, while playing with the glittering jade ruler in his hand, he somewhat lazily snapped. In Lin Wanjin's hints, this middle-aged Taoist was Li Qingyun's nominal master, and also the palm deacon of the spiritual treasure view, Lu Nanling. Lu Nanling was dressed in a black Taoist robe embroidered with gold threads, his face was handsome, his skin was white and glowing, his eyes contained a divine splendor, and he had a dignified manner. When looking at Li Qingyun's cheap disciple, Lu Nanling's demeanor and tone seemed very casual, even almost indifferent. As a respected palm deacon of Ling Bao Guan, he was wasting his time to see a waste disciple. Naturally, he was a bit impatient. In order to save resources for his daughter's foundation, every year he sends out the full amount of his own authority within the scope of the 10 pieces of the Tao Edge plate. Cheap disciples received a whole lot. In Lu Nanling's spiritual eyes, the teenagers in the hall were obviously weak in chi and blood, their essence was drained, and their 3 treasures were dull and shriveled, and they were even worse than the cheap disciples they had received before. He thought in his heart, years ago when I traveled through Qinghua County looking for Qingyang fish, I was invited by the Marquis of Qinghua to test the root bones of this Marquis son, but this son does not have the slightest bit of Dao bone spirit root. Now a glimpse, but even more unbearable, even the heart desire cannot be bound. If it is not enough the Marquis of Qinghua a few days ago to send a car of good Dan sand, there are 2 tails of Qingyang fish on the part, he even see are lazy to see aside, directly Li Qingyun stuffed into the house of chores to do things is. Anyway, like Li Qingyun, this kind of a little family background of the concubine son concubine daughter, most of them come to the mountain door to mix life, count on the future cultivation into the door, to give up face, undoubtedly is extremely unrealistic. These mortals, trying to squeeze into the various great Taoist temple door, is not thinking of avoiding the demons, mixed with a backer, to seek this life is comfortable. Junior brother Li, quickly give tea to the master, from now on you and I will be senior brothers in front of Master Lu's seat. Lin Wanjin brought a cup of hot tea to Li Qingyun, signaling him to go forward to honor Lu Nanling with tea. It was thought that this senior brother Lin, who had seen a lot, was familiar with Master Lu Nanling's temperament and style. Li Qingyun's handsome face was solemn as he received the tea. In his heart, he did not care about Lu Nanling's gesture. Maintaining a respectful posture, he held the tea and stepped forward, saluting Lu Nanling, who had an idle demeanor and a somewhat wandering gaze. Disciple Li Qingyun, greetings to Master Lu. After saying that, he was about to kneel down after a slight hesitation. Since he had come to pay homage to the mountain, to perform the rites of a disciple, he should be kneeling down. It was only by taking Lu Nanling's Dao Fate card that he was able to enter the temple, and from now on, he would be in Master Lu's lineage. But his body stagnation, feel in front of the body of a soft cloud-like power to surge, hold him to kneel down. At the same time his hand was empty, the cup of hot tea had already disappeared, and looked to be in the hands of Lu Nanling. Lu Nanling casually sipped a mouthful of tea, waved his hand and said with a faint smile, "Kneeling is not necessary. You are holding my Dao Yuan card into the temple, one also knows something. This Lu Pal mistress is somewhat frank and straightforward. The world is rampant with demons, ghosts, and monsters. Too many people want to take refuge in the Taoist forest gates to seek blessings. I issue 10 Taoist destiny tags every year, also to give to those who have the destiny. However, this shallow karma is just that, and it ends here. When you really have accomplished your cultivation and condensed a furnace of mana, when will you come back to be master and disciple with me again is not too late." Hearing these words that Lu Nanling did not even bother to cover up, Li Qingyun was somewhat dazed. This easily obtained Dao Fate license is really not much weight off. Cheap masters were not that easy to recognize. However, thinking about it, Li Qingyun's heart was also relieved. This kind of Taoist master, don't want it, save the karma in the future. He understood and appreciated what Lu Nanling meant. He himself had been tested since he was a child by the Taoist masters of the large and small Taoist temples around Qinghe County, among which was the spiritual treasure temple, and it was determined that he did not have the so-called Taoist bones and spiritual roots. In terms of cultivation, he is a complete loser, impossible to achieve something. Being a loser in cultivation, how can he ask for more? As for the furnace of mana that Lu Nanling said, Li Qingyun had gathered some general knowledge of cultivation when he was in the Hofu, and knew that the portion of a furnace was the minimum standard recognized by the sects in this realm for cultivation initiation, representing the formal entry into the qi refining realm. Disciple excuses himself. Thinking clearly, Li Qingyun did not drag his feet, maintaining the posture of bowing and slowly retreated a few steps. Then he stood as a pine again, but he did not retreat. "Give me the treasure furnace Qi Nascent technique. Didn't you say that there was another copy of the technique?" He muttered in his heart. "Cluck, this young master is somewhat interesting. Father, he is afraid that you won't give that copy of the treasure furnace Nascent soul knowledge." The charming young girl in front of that jade case couldn't help but laugh softly at the situation. Her laughter was like a clear bell, very pleasing to the ear. Her eyes, which were like jewels glowing with light, showed a hint of interest, once again sizing up Li Qingyun's figure and appearance. She felt that apart from the overindulgence of this young man, this skin and temperament was not bad. Especially that weak introverted, but also seems to be a bit obsessive childish attitude, stirred up a strange ripple in her heart, seems to pity and like an alternative. Chapter 6 Treasure Furnace Nascent Qi. Slowly, Lu Liqian's clear jade-like face revealed a faint color of appreciation. He, catch it. Lu Nanling's eyes fluctuated as he glanced at the young girl before his robe sleeve flicked up, only to see a thin paper pamphlet fly out of his sleeve and gently land on Li Qingyun's raised hands. "Ha! Wan Jin, you and bring your senior brother down. Just place it in the second classroom." Lu Nanling, who was seated at the top of the Hua Hall, smiled blandly and waved his hand towards Li Qingyun and Lin Wanjin, telling them to step back. Li Qingyun tucked the paper pamphlet into his bosom. A touch of joy appeared on his pale handsome face. Once again bowing to Lu Nanling's father and daughter and the others, he turned around and left the hall. The light afternoon sunlight poked into the hall from the main door, sprinkled on the young man's figure that looked like a spring tree, haloing a gorgeous golden aura on his shoulders, reflecting a little more handsome and energetic, and a little less sickly. The young girl Lu Liqian's eyes lit up slightly, and she could not help but follow his figure until Li Qingyun followed Lin Wanjin out of the hall and into the distance. After ending this somewhat boring ceremony and dismissing the disciples who were serving him, Lu Nanling took a sip from his teacup and pondered. He looked over at Lu Liqian, his smile tinged with favor. "Could it be that you still have your eye on this son?" Although his origin is not bad, people are also quite handsome, but unfortunately there is no half a bit of Taoist bone spirit root, just now a look, but also the three treasures shriveled and godless. When it is a frivolous person with no restraint, it is simply not worthy of you, even if it is just a cover. Said later, Lu Nanling's eyes cannot help but swept over the location of the young girl's abdomen. The expression is somewhat complex and inexplicable. Slightly loose moon-white robe, Lu Liqian belly flat and soft, cannot see any abnormalities. But both father and daughter knew in their hearts that it would soon be impossible to hide it. There is news coming from the clan. Yan Lang ended his travels last month, and when he returned, he succeeded in the Taoist foundation in one fell swoop, and has now been promoted as an inner disciple, and both the clan and the Yan family are very optimistic about him, and want to focus on cultivating him. And how can I be good at such a time? Let Yan Lang distracted, miss his great future, so must follow. Yan Lang said, first find a person to cover. A head of waterfall green silk lightly raised, Lu Liqian in the mention of Yan Lang, that exquisite face are glowing with luster, eyes overflowing with a trace of love and yearning. Her demeanor was a bit lost, as if she was thinking of the romantic times she had spent with Yan Lang over the past 2 months. AI, it's just that you are pregnant, but there is no delay. Lu Nanling was somewhat helpless, and even vaguely regretted that he shouldn't have overindulged his daughter in the past, resulting in today. He played with the jade ruler in his hand, then nodded slightly and said that Li Qingyun is a wastrel, can't cultivate mana, can't enter the Taoist path, and the person seems to be more honest, and even a little soft, but it is good to control. Since you have some appreciation for him, then try to get in touch to understand. If it doesn't work, then hurry to find another candidate. In fact, I see that the Valley Z paper is good, noble and simple, and obsessed with you. When can do alternative people? Gu Zixian? Lu Liqian immediately looked disgusted. 5 or 3 big thick, coarse face, how can he be worthy of me? Even if I were to find someone to cover me up, I'd at least look for a handsome and elegant character like that Li Qingyun just now. Hey, that let you, for father only one sentence, is have to grasp. Above the bright hall, once again resounded Lu Nanling's long sigh. Qingyun's senior brother, the general situation in the view is like this. I'll leave first. In the future, if there's anything you don't understand, you can come find me. A row of bamboo houses were hidden between the maple forest and green trees. Lin Wanjin placed Li Qingyun in room C7, and after briefly introducing some matters of life in the back of the mountain, he took his leave with a smile. Senior brother, take care. Li Qingyun, who had already changed into a green-colored Taoist robe, stood at the entrance of the bamboo house and watched as Lin Wanjin's figure disappeared without a trace after a few steps, and could not help but feel a little envious. The mountain wind with a clear chill blew, causing him to feel a little bit of coldness, but in his heart, he felt an extra sense of peace. He lifted the swaying curtains and walked into the bamboo house again. Bamboo house space is not big, one left and one right spread 2 beds, the center is the boundary, both sides have a desk, as well as placing clothes and sundries of the wooden cabinet and so on, obviously is a double room. He walked towards the wooden bed on the left, which was his berth and Ling Bao Guan. Compared to the bunk on the right, the light here was even dimmer. After all, the right side not only leaned against the door of the bamboo house, but also occupied the only windowed area in the house. He looked towards the desk by the window on the right side. That roommate might have gone out in a hurry without cleaning up. There was some clutter on it. There were 2 unfinished talisman papers, dan sand and gold powder on the scattered drop table, as well as a pen holder and so on. This EE roommate, it seems that he intends to go the way of talismans. Through Lin Wanjin's introduction, Li Qingyun knew that he was considered to be treated well. When he first entered the spiritual treasure view, he was able to live in a second-class bamboo house, and unusual Taoist newcomers were basically arranged directly into a third-class room. The so-called third-class room is a big bunk. A room full of people, at least 7 or 8 people, full of foot odor. Night rest is to endure the various snores. He couldn't help but recall, just now in the Lu Nanling courtyard residence, that Lu Shi temporarily changed his mind and arranged him into a second classroom scene. Rather, it seems to have dabbled in a bit of that Master Lu's light. At the corner of the teenager's lips, a faint smile appeared. Immediately afterward, Li Qingyun quickly cleaned up, changed into new bamboo mats and sheets, and cleaned both the table and the bamboo house. He was a person who loved cleanliness, so of course, he couldn't see the house being unkempt. More importantly, the gold and silver belongings in the baggage were wrapped in layers and locked in one of the cabinets. For the time being, he is not afraid of being stolen. Lin Wanjin said, although the overall management of the mountain is relatively loose, but on the theft of property this behavior, spiritual treasure view is extremely distasteful. There are offenders will be heavily punished, but also to be expelled from the mountain. In the spirit treasure view, stealing the property of the same door is like breaking the human way, intolerable. His point of gold, silver and jewelry really counted but is vulgar, and is not a spirit stone, not worth the risk of others to steal. After tidying up and organizing a bit, Li Qingyun wiped his sweat before sitting down to look through the introductory treasure furnace nascent soul technique. Going forward, it will really be a green lamp for a long time. That old slave from Invincible Mountain wasn't wrong about this. It's just, let's first look at this volume of Treasure Furnace Nascent Soul Technique. I won't die until I reach the Yellow River. Thinking of this, he quickly collected his mood, and his whole person sank into silence. The booklet was very thin, excluding the cover. The content was less than 10 pages, yet it represented the supreme transcendent power of this world. After turning it over, a fresh ink aroma floated out. With when is excellent and expensive ink, is a new copy soon. What is the law? The image of the great Tao. What is the force? The power of the law is also manifested. When he saw the first sentence of the opening chapter, his eyes burst out bright on, and then his eyes were like sticking between the lines. Chapter 7 True Dharma Before. The three treasures of a human being are essence, chi, and spirit, and the foundation of cultivation. Treasure Furnace Chi Collection Technique is the basic method for the introduction of this guan, which is to treat one's own body as a treasure furnace, and to collect and refine the chi, which can nourish the three treasures and manifest mana. At the beginning of Chi collection, when in every day, see, noon and other times, visualize the treasure furnace, with the corresponding time in the book of the guiding posture, in different moments to collect yang Chi into the body. At the time of Z, the first yang is born, and the dormant dragon seems to be sleeping but still awake. At the time of Yin, yang Chi is submerged and develops. Li Qingyun somewhat regretted that the booklet only had the tips for the first 3 levels of Chi refining. Perhaps it was because Lu Nanling felt that he could not cultivate anything at all and dismissed it casually. It could also be the rules of the spiritual treasured one that higher level Gongfu know-how needed to fulfill other conditions before they could be obtained, and it was impossible to bestow a full set upon entering the guan. Li Qingyun was mesmerized as he watched, even gesturing as he watched. He had also practiced. Although the family's yang refining fury method was a side channel and not worth mentioning in the eyes of the spiritual treasure viewer, it also involved some cultivation knowledge such as meridians, orifices, and thoughts. Therefore, the initial viewing and practicing did not feel strenuous. There were some doubts, but they were also put in the heart for the time being, so that they could ask for advice later, or go to the lecture hall within the guan to listen to lectures and ask for advice. At this time, just as the sun began to move west, it should be the unsettled hour, the sunlight shone diagonally through the bamboo house windows, illuminating the interior of the house quite brightly. He stood under the sunlight inside the house according to the instructions in the booklet, with his legs slightly apart and his hands relaxed and stretched forward slowly, as if he wanted to grab something from the brilliant light of the golden crow in the sky outside. At the same time, he contemplated the inner treasure furnace, communicating with the house sun, and at the same time cooperating with the special breathing frequency to collect chi with the furnace. Nasal breath swooshed audibly, chest and abdomen slowly rising and falling. According to the method of the treasure furnace nativity skill to settle down and collect chi, he quickly immersed himself in some kind of nowhere. Half an hour passed, a quarter of an hour passed. Li Qingyun collected chi for a long time, but in the end, he did not sense the slightest bit of the so-called chi sense. This cultivation qualification of his was really crummy. This world's cultivation is really an extremely high threshold. And I can really only retire in spiritual treasure view? Li Qingyun's muscles were numb and bones were soft, even his eyes were starry. He collected chi for half a day, but gained nothing. This physical body, which was originally full of essence, yang fury contained within, since being picked up by that demonist Cui Wanner, it had become weak. Posing to attract chi, all exhausted, difficult to last, talk about what happiness. But this was not what made him feel the most frustrated and disappointed. Rather, it was this mortal body, which was insulated from the Tao, that was very slow, stubborn and rigid in sensing the so-called spiritual chi, making him feel despair. Although he had only just attempted to cultivate chi collection, and it was only normal that he had no gains, he had a feeling. With this physical body qualification of mine, even if I practice hard and diligently, I'm afraid that I will achieve nothing, and in the end, I will only be able to waste away my days in the guan, and die of old age and discontentment. The Hofu third young man's cultivation qualification is really too poor, innate destiny can only be immortal. The road is merciless, without the so-called Taoist bones and spiritual roots, all flukes and delusions are all in vain. The Marquis of Qing his family tradition of refining the sunbreak is a side doorway, although the requirements are extremely harsh, but it may be the only hope he ever had. Without the so-called Tao bones and spiritual roots, is there really no way to cultivate? Li Qingyun gasped for breath, his body was sore and limp, his body was covered in dense, false sweat, and he sat down on the ground in a somewhat disheveled manner, but a trace of defiant stubbornness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Ding guan guan. At this time, the curtain of the bamboo house stirred, and the small wind chimes adorned on it sounded at the same time. A light mountain breeze poured in, and then in walked a young Taoist dressed in a green-colored Taoist robe with a handsome face. As soon as this person entered the room, Li Qingyun could smell the strong odor of wine that spread out from his body. In his heart, he guessed that it should be his roommate, that is, the fellow disciple called He. Lin Wanjin had already briefly introduced, he also happened to Lu Shi's Taoist destiny, but it was at the beginning of the year has been into the view. Counting up, both of them are considered as disciples under Lu Nanling's seat, and with this relationship, getting along in the future should be a bit more harmonious. He. You are senior brotherly, aren't you? You have a good demeanor. Well, it just seems to be a bit vain. He's long hair was unruly on his shoulders, carrying a wine gourd in his hand, smelling of wine. When he entered the room and saw Li Qingyun, he was slightly startled and then took the initiative to greet him with a more enthusiastic greeting. However, Li Qingyun still detected that the first time this roommate looked over, there was still a slight displeasure in his eyes. It was also true that it was clearly equivalent to living in a single room, but now there was an additional roommate who was disturbing the peace and quiet. It's just that I don't like it either, having an extra alcoholic roommate. Li Qingyun thought in his heart, while barely getting up, the tendons and bones of his entire body were vaguely aching. He revealed a warm smile and greeted He Yian. Senior brother He, we will be in the same room from now on. If Qingyun has disturbed you, please forgive me. Immediately after, he added, I just got lost in my cultivation and practiced for a bit too long, not that I'm really weak. Before entering the view, I have also simmered my body. Speaking, he himself felt a bit pale and weak. After all, he was the origin of the strange Chui Weiner to pick, now can be false well. Ordinary things in the room, men and women happy, it is impossible to let him fall into such a weak situation, that is a demon girl. Ha, I understand, I did not expect Qingyun master brother is a funny person. But we have a lack of qualifications, it's useless to rush, we still have to take our time. After chatting for a few moments, He's initial unhappiness seemed to dissipate instantly and he talked and laughed happily with Li Qingyun. Even driven by a certain sense of psychological superiority, he began to instruct Li Qingyun on the do's and don'ts of collecting and refining qi as a senior brother. In this regard, Li Qingyun was humble enough to ask for guidance. He could also see that he should have already cultivated mana, although it might still be very meager, it was ultimately too much stronger than him. During the conversation, after knowing Li Qingyun's secular identity, being the third son of the Marquis of Qinghe, he was a bit more intimate, and also had a glint in his eyes, mentioning Qingyang fish, a rare specialty of Qinghe County. Qingyun, we are all of inferior qualifications, cultivation in the future will be incomparably difficult. To achieve something, the effort and resources required will undoubtedly far exceed those genius disciples that the great Tao favors. But there's no need for us to be presumptuous, the first thing we can do is that you and I, master and brother, should share each other's strengths and weaknesses. I come from the Blue Mountainy family, and my family is somewhat powerful, so by relying on the mountain to eat the mountain I can get the blue spirit grass which is the main ingredient to be able to refine the little grass pill, and your family has a channel for the clear sun fish. I've heard that if you eat more of this fish, your root and bone will improve over time, and it's especially suitable for our spiritual treasure views qi refining technique. He Yian was undoubtedly a talkative roommate and said a lot of words of encouragement. Li Qingyun also knew in his heart that Izun had his eyes on the Qingyang fish, and wanted to get the spiritual fish that even real sect cultivators were hot for from him, the third son of the Marquis. Chapter 8 Mysterious Taoist Statue. Li Qingyun sighed darkly, it's a pity, you Izun can still borrow the strength of your family and obtain resources to aid in your cultivation, but I'm a wastrel who has been given up. Qingyang fish that kind of spirit, I even only got 2 from Yuan Bao's mouth, on weekdays even if the Hofu has occasional harvests, and even if there are lucky fishermen who catch spirit fish and sell them to the Hofu, most of them fall into the hands of Chui's mother and son. Sentiment to sentiment, his face is a calm and indifferent, habitually maintains the style of the Marquis third young man, did not show the cowardice. Just think of the big black cat Yuan Bao now whereabouts unknown, life and death is difficult to predict, he cannot help but miss and worry. This spiritual cat of his own, but it can attract wealth, a real pity. After the two chatted for a while, he was overcome with alcohol and apologized, and without taking off his shoes, he directly laid down on the bed and fell asleep. The sound of snoring soon rang in the house. Listening to the snoring and smelling the stench of wine, Li Qingyun was somewhat helpless. This room was not a pure place for cultivation. Adapt to it for a few days first, later on, see if we can get an independent residence. The spiritual treasure Guan's character of wealth is the word of the day, everywhere hints at the character of wealth, it shouldn't be too hard to spend money if you're willing to do so. At this time, his body was so sore that he simply got on the bed as well, his legs naturally coiled up, flipping open the booklet, intending to read through the essentials. Qualification is not enough, wisdom comes to make up for it. He wanted to make up for his innate barrenness by reading through the techniques with his previous life's wisdom and vision. However, right after he set up a standard meditation posture, his face suddenly changed color, and a slight flush appeared on his pale and bloodless face. Shocked, puzzled, surprised, the expression was rich for a moment. What's going on here? At this moment, a mysterious Taoist image suddenly surfaced in the depths of his mind. It was somewhat like a sculpture, but also like a shadow projected by a real person. His entire body was glowing with a dull arcane light, his head was wearing a jade crown, he was dressed in a Taoist robe, his eyebrows were lowered, he was meditating in a piece of nothingness, and his attire looked very ancient. Li Qingyun's heart was flooded with a trace of strangeness. Somehow, it felt that this Tao statue silhouette had been forgotten for too long, like the statues of gods in those barren temples that no one had ever worshipped again. He had the intention to scrutinize the face of this Taoist statue, but his vision was suddenly blurred, and there was a foreign force interfering with it. But in his heart, he vaguely felt that the silhouette of the shadow's face seemed a bit familiar, or the kind of familiarity that looks very much like himself. Behind the shadow of the Tao statue was a deep darkness, so dark that it made him a little hairy. Li Qingyun felt that there seemed to be some unknown shadows in that darkness and chaos, and under his curiosity, his thoughts wanted to sweep past the image of the Tao to see what was going on, but his vision was suddenly blocked once again. No matter how he tried, he was unable to cross the horizontal line where the image of the Taoist statue was located. At the same time, a sense of panic suddenly appeared in his heart. It seemed to imply that he must not see or think, or else an unfathomable terror would appear. Li Qingyun could only press down on the confusion and curiosity in his heart, withdrawing his gaze and focusing on the body of the Tao statue once again. At this time, in front of the shadow of the Tao statue, there was a flash of light, and a small booklet was gently suspended in the air. He immediately sensed, "This is my treasure furnace nascent soul technique, and it was even projected into it?" Then, a trace of clear chi suddenly escaped from the top of the head of the Taoist statue's silhouette. At the same time, Li Qingyun felt a slight numbness in his chest. The numbness was subtle, yet clear. Even if it was just a little bit, it made him instantly feel a distinct tinge of warmth grow on his body. Warmth breathing like a hot spring, that is, the first birth of the nascent sword's mana. Isn't this what the nascent sword says, cultivating mana? He was instantly excited. Treasure furnace Naki skill, the chi extracted, is the spiritual chi of the genus of heaven and earth's fire and yang. Guide the success of the chi extraction, the body will have the feeling of bubbling hot springs bubbling up. I am clearly a cultivation waste body. Could it be that this Tao statue was practicing for me? Just now, he had been carefully guiding and collecting chi for so long as described in the Gong method, without any gains. Now that he was sitting cross-legged, a mysterious Taoist statue's shadow suddenly appeared in his mind, but it directly helped him cultivate a little bit of mana. Moreover, this state was continuing to happen. Every time a trace of clear chi emerged from the head of the Tao statue, a little more mana came out from Li Qingyun's body. It's actually possible to ignore the degree of comprehension of the Gongfu, and ignore the limitations of my fleshly body that doesn't have a Tao bone spirit root. It's been 3 years, am I finally awakening the golden finger? Li Qingyun was overcome with joy and emotion. After his soul crossed over and replaced the drowned third son of the Marquis, knowing that this world was a cultivation civilization, he was very fanatical inside. In order to cultivate his own refining sunbreak, he is clean, declined the Qinghe County quite a few golden ladies pulsating love, and never go to the greenhouse and other entertainment places, bitterly adhere to the Yuan Yang. More initially revealed lofty, as expected to get cheap old man Qingha Ho's regard, of course, also therefore alarmed Shui's mother and son, caused by the brutal crackdown suppression. But unexpectedly, he has been blindly busy, did not find the correct way to open the gold finger. It's also strange, it's not like I haven't meditated and exhaled before, and there wasn't any vision. Could it be that it is necessary to meditate paired with an authentic Daojian cultivation method, and the two add up in order to conjure up this double light shadow in the mind? Or perhaps, it was the timing that hadn't arrived before? Li Qingyun gazed at the shadow in his mind that was sitting cross-legged, as well as the pamphlet of nascent soul technique in front of the shadow, and speculated wildly in his heart. In the past, he didn't have the ability or opportunity to come into contact with authentic cultivation techniques, but he did understand some of the sideways that were very costly to cultivate. But the transcendent Gong method that could truly be practiced in its entirety, within the Qinghe Marquis residence, there was only that paraphernalia of the refining Yang fury. At the time of his surprise and emotion, the various meridians in his body were still sprouting mana shimmers one after another. For a moment, his body was tingling, like soaking in a hot spring that was so cozy and permeable. Mana, it seems to be born out of thin air, not from the sun's fiery radiance aura outside the bamboo house. Near the entire bamboo house, there is not the slightest fluctuation of spiritual chi surging and gathering. In his mind, that mysterious Taoist statue shadow, in a certain way that Li Qingyun could not understand, gave him a steady stream of mana. This was really somewhat heaven-defying. Master Dao, it looks like I'm going to be rich. Li Qingyun wanted to let out a loud laugh. For a moment, his chest was filled with pride, and he only felt that the great Dao was in sight, and he was no longer at a loss. Even the rumbling snores of his roommate, He, were much more pleasing to the ear. As long as he meditated with his legs crossed, that image would automatically emerge in the depths of his mind, practicing for him. Even, he didn't need to meditate and settle down, and all outside interference was unhindered. Bit after bit of mana, it grew in all parts of his meridians, like countless tiny star shimmers lighting up one after another in the long dark and boundless night of nothingness. Splendid and mysterious, it mesmerized and fascinated him. This is the poor Taoist's bitter cultivation. Chapter 9, Hidden Compulsion in the Body. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. Li Qingyun joyfully calculated. That virtual shadow meditating and cultivating could cultivate a little bit of mana approximately every second. This starry, scattered mana factor that was scattered all over the meridians was starry and a bit disorganized after it was nourished. In a matter of seconds, 100 points of shimmering light were lit up. Then, they pulled each other, as if the raindrops converged into a trickle, and abruptly condensed into a strand of mana that traveled like silk. This strand of mana, according to the running track of the treasure furnace nascent soul technique, wandered in the meridians like a spirit. Wherever it passed, his barren inner self and weak body began to benefit from it, and was nourished and repaired. That is to say, the three treasures of essence, chi and spirit were nourished, as described by the treasure furnace nascent technique. 100 seconds gives birth to 100 points, 100 points converge into one strand. The furnace of mana in Lu Nanling's mouth, how many strands is it again? According to this efficiency, I'm afraid that I'll enter the Tao in half a day and step into the first layer of chi refining, and I'm not even remotely close to those so-called geniuses and prides. However, he didn't have time to be happy. Right after the first strand of mana was condensed in his body, there was a sudden twinge of pain in his heart. He felt that deep in his heart, it seemed that something was lurking and coiled, and at this time, it was stimulated by the mana and awakened, devouring, tearing, and tossing. In particular, the strand of mana that had just been cultivated was like mud entering the sea, being devoured by that thing in his heart. What's going on? Here in my heart, how could there be such a bizarre parasite? Borrowing a bit of the freshly nourished mana, under his internal vision, he saw a scene that terrified him. Only to see that deep within his heart, there was actually a strange insect with a cloudy white body coiled around it. It was shaped like a white silkworm, but emitted a ferocious aura, with a hungry, greedy, and vicious look. He shuddered and his body trembled. He didn't even know when he fell into the trap and was quietly implanted with a parasite by someone's spell, or in a deadly place like the heart. For a moment, his thoughts raced, and the past of his life in the Marquis house shook in his mind like a walking light. Then, it dawned on him. Good Haijian Shui clan, good big brother Shitsi, what an outlawed tactic. No wonder, so relieved to let me worship in the Taoist temple, originally thought that they just decided that my clay body is mortal, and that entering the temple to cultivate is futile, but I didn't want to think that this pair of mother and son, but also secretly put a sinister shackle on me. This should be the rumored spirit devouring compulsions. Legend has it that when they reside in a cultivator's body, they will continue to devour mana, and after devouring enough nutrients to grow, they will further devour the soul and chi and blood, and ultimately turn the silkworm into a butterfly, cracking the shell and breaking the body. And the original owner who was parasitized by it, naturally, is dead. Li Qingyun only felt waves rippling in his heart, making it difficult to calm down. For parasites and other side information, he was not ignorant, on the contrary searched and understood quite a lot. It was just that he really did not expect that the main mother, Shui, and her son, would want to completely put him to death. Once it comes to the substantive competition of interests, these natives of Chui's is actually ruthless and cold to such a point. Whether it is Li Jiuling's refining Yang Fury or Chui's secret compulsion method, they are all considered to be sideways, belonging to the bottom of the contempt chain of the transcendental system in this realm. However, to mortals, they were still an unresolved repressive force. Li Qingyun had thought that after leaving the Hofu, he would be out of the cage from now on. How could he have thought that even if he was in the spiritual treasure view, he would still be remotely controlled by the shadow of the Hajin Shui clan? Thinking back to the road to Lingbaoguan, in Xuanshan, that pair of mouth posture, he only completely understand, that old slave why unscrupulous, emboldened. At this time, the spirit-devouring compulsion silkworm that was coiled in the depths of his heart, tasted the flavor of mana, and was already excited, constantly shaking his head and wagging his tail, nonchalantly devouring every bit of mana that was growing in his body. The eating was ugly, like an insatiable gourmand. Master Dao, I want to see just how much you can eat, and I'm not afraid of propping you up. Li Qingyun looked at the chubby white spirit-devouring silkworm. After devouring a few strands of mana, the silkworm's body was obviously much more swollen, and he could not help but feel a stirring in his heart. Simply cross his heart, maintain the meditation position, mana nourishment source. Let it gulp. What all have should have a limit. Devouring silkworms cannot be exempted from the example, no matter how to say, it is also a side door, or a head of larvae. With that mysterious Tao image shadow in his mind backing him up, Li Qingyun was bottomless. An hour passed. Nearly 2 hours passed. One desperately instilling, one vigorously devouring, Li Qingyun bitterly insisted on enduring this torment. Unconsciously, it was already near dusk. Outside the bamboo house, the afterglow in the sky was wrapping up, and the maple leaves all over the mountain were flushed with dark red, poignant and with a hint of blood-stained strangeness. Senior brother Cheng Yun, could it be that you have been meditating hard enough? But it's useless to just meditate, you have to follow the qi harvesting posture of the gongfu tips. He finally woke up from his sleep, and the smell of alcohol was thick in the house. He got up and washed up, and when he saw Li Qingyun Jun with a grim face still meditating to death in a more vigorous manner, he couldn't help but shake his head and burst out laughing. In his opinion, this was blind practicing that was not allowed. No talent, no enlightenment, and the person was still stupid. This roommate of his own was really strange and pitiful. Cultivating according to the method has no sense of qi. Could it be that you can pick up qi by foolishly meditating? It's true that stupidity is the biggest roadblock on the road to cultivation. Set off by his pig-like roommate, a sense of superiority arises in Yi's heart. Give it a rest, I'll take you to the dining hall, but you won't be able to buy anything good if you go late. Yi's smile grew brighter as he walked over, to pull Li Qingyun out of bed. Then I'd like to thank Brother He for leading the way, I also want to see the food in the catering hall. Li Qingyun got up, moving his numb and sore limbs, his smile was slightly far-fetched, and in Yi's eyes, it was a resentful demeanor. Li Qingyun was of course a bit upset. Nearly 2 hours. If it wasn't for this spirit-devouring silkworm coiled in his heart, he felt that he should have already accomplished his cultivation and possessed at least one furnace of mana. That was the introductory standard mentioned by Lu Nanling's mouth, and also the first level of qi refining as stated in the treasure furnace qi nascent technique. On the contrary, this spirit-devouring silkworm had swallowed all of his mana cleanly. Although the silkworm's body was bulging and swollen, more than twice as much as when it first awakened, it didn't burst, but instead, its breath grew stronger and stronger. The spirit was good. If it continues like this, it might be cheapening this worm for nothing. It just so happened that He-Zhan woke up from his sleep to invite him, so Li Qingyun stopped meditating by the way. Exiting the bamboo house, he walked side by side with He-Zhan, and the two of them talked and laughed. In the hazy dusk, the night began to cover the mountains and forests, and he saw that the nearby bamboo house, from time to time, there were Taoist people walking out and rushing towards the side of the dining hall. Those were all disciples of the Guan who were similar to him, at least more than half of them, without any mana fluctuation aura on their bodies. None of them should have truly been initiated, i.e., they hadn't condensed a furnace of mana. Chapter 10, Life in the Back Mountain. Most of the people who stayed in the living area of this bamboo house should not have good qualifications. Many of them were similar to Li Qingyun and belonged to the category of idle disciples in the temple, only that their families had money and backgrounds, so they were able to get the Taoist fortune and join the temple to seek a status and support, or to mix with others for a comfortable life. Of course, we also harbor a hint of luck in cultivation. Just in case they step over the threshold and enter the Tao. Li Qingyun didn't see here, like Lin Wanjin and other imposing disciples, it was evident that those who lived in this back of Shandong mountain shelter were basically scum. Those who had good Dao bones and spiritual roots were either accepted as personal disciples by Dao masters like Lu Nanling, or they were probably directly entering the real spiritual treasure sect's mountain gate behind them. Senior brother He, how about we continue the Dao discussion and drink at night? This is the new senior brother Li Qingyun, right? He is quite handsome, but he looks a bit weak. I heard that over at the West Shelter, a very temperamental and pretty little senior sister came in the afternoon, a direct descendant of the Fufeng Lin family. The maple forest was dark red, the lights and shadows swayed. On the way to the dining hall, the widely traveled He-Zun stopped from time to chat with some enthusiastic fellow disciples. He also introduced Li Qingyun to everyone. His identity as the third youngest of the Marquis of Qinghe's residence was still relatively useful, and everyone appeared to be very warm and kind. He was new to spiritual treasure view. It was also necessary for him to get to know more friends, and if he wanted to inquire about anything, it would all be more convenient. The night was dusky and the lights were on, illuminating a rather lively building. Lingbo Guanbak Mountain Meal Hall, located in a depression between. It was specially opened for disciples who were not yet able to open their grains and serve their qi. In the chat, Li Qingyun also learned that the elite disciples who had accomplished cultivation within the original view all had independent and private residences, usually less than showing up, and even more hardly appeared in the dining hall. Those senior brothers, the Sea of Qi are condensed out of the treasure furnace prototype, mana profound, they usually stay in the residence buried in the cultivation, are running at the end of the year to enter the sect of a few valuable places to go. AI is not it, people die of anger, I and other qualifications are limited, but can only su tu ji. mentioning those cultivation success of the senior brothers and sisters, he and the new acquaintance in Huan and other people. Between the expression is hard to hide envy, as well as the color of the slightest bit of jealousy. On the contrary, it was that end-of-the-year quota to enter the sect that made Li Qingyun's heart flutter, and he made a note of it for the time being. It sort of confirmed his previous guess that Spiritual Treasure View really had a strong sect background. He and the others fetched their utensils and began to beat the meal. The food category of the dining hall was quite rich, with a wide variety of meat and vegetables, with an overflowing aroma and a full range of colors and flavors. In Li Qingyun's opinion, quite a few of them were considered to be the real delicacies of the mortal world, which the average person could not afford to eat, nor could they come into contact with. There were even a few types of true spirit food, such as spirit rice porridge, red deer meat and the like. It was the prices that were quite shocking. If the consumption level could be a bit more affordable, Li Qingyun really felt that this was a good place to lie down and retire. Those mortal delicacies at the stalls could easily cost a few taels of silver per serving, and the most expensive ones could only be purchased with gold. The 2 or 3 types of spirit food even required spirit stones to purchase. In addition, Li Qingyun also saw a free food stall. Meals and ordinary people's home-cooked meals are almost the same. Coarse grains and vegetables do not see meat. And this free food stall, in his observation, was rarely patronized. Most of the disciples who appeared in this canteen were from wealthy families, and had obtained the Taoist Fate license from the Spiritual Treasure Cultivation Center through different channels. Before joining the temple, they were all living a good life, so how would they go to eat the rough and bland free food? The free food stall was prepared for the category of people who were the least fortunate in the Guan. Xing saw that occasionally 1 or 2 Taoists in hairy old Taoist robes, humbly bowing their heads, quickly hit the free food and then hurriedly left without stopping. Amidst the mocking talk and laughter of the bystanders, he heard that these disciples who beat the free food used to be very generous in their outpourings. It was just that their mortal world's clans had suffered changes one after the other, declining or even outright dying out, and were no longer able to continue to provide for them. The world infested with demons and monsters, any accidents may happen, even a carelessness of the Marquis of Qinghe may suddenly fall. The human world is unpredictable and unpredictable. In this world, life is undoubtedly fragile. Li Qingyun thought in his heart, and then also spent 10 taels of silver, according to Yi's standard of food, and followed the customs of the country to play of mountain treasures and sea food. These few Taoists who just met sat at a table, talked and laughed in low voices, and ate and drank. This was the first time he came to the dining hall. Li Qingyun didn't want to show his cowardice in front of He and the others in order to maintain his persona as the third son of the Marquis. In his heart, he was calculating how long he could maintain this follow the customs life with the little money he had brought with him. 2,000 silver bills, 50 taels of gold, and some pearls and jewelry, etc. This was the last bit of savings he barely kept. Perhaps Yin Xuanshan had long ago realized that there was something strange about the baggage, but probably knew the inner workings of the Spiritual Treasure Guan's wealth character, so he didn't bother to take it away. Right now, it seemed that it really wasn't enough to spend. At this rate of spending, if he doesn't cut down on his expenses and get some work done at Spiritual Treasure Guan, he really won't be able to live a good life for a few years with just this amount of money. Spiritual Treasure View as its name, everywhere to spend money. Life to spend money, cultivation to resources, money has all kinds of convenience, no money everything is difficult. Compared to this roommate, Li Qingyun could see that the other party had already cultivated some mana, and might intend to specialize in talismanic techniques in the future. In the future, even if it is difficult to advance in cultivation, but with a handful of means of drawing charms, down the mountain into the mortal world, can also earn a considerable amount of money. With the shadow of demons looming over the people need a lot of talismans to avoid ghosts and drive away evil spirits. But for He to be successful, the amount of money he spends on talisman paper, gold powder, dan sand, etc. is definitely not a small amount in a year. According to Yi's showy revelation, he had also practiced 2 spells, but had not yet truly comprehended and mastered them, and had to keep investing resources in order to reach the level of fire to cast spells smoothly. If there were no spirit stones or elixirs to quickly recharge, and just relying on meditating and guiding to recover, it would be a monkey's age for He to hone his spells to the pure realm. In Li Qingyun's opinion, the base of the Blue Mountain He family was a few points weaker than even the Marquis of Qinghe. Even if He was a direct descendant of the family, and the family was willing to spend a great deal of money, hard piling up money to cultivate, but without more than 5 or 6 years, He still might not even be able to reach the entry standard of 1 furnace of mana. Senior brothers, since we have already entered the koan to cultivate, we can't rely on the family to provide for us. I don't know if the senior brothers have any good living paths to point out for Qingyun. Senior brother Qingyun just came to the mountain and he feels the pressure? The Marquis of Qinghe's family is very powerful. You're the third son of the hall. The Marquis will always fulfill the cultivation needs for the first few years. Oh, senior brother, don't panic, there are all kinds of open source doorways within the view, let's listen to us one by one. Lee Ching-yun had worries in his heart, and during the meal and chat, he also subtly brought up the topic from time to time, asking about the doorway to mixing life within the view. Only then did he learn that the original view will also provide various ways to make money for the disciples in the view. For example, a variety of miscellaneous work in the back of the mountain, the front view of all kinds of work, and so on. Cultivation is successful, but also in the view of the external affairs of the hall to take the task, down the mountain puja, catching ghosts and demons and people, etc., you can get gold and silver, spirit stones and contribution points of reward. Chapter 11, Relieving Hidden Dangers. Taking the opportunity to clear up Lee Ching-yun's confusion, these people incidentally enthusiastically marketed their business. Senior brotherly, in the future, if you want small grass pills, you can come to me, I have a doorway, it's 2 cents cheaper than the guan in the Idan room. Xing-yun, senior brother, I also have some resources here, I have cheaper channels for those big ticket feats and know-how from the hidden scripture building. Top quality talisman paper, peach wood, and even iron essence, I'm well stocked here and I guarantee to give senior brother the best price. Xing-yun, if you have channels for Qingyang fish, you might as well sell them to us first. Each and every one of them was a human savant, with their own way of making money, no wonder they didn't blink even when they spent high in the dining hall. Lee Ching-yun and he, Yin Huan, Gu Xiaohuang, and the others ate and talked, and quickly became quite familiar with each other. As the third son of the Marquis of Qinghe's residence, he was also the one that he, Zhan, and the others focused on befriending. They didn't know that Lee Ching-yun was actually a deposed person, and couldn't borrow power from his family, let alone talk about Qingyang fish. Otherwise, these senior brothers must be in a different posture. After eating, everyone left the dining hall. Halfway there, he, Zhan, hooked up with Gu Xiaohuang and the others to go to some kind of Dharma discourse meeting again in the evening. Lee Ching-yun, on the other hand, called out to Yin Huan, who had a good chat earlier. Brother Yin, you just said that you have a doorway to obtaining spells, I would like to ask if I can get my hands on spells in terms of repelling parasites, or other methods? There was a spirit-devouring compassion coiled in his heart, devouring it greedily and uncontrollably, so naturally, it was necessary to pull it out as early as possible. Exorcise the parasites? There are naturally spells in this area, but I see that senior brother you have yet to cultivate your mana, so even if the spells are in your hands, you will not be able to perform them. Under the night lights, Yin Huan looked at Lee Ching-yun's pale face with more than a little seriousness, and after a little contemplation, offered his suggestion. Xing-yun, I know a senior uncle in the Guan, if it's to exorcise the parasites for you, I can ask him to do it, it's just a mere side issue, and it will definitely not leave any hidden dangers. But the cost is a bit expensive, at least 10 spirit stones, it also depends on the degree of difficulty to finalize the pricing. At least 10 spirit stones. Lee Ching-yun stuttered and sighed lightly in his heart. Brother Yin, then we'll see. It's actually a friend of mine who has been bewitched and wants to see if there is a solution in the Guan. He could only politely decline. Lee Ching-yun knew the importance of spirit stones, that was the circulating currency and cultivation resources amongst true cultivators. A spirit stone was worth at least 10 taels of gold, but even if there was more gold, it might not be able to be exchanged for a spirit stone. In this world, the boundary between mortals and cultivators is not so clear-cut, but mixed together, many side forces, transcendental families and loose cultivators, etc., all dominate one side in the mortal world. Because of the demons and monsters, without the blessing of transcendent cultivators, mortals cannot survive and reproduce at all. The so-called Yu Kingdom, whose royal family itself is the most powerful transcendent family in the mortal world, is said to have a very strong clan behind it. Therefore, over the years, those spirit stones and even magic weapons were inevitably dispersed into the mortal world. A few years ago, Lee Ching-yun, relying on the background of the Marquis, with the eyes and mind of his previous life, strategized the place and made a great deal of industry, and even received dozens of spirit stones, only that they all fell into the hands of Cui and the others now. Maple shadows, drifting red like blood, the two separated at the fork in the mountain road. Lee Ching-yun had no desire to loiter and returned directly to the bamboo house. I just don't believe that you can take all my mana as it is when I have a constant source of mana. He thought in his mind and continued to meditate. In his mind, the shadow of the Tao image also immediately followed. He faced calm, sitting on his knees. In front of him floated an illusory version of the Treasure Furnace Nascent Soul Technique pamphlet. The shadow of the Taoist statue had its eyebrows lowered, sitting like a stone sculpture, but a trace of clear qi began to emerge from the top of its head. And within Lee Ching-yun's body, like water veins intertwining in various parts of the meridians and orifices, mana shimmering lights were growing one after another, a little bit to the east and a little bit to the west, with no particular pattern. These mana shimmering lights reflected the dark nothingness within the body. This inner darkness of nothingness cannot be measured from the outer reality of the space, just like the meridian orifices, the outer scale to estimate the space capacity and how big it can be. But the cultivation of deep cultivators, acupuncture points such as the opening of the sky, can be surging mana, can contain the magic treasure, magic weapon, mysterious. The darkness and emptiness within the cultivator's body is often characterized by concepts such as inner view, divine hidden, and heart phase in this realm's Taoist calligraphy scriptures. In the treasure furnace nascent technique, there was also a mention of the dark void within the body. With success in washing and refining the three treasures, one can visualize the inner divine hide and tap into more potential. It did not mention more in depth. Under Li Qingyun's internal vision, the dark nothingness in his body that seemed to have no boundaries felt incomparably mysterious and magical, and there was even some awe and trepidation of the unknown. In the future, he might be able to understand more if he read more profound Dharma scriptures and Taoist books. But for now, he could only store this doubt. Very soon. Inside Li Qingyun's body, the sporadic shimmering lights of mana, under the pull of each other, once again converged into a thin stream of mana. Then, that spirit-devouring silkworm deep in his heart, which was getting whiter and fatter, once again wriggled its body, opened its mouth and sucked in, coveting this strand of mana. This amount of food is a bit deep. He was secretly alarmed, not knowing where the limit of this spirit-devouring silkworm's devouring was. One had to realize that before going to the dining hall, it had already spoiled 1 or 2 furnaces of his mana. But, then, let's move on. The mana kept coming, and the spirit-devouring silkworm didn't stop talking, devouring it all. Its shadowy white body also continued to expand and swell, becoming more and more bulbous and fat. I don't know how long that parasite body surface has begun to have silk yellow aura cracked and dispersed out. Li Qingyun's heart was revitalized, finally seeing hope. This parasite keeps devouring, it is finally somewhat saturated. Under his observation, this fat silkworm was about to burst, but it just couldn't control its mouth, still devouring in large mouthfuls, greedily eating up every strand of his mana. This parasite, it should have been enchanted, it can only keep devouring. Shui can't allow me to cultivate mana, but where could she have expected that the current me, as long as I meditate, mana nourishment is endless? Time passed, it was already late at night, and the moon covered the bleak red maple mountain. Finally, he was delighted to find that after the spirit-devouring silkworm's body had swelled several times, that speed of devouring mana finally slowed down. Even, it began to resist the drawing of mana. However, it was forced to continue devouring it anxiously due to the instructions. It instinctively began to save itself, the rounded body of the silkworm head and tail together, coiled into a fat ring of yellow aura flashing, to enter some kind of metamorphosis state. As Li Qingyun took a look, his heart grew more and more urgent, knowing that he could not give it a chance to catch its breath. Otherwise it might lose all its efforts. He had a premonition that once this compass silkworm metamorphosed, its ability to devour would definitely increase greatly, and he would be even more passive. Tonight, you must hold out. 2 hours passed. Li Qingyun maintained his meditation posture for a long time and once again felt his tendons and bones soften, his limbs tingling, his meridians swollen and painful, and he even began to see stars in his eyes. This physical body of his, even if it had just been nourished by mana for a moment or two, it was still a dreg's body that could not be stimulated by mana for a long period of time. But for the sake of his path, he had to grit his teeth and hold on. The spirit-devouring compass in him, only one could be left behind tonight. Buzz. Suddenly, as if in the underworld, a muffled thunder-like foreign sound rang out. The entire bamboo house was suddenly revitalized, and the dust and ash on the roof fell down. Chapter 12 Mana Surge. It's finally done. Li Qingyun rose with a long laugh, his pale face filled with joy. A faint layer of bright yellow aura also burst out from his body. In his heart, the fat, rolling spirit-devouring compulsion silkworm that was coiled and struggling, finally burst after severely over-devouring it. The round body of the silkworm exploded into a cloud of spirit paste. The spiritual pulp glowed with a dazzling yellow aura, pumping out from the heart and then quickly dispersing all over the body, rapidly nourishing Qingyun Li's body. Tendons plucked, bones grew, blood qi was born, and the fleshly body slowly became stronger. As Li Qingyun listened to the strange sounds of bones chirping and tendons opening on his body, a faint hint of enlightenment surged in his heart. My essence, it seems to be getting a hint of enhancement and sublimation. He recalled the legend about the spirit-devouring compass. This particular kind of compulsion, there were only 2 ways to end up. Either it devours everything in the host and finally transforms into a butterfly and splits its body, later turning into a brand new spirit butterfly existence. Either B. Put compulsion master, advanced spells to take out, seize it to draw the essence of mana, turn into a person qualification enhancement of the food. How could Shui think that all these means of hers would end up accomplishing Li Qingyun instead? In her opinion, a commoner son of the Marquis house who did not have a Dao bone and spiritual root, even if he stayed in the Guan for 10 years, he would not be able to cultivate any mana, and this spirit-devouring compass would probably remain dormant for the rest of his life. Shui also ordered me to write a letter back to the house every month to report the progress of cultivation in detail. This is by the way to monitor the devouring situation of the spirit-devouring silkworm. Today, but I drew back the traces and jumped out of the cage. In the coming days, there will be rewards. Oh. Li Qingyun thought coldly. The yellow on-star points on his body were hidden. That was the outward manifestation of the qi of the mana returning to his body. At this moment, under the nourishment of the spirit-devouring silkworm's yellow-on spirit pulp, the hundreds and thousands of pores on the surface of his body began to continuously discharge those black impurities of oily mud. The acidic odor permeated the room, and he couldn't even stand smelling it himself. He felt that he was also in an unprecedentedly good state. This body, the qi, blood, and essence that had been emptied by the demoness, were slowly recovering. And now, because of the fusion of mana breath, the whole body's qi and blood was glowing with a tinge of yellow aura, strong and vigorous, even better than before. The yellow-on spirit pulp from the spirit-devouring silkworm's exploded body had all turned into nutrients for his body. Together with the treasure furnace qi nascent technique, it already had the effect of slightly enhancing the basic qualifications of spirit treasure view disciples. Under the superposition of the two, it vaguely enhanced Li Qingyun's so-called Daobone spiritual root by a sliver. Although it wasn't obvious, at least he was no longer a complete insulator of cultivation, slightly stronger than his previous complete wasted physique. For other people's cultivation, it was the Daobone spiritual roots that they first had before cultivating their mana. As for him, Li Qingyun, he relied on the golden finger of the substitute void, first nourishing the mana, then feeding the physical body, and little by little improving his qualifications. Of course, the latter would at most make up for some of it, and to truly transcend levels and transform one's body, it was almost impossible to do so. Unless one could get the rare heavenly treasures that could assist the cultivator in metamorphosing his essence, as recorded in the Dao Shu Dharma scriptures. Gotta go to the water pond near the bamboo house and take a good bath. Li Qingyun couldn't help but laugh out loud. The mana in his body instantly flowed, the soles of his feet faintly glowed, and his figure instantly accelerated, running towards the water pond on the east side of the bamboo house. Even if he hadn't practiced any body-type spells yet, and was just purely running his mana, his current speed was far beyond normal. There were numerous streams, water pools, and even a few hot springs in the back of the mountain, making it a natural bathing ground for disciples within the Guan. The disciples in the Guan are of mixed quality, filled with many He, Li Qingyun and other such bad roots of the scrappers, but also a little more of the atmosphere of mortal life. So many people have to eat, drink, wash and sleep. In fact, there is not much difference from before going up the mountain to join the view. The next day, Li Qingyun continued to house in the bamboo house to meditate. While meditating, he carefully studied the treasure furnace qi nascent technique that only had the first 3 layers. At my speed, the 3rd layer of qi refining will only take a few days of work. With that mysterious Dao statue's virtual image in his mind, he was now cultivating, somewhat similar to hanging up, just needing to maintain the meditation posture. In the morning, without the spirit-devouring compasses to haunt him, he finally accumulated a furnace of mana and successfully stepped into that threshold of cultivation. A wisp of bright yellow mana, qi hovered in the dantian, easily stepping into the qi refining realm. In the sea of qi in the dantian, wisps of bright yellow qi, constructed and condensed into the outline shape of a simple and ancient treasure furnace. This treasure furnace was the unique Gong method vision born from the successful cultivation of the treasure furnace qi nascent technique. Li Qingyun, too, had successfully stepped into the first level of qi refining. Right now, he was so enthusiastic about meditating that he was willing to sit until the end of time as long as his body could hold on. His roommate, He, had only returned to the house in the morning. His steps were a bit staggered and he still smelled of alcohol. This roommate went to bed again and huffed and puffed, causing the room to be filled with the smell of alcohol. He was living quite a dashing life in spiritual treasure view. Li Qingyun had just moved in and saw him feasting constantly, enjoying himself in a drunken state. The 2 unfinished talismans on the table seemed to have been forgotten by He and remained as they were. Brother, he's little life in this Guan, tsk. Li Qingyun endured the smell of alcohol that filled the bamboo house and meditated, occasionally adjusting his sitting posture and his somewhat numb body. In his heart, he wondered if he should go outside among the mountains and forests and find a quiet and uninhabited place to meditate and cultivate. But now that he was immersed in the joy of rapid cultivation growth, that he didn't even want to move a bit. Unconsciously, the autumn sun was shining high and it was already noon. Li Qingyun's cultivation had risen insanely with amazing results. At this moment in his body, the sea of qi is unknown. In the precious furnace, more than 300 strands of mana are like clouds rising, and with his mind, like the Tang snake electric light traveling through the body's meridians and orifices. The cycle of life is endless, repeated, like an arm and a leg. Totaling 3.5 furnaces of mana. It was mentioned in the precious furnace chi naturing skill that all the cultivation sects in this realm use furnace as the unit of measurement of mana to roughly measure the cultivator's strength of the Tao line. One furnace is the first level of chi refining, and from then on, they are separated from mortals and become true cultivators. 10 furnaces of mana, the second level of chi refining. 20 furnaces of mana, the third layer of chi refining. And so on. Just in terms of mana, the 9th level of chi refining is like 80 furnaces of mana. And for the great perfection of chi refining, it would be 99 furnaces of mana. With the blessing of Tao Image Void Shadow Brother, I meditate to nourish a little bit of mana every second, and in about an hour and a half, I'll be able to condense a furnace of mana. Currently, with no external interference, the limit for daily meditation is 6 hours, that's 4 furnaces of mana. If we continue at this rate, the great perfection of chi refining will only be a month or so. It's true that this fleshly body is too mediocre in talent. Meditating for a full 6 hours under the constant impact of mana, the meridians and orifices of my entire body can't withstand it, and I can't furiously brush up my cultivation, otherwise I'm going to meditate until the end of days. Still, this cultivation enhancement speed of mine is too shocking. In case I encounter a high-ranking person within the Guan, I might be immediately exposed, and my qualification can't explain it. Therefore, it is also necessary to learn a method to hide my cultivation. Meditating for the morning, Li Qingyun meticulously analyzed his situation and gradually his mind became clear. At lunchtime, Li Qingyun wanted to call on Izhan to go with him, and after calling twice and seeing that he did not respond, he went to the dining hall to eat alone. When he came back after lunch, he saw that He had already gotten up and had bathed in the nearby water pool. Chapter 13, Sister He Lai. He put on a new robe, hairpin and crown and carefully cleaned himself up and down, becoming more and more elegant, which was not a bad look. A strange color flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't wait to go out. Senior Brother Cheng Yun, last night at the Dharma discussion, I begged for a good job at Senior Brother Zhang's place, and I'm going to go to the front view to do work in the afternoons of these 2 months. Why don't you guess what I'm going to do? Before leaving, He also did not forget to show off in front of Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun just laughed and saw his roommate off in a flirty manner. After coming into contact with him, he felt that he should have gotten a good feel of He's temperament and temperament. Before joining the temple, He was a direct descendant of the Blue Mountain He family, and was used to a life of privilege. After joining the Spiritual Treasure Cultivation Center, the management of the center was relatively lax, and it was easy to talk about money and everything, so his own continued to live a free and happy life. In addition to being greedy for pleasure and a bit high-minded, other bad thoughts are not present for the time being. The probability is that he went to the child-seeking temple to be a receptionist Taoist, just dressing up so attentively. He won't be in a Taoist temple but still thinking of womanizing, right? Li Qingyun laughed lightly in his heart. I hope that Spiritual Treasure Guan's child-seeking business is all serious. In a world infested with demons and monsters, any temple that had the real ability to get rid of demons and suppress them would definitely not lack incense and believers. Spirit Treasure Temple is located in Maple Mountain, is the most popular Taoist temple in the surrounding 3 counties. The disciples within the temple tour the surrounding area all year round, killing and expelling the demons, blessing the mortal people, so it is very popular. I heard that the temple is also very spiritual. The temple enshrines Li Qingyun has not heard of the Spiritual Treasure Pure Young Taoist Monarch, is said to have sent thousands of children. In towns and villages near and far, those noble women and young women who were thirsty for children would come to burn incense and pay homage. Li Qingyun did not envy He's good job. Contacting some flowers and plants was just a matter of concern. How could it be compared to the joy of having his cultivation soaring? Now that his cultivation was soaring, he should be considered to be at the top of the list amongst the fellow wastrels in this bamboo house area. Most of the people here, like He, have practiced some chi sense, but they are still far from a furnace of mana. His own, who is a self-proclaimed dashing and high-minded person, has been in the temple for half a year, and with the constant supply of resources from his family, he has only managed to cultivate a slight amount of mana, and I am afraid that he is still a long way from the entry standard of a furnace. There are also a few people, like Li Qingyun, who have no spiritual roots, have not cultivated half of the mana, is to mix a comfortable and carefree days. Among the Taoist disciples in this row of bamboo houses, only a few of them had truly entered the cultivation and stepped into the first level of the chi refining realm. It had only been a day since Li Qingyun had entered the temple, and he had already surpassed the majority of his fellow disciples who were fishing without moving. He felt that it would not take many years for him to become a great power in this realm. As long as he had the appropriate realm technique, he could let the shadow of the Tao image do the work for him, and be a low-profile and happy pussy, silently raising his cultivation level. Cannot be too cozy. But Trey's bullying, always warning him, can be as low-profile as possible. Low-profile, quietly become stronger is the king of the road. Now he is far from the previous third son of the Marquis, and already has the capital to be low-key and luxurious. Late afternoon, Shisha. The maple forest was covered, and the mountain wind carried a hint of coldness. A young Taoist with a somewhat handsome face, his robe sleeves pulled up high, happily humming a small song, was drying his freshly washed Taoist robes and undergarments on the branches of a tree outside the bamboo house. He had just taken a bath at the water pool, his hair was still wet and draped over both shoulders, looking a little fresh. Hey, do you know which room the new senior brother, Lee Qing-yun, is staying in? The young Taoist was spreading out his clothes when he suddenly heard a clear bell-like female voice ringing behind him, making him feel as if a fresh breeze and flowing spring had swept over his ears. He turned to look in surprise, but was in a trance. His eyes were all a little misty, and the color of astonishment and admiration could no longer be contained from surfacing on his face. Lu, senior sister Lu. The young Taoist looked at the elegant and dusty white girl a few steps away, and only felt his heart instantly beat violently, and he couldn't even speak very well. The soft afternoon sunlight, through the light mist as well as the maple forest branches and leaves, sprinkled on that slender and graceful delicate figure, reflecting her entire person as white jade-like glow, exceptionally bright and colorful. There was even a gust of mountain wind blowing that soft and smooth as a cloud of green silk, setting off her as if she was a fairy in the forest. Giggle, why are you dumbfounded? If you know, then lead the way. The white-clothed girl laughed lightly, the corners of her glistening mouth faintly hanging with a hint of self-satisfied rhyme. Lu Liqian enjoyed the expression of admiration and fascination that naturally flowed from her heart when the young Taoist faced her. She had always been confident in her own charisma, or else how could she have made elder brother Yan's heart flutter in the first place? Good. Senior sister Lu, I know senior brother Li, he is also considered to be a bit famous since he just came here. He said that he is a silly naive who only knows how to meditate. The young Taoist Wang Boing was Lu Liqian. That smile, almost the soul is floating, immediately slightly bent down, leading the white clothes fluttering beautiful and boundless senior sister towards the C7 bamboo house. While leading the way, he kept turning back with admiring eyes, peeking at the fairy-like demeanor of senior sister Lu. However, when he mentioned Lee Qing-yun, he showed a bit of caution, revealing a contemptuous teasing gesture. Room C7, the new senior sister Li, was a nerd who could only bury his head in meditation, and it had already spread somewhat in private. Wang Beiying inexplicably felt a tinge of jealousy. Why did senior sister Lu come to find that straw man Lee Qing-yun? Well, what's going on? When we met in the hall yesterday, that Lee Qing-yun didn't look like a stupid person either. When Lu Liqian heard this, she was slightly stunned and couldn't help but feel a little hesitant in her heart. She was very selective, and she never placed any ordinary people in her eyes. Even if she had to find someone she could control to cover herself up, she didn't want to find a stupid person. Thinking of this, Lu Liqian took a lotus step, gently ruffled a strand of hair by her crystal earlobe, and asked with a light smile, "This senior brother, I still don't know your name?" She felt that the young Taoist was somewhat handsome and admired her so much, so perhaps he could also be an alternative. Senior sister Lu, my name is Wang Beiying, a native of Suyang City. I joined the View last year. I got Su Master's Dao Fate card to go to the mountain, and I've been practicing diligently for the past 2 years, and I've already cultivated some mana. Wang Beiying's face was flushed with red light, and he was busy introducing himself. He was overjoyed in his heart, feeling that he had gotten lucky today. Senior sister Lu was such a fairy character, and had always been above board, not showing any color to the ordinary disciples in the Guan, but now she was taking the initiative to ask for his name. Wang Boing, not a bad name, I'll remember it. Lu Liqian smiled lightly, and then her smile converged, restoring her usual sense of coolness and dustiness. Light wind blowing, she tilted her head slightly, her neck white as jade, more and more appeared to be clear and elegant and unattainable. She was born to know this way. In a few words, Wang Boing was amused and confused, and he became even more obsessed with her and admired her. It was the master Su mentioned by Wang Beiying that made her somewhat unhappy. That Su Shi is the View in charge of the inspector's position of Su Song Yuan Su Deacon, and her father Lu Nanling's status is equivalent, but each other has always been at odds. This Wang Beiying, temporarily stay and look again. Chapter 14 If There Is a Meaning. Soon, Wang Boing accompanied Lu Liqian to the outside of Li Qingyan's bamboo house. Senior sister Lu, this is the place. He was about to walk up and lift the curtain, but was stopped by Lu Liqian. Lu Liqian resumed her usual cool and indifferent demeanor, gently waved her hand and said, "Senior sister Wang, why don't you go? I have some things to talk about with senior sister Li Qingyun." Wang Boying's expression was slightly stagnant, and even a hint of jealousy showed in his eyes. He covetously glanced at senior sister Lu, but still left obediently, just a little bit dragging his feet. It seemed that he wanted to listen to what senior sister Lu and that nerd who could only meditate could talk about. The corner of Lu Liqian's mouth spilled out a smug smile. Then, she moved lightly with lotus steps and softly snapped the door. "Is senior brother Qing Yun available?" Her bell-like voice naturally carried a bit of haughty flavor. But what was rare today was that in her arrogance, there was clearly more softness. Inside the room, Li Qingyun showed a surprised look. Senior sister Lu, a person with such a personality, how could she be so enthusiastic and take the initiative to come to the door to find me, a loser senior brother? After stepping into the first level of qi refinement, Li Qingyun became deaf and clear-eyed, so of course he had long heard the conversation and footsteps outside the house. He stopped meditating and without, collected the mana breath surging within his body before walking to open the door. Anyway, after meditating for a long time, his meridians were a bit up and sore under the mana flushing, so it was just time to take a breather. Senior sister Lu, please come in, why are you free to come? Li Qingyun pulled open the door and saw the beautiful Lu Liqian in front of the door in white clothes. He was also a little dazzled by her jade skin and snowy light, lotus root arms and silver rings. Just by looking at her appearance, the senior sister Lu, who was actually not older than him by 2 years, was still very attractive. However, after the short contact at Lu Nanling's residence, his intuition told him that this senior sister Lu was best not approached. How is it, Qingyun, you should still be adapting well in the back of the mountain, right? Seeing that Li Qingyun was somewhat afraid to look directly at her face, Lu Liqian could not help but feel satisfied in her heart, her mouth smiling. With a few moments of reserve and softness, she gently walked into the bamboo house. Her eyes wandered, picking and quickly surveying the house. Senior sister, please have a seat. I just entered the temple. The house is simple, there is nothing to entertain. Li Qingyun moved a bamboo chair and offered Lu Liqian a seat. It was more or less a bit awkward, he had just arrived, there was really nothing to entertain. Lu Liqian had taken the initiative to visit with enthusiasm, and he could not even drink a mouthful of fresh tea. Fortunately, Lu Liqian seems to have become much gentler, not as sharp as in the middle of the hall. Her clear and beautiful face, revealing a soft smile, quite understanding, jokingly said, Senior sister, I came to look for you, and not just to beg for a mouthful of tea. Qingyun, when I first saw you yesterday, I felt that you were quite eye-catching, and just now I happened to pass by this side, so I stopped by to take a look at you. Under Li Qingyun's gaze that looked a bit coy, she reached out and ruffled her hair in front of her forehead with a graceful gesture. Well, I heard someone outside already say that you bury your head in meditation all day long. Do you have any doubts about your cultivation? It just so happens that senior sister is here, and I am in a good mood, so I can give you some pointers. Lu Liqian spoke softly, a little reserved and appeared a little enthusiastic. The distance was taken very well. Then I will trouble senior sister, I still have some doubts. Li Qingyun smiled faintly, took out the booklet and began to ask for guidance on the doubts marked inside. It was a rare opportunity for a senior sister to enthusiastically come to the door to give pointers. These are all very simple. Lu Liqian came forward to look at it. Her skin was as bright as snow, and her fragrance was so attractive that it stirred Li Qingyun's heart slightly. However, Li Qingyun immediately collected his mind and reminded himself that the visitor was not good and stayed alert. Lu Liqian really pointing up, slender white jade finger in the booklet from time to time crossed. During the time there is a chance, finger accidentally touched Li Qingyun's palm. Sister Jade face slightly red, seems to be a little shy, very pure. Her insights were quite profound and her cultivation had been accomplished, so what she said was much more detailed than in the pamphlet. Under Lu Liqian's patient explanation, Li Qingyun's doubts were like the clouds and mists being lifted, and he came to a sudden realization. Although his current cultivation relied on his golden finger, and the mysterious image of the Tao in his mind could do the cultivation for him, the lack of theoretical knowledge about cultivation would have to be made up sooner or later. He was thirsty for knowledge and hoped to have his own insights and understanding in Tao cultivation. Many thanks to senior sister for her guidance, it has opened up my mind. After Lu Liqian's meticulous explanation, Li Qingyun got up and sincerely gave her a salute. Regardless of what purpose this senior sister Lu was carrying in approaching him so proactively, but at least her lecture was tangible and helped him, and he should express his gratitude. Of course that was as far as it went. Even if this senior sister Lu had other bad intentions, he wasn't someone who was at the mercy of the people and would have retreated. Let's stop here today. In the future, if there is anything you don't understand, you can also come to Hearing Wind Little Building to find me, as long as I am free. Lu Liqian was obviously also satisfied with Li Qingyun's response. With that, she got up, her close-fitting white clothes raised, revealing her graceful figure. The bamboo house was dark and the light fragrance was floating. She again seemed to unconsciously stretch her waist, only to see her jade arms were long and slender. Her body was exquisite, overflowing with the beautiful aura of youth. Does senior brother have any plans for the future? Although you are quite diligent, there are no less than 200 disciples like you in the back of the mountain. Do you know what the handful of people who used to be the best of those Dao Yuan disciples did? There are lucky ones who pursue the elite disciples in the Guan. The quality of life, status and position have risen dramatically out of thin air. She seemed to be referring to something and smiled lightly towards Li Qingyun again, bright and charming. then did not wait for him to reply, slender waist lightly twisted, a few steps out of the bamboo house. In the eyes of Li Qingyun behind him, this marvelous back of hers was quite pleasing to the eyes. His eyes flooded with heat, his face revealed a trace of admiration as he followed out of the house. Elder sister, take care. Lu Liqian looks back and sees this new junior brother's admiring gaze like that of the many disciples within the Guan. A touch of self-satisfied color cannot help but sweep across her jade face. Come and go with the wind, unite with me. She lightly shouted, then her body's mana breath fluctuated. Only to see the mountain wind that wandered between the nearby forest houses, immediately surging towards her, the surrounding maple trees blowing and swaying from side to side. A wind mass rotating around her, blue or green silk flying, her white clothes cracking in the air, becoming more and more immortal. I'm going too. She placed a point under her foot and instantly rose into mid-air. With a flash of white shadows, the wind sent Lily disappearing into the hazy mist and afterglow. This handful of wind-carrying spells was skillful and natural, quite exquisite, causing Li Qingyun, who maintained his posture of looking up in admiration, to feel envious. He thought to himself that he had already cultivated 3 furnaces of remaining mana, so he could also choose 1 or 2 suitable spells to cultivate. Being in a world where demons and bizarre monsters were rampant, one must master some spells before it was too late to serve as a protective base. After meditating and cultivating to the limit of my physical body in the afternoon, I'll go to the hidden scripture building and take a look. If the price is right, I might as well transcribe a few more doors. Li Qingyun withdrew his gaze from looking far away and slightly lowered his head to gaze in thought. His eyes were already clear and calm, or was the slightest trace of the fervor of admiration for senior sister Lu. I really can't think of anything good to figure out on me. Lu Liqian suddenly came running to offer her favor for nothing. Li Qingyun felt that there must be something fishy, and that Demonist Cui Waner's previous warning was still fresh in his mind. All his reactions just now were nothing more than pandering to senior sister Lu and acting against the stage. Chapter 15 Wyverns Seeking the Law. That Taoist friend, it looks as if he has some hostility towards me. Li Qingyun was about to turn around and go back to the house, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw that under a red maple tree on his left side, there was a young Taoist with a cynical look on his face, coldly looking his way. Boring. He kindly smiled and lazily ignored it, entering the house to continue meditating. A cutie who only stays inside and meditates. And what exactly does senior sister Lu see in him? Wang Beiying stood under the tree, cursing lowly in jealousy twice, stomping his feet and turning away. Inside the house, Li Qingyun sat cross-legged, holding the treasure furnace Qi Nason technique in his hand, studying it in detail. Combined with Lu Liqian's instructions, after reading through it once again, there was no longer any stagnation or incomprehension. All he needed to do was to maintain the standard meditation posture, and the shadow of the Tao image would cultivate the mana on his behalf. Therefore, he could do both, such as meditating while reading the sutra and performing dharma. The light in the room shifted a few times. Li Qingyun raised his head to look outside and stopped practicing. Today's portion of meditation and cultivation limit had arrived again, rising to the point that his meridians were vaguely painful. However, the results were remarkable. This body already quietly possessed as much as 5 furnaces of mana. He rummaged through the cabinet and picked out all the gold nuggets and pearls of good quality, wrapped them up and put them in his pocket, then walked out of the house. At this time the afternoon sunlight, in the maple mountain west of the sky halo out a red and yellow splendor, he was in a good mood, quietly appreciate a moment, secretly sighed a good maple mountain sunset picture. Beautiful is somehow, feel red a little too much, like blood-stained. He shook his head, dispelling his sudden thoughts. Recognizing the direction, he raised his steps towards the side of the Tibetan scripture building. The mountain wind blew, and his green clothes fluttered, revealing the young man's figure that was like a spring tree and jade pine. One night past, he had actually grown a few points taller in stature, and although his face could still remain pale, his eyes were more and more godly, no longer the aura of yesterday's sickly boy. First go to the Tibetan scripture building to learn a few spells. Yin Huan said that the ones peddled by the Tibetan scripture building are very expensive, but they are also more reliable. Li Qingyun collected the fluctuations of his body's mana breath and walked between the maple trees and the cultivated bamboo. His mood was like the sky above Yin Huan Maple Mountain, generally blue and clear. The valley was quiet and the steps moved with the scenery. The back of the mountain was still quite large. He had a disciple talisman hanging from his waist, and every time he walked to those psychedelic and hazy places, it would glisten and unlock invisible prohibitions, allowing him to pass all the way through. The entire Spirit Treasure View and even Maple Mountain are covered under a large formation. This shallow disciple token can only walk in some less important areas. If he walks around, he will definitely hit the air wall or fall into the illusion. The road was winding and winding, with buildings and platforms appearing and disappearing. Occasionally encountered other Taoists on the road. There are men and women, many of them have accomplished the existence of cultivation. Li Qingyun, posture gentle, courteous, will nod or salute to show respect. There were Taoists who would politely return the salute with a slight curiosity. There were also Taoists with stronger breath and arrogant demeanor, who just snorted lightly, did not even look at him and directly walked away. Li Qingyun did not take it personally. On the long road, one should not compare the length of time, the current him, in the eyes of those spiritual treasure Guan disciples who had accomplished their cultivation, he might not be anything at all. But in the future, these inner proud disciples of the view, how can he not be his Li Qingyun on the road to immortality, a hasty passer-by? After 7 turns, a 3.5-story high exquisite scripture building finally appeared in Li Qingyun's eyes. Here in the scripture building, it was not as lively as Li Qingyun had imagined, instead it was very cold and quiet, with few people coming in and out. Thinking about the style of the spiritual treasure Guan, he was relieved. The spiritual treasure view is merely the spiritual treasure sect behind it, located in the mortal world, one of the many Taoist temples. Now in this entire Taoist temple, how many disciples can there be that are truly accomplished in their cultivation? Moreover, listening to Huan, the Tibetan scripture building is deathly expensive for disciples such as us, so it's only normal for it to be this cold and clear. He thought in his heart while walking quickly towards the gate. At the entrance of the scripture collection building, there were 2 young Taoists with swords behind their backs guarding it. Li Qingyun's eyes flickered as he saw the talismans hanging from the waist of these 2 Taoists, which had the word inspector engraved on it. Only the official disciples of the spiritual treasure Guan would wear more serious tokens, which were often engraved with words such as inspector, master of the book, treasury, guest, and so on. The one hanging on Li Qingyun's waist was the lowest grade identity token. In the eyes of those formal disciples, Li Qingyun and the many disciples who paid money to enter the Guan, such as Hizun, were all just idle people who had been adopted into the Guan. The spiritual treasure Guan emphasized on wealth and needed disciples like Li Qingyun who came to platinize their lives. Everyone just got what they needed. Senior brother, stop, look, it's your new face, you haven't been to the scripture building before. The guardian disciple at the doorway tilted his head slightly and called out to Li Qingyun with an overlooking scrutinizing stance. Let me give you a heads up, the laws of this Guan are not lightly passed on. To enter the building of hidden scriptures, you need to pay 10 taels of gold, and for each copy of a gongfu, you need to pay an additional 50 taels of gold or 5 spirit stones. In addition, non-formal disciples in the view can only view and read on the first floor. Listening to the string of numbers popping out of the other party's mouth, Li Qingyun's eyelids could not help but jump a few times. A good one, the law is not lightly transmitted, but this is too expensive. Dare I say that this amount of money that I managed to bring into the Guan privately is enough to learn 2 spells? Even though he was psychologically prepared and came with a heavy amount of gold in his arms, at this moment, when he actually heard this astonishing price, he was still a bit staggered. 50 taels of gold was a huge amount in a mortal town, and an ordinary person would not be able to earn this amount in their entire life. In spiritual treasure view, yet it was only the price of a low-level spell. It seems that if you are not a formal disciple, you are a leak raised by spiritual treasure view. Sighing, Li Qingyun still paid 10 taels of gold and walked into the scripture building. The first floor of the scripture building, there are only 5 or 6 rows of bookshelves, simple and clear, but also slightly shabby. The air was filled with a faint scent of ink. Placed on this floor, most of them were transcriptions. On the first floor of the reading scriptures and searching for the law, there are only a few people, just 1 or 2 waist-hanging official token of the Taoist. The fluctuation of mana on their bodies was obvious, and they were obviously all elite disciples who had achieved success in refining qi. Li Qingyun had learned from Huan that the formal disciples of the Guan could browse the Taoist scriptures on the first floor of the scripture building for free, and on the second floor and above, they had to rely on their merits and contribution points. Now those 2 formal disciples on the first floor must not be willing to give up their contribution points and whore themselves out here for nothing. The current need is the cultivation breath concealment technique, followed by the subsequent levels of know-how of the treasure furnace nascent skill. Li Qingyun quieted his mind and approached one of the rows of bookshelves and started flipping through them in search. He did not run to the spell know-how first. Since he had to pay 10 taels of gold to enter the building, he also wanted to whore some more for nothing. He went to the bookshelf that was filled with popular Taoist scriptures and picked out a few books, including the Theory of Yin and Yang Dual Qi, Taoist Laws of the Huiyuan, and the Spiritual Treasure Taoist Monarch's Solution to Doubts. Chapter 16, Weird Book of Grudges. I'll be able to go up to the 2nd level of Qi refining the day after tomorrow, but I still don't have a clue about the so-called cultivation and Taoist laws. I'm in the clouds, I need to learn so much. Qingyunli knew his own situation. This body originally did not have the slightest bit of Dao Bone spirit root, not even Hejan could compare. And limited to the shortcomings of the knowledge of the Dao in this realm, his understanding of the treasure furnace nascent soul technique was also average. Those so-called Taoist scriptures and spells that he read on the internet in his previous life were very different from this realm, so they were out of place and could not be integrated. Lu Liqian's guidance on the treasure furnace technique was several levels above him. So on the road to cultivation, he still needs to use diligence. To think that just because there was that mysterious Tao statue virtual shadow in his mind, he could slack off and loiter, that would be delaying his ego. The contents of this book of the Tao congregation are obviously censored everywhere, lacking in East and West. It makes me squirm to read it. Li Qingyun flipped through that book, Dao Fei Hui Yuan, but was greatly disappointed. Originally thought that this was a basic compendium, I didn't realize that even I couldn't get it if I wanted to understand how many realms there were. The relevant words above the foundation of the Tao were all censored out. Over the past 3 years, he had borrowed the background of the Marquis of Qinghe to collect as much information as possible about the transcendental materials circulating in the folklore, and had tried his best to make friends with some of the side sects, so he knew that the authentic transcendental power system in this realm, and that the first two major realms could be sure to be Qi refining and the Tao foundation, but the latter was poorly known. It is said that the cultivation of the side sects rooted in the mortal world reaches its peak when it reaches the Tao foundation realm, so he thought that this kind of method was a castrated version of transcendental power. What was especially surprising was that he had asked the Hofu's envoy if there were any immortals in this realm. Unexpectedly, the word immortal once exported, but touched the taboo. The several Hofu offerings instantly lost their composure, face white, looked terrified, like hearing what taboos, immediately shut up, but also this third son of him swept out the door. After that, the Marquis several offerings and then unwilling to talk to him about cultivation, to avoid as if a snake scorpion. So his heart has always been a confusion, immortal, why in this world is taboo? Take a look at this one. This Taoist book should be written by the previous generation of the Spiritual Treasure sect. Li Qingyun picked up the book, Spiritual Treasure Taoist Monarch's Explanation of Doubts. The Taoist book described a lot of knowledge on cultivation in a self-questioning manner, but about half of the content was about the Spiritual Treasure sect's own stuff, blowing their own Taoist method to a great extent, with a paradigm flowing between the lines, that is, as long as one cultivates into the Spiritual Treasure's true method, then one can easily subdue the demons and eliminate the devils, and sit in oblivion for a long time and so on, as if they were capable of doing everything. It's as if he can do anything. However, it also castrated a large part of the important content, and still do not see the Taoist foundation and above the relevant interpretation. The Taoage that I paid for, is it so worthless? Since all are castrated version, then he looked up directly speed up. Surfing the internet in his previous life, quickly skimming to catch the key points had become an instinct. A book of scriptures was flipped by him with a clatter, from time to time attracting those two formal disciples with frequent cold brows and sidelong glances. However, these two quickly chose their spells and left. Growing more and more disappointed, Li Qingyun's gaze landed on the bookshelf in front of him again, and he reached out and drew a book somewhat casually. In a flash, there was something strange in his heart. In his line of sight, the space in front of him seemed to slightly distort and fluctuate a bit. The one he drew out was not right, the one he chose was not this one. Maple Mountain Book of Grievances? Such a strange name, or is it leather? The Tao book that entered his hand glowed with a dark red luster, seemingly portending something unsettling. The pages of the book were not paper, but some kind of foreign leather, tough and thin as paper. He rubbed it twice, and actually felt a trace of coldness spreading over from his fingertips. It was as if there was really some kind of grievance power that emanated from the Book of Grievances. I'm not the same person I was yesterday, scatter. With a revitalization of his mana, Yang Qi was born, and he immediately forced back this trace of coldness. The treasure furnace Qi nascent technique was originally a treasure furnace's method of refining Yang Qi. The cultivated mana came with the power of Yang fire, which made it the easiest to deal with the cold and eerie. With surprise and curiosity, as well as inner vigilance, Li Qingyun slowly turned over the first page of the Book of Grievances. The scriptures on the first floor of the scripture building were all castrated versions, so he hoped that this Feng Mountain Book of Grievances, which was a bit bizarre and weird, would have some real things written in it. Just after turning it over, the dark red page was blank. But immediately, a line of blood-colored writing emerged, as if flowing plasma. I originally followed the ancient method, cultivated the corpse dissolution road, and secretly buried in the Cloud Mountain, in the hope of long life to become immortal. Unexpectedly, the Lingbao evil road spied aside, the critical moment to break my immortal road, and then with my fortune, the derivation of the blessed land, set up the dojo. I curse all the Lingbao sect thieves road, shall not have a good death, do not enter the cycle of reincarnation, and forever fall into the sinking. Die 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 die. Twisted words and blood, flashing rapidly in a state of madness, between the lines filled with a rushing resentment. The last series of curses in the word death even suddenly turned into a bloodlight that flew up and lightning like drilled through Li Qingyun's left eye. Li Qingyun was so shocked that he let go of his hands and the Book of Grievances fell to the ground. He only felt an additional crazy and twisted resentment in his mind, wanting to devour his soul and take over this body. For a moment, he could not help but be shocked and even more remorseful. What to do? Right, isn't there a mysterious Living in my mind? His mind crossed like electricity, and he immediately sat down and meditated cross-legged. In his mind, that Tao statue's virtual shadow also surfaced at the first time. The silhouette's ancient robe and jade crown, still with lowered eyebrows and eyes, looked unrealistic, as if it was a statue that had been silent for 10,000 years. Da! Then deep in the depths of his mind, a cold scolding, if any, faintly emanated. Ah! The dark red resentment that had just invaded his mind, under great shock, it was too late to do anything about it, and it was instantly pressed out by a trace of invisible power like putting out a cigarette. Without leaving any traces. In his mind, the image of the Taoist statue still had a blurred face and darkness behind it, as if nothing had happened, and even a trace of clear air was still coming out from the top of his head. Although he appeared to be unconcerned, Li Qingyun knew that it was this mysterious image of the Tao that had struck. As his meridians tingled slightly, Li Qingyun hurriedly withdrew from his meditation position and stood up again, his body covered in a dense sweat. Inwardly, he was still in a state of shock. Careless, no wonder they say curiosity killed the cat. Where is that book of grievances? He looked to the ground, the Maple Mountain Book of Grievances that he had just dropped, but he didn't know when it had disappeared without a trace. Looking at the bookshelf again, there was no presence of it either. It was as if it had never appeared. He turned his head towards the old building guard on the first floor, but he saw that he was lying on a rattan chair, dozing off, and didn't even notice the strange movements over here. Forget it, since it's fine, it's better not to ask for trouble, otherwise it will be hard to explain. Li Qingyun instantly made a choice. He estimated that this bizarre Maple Mountain Grievance book and the existence behind it should belong to the high-level secrets of the spiritual treasure view, and might even involve some of the essence of this world. Corpse dissolution? Immortality? Resuscitation? I can't imagine that I've unintentionally seen some unimaginable secrets in this odd book of grievances. According to that wisp of grudge, Maple Mountain was originally its dojo for acrolysis, attempting to become immortal and undying through acrolysis. That's quite a big mouth. It was only discovered by the Taoist of the spiritual treasure sect long ago, who killed the immortal that was about to be revived at the critical moment, killing all its hopes. Then, that high-ranking person from the spiritual treasure sect also didn't do things carefully enough, leaving behind a little tail. Just the immortal of this realm is it so dish, according to the previous life, corpse dissolution certificate is considered a ghost immortal right. He thought wildly, a little soulful. Chapter 17 Thunder Seal Convergence. Xing Yunli felt that this cultivation world was really not quite the same. It was hazy and blurry, and foggy. It seemed that the reality of this world was covered up by the transcendent forces that were high above. Immortality, moreover, seemed to be a taboo in the eyes of cultivators, not even daring to mention it casually. This world to the supreme power, unified honorific Taoist monarch, established in the mortal world of the size of the temple, inside the worship or Taoist monarch. Those who have the conditions of the people's homes will also be enshrined in the home of the Taoist monarch statue, hanging the Taoist monarch portrait, etc., praying for shelter, deterring evil spirits and demons. There is no such word as immortal in the knowledge of mortals. The existence of the Taoist monarch seems to have replaced the status of immortal and become the most mysterious and ultimate existence in this realm. In order to understand the real world under the mist, we still need to improve our strength and status. After a while, Li Qingyun calmed down and regained his calm demeanor as if nothing had happened. He walked to the other bookshelf and hurriedly rummaged through the techniques of the fourth level of the treasure furnace technique Qi refining and above, as well as spells to conceal his cultivation breath. This hidden scripture building was not wanting to stay any longer. Qi convergence spell, when practiced successfully, it can restrain one's own mana breath, but those who have cultivated pupil arts and other aptitudes, as well as existences with high cultivation, can easily see through it. This spell was as bland as its name, which was to conceal the breath by restraining the mana, but the flaws were obvious, and could not be defended against a high-ranking person. Those that could be placed on the first floor of the hidden scripture building were naturally not much better. Li Qingyun did not have a better choice, taking the Qi convergence technique, and the 4th to 6th layer tips of the treasure furnace nascent soul technique. He walked towards the first floor's floor guardian to transcribe these two copies. The floor guardian was a very old Taoist, lying on his back in a rattan chair and dozing off, only to sit up sleepily when he saw Li Qingyun wanting to transcribe the techniques. The old Taoist glanced at the disciple token on Li Qingyun's waist, then said in a faint voice, "Free paper and pen are provided here. Qi convergence technique. Transcription is 50 taels of gold or 5 pieces of spirit stones or equivalent. Treasure furnace nascent technique layers 4 to 6. Each layer is also this number." Li Qingyun's face changed slightly and his hands that were holding the book shook a little. Too pitiful. The treasure furnace Qi nascent technique even charged for each layer. This amount of wealth in his arms was simply not enough to buy the know-how for the last 3 layers of the technique. "Senior, then I'll just transcribe this Qi convergence technique." Oh wait, another copy of the Thunder Seal is good. Li Qingyun was a little reluctant to put back the treasure furnace know-how subsequent know-how and replaced it with that copy of the Thunder Seal spell. The bag was so shy that there was only enough to transcribe 2 copies. You're a good kid, you've already initially cultivated mana right, why don't you go and worship a Taoist master in the Guan? The old Taoist understanding rambled on, already sensing the fluctuation of the aura of the young man in front of him. Hee, I've just achieved something, naturally I'll be looking for a Taoist master later on. Li Qingyun smiled modestly, took a pen, ink and paper and began to transcribe the 2 spells. The treasure furnace chi nascent technique could only be put aside for the time being, and he would think of a way to do it after the 3rd level of chi refining. He was a little envious of the elite disciples in the Guan. These people worshipped under Taoist masters like Lu Nanling, Su Song Yuan, etc., and could whore out chi refining realm techniques and even some spells, which could save a lot of resources. After transcribing, Li Qingyun walked out of the scripture collection building. At this time the autumn night is already deep, darkness shrouded, back of the mountain everywhere lit up lights varying in brightness, seems to be near and far, hazy sea not really thorough. Li Qingyun had only heard that the brighter the light, the more important the place of Lingbao Guan, as well as the residence of important people within the Guan. His footsteps were light as he walked briskly on the mountain path. After cultivating his mana, he could see at night, even if it wasn't too clear yet, it was impossible to get lost. Walking near the bamboo house, Li Qingyun saw that lights were already on inside the house. A slightly chilly mountain wind swept by, blowing the Taoist robes on his body, and in the hazy night, the orange light that came out through the window made Li Qingyun, who had returned home at night, feel a little warmth. The lonely feeling of being alone and wandering in a different world was dispersed by the light. He gently pushed the door to enter, not wanting to disturb this rare trace of warmth. But as soon as he entered the room, He's long smile with a showy display broke the atmosphere. Senior brother Qingyun, you finally returned. Do you know how cozy senior brother I am today? He's eyes lit up with a strange color, his face was flushed and he appeared to be in high spirits. Slightly closer, Li Qingyun could still smell a faint scent of fat and powder emanating from He's body. He couldn't help but laugh lightly. Senior brother is so handsome and elegant, so dashing and uninhibited, Qingyun is nowhere near as good as him. This sentence was like scratching an itch, and He's laughter grew louder and louder. Qingyun, when I go to work in the front view, not only can I earn a contribution, but I can also meet many people of destiny. This afternoon, I just met 2 young ladies with outstanding looks, that temperament and that body, TSK. Let me tell you, if you want to have a good time in the Guan and get a good job, you have to hang out with senior brother Zhang. In a couple of days, senior brother Zhang will be having a dharma discussion, why don't you go with me to see it, Qingyun? He fluttered his eyebrows and talked about the things he had done today in the front view, mentioning that senior brother Zhang in passing. In his mouth, this senior brother Zhang's full name was Zhang Junlong, and he was also considered a character in Maple Mountain Spiritual Treasure Guan, being the personal nephew of the guest deacon Zhang Qiyun, with a little bit of power in his hands, and was able to help the backwoods disciples arrange for a good errand in the former Guan. Senior brother Zhang is indeed a capable person, I must get to know him when I have the chance, but these days I still plan to cultivate behind closed doors. I hope to cultivate my mana earlier. Li Qingyun's brows furrowed, intentionally showing a hint of hesitation before politely refusing. His mind and body were now pouncing on cultivation, so where would he be willing to waste his time to curry favor with and flatter some senior brother Zhang? Going to the front view to do some miscellaneous work of receiving guests and treating things, earning such a meager and pathetic contribution, or is it better than after cultivation is accomplished, going to the Foreign Affairs Hall to take a task of going down to the mountain to suppress demonic shenanigans and painfully earning a large amount of spirit stones and merits? In the circle he is now mixing with, everyone is spending money to buy Taoist destiny to gold plating. Most of them, like Hejian, Guxiaohong, and so on, have not yet cultivated a furnace of mana to enter the threshold of cultivation, right? Every now and then to engage in what enlightenment feasts, discussion on the law. Li Qingyun think about it all feel funny and speechless. As for those who received mortals in the front view, he was even more displeased with them. He felt, don't look at EE now seems to be long-sleeved, in the view of the mix like a fish in the water, but really count, but absolutely is to pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon. Since the fate to enter the temple cultivation, why not diligently cultivate enlightenment? If you are attached to the red dust, why go to the mountain? Like the old slave of Yin Xuanshan said that the green lamp is always accompanied by loneliness and coldness. Li Qingyun sat down in front of the desk that belonged to him and lit up the old oil lamp on the desk. He took out the newly copied thin book of Qi Convergence Technique from his bosom and started to open it and read it carefully in the yellowish light. As soon as he read the book, he became somewhat mesmerized, automatically blocking out He's painstaking admonishments. Hey, pour me some good intentions. He looked at Li Qingyun in front of the oil lamp. At this time the breeze blew in from the window, only to see this marquis third son cheeks hanging down, a wisp of hair gently fluttering, side of the face like a picture. More and more looks handsome, that originally pale face, now looks like beautiful jade. He could not help but have a small jealousy. Chapter 18 Spells leave traces. Well, it's better not to persuade on this face of senior brother Qingyun. If he doesn't also go to work in the front view seeking son's hall, won't he rob me of my scenery? He thought, but seeing that Li Qingyun was focused on reading the scriptures, while he himself had been wandering around for another day, not doing any of his cultivation homework, he suddenly felt the slightest bit of pressure. He barely lifted his spirit and walked to his desk, looking at the 2 pieces of talisman paper on it that had been lying idle for many days, and after hesitating for a while, he finally rolled up his sleeves, picked up a pen, dipped it in the gold powder and dan sand, and began to sketch it. Did not write 2 strokes. After the excitement of the tiredness came, he threw the pen again and closed on the bed, turned his eyes and let out a cozy snore. After the state of concentration was broken for the 3rd time, Li Qingyun also finally could not sit still, helplessly laughed bitterly twice, then got up and walked out of the house. Tonight, there was no moon, and there were no stars to be seen. The sky of Maple Mountain was pitch black, and there were only the sporadic lights at the back of the mountain, reflecting the shadows of the mountains, grass, and trees, and it was dark red and creepy. The mountain wind was crisp and cold. Li Qingyun caged his sleeves and walked very fast in the darkness. The dark red maple trees on both sides quickly swept backward, and in a short while he came to the side of the pool of water that he had bathed in during the day. This was one of the few places he had sort of wandered around in the back of the mountain. Mist filled the area, drowning the flowers and trees around the pool, making it hazy. His eyes contained shinlight, but he could see through the fog's cover, and found a relatively smooth yellow wax-colored mountain stone by the side of the pool, and with a stroke of his wide sleeves, the mud and dust were removed, and then he sat down in a good manner. It's silent here at night, no one to disturb. He flipped open the transcription book, and with a sudden quietness in his heart, he began to focus in the enlightenment of the chi convergence technique. Gradually, the mana breath on his body slowly tightened and internalized. This spell is really simple. Of course, there is also the reason that those Dharma scriptures and Taoism books in the scripture pavilion have laid the foundation, and it is only because of that I feel more relaxed in comprehending it. However, the effect of this constriction of breath always feel unsatisfactory. With a thought, he changed his sitting position and assumed the standard meditation stance. Having a mana base now, he just tried to cultivate by himself, and seeing that he was able to cultivate the effect, he already had a bottom in his heart, so he planned to try that mysterious Tao statue virtual shadow in his mind again. This Tao statue can help cultivate mana, so let's see if it can help in comprehending spells? Buzz. Without much time to think, the mysterious Tao statue with lowered eyebrows and eyes flashed once again in that dark void in his mind. However, Qingyun realized that the Taoist statue sitting in the darkness did not have the Qi convergence technique pamphlet appear in front of it, and no more clear Qi was emerging from the top of his head. Qi convergence technique. Qi convergence technique. Strange. Could it be that it only helps cultivate mana? Li Qingyun mentally visualized the Qi convergence technique and tried to project it in front of the Taoist statue, but there was not the slightest response. Instead, he vaguely felt that the mysterious Taoist statue with lowered brows and eyes seemed to exude a faint trace of disdain, not disdain directed at him, but at the Qi convergence technique. However, his mind more or less responded. Driven by his strong intention, the dark wall behind that mysterious Tao statue eventually changed a little, condensing out a faint pattern that was like watery light. When Li Qingyun saw that watery pattern in the darkness, he subconsciously understood, this is the traces left behind by the astringent Qi technique. Spells and Shen Gong, it seems that both can leave traces in the space of the mysterious Tao statue, just in very different forms, like the treasure furnace nascent technique is visualized as a booklet suspended in front of it, while the Qi convergence technique, however, is just a trace of waves of light left behind on the darkness of the walls. He focused his attention on the faint ripple of wave light behind the Taoist statue, and then the magic happened again. He felt that his comprehension of the Qi convergence technique began to rise by leaps and bounds. Just now, reading carefully and carrying magic power was considered a preliminary introduction, but now that he was gazing at that wave light pattern, his comprehension of the Qi convergence technique was advancing once again, and many of the places that were not quite clear and vaguely understood began to become clear. Although it wasn't as good as the treasure furnace Qi convergence technique, where the shadow of the Tao image was directly cultivating mana for him, it was equally remarkable to be able to assist in the enlightenment on the spell's awe. This mysterious Tao statue of mine, it's really unbelievable, helping this Tao master to take off easily, rooks and lakes. The heart is constantly surprised, the body breath is also changing, from the outside, more and more cannot see the traces of mana surging. This door, astringent Qi art, is considered to be a success, at least to the extent of holding it freely. It's enough for now. Try this, Thunder Seal. Again, this is a powerful means to drive away thunder and harness electricity, to subdue demons and eliminate devils. Once I've practiced it, I'll be able to protect myself somewhat. With anticipation in his heart, Li Qingyun took out the Thunder Seal transcription again. This spell was picked by him after deep thought, using the Thunder Law as his first Tao protection law. In the state of Yu, demons were rampant and people's livelihoods were not peaceful. Even in the crowded and prosperous counties, where transcendent families and side sects were in charge, there were still bizarre incidents from time to time, resulting in the disappearance or tragic deaths of many civilians. The thunder method is very powerful, driving thunder and lightning. With a clap of thunder, demons will be authorized to die, ashes fly away, which is definitely a superior spell for suppressing weirdness, exterminating ghosts and removing demons. Li Qingyun, cultivated into the Thunder Law, will certainly be able to settle down in this world. The inner sense of uncertainty, at least, can alleviate a lot, to dissipate some of the invisible shadow of the pressure on the top of the head. However, the Thunder Law is notoriously difficult. To drive heaven and earth thunder, the difficulty can be imagined. Powerful, yet difficult, and costly. Unusual Dao true cultivators will not choose Thunder Law as their main cultivation. Li Qingyun was also relying on the mysterious Tao statue in the dark space of his mind, which could help him cultivate mana in a constant stream, and in the future, his mana would be absolutely majestic and unrivaled. Choosing the Thunder Dharma to choose to major in Thunder Dharma would undoubtedly double his advantages. This Thunder Seal is through the 6 types of knots, with the recitation of incantations, while visualizing a divine heaven's heavenly voodoo Taoist monarch, a 3-pronged approach, to reach a certain delicate balance trigger point, and then use their own mana to fuse the Thunder Yang meaning drawn from the underworld, and eventually manifest into the power of thunder and lightning. Seemingly easy to understand, but in practice, it is quite difficult. The entire process of casting the spell cannot have a single mistake. Especially, if one is not skillful enough to drive the lightning only half a day, then it is equivalent to chicken ribs. The enemy will not stand there waiting to be struck by lightning. After Li Qingyun attempted to comprehend the cultivation on his own, he couldn't help but feel some emotion that he was not a cultivation genius after all. Stumbling around, his gestures went from rusty to relatively skillful. He was able to initially make 6 types of thunder seals, and he also recited familiar incantations, but making seals and reciting incantations at the same time, and the seals and incantations had to be tightly bitten together, which made the difficulty skyrocket. Not to mention having to simultaneously visualize and meditate on that divine heaven's heavenly vermilion Tao Lord. This legendary supreme being seemed to be in control of some of the authority of the Thunder Law. He had tried a dozen times, and twice the incantations had easily fitted into place, but the most important part of the spell, that divine heavenly hallows of demons, did not seem to respond at all. It was as if this being in the underworld didn't want to talk to him at all. This is the disadvantage of one's own blind practice. There is no Taoist teacher to guide. Do not go to the back of the mountain lecture hall to seek advice, and how to know the inner doorway. If you spend a lot of money to ask the Taoist master guidance to solve the problem, the Taoist master will tell him, repair, Thunder Seal, before, first of all, you have to worship for a long time. Think of the divine heaven's voodoo Taoist king, only the first mixed up, pulling a good relationship. The sincerity of the heart is the spirit of the Taoist king will only take a look at you. Chapter 19, Driving Thunder and Lightning. It's just that, it's better to leave it to the Tao statue in my mind to speed up the comprehension of the Thunder Law. He resumed his meditating and stabilizing posture, and his neon sense came to the mysterious Tao statue in his mind, constantly driving his thoughts and observing and rehearsing this Thunder Law. Li Qingyun sort of recognized himself. In terms of cultivation, he could only be regarded as mediocre now. There was no need to mention the Tao Bone spiritual roots. After being nourished by mana, it had slightly improved a little bit, but it was only a tiny bit stronger than the original complete waste of energy. In comprehension, also barely can only be regarded as medium capital. The wisdom of the previous life insight precipitation can help some, but not much. Fortunately, the mysterious Taoist image gave him comfort. In his mind, chanting more than 10 times, Thunder Seal spell, behind the statue of the invisible wall of darkness condensation, finally slowly emerged a wisp of light, like the symbol of thunder and lightning printed on the surface of the water. It really works! Li Qingyun was overjoyed in his heart as he gathered his spirit and looked inward to observe the Z-shaped lightning symbol. Instantly, his understanding of the lightning spells increased at a rate 10 times faster than his own enlightenment, like a flood of water, breaking through all the stagnation. A mere low-level spell, in front of the mysterious Tao statue, it seemed not worth mentioning at all. Half an hour later. Buzz. In a flash, Li Qingyun was blessed with a spiritual realization, only to feel that his comprehension of the Thunder Seal had reached a certain profound realm. His fingers suddenly and swiftly pinched his seal. His finger shadows were like illusions, and the 6 thunder seals were formed in an instant, silky smooth and incomparably smooth, and at the same time, the sound of clear thunder indistinctly resounded between his lips. Repel thunder and lightning, listen to my command, thunder comes. Ka-ching. A wisp of electricity from the nothingness in front of him suddenly exploded and opened, although as thin as a grass rope, but with a hint of the power of the Big Dipper. The thunder split between that diffuse mountain fog, exploded a clear sky. The thunder law had become a success. I tried to use this Taoist statue in my mind as the subject of my visualization, and with the seal incantation chanting in unison, I actually surpassed that divine heaven's heavily ambrosial Taoist monarch, and succeeded in conjuring up the thunderbolt. At this time, Li Qingyun's body was faintly flickering with faint lightning patterns, the mountain mist was floating, and the pool wind was blowing the youngster's ebony hair, making him look like he actually had some inexplicable dharma power. This hand-drive thunder condensation electricity, in half a breath quickly completed, appeared to be extremely deep enlightenment. The most crucial thing was that the divine heavens. Otherwise, if he wanted to make good relations with this Tao Lord, I'm afraid it would be a matter of years and months before he succeeded in conjuring up thunderbolts. In his heart, he had a few more moments of awe and even hidden scorn for this mysterious image of the Tao in his mind. It always felt like something was wrong, but there was no choice. Next, he continued his enlightenment and drove the thunderbolt, and from time to time, a low thunderclap resounded from this spring pool in the back of the mountain, deep in the night fog. Currently a furnace of mana can drive thunder 3 times. The power of thunder and lightning is relatively average for the time being, but it also cracks the stone to deter ghosts. I also counted the initial power to protect the road a little. At this time, the night was already deep and the Z hour had long passed. Li Qingyun practiced the thunder method and lost most of his mana, just so he could meditate and cultivate the treasure furnace nascent soul technique again. The mysterious Tao statue in his mind was overflowing with clear qi, while within his body there were star points of mana constantly growing, and a new day of meditating and practicing began again. He also realized that under the state of meditation, his mana recovery speed was also very fast, not as slow as the first time he condensed mana. For example, when he first cultivated a furnace of mana, it took him about an hour and a half. When the Sea of Qi formed a treasure furnace, casting spells to consume a furnace of mana, normal mediation as long as a quarter of an hour or so can be fully recovered. And he meditated with the help of the mysterious Taoist image in his mind. The recovery speed is doubled again, in the future can save a lot of recovery time, there is no elixir situation, the endurance ability is also greatly guaranteed. Early morning sunrise in the east, dew melting frost, and then to the afternoon, the autumn sun shines high, reflecting the full mountain maple tree's brilliant red bright color. The Taoists who came to this side of the water pool to wash and bathe, and wash their clothes, came and went, and from time to time, the sound of conversation and laughter resounded through the mountains and forests, but none of them disturbed Li Qingyun's cultivation. In the early morning to noon, he did today's share of practice homework, a full 6 hours. Not only was he already able to drive the lightning method skillfully, but his body's mana had also grown by more than 8 furnaces, and he was very close to the second level of qi refining. Today is here for now, meditating all night, my stomach is hungry, just in time to go to the dining hall. Li Qingyun got up and moved his sore and numb limbs. It felt a bit stronger than yesterday's endurance. His magical power had multiplied, and under the nourishment, his physique was also somewhat enhanced. This senior brother, wait, excuse me. Just as Li Qingyun lightly stepped away from the spring pool and was about to walk into the maple forest path, the silhouette beside him shifted and a young Taoist with thick eyebrows and square face stepped out and called out to him. Li Qingyun's footsteps lurched as he arched his hand toward the thick-browed Taoist and said with a smile, "What is the instruction of senior brother?" His eyes swept past without moving and saw the disciple token on the thick-browed Taoist's waist with the word lecture on it. The person who came was an official disciple of spiritual treasure Guan. The token showed that he should be under the name of lecture hall, and Li Qingyun looked at his mana breath. He should have a cultivation level of around the 3rd level of qi refining. This thick-browed Taoist was already considered an elite disciple of the Maple Mountain spiritual treasure view. The thick-browed Taoist sized up Li Qingyun and revealed an increasingly friendly smile as he introduced himself. "I am Zhao Yifan. Last night I happened to also be collecting qi for cultivation on the nearby mountain. I saw the flashes of thunder from time to time on this side of the spring pool, and in curiosity, I came over to take a look. So it turns out that you, senior brother, are practicing the Guan's thunder seal spell." I had the intention to get acquainted with senior brother, but seeing that senior brother was focused on practicing, it was not good to disturb, so I had to wait until now. Zhao Yifan smiled familiarly and said, "I still don't know senior brother's name? You are going to the dining hall, right? It just so happens that I am also hungry, but not as well." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun knew where Zhao Yifan was coming from, so he smiled and said, "My name is Li Qingyun." Beginning to understand a little bit of the skin of the lightning method, where is it worth the high opinion of senior brother? Qingyun senior brother, don't be too modest. In my opinion, your hand thunder method is already not bad. I wonder if you, Qingyun, have already thought about which Taoist master you want to worship? Zhao Yifan naturally saw Li Qingyun's token, and there was some heat in his eyes, with the intention of pulling heads for the lecture hall entrance. Under the concealment of the Qi convergence technique, Li Qingyun's cultivation breath, maintaining the level of Qi sense surge, was less than the first level of Qi refining. Like Hizun and Yin Huan, these laymen simply could not see his details. Only cultivators with accomplished cultivation could notice that his Qi surge was relatively strong. Under the guidance of the mysterious Taoist statue, Li Qingyun's thunder method had already become usable, and in Zhao Yifan's eyes, it was already considered to be very good. The competition between the various Taoist deacons in the view is very fierce. A little bit of talent potential disciples will receive to draw in. Spirit Treasure View has a default cultivation entry, a furnace of mana into the first layer of refining Qi. You can select the view of the great masters under their seats to obtain further guidance. This is equivalent to changing from a temporary worker to an established worker. Disciples could choose Taoist masters, and Taoist masters would also choose disciples, and potential seedlings would of course be popular everywhere. Senior brother Zhao, I only went up the mountain to join the temple because I got the Master Lu's Taoist edge license. Li Qingyun didn't say it all, just a little bit gently, letting Zhao Yifan know just that. Now that he had the mysterious Taoist statue in his mind to boost him, he was no longer in a hurry to worship under which Taoist master. Before the Qi convergence technique was fully accomplished, those profound Taoist masters might be able to tell his bottom line at a glance. In the face of Zhao Yifan enthusiastically pulling for a situation like this, Lu Nanling was Li Qingyun's shield. Senior brother is overly concerned. This Guan does not stipulate that whoever one carries the Dao Fate card to enter the Guan, one must worship under their seat. The atmosphere of the lecture hall is very good. Qingyun, you can think about it more. Well, my cultivation is still shallow, so let's wait some more time. Chapter 20 Senior Brother's Invitation. Li Qingyun talked and laughed with Zhao Yifan, and went to the dining hall to eat. In the dining hall, he happened to meet Gu Xiaohong and Yin Huan, but he did not see Yizun. I think that self-appointed handsome and elegant roommate had already gone to work in the front view in a hurry. When Gu Xiaohong and the others saw Li Qingyun talking and laughing with Zhao Yifan, they couldn't help but have a strange look on their faces. Because of the fact that Yizhan said that Li Qingyun would only meditate in a dull manner, in Yin Huan's and their hearts, Li Qingyun's status had now unconsciously dropped a level. Such a meditating dullard, how could he gain the favor of senior brother Zhao? Could it be that senior brother Zhao also had his eyes on the Marquis Qinghis Qingyang fish channel? Zhao Yifan, but an elite disciple of the third level of Qi refining, why does he look so familiar with Qingyun? I heard that Zhao Yifan is Deacon Zhao's own nephew, and he rarely comes to the catering hall on weekdays, so it's a good opportunity in front of us. Why don't we all go and get to know each other? Senior brother Zhao, senior brotherly. Yin Huan and a few of their resourceful people, but will grasp the opportunity, immediately went forward to climb up with the elite disciple Zhao Yifan in the Guan. Between the lines, they were also trying to ask how Li Qingyun knew senior brother Zhao. Li Qingyun's eyes signaled Zhao Yifan not to reveal his cultivation level. Zhao Yifan also understood, thinking that it was Qingyun's kind heart, not wanting to hit Gu Xiaohong in these rotten trees. In the face of a group of unimpressive guest disciples to curry favor, Zhao Yifan also come to refuse, a little end of the high posture, highlighting the style of the elite disciples. This familiar picture of idle guest disciples currying favor with elite disciples was nothing more than the norm in the back of the mountain. A group of mortal clay fetuses destined to be difficult to enter. It seems as though yet in front of senior brother Qingyun, there is still some sort of superiority. I don't know where the confidence comes from. In the midst of the conversation and laughter, Zhao Yifan couldn't help but feel amused when he noticed Gu Xiaohong and the others' subtle attitude towards Li Qingyun. On the contrary, he found that senior brother Qingyun was always gentle as the wind, introverted and modest, which made him not help but feel more favorable, and wanted to pull to the mouth of the Sutra Sermon Hall even more. Guanzhong matter complicated very much. Above the Taoist masters are also clear fight, who under the seat more a promising disciple, who can be more powerful. Out of the dining hall, Zhao Yifan chatted with Li Qingyun for a while, reported the address of a private courtyard, and implicitly mentioned Lu Nanling. Qingyun's senior brother, Deacon Lu, is notorious for his greed for ease and good fortune, even more relying on the convenience of the palmistry. Every year will be scattered out of 10 pieces of the Taoist destiny cards, so I think, senior brother, you have to be careful to worship the Taoist masters. You have to know that all the things in the world can be the karmic implicated said. Regarding Lu Nanling's topic, Li Qingyun would not be able to pick up on it and just smiled in silence. Zhao Yifan also did not take it personally. He knew that it was always more or less useful to say this. He finally got down to business. I've taken up a task in the Foreign Affairs Hall to drive out ghosts and pacify the people of Yinshan Town. Yinshan Town is near the edge of the Great Yin Mountain, and from time to time, there are wandering spirits and wild ghosts that harm the people. Senior brother's heart is a little bit unsure, and he's been making more preparations in the past few days, and I just happened to see that Qingyun, you're accomplished in your thunder technique. Why don't you and I travel together at that time? And I'll share 30% of the spirit stones and contributions with you. Exorcising ghosts? Li Qingyun couldn't help but be interested. He had cultivated into the Tao and had achieved his first success in thunder technique, so he was looking forward to practicing. However, out of caution, he asked with deliberation, "Senior brother is kind enough to ask, I would like to sharpen my skills, but now that my cultivation is shallow, I have the intention to work a little bit more on my thunder technique, so I don't know when senior brother intends to leave. If it's too hasty, then I'm sorry I won't be able to go with you." Li Qingyun would not blindly think that with his current cultivation of the first level of qi refining, he could proudly face the demons and devils. But in a few more days, his cultivation would have risen and his lightning techniques would have become more skillful, so he could go down the mountain for a long time. With a familiar senior brother Zhao leading the way and guiding him, Li Qingyun would also be able to accumulate some real-world experience in suppressing demons and exterminating ghosts in advance. "I intend to prepare more talismans, Sha Chao Dan, and also wait for Gu Zijian senior brother to return to the temple and borrow the 1,000-year-old peachwood sword in his hand for a while, so that's pretty much it." Gu senior brother led the team, led people down the mountain to patrol a few surrounding villages, may have to come back in a few days, so for the time being, there is no hurry. Zhao Yifan had the intention of pulling in Li Qingyun, so he didn't hide anything and carefully talked about his preparations. Every time they went down the mountain to get rid of demons and suppress shenanigans, it was not easy for Zhao Yifan and the so-called elite disciples of Ling Bao Guan. It was by no means possible to build up their success by carrying a magic sword on their backs and going down the mountain lightly. If you are not careful, you will not be able to come back, and there have been many lessons of this kind in the spiritual treasure Guan. Spiritual treasure view of the disciples can cultivate a good hand of thunder. Absolutely very few really powerful role also has long left the view. Worship into the Taoist temple behind the spiritual treasure sector. A leap into the view of the disciples can only look up to the existence of. This is also the reason why Zhao Yifan is eager to make friends with Li Qingyun. At critical moments, a thunderbolt could be life-saving. "That's fine, just call me when senior brother arrives." Li Qingyun thought about it and agreed. A few days later, his true cultivation went no longer below Zhao Yifan. Even if there were any other accidents, he could still defend himself. The most important thing was to make a trip to the hidden scripture building. He was now a bit broke and his money was no longer enough. With senior brother Lei Fa helping me, this trip down the mountain to suppress the ghosts is bound to be a success. The two parted halfway. Zhao Yifan left satisfied. Li Qingyun made a trip back to the bamboo house and saw that Yifan was really not there. He should have gone to the front view seeking Sun's Hall to sell his performance. He examined his belongings. Only 1 or 2,000 silver bills and silver, gold and pearls and so on are in the Tibetan scripture building consumption clean. Indeed is a little embarrassed. Into the view only 2 or 3 days, was emptied. Can imagine if there is no family to continue to provide. He and Hizun these inferior qualifications of the disciples to in the spirit treasure view mixed life is very difficult. The free food stall in the cafeteria, those who come and go in a hurry, is the truest portrayal of the downtrodden Taoist. The hardest and dirtiest jobs in the temple are for the downtrodden. Without ease, alcohol breath and snoring, the house was rarely quiet, so Li Qingyun, who had stayed up all night, made up some sleep inside the bamboo house, and waited until dusk was approaching before he got up with an inflated sense of vigor. After getting up, he heard the sound of someone practicing sword calls outside the house. Curious, he went out and after seeing the young Taoist who was flexibly jumping and dancing in a decent manner, he could not help but pull the corner of his mouth. Is this considered showing off, or a demonstration? Li Qingyun recognized the young Taoist who was deliberately in front of the door. Was it not the same Wang Beiying who had brought Lu Lichen here? Shout! Sha! Wang Boing could not help but feel a little smug when he saw that Li Qingyun had finally appeared and was still showing a look of surprise, as if he had been stunned by his powerful sword technique. The nerd who only meditated was still even touching the sense of qi, and was still toadishly trying to eat the swan's meat. If you are sensible, stay away from fairy like senior sister Lu. Wang Beiying jumped in and out, the long sword in his hand danced out a snowy light. Indeed he had also put in some effort, probably practiced a good sword before entering the temple. Nice dance! He only heard Li Qingyun exclaim, and then saw this potential opponent, walking towards the maple forest at the back of the mountain. He, this is intimidated by me. I wrote home yesterday and asked my family to send more belongings over. I heard that the middle of the month is senior sister Lu's birthday, so I can just prepare a good gift, and I hope I can win senior sister's sweet smile. Thinking of the shallow smile that senior sister Lu gave him that day, Wang Beiying's heart was infatuated. Chapter 21 Return of the Spirit Cat. If a thunderbolt goes down, this brother Wang's low magical power is probably going to turn into a charcoal. Li Qingyun had a smile on the corner of his mouth as he waved his sleeve between the stone paths of the maple forest. Even before he came to the mountain, Wang Beiying's level of sword skill was not in his eyes. Li Qingyun was not only a kind and charitable young lord of Qinghe County, he was also a valiant young warrior who was skillful with bow and horse and dared to kill bandits and ferocious beasts. Moreover, in just 2 days, Wang Beiying, an inferior disciple who had been hanging out at the spiritual treasure view for a year or two, was already not on the same level as him. In the future, this kind of gap will be like heaven and earth. He was just amused that no matter in his past life or present life, licking dogs were everywhere. Senior Sister Lu was amazingly charismatic. I don't know how many lickspittles like Wang Beiying have been charmed. Li Qingyun, who had only gained a few moments of impunity now, strolled between the mountains and forests, finally having the heart to enjoy the aesthetic scenery of Maple Mountain and familiarize himself with the environment of the back mountains. He wanted to find a more private place to practice his thunder law, so as not to attract the attention of more Zhao Yifun's people. Wandering around, he realized that the back of the mountain is really big, the forest is deep and dense, the size of the hill is continuous. Under the setting sun, the maple forest is like fire, red like blood. Quite a lot of good location, beautiful scenery on the hill. Spring forest side, either already Taoist occupies the location, gas collection or cultivation spells, or directly repair a small house there. These privately built houses and courtyards were undoubtedly all at the level of elite disciples within the Guan, and this privileged behavior was tacitly approved by the Guan. Li Qingyun also avoided them from afar. It was really not easy to find a site that was rarely visited by people. Suddenly, when he came to a small canyon of flowing springs, Li Qingyun's footsteps suddenly came to a halt, his ear tips twitched and he heard a furious and delicate shout coming from the front. "Sinful animal, how dare you come to steal my fish again and again, look at the sword." In the whoosh of sword light in the distance, he heard a familiar meow. Joy in his heart filled his heart. "It's Yuan Bao. I knew our cat had 9 lives, how could it be easily killed by that old slave from Inseek Mountain?" With his magic power in motion and his Dao robe bulging with wind, Li Qingyun's speed surged and he swept towards the front of the small canyon. The maple forest was covered, the boulders were jagged, the canyon was secluded, the spring below converged into a natural water pond next to it, and on the rocky bank next to the water pond, there stood 2 wooden houses. At this time, a hair-bun high pole, body-tall green-robed girl, holding cold long sword, vertical fly like the wind, in the river stone pile up on the stream, to the front of the group of black light in hot pursuit. Her jade face huffed and puffed, her teeth clenched, as if she hated the fish the big black cat to the extreme. Between waving the sword, the cold aura spit shrinkage, from time to time there are more several feet long sword gas shot out. This cultivation than that self-righteous Wang Beiying is too much stronger. But in front of that group of black light, that fish thief big black cat is flexible and very fast, holding a fat red carp does not let go of the mouth, hard left around the right leap, although dangerous, but always avoid the green-robed girl's attack. Sure enough, it's Yuan Bao. The problem of having a bad mouth hasn't changed in the slightest, but this senior sister is obviously an elite disciple in the Guan, it's really a headache. Li Qingyun swept out of the maple forest and recognized his cat at a glance. He joyfully cleared his whistle, clearing and shaking the valley. At the same time, the soles of his feet continuously clicked, running towards the woman and cat. "Senior sister, be merciful, this cat was raised by me, I am willing to bear the loss of senior sister fish," he shouted as he ran, pleading for mercy for the cat. Meow. Seeing Li Qingyun appear, the big black cat Yuan Bao was instantly overjoyed and quickly ran towards him. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the green-robed girl was actually oblivious to Li Qingyun's plea. Instead, she suddenly pinched her spell. A greenwood light happened to land on the body of the big black cat, and then the big black cat was entangled in that green light vine, unable to move. Deadly sins can be spared, but living sins are hard to escape. The green-robed girl swung her sword to slash away the pair of front claws of the big black cat Yuan Bao. For the Li Qingyun who had suddenly appeared, she did not even give a second glance. The one hanging from the visitor's waist was nothing more than the lowest level of dispensable loafer disciple. Ka-ching! But only a low thunderous sound was heard as a strand of lightning fell in the air, just in time to strike the long sword in the green-robed girl's hand. Buzz! The young girl only felt a numbness in her arm, and the long sword in her hand could no longer be held, and was sent flying out by the lightning. You! Her figure retreated 2 steps sharply, her mana surging, glaring angrily towards Li Qingyun on the opposite side of the room, like a beautiful green bird that had been enraged. Her hands pinched seals, and her lips were chanting, about to unleash some kind of spell. Obviously, even for the elite disciples within the Guan, the spells might not be cultivated to the point of being skillful enough to instantly launch. Elder sister, wait, if you have something to say, I'm willing to compensate. Li Qingyun hurriedly raised his hand to plead for mercy, his body's mana transformed into thunder intent, surging and flickering, his handsome face naturally took on a trace of thunder power, becoming more and more handsome and extraordinary. At the same time, leaning down, a trace of thunder intent flashed in his hands, breaking through the green vine binding on the big black cat Yuan Bao. Meow! Yuan Bao escaped from death and gratefully purred twice, whooshing to hide behind his heels. It inexplicably felt more secure, although it didn't know how Shoveler had become so powerful all of a sudden. Avalanche. Lightning and green light clashed in the air, exploding into a cloud of light and fog. Under the wave of air, Lee Qingyun and the green-robed girl both took several steps back respectively. Your Thunder Seal technique, you have actually cultivated it to this level. But at the first level of chi refining, you were able to completely cancel out my green vine binding. The green-robed girl's jade face finally moved this time, and under her amazement, she began to squarely measure the handsome loafer disciple across from her. It was a consensus amongst the disciples of the spiritual treasured one that Thunder Law was difficult to manage, yet the young man in front of them was able to master the Thunder Seal to such an extent that Zhao Kui's heart was undoubtedly filled with amazement and doubt. Between cultivators, strength can only win respect. Zhao Kui Jadeface anger began to slowly dissipate. What is this senior brother's name? I'm Zhao Kui. This place is where I dive into cultivation, and the red carp in the spring pond is also a non-extraordinary species. It's the sustenance for my cultivation, and this black cat of yours has already stolen 4 or 5 of them. She reached out her hand and the long sword that had been shaken away just now returned to her hand, but it was then sheathed, her attitude much more conciliatory. So it's senior sister Zhao, I'm Li Qingyun. This black cat got away from me the day before and was injured, so it probably couldn't help but steal and eat senior sister's spirit fish from you in order to heal. Li Qingyun looked at this Zhao Kui and thought that she was only 15 or 16 years old, similar to himself, but she should have a better Dao Bone spirit root, and the aura floating in her petite body showed a cultivation level of at least the second level of chi refining. Just now, he was able to use his Thunder Law to split Zhao Kui's green vine binding, but it was due to the strength of the Thunder Law itself, especially since he had already comprehended it to the point where it was quite pure. The deeper one's comprehension of a spell, the stronger it would naturally be. However, in terms of true mana cultivation, there was still a considerable gap between him and this senior sister Zhao. Of course this gap, in Li Qingyun's opinion, was just a matter of meditating for a few more days. So he did not feel any sense of awe towards Zhao Kui and treated her with an equal mindset. Then how do you plan to compensate senior brotherly? I attracted a natural stream spring and obtained fish fry from a senior uncle at a high price, and it was hard for me to raise a dozen or so silver thread red carp, and I intend to rely on them to bring my cultivation to the next level. When Zhao Qi said this, the anger in her heart had not completely dissipated, and from time to time, she glanced at the big black cat that was circling around Li Qingyun's feet. Senior sister can price it as spirit stones and other things, but I'm in a bit of a dilemma right now. Oh, by no means reneging on the debt. I can definitely pay it back next month. Li Qingyun's handsome face was slightly red. Chapter 22, Lecturing on the Dharma to pay off the debt. It's easy to say compensation is difficult to pay out money. He is now considered penniless, just washed clean by the Tibetan scripture building. If still in the past the Hofu third son, of course, can repair a letter, let the Hofu send supplies over, but now and after, everything has to rely on his own. When he said this, he reached out his hand, and the big black cat Yuanbao under his feet immediately understood, and jumped up with a little excitement, and landed in the crook of his arm. He picked up Yuanbao and parted the black fur on its body, only to see that there was an obvious penetrating wound on it, piercing in from the back and out at the belly. The wound hadn't completely healed yet, and was flowing outward with the slightest bit of foul-smelling and cold poisonous blood. In addition to this, Yuanbao's body seems to have a gloomy and cold aura. He could not feel it clearly at the moment, and planned to take a good look after going back to the house. That white bone nail from Seek Mountain was a bit evil, and it was not easy for Yuanbao to survive. This cat of yours is a bit pitiful. It should have been struck by a cold magic weapon. The poison is entangled, and if it is not pulled out early it will inevitably leave behind the roots of the disease. Zhao Kui stood playfully on top of the round smooth river rocks. Her body became more and more exquisite as the light wind blew by, and when she saw Li Qingyun inspecting the big black cat's wounds, a hint of compassionate sympathy finally flowed out of those sharp sparkling eyes. Let's put it this way, since you are temporarily short-handed, then I have a proposal. I have also attempted to cultivate the Thunder Law, but I was unable to get the hang of it, and there was not much to be gained from asking a Taoist master to explain it. Why don't you speak for me, senior brother? Your insights on enlightenment and spell casting, as long as it inspires me, then it will be worth the compensation. When Li Qingyun heard this, his heart was delighted, so he gently nodded his head and agreed, yes. Well, go sit over at my wooden house. Zhao Kui was also happy to see that he was willing, and for the first time, a smile appeared on his face. The wooden house in the stream valley was bright and refreshing. The two sat cross-legged, one narrating, the other gazing and listening, occasionally interjecting to say what they were puzzled about. The fresh mountain breeze, with the moistness of the stream, from time to time mischievously blew into the house, ruffling the clothes and hair of the teenage boy and girl inside the house. For a while there was an unspeakable leisurely coziness. Li Qingyun observed the dark curtain wall behind the mysterious Tao statue in his mind. The comprehension he gained was naturally extraordinary, and his insights in the art of Thunder Seal clearly exceeded this senior sister Zhao by an unknown amount. While explaining, he gently rubbed the Yuan Bao by his leg, secretly inputting mana to dispel the sinister aura entangled in Yuan Bao's wounds and to promote the healing of the wounds. The mana with a hint of thunder intent had a strong restraining effect on the sinister and poisonous aura of the wound, and by the time he repeated his lecture on the Thunder Seal method for the third time, Yuan Bao's state of mind had gotten much better, and his cat's eyes were much more godlike. At this time, it had already begun to get dark, and this quiet stream valley was also enveloped in a layer of night color. "Senior Sister Zhao, I think you're almost done. It's not early. I'll come back to intrude next time." Xin Yunli took a look at the night color and took the initiative to offer his farewell. Although he also quite enjoyed the atmosphere of the wooden house in the valley of the stream, sitting opposite each other and talking about the Tao, but being alone, it didn't matter during the day, but lingering at night was a bit too much. In dutifully explaining, he himself had gained something and felt that his understanding of the Thunder Seal had deepened a bit. "Well, many thanks to senior brother for imparting this, it has inspired me greatly. You, then, take your time." Zhao Kui obviously gained a lot and was a bit unfulfilled, but did not stay. She got up and sent Li Qingyan outside the house. The soles of his feet lightly pointing at the river rocks, Li Qingyun's arms slightly vibrated to maintain his body's balance, his Tao robe drumming the wind fluttering up, the whole person as if the wind is like a longitudinal rise, and then like a light cloud falling a dozen or so meters away, and so on and so on and so on. In a matter of moments he had already swept out of the valley of the creek and stepped on the river bank path in front of him. The speed of the big black cat is not slower than Li Qingyun at all, leaping high and low, jumping like electricity, following closely behind. One person and one cat landed on the bank of the stream valley in the blink of an eye. When Li Qingyun walked into the maple forest, he unconsciously turned his head to look back, only to see that behind the valley cabin, Zhao Kui's exquisite figure was still standing in the night, and he could even feel the night breeze blowing the softness of her cheeks and hair. At the same time, the distant Zhao Kui seems to have smiled, waved to him, and then turned around and walked into the wooden house. Returning to the bamboo house, he soon actually hadn't returned yet. The big black cat Yuan Bao was circling around in the bamboo hut, and even jumped onto Yizhan's bed table. The cat lord seemed to be familiarizing himself with the new environment. "Yuan Bao, come over and sit down, let me see what's going on with that gloomy aura in your body." Li Qingyun waited for Yuan Bao to familiarize itself with the environment of the house, then beckoned for it to come over. If he wasn't wrong, Chui or rain-seeking mountain should have placed a compulsion on Yuan Bao, just like they did with him. Fortunately, he was now an initiator in cultivation and had mastered the thunder technique. The 6 seals of the Thunder Seal could be more than just casting a spell and pulling it, and now that he was deepening his understanding, he felt that there were more uses for the Thunder Seal that could be developed. Indeed. He probed a strand of mana into the cat's body, and after coming into contact with the blood-sucking insect parasite in Yuan Bao's body, in the instant when the parasite was too late to react, the mana suddenly transformed into a binding Thunder Seal, directly ripping the parasite out. Under the intimidation of the Thunder Seal, the parasite trembled. Die! This blood-sucking parasite ripped out, looking fat and hideous with a blood-red body, not knowing how much chi and blood the big black cat had devoured. Earlier on the carriage, Yin Xuanshan should have activated this blood-sucking parasite, causing Yuan Bao to fail to react, such that it affected its strength to play, and was almost killed by the white bone nails. Naturally, Li Qingyun was not polite. As the Thunder Seal was squeezed inwards, the blood-sucking parasites immediately turned into a ball of bloodlight, which was then vaporized by the mana into nothingness. Chui's mother and son will be regarded as a thorn in his side, but also know that the Yuan Bao big black cat is extraordinary, since the start, of course, is a cat and man to be strangled, do not leave any hidden dangers. However, they had no idea that they would be broken by Li Qingyun in one fell swoop. Meow! Yuan Bao gratefully rubbed against his master's hand. The pooper scooper was finally a bit capable. It was not in vain that this cat lord had been looking after and caring for him all along. Find yourself a nest to go to, but don't go to the opposite side over there. Li Qingyun waved his hand and told Yuan Bao to find a place to stay by himself, then he was speechless. The big black cat meowed twice, then burrowed into the best spot on his bed, comfortably reclining, squinting, and faking sleep. It's just... He shook his head and began to sit cross-legged, taking out the Thunder Seal transcription to look at it. In reality, it was reading into his mind and began to white-whoring the lightning seal waves behind the mysterious Tao statue. Since he was planning to go down the mountain with Zhao Yifan to kill the demons and subdue the ghosts, the deeper he could understand the Thunder Seal, the better, and it would definitely be of great use when the time came, and it wouldn't be a good idea to earn 30% of Zhao's spirit stones and contribution value for nothing. He returned late at night, still blowing, body wafting a light bomb breath. Senior brother Chang Yun, you actually bought a spirit cat. It seems that the Hofu holds you in high regard. This kind of spirit pet is worth a lot. Seeing more than one big black cat in the house, Hejan can't help but be interested and even more envious, reaching out to jerk the cat, but was scared by Yuan Bao exploding his hair and showing his teeth, so he retreated a few steps back, a little bit gray. Senior brother, be careful, this cat a little temper, claws and teeth are even sharper. Li Qingyun smiled, prompting Yuanbao not to be lightly jerked. One's own cat, what's wrong with someone else jerking it? Chapter 23, the third level of qi refining. Hee, senior brother, this black cat, quite a character. Zun Nana laughed and didn't dare to try again, but in his heart, he was extremely envious. In his heart, he is also a bit puzzled. The Marquis of Qinghe's residence is so extravagant that even a commoner son can afford a spirit cat? This world is full of demons and evils. Spirit animals are especially rare and expensive. Each head is worth a lot of money. Even many sect cultivators are difficult to see around the spirit animals. Thinking of this, He's original trace of psychological superiority receded like a tidal wave, somewhat tasteless. He reluctantly pulled a few sentences of interesting stories about the work of the child-seeking hall before going back to bed and closing his clothes to sleep. This night, Li Qingyun heard more than just snoring. There was also the sound of He's dreamy and flirtatious laughter. It's better to change to a separate residence after all, preferably something like Senior Sister Zhao's self-built wooden house in the Stream Valley. The next day, He continued to go to the child-seeking hall to sell his work. While Li Qingyun quietly cultivated a total of 12 furnaces of mana and stepped into the second level of qi refining without moving. With this kind of cultivation, he could have sought out a senior in the temple as a Taoist master and worshipped under his seat, obtaining his patronage and all sorts of conveniences. However, Li Qingyun had no such thoughts for the time being. Inwardly, he had a very bad impression of Lu Nanling, and only felt that he should be cautious in worshipping the master, and that he would be implicated by karma in the future if he did not meet a good person. Not to mention that even if you don't worship a master in the temple, as long as your cultivation level is up to date, you can cross over to the temple, and then directly enter the real spiritual treasure sect's gates. Ling Baoguan now seems to be just a temporary landing point on his long road. It is not worth the trouble. Meditation, enlightenment, acting out the law, Neil Hall. Several days passed in a row, and under the enchantment of the mysterious Tao statue, Li Qingyun's cultivation had already broken through the third level of qi refining. This progress was simply heaven-defying. Under the cover of the more and more profound qi convergence technique, he was still at the level of cultivating qi sense. But up to this point he had also clearly encountered a bottleneck. His cultivation had stagnated at around 30 furnaces of mana, never able to break through. Under the meditation, there was also mana that grew, but this newborn mana was like mud into the sea. After it grew, it was dispersed in the body's emptiness, and could not be converged into the Qi Sea's treasure furnace. Due to the lack of Qi refining techniques above the fourth level, Li Qingyun could only focus on comprehending the Qi convergence technique and Thunder Seal. Li Qingyun was now casting the Thunder Seal, and it had become somewhat volatile, with the seal moving the thunder to come. He was now desperate for money and was thirsty for money. The big black cat had been coming out by day and by night for the past few days, either carrying a small grass stand bottle back or bringing a ghost-suppressing talisman to him. It is also basically recovered from its injuries, and the cat adults are again shaken up. The back of the mountain is considered to be a disaster. In the future, more of this a harm. The back of the mountain, many disciples do not properly put their belongings, turn their eyes missing will also be the norm. Li Qingyun some helpless, for Yuanbao this wealth instinct, he warned many times, but the spirit cat really has its own arrogant temperament, how to come. He can only remind Yuanbao to be more alert, avoid the residence of the high people in the back of the mountain and the important place, don't be captured by people. As for the rest, thus the sinful animal to go. Anyway, he is a Buddhist raising cats. On the fifth day back from the valley cabin, when Li Qingyun went to the dining hall to eat, he found that the dining hall was rarely extremely lively. The dining hall where disciples usually came and went and were always not seated enough was surprisingly almost full today, with a lively atmosphere and laughter. For the first time, he realized that the Gu Zixin mentioned by Zhao Yifan, the Gu de Kai Zi that he often heard people talk about these days, was indeed generous and bold. Fellow brothers and sisters, all the food in the dining hall today, including the spirit rice porridge, etc., everyone let go and eat, all counted on my account. That Gu de Kai Zi, in the crowd of many disciples, appeared to be spirited, and with his body covered in magic weapon aura, he was the most dazzling one in the meal hall. Many thanks to Senior Brother Gu. Senior Brother is mighty and domineering. This time, Senior Brother went down to the mountain to ambush the demons, but he encountered a ferocious level of corpse-eating rats, but he managed to kill them, and now he has returned successfully, and has been highly appreciated by several Taoist masters such as Master Lu, so let us congratulate Senior Brother Gu. By the light of Senior Brother Gu, I can finally drink 2 bowls of spiritual rice porridge. In the midst of the many disciples' praises, the stout-built, somewhat rugged-faced Gu Zixin frequently smiled and arched his hand, and although he was bold and expansive, he was quite approachable, with little arrogance. Third level of qi refining, Taoist robes, hairpins, silk tracks and so on are all magic weapons. This Gu Zixin should be the legendary multi-golden disciple. Li Qingyun looked at Gu Zixian from a distance through the crowd. He felt that the other party was quite brash and close to people, and was so generous, no wonder he was so well liked amongst the disciples in the back of the mountain. He squeezed towards the spiritual food stall in the cafeteria and was lucky enough to grab the last piece of spiritual beast meat. It doesn't cost anything, it really smells good. Sitting down and eating it in 3 or 2 bites, Li Qingyun was not yet satisfied. After the spirit beast meat entered his belly, it quickly turned into a hot stream that nourished his flesh, and his mana also vaguely had a slight increase. Good stuff. It's a pity that it's just too expensive. Such a small piece of spirit beast meat would normally cost a spirit stone. Li Qingyun finished his meal and also walked over to Gu Zixi's side, saying thanks across the crowd. Thank you, senior brother, for your generous hospitality. I wish senior brother success in his path and a bright future. Gu Zixian nodded his head and responded with a smile, feeling that this fresh-faced junior disciple had a rather sweet mouth, so he glanced at him one more time as if to memorize it, and then talked and laughed with the several elite disciples around him. In Qinghai County, I have the reputation of being a kind and charitable little Langjun, but in Lingbao Guan this senior brother Gu is even more generous. Li Qingyun thought in his heart and walked out of the dining hall, about to return to the bamboo house. Li Qingyun, right, wait. A voice behind him, however, called out to him. Li Qingyun turned around and saw that it was a middle-aged Taoist with an unfamiliar face that he had not seen before. The middle-aged Taoist had an ordinary but overbearing face. The left side of his face had a scar close to the corner of his eye. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Judging from the mana breath surging from his body, he was an elite disciple of the spiritual treasure view. From the meal hall, out of the several disciples, see the middle-aged scar-faced Taoist all suddenly look slightly shocked, respectfully salute, and then hurriedly leave. I wonder what this senior brother has to say. Li Qingyun's heart was slightly moved, then he gently bowed and asked. The middle-aged scar-faced Taoist squinted his gaze at Li Qingyun, whose mana breath was almost non-existent, raised his chin and said with a leathery smile, My name is Cui Xingho, speaking of which I am also under Master Lu's seat, so you have to call me Cui senior brother. Upon hearing the middle-aged Taoist say his name, Li Qingyun's face changed slightly. He felt the shadow of Cui once again looming over him. Since his surname was Cui and he had a stance of coming to pick a fight, Li Qingyun quickly linked up with Cui. Sure enough, the scar-faced Taoist Cui Xingho said with contempt, Someone entrusted me to look after you for a moment or two within the Guan, but for a waste like you with no Taoist bones or spiritual roots, it's not bad if you can live on in the Guan. Oh, I forgot to say the main thing, you have been in the temple for some time, but your heart has no respect. What is the behavior? My sister wrote to instruct you to write a letter back in the next 2 days to save your family from thinking about. Cui Xingho scolded in a commanding tone with a strong posture. It could be seen that he was used to ordering people around in his daily life, and he should have some power in Lingbao Guan. Li Qingyun's handsome face was slightly chilled. He wanted to retort a couple of sentences, but when the words reached his lips, he extinguished his thoughts. Now with this kind of small man pulling skin meaningless, such as the avatar in the body, these are floating clouds. His eyes contained the slightest hint of coldness, and he fixedly looked at Cui Xingho for a while, then nodded, and turned to leave. Still has a bit of a temper. A waste of a commoner's son, without a family to provide for him. I'd like to see how long you can still be stubborn in the Guanzhong. Cui Xingho snorted coldly through his nose, then also carried his hands behind his back and left. However, he did not see the hint of thunderous sternness in Li Qingyun's eyes as he turned around. This Hajia Cui clan is truly disgusting. Li Qingyun also did not expect that the Hajin family Cui clan's hand had stretched out so long that even the spiritual treasure Guan had people from this family. It should be known that Maple Mountain spiritual treasure Guan was nearly 1,000 miles away from the Hajin Cui family. That Cui Xingho looks not young. Cultivation is also a little imperceptible. When in the refining 3-layer above, such age and cultivation, visible worship into the spirit treasure view for a long time, and now the view should be mixed out of the Hall of Fame. At present, it is not suitable for hard touch, can find an opportunity to get rid of the best without moving. Even in the Taoist temple, Cui's also high-pressure persecution, messing up my Taoist heart. This feeling is really bad. But you want to know the situation of my cultivation and the body of the spirit-devouring compulsion. Why would I not want to use this to paralyze you, a poisonous woman? Chapter 24, Going Down the Mountain Together. Returning to the bamboo house, Li Qingyun smiled to himself, studied the ink and unfolded the paper, put up his pen and began to write the family letter. Since the violation of compassionate training, resigned from home into the view, swiftly 10 days. Maple Mountain is beautiful, the scenery is picturesque, but the clouds but melancholy, no heart to watch, today the true law in front, but the heart is as cold as ash. No Taoist bones and spiritual roots, the fruit can only disappear into the mortal world? Autumn wind cold, winter snow, and come, remote memory of the past on the house, father and mother charity, brother and sister respect, laughing and smiling, cloud every thought of the cultivation of nothing, let down the top and bottom of the high expectations, and waste this life, cannot help but sad from the heart, tears wet lapel carry on. Writing, he could not help but think of crossing over not long ago, the body of the birth mother, that is, the Marquis of Qinghe concubine Lu, suddenly contracted a disease, hastily left, could not help but between the lines, with some real emotion. The so-called father's righteousness and mother's kindness. This mother's kindness of course does not refer to the poisonous woman's main mother Chui, but the birth mother Lu. After experiencing the spirit-devouring compulsion incident, Li Qingyun now more and more suspected that Lu's sudden death and Chui's mother and son must have nothing to do with it. It was only that there was no defense against the side door, and there was no evidence. Chui's, He put away the letter, hurriedly went to the Foreign Affairs Hall mouth a trip, the family letter sent out. The price of sending the letter was a bit high, it even cost him 20 taels of silver, presenting a strong style of Lingbao Guan. The External Affairs Hall is responsible for most of the external affairs of Lingbao Guan. There is also a special car and horse line, driving the spirit of the horse pack animal and so on pass through the place. The cultivation has become the view of the Taoist escort, to and from the transportation of goods, collect all over the rare resources, but also along the way to the back of the mountain disciples to bring a letter and so on. The tasks of the carriages and horses in the Guan are often competed for by the disciples. When Li Qingyun went to send a letter, he saw a dozen or so Taoists arguing, spitting, and red-faced, seemingly grabbing the escorting task of a certain road. He was in big business and knew this well, but where goods are transported, a certain percentage of depletion is allowable, not to mention a big view like Spirit Treasure View. A little leakage would be enough to feed these disciples. And in the back of the mountain this time, he actually did not find a few disciples have storage magic weapon. We carry bulky things, mainly rely on the shoulder to carry, so Lingbao Guan carriage line is noisy, with the mortal stagecoach station and so on almost. Only just now in the dining hall, he saw the great wealth Guzipian as well as that Chui Xingho, both of them have 100 treasures bag tied around their waist. He could see that even the lowest level storage artifact, the 100 treasure sack, was very expensive and rare, and ordinary disciples couldn't afford to purchase it. He imagined the world of cultivation, manpower as storage magic weapon scene, a far cry. Perhaps, even though he was already in the Spirit Treasure View, he was still a layer away from the real world of cultivation. Maple Mountain Spiritual Treasure View, with the mortal world those transcendent forces are not very different, are into the world of the people, collect incense resources, and so on, by the way, blessing the surrounding people only. After sending the letter, just after returning to the bamboo house, Zhao Yifan came to the door. This made Li Qingyun's heart slightly startled, to be able to find the residential address here, indicating that Zhao Yifan had investigated him behind the scenes. Counting how many days he had been in the view, he had mastered a handful of not bad lightning techniques, comparable to a lightning genius. In the future, if Zhao Yifan asks about this, I can only use giftedness to put it off. Well, make up a little bit about how it's fine even if he was often struck by lightning as a child. Does it count as having a pro-thunder talent? Or, let Yuan Bao take the blame, I ate a foreign fruit that it articulated back. Li Qingyun had 100 thoughts in a flash and felt that he could only fool Zhao Yifan like this. As the lucky one who owns a fortune cat as a pet, it's reasonable to have some special encounters. Believe it or not, it depends on whether the senior brother is wise or not. Under the Qi convergence technique, the mana breath on his body looks like the level of cultivating Qi sense, and Zhao Yifan's cultivation can't see the bottom of it. Even if he was exposed in the future, at that time, Li Qingyun's cultivation had already increased greatly and he could manipulate the situation. Senior brother Qingyun, are you ready for the next few days? Why don't we go down the mountain now? The Guanli is in a hurry. Zhao Yifan's thick eyebrows spread, it was obvious that he was in a good mood. He was wearing a pouch made of exotic animal skin, which was densely packed with more than a dozen pockets, which contained talisman paper, bottles, pots, pills, and gold and silver, making it easy to take out at any time. Together with the somewhat conspicuous mahogany sword behind his back, a standard Taoist's outfit for a long trip down the mountain. Oh, the Valley Zepian that guy came back, just egged this 1,000 years of peach would sorta use, coupled with the master brother your hand thunder method, this time to suppress the ghosts and peace of mind, will certainly go smoothly. Zhao Yifan proudly pointed to the peach wood sword behind him. Li Qingyun's eyes surged to gather mana and looked over. Only to see that the original seemingly ordinary mahogany sword, in the spiritual eye vision, immediately issued a blinding red aura, as if surrounded by dark red flames, quite bizarre. This peachwood sword is indeed a good thing. Li Qingyun couldn't help but praise it. Zhao Yifan laughed, that's natural, otherwise why would I have waited so many days specifically? Qingyun, do you have anything to pack? I'm as clean as a bag, I can't compare to senior brother's luxury, just bring a set of change of clothes, well, there's also this cat. Li Qingyun turned around and stuffed a set of clothes into the bag. In the rummage, saw Yuanbao last night dribbled back the small grass stand bottle he incidentally also brought, thought just slightly disguise one or two. Then whistled. Meow. The big black cat that was sleeping on the roof immediately jumped down. Yuanbao had stolen some assorted goodies in the back of the mountain in the past few days, and his injuries had already healed, and now he was majestic, and between the cat's steps into and out of the room, he was actually quite imposing, as if he was a scaled-down version of a black tiger. Xingyun, I can't imagine you have such a helper. Come on, since you have this spirit cat, then I'll share 10% more of this trip's harvest with you. When Zhao Yifan saw the big black cat, his eyes instantly glowed with enlightenment, and he praised it again and again. Zhao Yifan, who had seen a lot, of course could see that Yuanbao was a rare spirit cat, and this trip to Yinshan town was another help. Rumor has it that some special black cats can ward off evil spirits, not to mention that this is a more powerful spirit cat. Zhao Yifan knew the value of the cat, and in a good mood, he gave up 10% of the reward for the mission. Do not look at the handsome face of the senior brother, but also look at the cat face well. Let's go then. Oh, I need to report down the mountain, right? No need, before I came here, I reported for you by the way, let's brother and sister go down the mountain directly. Alright then, let's go, I hope that senior brother will take care of us when we get off the mountain. Li Qingyun closed the door of the house and walked side by side with Zhao Yifan. Behind the two of them, the big black cat was faintly adorned. It slipped into the bushes from time to time, and even lost its shadow for a long time, born to go off the beaten path. Li Qingyun also does not care about it, this big black cat's ability is strong, safekeeping cannot be lost. It was afternoon, 2 people and a cat were in a hurry, grasping the time to go down the mountain. Along the way, some of the elite disciples in the Guan greeted Zhao Yifan, while looking curiously and a little enviously at Li Qingyun. Their expressions were wonderful, as if they were saying, "This scrappy mortal is so lucky to have received such care from senior brother Zhao." Li Qingyun's demeanor was bland and unimpressed. Chapter 25 Pingyang Town. Senior brother Zhao, going down the mountain again. Isn't this senior brother Qingyun, why did he also go down the mountain? When they arrived at the mountain gate, the 2 people, the fat one and the thin one, Jingfeng Mingyue, called out senior brother Zhao with slight respect, and when they saw the somewhat familiar Li Qingyun, they could not help but be greatly surprised. They were not only surprised that Li Qingyun had gained Zhao Yifan's favor, but they also felt that after just a few days of not seeing him, senior brother Qingyun seemed to have changed as if he was a different person, and no longer had the pale complexion of a playboy who had overindulged in lust. The afternoon sunlight sprinkled down from above the tall mountain gate, reflecting the young man upright as a spring tree, his handsome face like jade, with his own air of floating and vigor, completely unlike the weakness at the time of the first meeting. "Hello, 2 senior brothers." Li Qingyun smiled and nodded his head to greet Qingfeng and Mingyue, and then followed Zhao Yifan, who was a bit poised at the moment, down the stone steps, walking as fast as the wind. He felt that this Qingfeng and Mingyue's status in the Guan was really not good. Lin Wanjin, Zhao Yifan, these elite disciples one by one, were all unimpressed with them. The stone steps stretched downwards, and the white mist from the mountains on both sides surged in. The low voices of Qingfeng and Mingyue talking were faintly heard from the rear. In the end, he's the son of the Marquis of Qing, his family, rich and with a background. When he first came up the mountain he looked like he was emptied out of his life. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye he'd climbed into senior brother Zhao's relationship, gotten the spirit medicine, and made up for his deficit of vital energy. When I first met this senior brother Qingyun, I noticed the big bag he brought up the mountain, and secretly lifted it. It was heavy. As long as there is money, living in the back of the mountain can be too much more comfortable than the mortal world. Hey, but going down the mountain to get rid of demons and suppress ghosts is not a trip to the mountains. I hope that senior brother Qingyun can come back alive. It's still easier for us to guard the mountain gate, ushering in and smiling at people. Li Qingyun's ears twitched slightly, and even though he was already a little distance away from the mountain gate, he could hear it clearly. When he went up the mountain, his body, which fell in the eyes of the disciples, was not that vain. However, time had changed, and in just a few days he had already cultivated his mana, and his vital essence and blood had almost recovered. The mountain mist was hazy, and Zhao Yifan kindly mentioned as he walked. After descending the mountain, rent 2 fast horses in Pingyang Town at the foot of the mountain, and you'll be able to reach Yinshan Town in almost a day or 2 or so. Well, senior brother is well thought out. Li Qingyun did not express any objections to Zhao Yifan's proposal. When disciples with shallow cultivation traveled down the mountain or did missions, the vast majority of them drove vehicles and horses as footwork, and although stepping on clouds and flying in the air or flying with magic weapons was dashing and fast, it was not possible to do so without sufficient cultivation. Low mana, even if the mastery of airborne art, but also cannot fly for a long time on the exhaustion, and low-level cultivator airborne speed with the beasts of the horse compared to the speed of the horse is also not fast to wear. 2 people footsteps very quickly, not long after the stone steps down the mountain road. Zhao Yifun's face became more and more satisfied. During this time he intentionally tested Li Qingyun's footwork, constantly accelerating. Li Qingyun was able to steadily keep up. Maple Mountain was very large. There were 2 winding mountain paths up the mountain, one dedicated to carriages and horses, and the other for the incense and tourists to walk. At this time, after paying homage to the Taoist monarch at Lingbao Guan, many Jia stickers started to come down the mountain, men and women, young and old, peddlers, noble women and gentlemen, all of them hustling and bustling. It was very lively. Lingbao Guan is the largest Taoist temple in the surrounding towns. Incense. Every day there are a lot of people and villagers climb the mountain to worship, ask for Taoist talismans and elixirs, please get rid of the demons and ghosts, as well as to seek a child and so on. In this world, ordinary people want to live longer. The home always have a safe house talisman, exorcism talisman, and so on is indispensable. Taoism and other traces of transcendent power, densely spread on earth. At the foot of the mountain, there is a rather prosperous town called Pingyang Town. There were tens of thousands of people living in the town all year round, and a large grain field was also reclaimed outside the town, with all kinds of people traveling from south to north, so it could be described as prosperous in all industries. Many deacons and elite disciples of Lingbao Guan have purchased properties in Pingyang Town, built mansions, opened stores, and even married a few wives and concubines, spreading out their children and grandchildren. The senior management of the Guanzhong attach great importance to the tranquility of Pingyang Town, and there are deacon-level experts with disciples guarding the town all year round, maintaining order and blessing the townspeople. The court of the state of Yu did not send officials in Pingyang Town and so on. This town can basically be said to be spontaneously formed. Of course, under the management of the spiritual treasure Guan, the court will not and do not dare to meddle in the matter. When Li Qingyun and Zhao Yifan, dressed in Taoist robes, appeared on the streets of Pingyang Town, the people all saluted and greeted them from time to time with respect, and the more daring residents even warmly invited them to drink tea and wine. The town was very prosperous. Liquor stores, tea houses, Taoist talisman stores, statue stores, weapon stores, medicine stores, inns and carriages and horses were spread out in a well-organized manner. With the sounds of laughter and shouting, the people had a bit of peace in their complexion, which was something that Li Qingyun had rarely seen in Qinghe County. However, compared to Qinghe County, Pingyang Town did not have any entertainment venues such as greenhouses and flower boats, which made the merchants and travelers from the south to the north feel regretful. Li Qingyun also noticed that the town's mansions and stores of all sizes, doors, windows and walls are plastered with new talismans to ward off ghosts and evil spirits, overflowing with a strong flavor of the folklore of this world. There are 3 horse and carriage companies in the town. Zhao Yifan went to rent the foot, the scale is not small, and even have a few foreign blood beast horse placed in front of the store as a signboard to attract customers. The carriage house named Junhongkai was opened by an elite disciple of Lingbao Guan. Zhao Yifan seemed to have a good friendship with the owner. He went in and talked to the middle-aged elite disciple, and the two of them talked and laughed for a while about the world. Down the mountain and up the mountain, the spirit of the spiritual treasure view disciples have a big difference. Down the mountain Zhao Yifan they obviously less immortal style and morality, more a few points of the world of smooth. A few moments later, Zhao Yifan, with a smile on his face, let out the old 2 rather steely yellow-maned horses. Li Qingyun did not follow into the Junhongkai, but on the street opposite the carriage house to store carpet. The sunlight is soft, the atmosphere is peaceful, he likes the rare human atmosphere of the town. In this situation, he couldn't help but think of those days when he lived in Qingshui County, and was actually a little nostalgic. How to sell this ancient copper sword? 50 taels, oh, the original Lingbao Guan Senior, 40 taels, can't be any cheaper. For it, I was almost bitten by the dumplings. Expensive. At the stall of a journeyman, Li Qingyun reaped an unexpected little surprise. He bargained and finally spent 20 taels of silver to get his hands on a bronze short sword with an old colored hilt and 2 or 3 ancient incantations on it. The bronze sword looked old, with rust spots, and even more so with the cold aura of having just been unearthed from an ancient tomb. At first, he was attracted by these 3 incantations, but after picking it up and enjoying it, but under the sensing of his magic power, he found that under the cover of the cold aura, there was a trace of a slight but clear yang-yi, which vaguely touched his treasure furnace nascent sword magic power. This means that this sword can carry some of his mana, and is not a mortal object. The material used to forge the sword should be somewhat uncomplicated, more or less mixed with some special spirit iron. That Jiang who guessed Siam is the spirit treasure view disciple also dare not deceive, bluntly said from the other day with a friend companion explored some years of the former dynasty nobleman tomb. They purposely dug up the grave in broad daylight, attacked it fiercely with fire plus throwing talisman paper, and finally wore down 3 corpses, and then took out those more valuable old objects from the grave. This sword of yours, it's actually not bad. Li Qingyun received this bronze ancient sword and smiled faintly, his fingers suddenly curved and flicked out, and the rusty short sword instantly emitted a muffled thunder like low sound. Under the cleansing of mana thunder, the cold aura on the sword was dispersed. This ancient sword was as if it had been opened, with a bit more vigor and sharpness. Chapter 26 Taoist Clear Light. Taoist master really has good eyesight. That Jianghu client couldn't help but feel great remorse when he saw this scene. Thinking that the bronze short sword should be a good thing, he hadn't been able to recognize it and had sold it at a low price. If it was a magic sword that could subdue demons and suppress ghosts, then he would have lost a lot of money. But stall bargaining is based on the eyesight of the nature. Now even if the loss, the Jianghu customer can pinch his nose and admit it. Li Qingyun in a good mood, while there is still some time, and then bargaining in an old man's store, he looked at those paint big gourd, so bought two, and filled with water, in order to prepare for the road. When Zhao Yifan brought his horse over, Li Qingyun was considered to be temporary, more or less prepared. He smoothly handed a gourd filled with water to his senior brother. It's still senior brother Qingyun who was thoughtful. I happen to have some throat smoke, it's just a pity that you're not filling it with wine. Zhao Yifan laughed and accepted the gourd without any politeness. Two people mounted the horse, along the street to the town outside. Pedestrians have to avoid. At this time disappeared half a day of the big black cat Yuan Bao. Suddenly from a side alley scurried out, whoosh jumped to Li Qingyun riding that horse. It ate with a rounded belly, and held a piece of fragrant cooked meat in its mouth, signaling its master to follow it. The cat adult does not eat alone. Eat it yourself, let's go. Li Qingyun was somewhat speechless. His legs lightly clamped the horse's back, skillfully and freely driving the horse forward. When he was in the marquis residence, he had skillfully mastered the skills of horseback riding, archery and sword dancing, trying to give himself as much as possible the ability to survive in the chaotic world. Senior brother, this cat is really good. I thought it had gotten lost just now. Zhao Yifan drove his horse to follow, looking at the cat master on the back of that horse, full of envy, but unfortunately Yuan Bao didn't even bother to look at him. The autumn sun was already a bit dim, and the two of them galloped along the official road, towards the west of the town. Out of the town, the prosperity is no longer. The face is like a flood of pale and barren, let Li Qingyun momentarily have a kind of suffocation illusion. Horses galloped, both sides of the mountains and forests quickly pulled back. Tall trees on both sides of the official road to block the sunlight, on the road to form a mottled shade, all the way to the car and horse silhouettes are sparse, seems more cold and desolate. Unconsciously, the sky near dusk. Those dark places on both sides of the road began to attract his attention. Intuition told him that this vast dim wilderness has many evil began to move. During the day, the sun shines high, ghosts and monsters rarely show up. At night, it is the revival of Yin Qi, demonic gas swimming, dangerous. Sitting on the horseback of the big black cat Yuan Bao, also a little serious up, eyes alert, look around. The sky darkened, the travelers began to hurry, a little panic, accelerate the pace. The rider and the driver of the car shouting frequency is obviously denser. All want to be in the night before the full descent, rush to the populated villages and towns and other safer places. Generally speaking, experienced caravan travelers will calculate the time, from a certain village or town to the next safe landing place, about how long to walk. They have already estimated in their hearts, will not take the risk of rushing at night. But the reality is that there are always accidents that delay the journey. Rolling dust and smoke rose up in the dusk. Li Qingyun saw that on the official road there were 1 or 2 sizable merchant caravans, as well as 3 or 5 companionable scattered travelers, traveling in a hurry, and his expression began to become serious, even a bit panicked. Qingyun, there's a deserted temple about 20 miles away, let's hurry and try to spend the night there. Zhao Yifan was obviously also a bit anxious and drove his horse to speed up. The third level of qi refining was a high-level person in the eyes of mortals, but in the eyes of those slightly more powerful demons and devils, it was just stronger food in yang qi. Spiritual treasure view of 100 miles. This piece of land is not bad, because the view of the Taoist often patrol to cut off the demons and evil spirits. The domain of the demons and ghosts is relatively less. The golden crow has just fallen, and the night is beginning to color. Those scattered merchants and travelers who were still rushing along the official road began to greet each other, and quite tacitly gathered automatically and walked in a group. Light the torches. Put on the talisman. Invite the Taoist monarch. Anxious and uneasy chants rose and fell as they lit their tongue oil torches one after another, and the firelight flared up, baking the surrounding area and frightening away some shadows that were vaguely swaying to come closer in the dimness. Those Jianghu travelers, merchant guards, etc., coincidentally took out the exorcism talisman, put one on themselves, and put one on their defensive swords and bows, and accelerated the road at the same time. Their eyes looked towards those dim and fuzzy shadows with a heavy heart. Some people were even full of piety, inviting out statues of Taoist monarchs, including wooden ones, stone ones, and expensive gold and jade ones. Some placed the statue of the Taoist monarch on the roof of the carriage, some held the statue in front of their chests. A dignified and majestic face of the Taoist statue began to emit a circle of clear light, its own a peace of mind to tranquilize the spirit, deterring demons and evil foreign power. The larger the size and better the material of the statue of the Taoist monarch, the circle of clear light emitted, the larger the coverage area. In my previous vision, the clear light of each Daolord's statue was all of one color, which could frighten away evil spirits and ghosts, but now that I have cultivation, I found out that Daolord's clear light turns out to be different from each other. Li Qingyun followed Zhao Yifan, slowed down the speed of the horse, Mana secretly transport eyes. Only to see the Dharma eye vision, a circle covering the range of the Daolord clear light, color, brightness and sense of intimidation are different levels. The light emanating from the statue of the Tao is not the same light pattern in ordinary people's sight, but some emit yellow aura, some blossom red light, and some light up the golden glow and so on. The luster was also strong and weak, and the emanation of the majesty was also high and low. Li Qingyun found that at this time, on the official road, the Tao statue with the widest coverage and the strongest brightness was the golden and jade Taoist monarch statue placed on top of the caravan carriage in front of him. That Daojun statue of gold and jade for the texture, the cost is not expensive, carving is extremely level, the female Daojun palace bun high plate, jade face with wei, eyes contain a faint indifference, the body of the light emerald colored vestments as if blowing in the wind. Beautiful face, clothing texture, and so on are lifelike. Although there is a city of jade appearance, but the kind of majestic charm that the Taoist monarch comes with, but let a person dare not have the slightest blasphemy heart. Perhaps because this female Taoist monarch would have been extremely powerful, or experienced long years of worship, or usually placed in the temple full of incense and so on, that elegant Taoist monarch statue, in Li Qingyun's Dharma eye field of vision, emitting a circle of bright as fire red halo, the entire merchant fleet are enveloped within. It doesn't look like the Taoist monarch Dharma phase of the spirit treasure view. He realized that he couldn't match the several Tao monarchs recorded on the book, Lingbao Tao monarchs explaining doubts, in the scripture pavilion, and that there was no record of female Tao monarchs in the history of Lingbao Guan. When Li Qingyun gazed at it, the golden and jade Taoist statue in his line of sight suddenly lit up with a red aura, piercing the pupils of his eyes with a slight pain, so he had to slightly lower his head to avoid it, not good enough to look at its face directly again. This Tao sovereign, what a strong and majestic presence. He secretly praised this female Daolord's stunningly beautiful demeanor, and also felt the majesty that was as if it was substantial, so he couldn't help but whisper to himself. Senior brother, that one is the Bo Palace's feathered harmonization 300 years ago, and even the most profound and unpredictable existence ever in the history of the kingdom of the underworld, Taoist monarch Bo. Zhao Yifan, who was steering his horse vigilantly, had sharp ears and heard Li Qingyun's soft sigh and took the initiative to explain. However, ordinary people can't get the blessing of this nine heavens by Lu Dao sovereign. To invite a trace of this existence's Dharma intent in Lu Dao statue, one needs to fulfill all sorts of harsh conditions. Look at the front of that caravan, the flag is ahead of Zhu Feng. When it is the Four Seas Pavilion, no wonder it can invite the Biluo Taoist monarch's phantom. Mentioning this Bilo Daojun, Zhao Yifan's demeanor tone, there is a worship and admiration that can't be hidden. Chapter 27 Distress in the Dark. Feathering? Baiyu Palaces by Lu Dao Sovereign? The strongest in the history of the kingdom of Pixie? Li Qingyun marveled in his heart and couldn't help but memorize this Dao Sovereign's Dharma name deeply. It was definitely a supreme power. This was the first time he had seen the Taoist statue of Daolord Bailu. He had not seen it before in Qinghe County, and the Hofu Palace's offerings were not from this person, so it seemed that it was indeed not an ordinary person who could be invited to get it. In addition, feathering this word, or heard this world cultivators mentioned for the first time, vaguely corresponds to the previous life. Feathering is not to become immortal? But immortal, why is it a taboo in the in-heaven domain and cannot be mentioned? Senior brother, don't be envious, our spirit treasure view's Daolord ancestor isn't bad either. Here, take this. Zhao Yifan laughed lightly, taking out a small Nanmu Taoist statue from his chest pouch. His magic power lightly pushed it and sent it to Li Qingyun's body. I see that, senior brother, you indeed have little experience in traveling. You didn't even bring a statue of a Taoist monarch with you when you went down the mountain. Li Qingyun nodded his head in thanks and did not argue. He received the Nanmu Taoist statue and recognized that this one was also offered in the spiritual treasure Guan, with the honorific name Spiritual Treasure Pure Young Taoist Monarch, as well as being the Lord Monarch of the former Guan's Hall of Seeking Children. He injected a wisp of mana into the Nanmu Taoist statue while silently chanting. Disciples of Lingbo Guan, respectfully invoke the ancestors' Dharma power. Buzz. This statue of the spiritual treasure Pure Young Taoist Monarch instantly vibrated with light patterns, emitting a circle of brilliant yellow light that enveloped Li Qingyun, the great black cat Yuanbao, and the yellow-maned horse under his seat. What looked like a clear light to outsiders, in Li Qingyun's field of vision, there was a blazing sun-like majesty, dry, strong and overbearing. The spiritual treasure Pure Yang Taoist Monarch of this Guan, its Dharma might is indeed not weak either. He couldn't help but think. A cultivator activated the clear light of the Tao Sovereign's Dharma through his mind, and then injected a strand of mana, instantly invoking the Dharma might. If a mortal wants to invite a Taoist monarch's dharma power, he has to rely on his usual devotions and offerings to achieve the point of sincerity of heart as spirit. When you need to use the statue of the Taoist, you should be pious and recite the name of the Taoist monarch a few times. Cultivators like Li Qingyun usually do not have enough time for their own cultivation, where there is time for long-term offerings, naturally through a wisp of mana as a guide, quickly and easily to invite the Dao Jun Fa Wei. Among them, the Dao sovereign ancestor of his own clan was the best to communicate with, the best to invite. It was just that a statue of a Taoist monarch with an unrivaled majesty was worth a lot of money, at least 10 gold. Li Qingyun was now shy and naturally could not afford to invite it, but there was no need to talk to Zhao Yifan about this. Ordinary people couldn't afford to buy a good statue of a Taoist, they mostly carved it themselves from memory or imagination, or bought something cheap from a statue store. But this is not the light of the Taoist statue, although the people invited in the home, year-round incense offerings, but there are few times when the spirit of the light, but also to talk about doing spiritual comfort only. Ordinary people mainly stick all kinds of talismans to seek peace. The sea to wander, always out of the business travelers, most of them are not ordinary people, not bad to buy a statue of the money. Woo! Night had just officially fallen, and rustling and ferocious low, teeth-baring cries began to ring out from the dense bushes on both sides of the official road. A corpse dog and a carrion wolf ran out from their hiding places, hiding in the bushes in darkness with eyes like a green light. They were drooling with putrid saliva and their eyes were green and stupid. As soon as they were in large numbers, they began to approach, provoking and testing at the edge of the Daelord's clear light. Whoosh! In front of the sizable Four Seas Pavilion merchant team, some of the guards began to strike, opening their bows and shooting arrows that flashed with runic light at the corpse dogs that dared to come close enough to pounce. Some corpse dogs screamed miserably and were killed by several arrows. The body as big as a calf, with many pus bags bulging on top of it, collapsed and convulsed by the side of the road. But the corpse dogs and rotten wolves were not intimidated, they let out low bloodthirsty growls. Instead, they became more and more excited. Soon, on the periphery of these closely following packs of corpse dogs, there were more clusters of fluttering shadowy ghostly chi. Avalanche! Li Qingyun's hand itched with the intention to try out the power of the thunder law, and in an instant, he completed the sealing and chanting of the incantation. A thunderbolt as thick as a finger suddenly flashed through the night sky, and with a swift momentum, it struck the distant rotting wolf that was eyeing him intently. That rotten wolf could not wail in time before it rolled to the ground, emitting charred smoke and instantly dying. The thunderclap sounded like divine might, causing the merchants in front and behind to look over. At this moment, Li Qingyun had just sacrificed the thunderbolt, his body was faintly emitting a thunderous aura, and for a moment, his handsome face and starry eyes, and his black hair was flowing, falling into the eyes of the merchants and travelers. They couldn't help but praise him in their hearts. What an outstanding Dao Linyuzhen! Two tall people, are they disciples of the spiritual treasure view? In my Four Seas Pavilion Pengchang branch steward Qin Fuguang, can I have the honor to ask the two to go forward together? More than 10 miles ahead there is a deserted temple, the group companion safer. That Four Seas Pavilion merchant fleet steward, a white chubby rich middle-aged man in brocade robes, under the protection of his guards, walked towards Li Qingyun's two people's side, with a few moments of respect on his face, sending out a warm invitation, suggesting to accompany each other to catch up with the night road. At this moment, the merchants and pedestrians as far as the eye could see on the official road were all wearing Taoist talismans, holding weapons and torches, and were leaning towards the famous Four Seas Pavilion merchant team. See, there are two Ling Bao Guan Hai people, which is especially handsome and elegant young Manhwa is also proficient in lightning. Everyone cannot help but more than a few points of joy between the demeanor. There are two more Taoist forest Phasian sitting in the town. This 10 miles of night road, there will not be anything wrong it. The Four Seas Pavilion caravan also had more than 20 brawny men. Among them there were two withered grey-clothed old men with extraordinary breath. Li Qingyun's spiritual eyes swept through and saw that there was a familiar fluctuation of fury chi on these two old men, similar to the refined young fury chi that he had almost cultivated back then, but it was too much more powerful than what he had at that time, and these two men should have already entered the Tao through the side door. However, it is only a side door, not the true method. Cultivation and the cost of casting spells are very great. This kind of castrated version of the transcendental magic performed more often, but also loss of life expectancy and vitality. In the middle of the caravan, there was an even more gorgeous and exquisite carriage, with a curtain hanging all the way down. It was unknown who was sitting inside. However, Li Qingyun could sense that there was a mana fluctuation in the carriage that could not be underestimated, and the cultivation of the person in the carriage was above Zhao Yifan. Senior brother, then join them. There is an order in the Guan that when my spiritual treasure Guan disciples are traveling out, they should try to take care of mortals if they can. Zhao Yifan said as he looked towards Li Qingyun. Good. Li Qingyun did not disagree with himself and nodded without saying anything more. Zhao Yifan was pleased in his heart, and immediately drove his horse to close in on the Four Seas Pavilion's caravan. I and my senior brother will open the road in front, you and others will protect the two flanks, trouble the two of the Four Seas Pavilion's temple back. As for that Taoist friend of the carriages, the center of the strategy is. Amidst the respectful greetings from the Four Seas Pavilion's merchant team and the other merchants, Zhao Yifan slightly raised his head in response, and then arranged for it without fail. For the time being, it seemed that he, Zhao Yifan, had the highest cultivation among the people present at the moment, so he naturally took out the demeanor of the person in charge. May! A bashful female voice came out from the gorgeous carriage of the Four Seas Pavilion. It was a female cultivator. Li Qingyun was silent and speechless as he walked alongside Zhao Yifan, secretly pinching his thunder seal, the spell calling out between his lips. He was a little excited. Just now, when he first tried the thunder spell and killed a ferocious carrion wolf with a snap of his fingers, he already had a bottom in his heart. Carrion wolves and corpse dogs were the more common ferocious beasts in the wilderness. They feed on human and animal corpses, contaminated with corpse gas, and long half-corpse half-demon, ferocious, unusual knife-chopping, sword-chopping, constantly divided into its capital is difficult to make it dead. Ordinary people's weapons only stick on the Taoist talisman, can be better dealt with. In the Qinghe County, he has been in the Hofu Guards under the guidance of these rotten wolves to sharpen the guts and hands, but to kill a corpse dog rotten wolves, but also to spend a lot of work, but also be careful, so as to avoid staining enough to make mortals sick or even fatal corpse gas demon gas. Whereas now, he printed moving thunder, instantaneous, easily crushed. Chapter 28, Sanshan Twilight Cloud. With Zhao Yifan and Li Qingyun at the vanguard, the merchant team's hearts were greatly stabilized and they remained vigilant to speed up their journey. Perhaps it was the deterrent of the Tao statue's magic power, or perhaps it was Li Qingyun's thunder law just now, and seeing that the caravan's guards thoughtfully did not show any breaks, those corpse dogs and corrupted wolves temporarily followed closely and did not dare to make any rash attacks. Only with the gathering of more and more corpses, dogs and wolves, who also knew that waiting like this would be more dangerous. At the back of the corpse dog group, there were shadows and ghostly shadows. Li Qingyun's brows were furrowed and he was a little disturbed. He sensed that as the group advanced, those lone ghosts in the wild were also attracted by the popularity. His mana gathered and surged in his eyes, looking into the darkness of those shadows and found that they were all ghosts. Before he cultivated his mana, he could not see the forms of ghosts, even the weakest wandering spirits. Unless those sinister ghosts took the initiative to show their forms, even if they stood in front of an ordinary person, the ordinary person would not be able to see them, and would only feel chills, instinctively goosebumps, and inexplicable fear. These days in the Spirit Treasure View, Li Qingyun often went out at night to meditate and cultivate, without encountering a single ghostly shadow, which is why the Mountain Gate Taoist Forest is the reason why the world aspires to it. Now that he was out of the Taoist temple, under the illumination of his spiritual eyes, the darkness of the night was full of ghostly shadows. This world, why are there so many demons and monsters, so many temples and temples plus transcendental families, hundreds and thousands of years down the line cannot get rid of clean? Now, this land boundary is still within the patrol range of the spiritual treasure Guan, right, but it's also so unsafe. Especially, these ghosts and wandering souls are gathering more and more, yet they don't make a move. What exactly do they intend to do? Li Qingyun was secretly alarmed in his heart and could not help but look at Zhao Yifan. It just so happened that Zhao Yifan also looked at him with worry in his eyes. Li Qingyun could not help but feel a sinking in his heart. Senior brother, the situation isn't quite right. The wandering ghosts that have followed us here are already no less than 30. Gotta speed up, rushing to that deserted temple should be much better. Zhao Yifan secretly transmitted his voice. Immediately afterward, he called out in a deep voice. All of you, put more effort into your feet, we must arrive at the deserted temple at the junction in front of us before midnight. That Four Seas Pavilion steward Xian Fuguang, who was experienced in the rivers and lakes, also smelled that something was wrong and anxiously called out to the merchant team and other travelers to speed up. Well, everyone listened to the two feathers really speed up. This steward, whose eyes were glowing with fear, had sweat pouring out of his fat face. He kept reaching out to wipe it off, and he also meditated and prayed towards the nine heavens by the Taoist monarch statue on top of the carriage. As long as the clear light of the statue of the Taoist monarch is not extinguished, ordinary wandering ghosts simply do not dare to approach, otherwise they will be burned to ashes. However, if the ghosts were not afraid to die and charge up, the clear light would be consumed, and the statue of the Taoist monarch would be nothing more than an ordinary statue. The crowd was panicked and quickened their pace. A group of people silent and hurrying, the sound of hoofbeats, wheels turning and the more and more rapid breathing of the crowd, clearly audible in the night sky. On both sides of the official road and behind the group, the number of corpses, dogs, corrupted wolves and ghosts that followed them continued to grow. At the back, the horses and animals were restless, agitated and hissing. Meow. The big black cat Yuanbao's fur also exploded, constantly emitting a low growl of warning. Two fellow Taoists, please protect everyone and rush on with all your might, I'll dispel a wave first. The curtain carriage in the middle of the Four Seas Pavilion's merchant team, a white hand pulled open the curtain and then stepped out of a pale emerald-colored Dao-robed beautiful female cultivator. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with a beautiful appearance, a tall figure, and a valiant aura between her eyebrows. Li Qingyun subconsciously looked over and exchanged a glance with the female Taoist through the night. The two nodded their heads in unison. Then, the female cultivator's figure shifted and had floated in the air. The 100 treasure pouch at her waist swiftly jumped out a vermilion-colored Dharma pearl. Then, she grabbed the Dharma bead with an extraordinary aura, and with mana surging around her body, she threw it towards the dense shadows at the back of the corpse dog group. Boom! The red light was so bright that it burned the night sky. The blazing mana flames incinerated a dozen wandering ghosts in an instant. Awesome! This female cultivator of the Bayou Palace, skillful in fire techniques, her cultivation level is at least above the 7th level of qi refining. Li Qingyun was slightly startled, estimating the female cultivator's approximate cultivation based on the might of her mana outburst just now. The female cultivator did not look more than 20 or so, with a cultivation of at least the 7th level of qi refining. If placed in the spiritual treasure view, she should have long since obtained the qualification of the sex inner disciple and be at ease in the mountain gate to cultivate. Where would she need to do this kind of escorting for the merchant caravan? It is also Bio Palace talent, maybe too much competition. This kind of disciple also had to put down the stature, take the task, travel in all directions, save food. Zhao Yifan saw this female cultivator's awe-inspiring Dharma might and couldn't help but move his face and hurriedly saluted with respect. Taoist friendly stance. I'm Zhao Yifan from Spiritual Treasure View. This is my senior brother Li Qingyun. Dare I ask for your name? The female cultivator, who was floating in the air, her figure getting taller and taller, looked down, her eyes skimming over Zhao Yifan and Li Qingyun, nodding her head and smiling lightly. Bayou Palace, Wang Muyun, meet the two fellow Taoists. Her eyes, lingering on Li Qingyun for a little longer, seemed to have some appreciation for his handful of lightning techniques. Trouble you two fellow Taoists, make every effort to disperse the corpse dog group, and try to speed forward as much as possible. Wang Muyun demanded with a straight face. At the same time, the vermilion-red Dharma bead on his hand flew out again, flames erupted and burned another dozen or so corrupted wolf corpse dogs to death. Good, dare not try your best. At this time, Zhao Yifan no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance, and hurriedly answered. He took out a bunch of talisman paper from his cummerbund somewhat painfully, and his mana was stimulated, transforming into a fireball that smashed into the group of corpse dogs that were also gathering more and more in front of him. Even if his cultivation is not as good as the disciples of Bio Palace, Zhao Yifan doesn't want to weaken the prestige of Spiritual Treasured One. Strength is not enough, talisman paper comes to make up for it. For the sake of this mission, he prepared a large number of low-grade talismans. Talismans instead of casting spells could greatly reduce the burden of mana. Wang Morian, Sangshan Morian, that's a good name, a thought swept through Li Qingyun's heart. Boom boom. The flames kept lighting up, blowing up the corpse dogs and corrupted wolves all over their bodies. Li Qingyun, out of a low profile, only sent out one or two thunderbolts from time to time, but the strikes were sure to hit. At the same time deliberately pull out one or two small grass dan, pretending to serve, recovering mana. In fact, one is not willing to waste, just for show. Occasionally there is a breakthrough in front of Zhao Yifan defense boundary of the corpse dog. He patted the big black cat, meowed Yuan Bao as fast as lightning. The cat palm clap, will be their heads beat to pieces. Then there are fish in the net. His hands of bronze sword light flashed. Under the infusion of mana, the sword becomes sharp. The corpse dog like tears fell. Zhao Yifan did not want to use the back of the 1,000 years of peachwood sword, mainly rely on throwing talismans. There are corpses close to the dog as waved palm slap shocked back. Bodywork, footwork, a little something, and do not want to waste even a trace of mana. Show the old Jiangshi character. For Sea's Pavilion merchant team, those two side door into the road of the old man also began to show God. A goat-bearded old man directly opened his mouth to bite through the finger, blood point forehead, and quickly recite incantations. Cheeks quickly produce dense white hair, while the eyes more and more red. The nails of the 10 fingers of the palms are more hard to pull out. A large section, like a fox claw, is sharp. It looks like a new person. This old man's mouth issued the old fox's harsh cry. The figure is also as swift as a fox trail. In the edge of the Dao Jun clear light, waving paw, sweeping, toppling, tearing ahead of the corpse dog, rushing clear light shield of corrupted wolves. Some corpse dogs pounced and bit the old man, and the corpse poison green blood flowed out from their wounds, but the old man did not realize it, and his actions were not affected. Chapter 29, The Desolate Temple. The other Four Seas Pavilion confessor old man roared, his face instantly filling with blood, his body exuding a strong blood-bane aura, and his body inflating in size. He became as strong as an ox as he jumped. His fists landed on the corpse dogs, all of which would leave a deeply indented mass of charred cracked fist prints on their bodies, and the lethality of the baneful aura could not be underestimated. In the splattering of limbs and blood foam, these two old men of the Merchant Guild provision were soaked in baleful aura that they looked like they were going crazy. Occasionally out of control, it is difficult to fully control the hostility of the heart, and even pull out the heart and liver of a rotting wolf or something like that, on the spot to gnaw on, not like a human being. However, the crowd had long been accustomed to this and were not surprised. Li Qingyun also knew that this was the norm for those who practiced the side path. When he was 16 years of refining Yang Fury child power, but also have some fire, and perform a few similar to that old man with a red face, blood chi excitation, strength and speed have increased greatly, body burning Yang Fury aura, so that the wandering souls do not dare to come close to. Whoosh! The caravan guards and other travelers swung their swords and shot arrows, and with the blessing of the Tao Sovereign's Dharma clear light, they hacked and killed the corpses and dogs and corrupted wolves that dared to rush up. The people used their own means, utilizing the blessing of the Tao Sovereign's clear light to kill the ferocious beasts and wandering souls that dared to charge up. The deaths of their companions also aroused the hostility of the corpses, dogs and ghosts, and they began to pounce on the group of merchants regardless. Several channels of Yin Qi also took the opportunity to mix in the group of corpses and dogs, pouncing out, but as soon as it dipped into the clear light of the Bilo Taoist monarch, it was immediately like kerosene on fire, and in the mournful cries and wails, it burned into ashes within 2 moments. Under the forced cleanup, the corpses of the corrupted wolves collapsed, and the dead bodies became food for the other wolf dogs. Under the roaring competition for food, the space was filled with blood. Amidst the rush of ferocious beasts and ghosts, the clear light of the Tao Lord statues in their respective hands became somewhat dimmer one after another. The crowd advanced while fighting, and one after another, people were continuously injured. Ah! Suddenly, a stout Jianghu client let out a miserable scream. In the midst of the fierce battle, he accidentally stepped out of the sheltering circle of the Tao-like clear light, and a mass of dense black gas suddenly swept out of the darkness, wrapping this big man in it and flying into the night sky. Miserable screams resounded in the night sky, and in the rain of blood, a miserable white-boned corpse fell, and its flesh and blood had been devoured to the point of no return. Jia jia jia. The sinister laughter of that ghostly creature resounded in the night sky, making one's heart numb. Sinful animal, suffer death. Anger surfaced in Wang Muyun's eyes, and the fire energy around his body violently erupted as he raised his hand to strike. That vermilion red Dharma bead flashed with light and disappeared into that dense black gas. Pang! The firelight splashed and the black chi dispersed. With this flash of light, Li Qingyun saw that the body of this mass of black gas was actually a vicious ghost with tattered clothes, green face, and fangs, hollow eyes without beads and maggots crawling in the eye sockets. The green-faced ghost swung its claws and struck a hard blow with Wang Muyun's hair bead, shaking the bead away, but its body was ignited by the star-spotted fire chi, and it soon turned into a torch burning. It let out a whine of resentment and turned to flee. Suffer death. Li Qingyun, who had already built up his momentum, moved his thunder seal, and with a rumbling explosion, a dazzling thunderbolt fell in the air and exploded in that fire in ghostly chi. Under the thunder shock, the ghostly chi scattered in all directions, and the green-faced ghost howled miserably with resentment. But this ferocious evil ghost, even this dead threw, but hurriedly fled into the dark night. It is just a ghost gas disorganized, strength of 10 does not exist, a short period of time has been insufficient to fear. This is the first evil ghost encountered by the crowd. Wandering ghost, red clothes, evil and weird. This green-haired ghost was somehow comparable to a Tao Foundation realm cultivator. However, in a single glance it had continuously encountered Wang Muyun, who practiced the true fire technique, and Li Qingyun, who practiced the might of thunder, and was actually almost directly subdued. Of course, the main thing is that the Bo Palace High Disciple Wang Muyun, a fire method is quite pure and strong, it is very likely to be the 8 or 9 layers of Qi refining cultivation. Battle and travel, relying on the strength of Wang Muyun, Zhao Yifan, Li Qingyun, and the 2 Four Seas Pavilion provider old men, the group finally passed through the most difficult period of time. Finally, the corpse dogs and ghosts dispersed one after another. After an unknown period of time, the crowd's eyes lit up. Only to see the darkness in front of them, a blinding firelight emerged, reflecting the wilderness night sky. Under the firelight, there was a dilapidated deserted temple, standing on a hill next to the intersection of 2 official roads. Around the deserted temple, inserted a circle of torches, the air filled with the smell of burning kerosene. Temple on all sides of the broken walls, plastered with layers of Taoist symbols, new and old superimposed, emanating a burst of Taoist majesty, enough to deter ordinary ghosts and demons, which is the deserted temple by the north and south of the business travelers, regarded as a reliable landing point of the important reason. In front of the deserted temple, there are a lot of cars and horses parked, there are guards and Jianghu guest sword patrol back and forth. Occasionally, sounds of conversation and laughter came out from inside the deserted temple. It's been hard on the 2 Taoists. Upon seeing the deserted temple, Wang Muyun, whose breath was a bit weak, nodded to Li Qingyun and took out his Dan bottle, taking a few small grass dawn before squinting his eyes and sitting on the carriage to regulate his breathing, no longer speaking much. Zhao Yifan's face was also blanched, his mana consumption was a bit severe, and he took out an elixir and took it. Li Qingyun's consumption is actually not very big, during the period of releasing not much thunder, mainly in some more critical moments out to save people or to solve the siege. Of course, the big black cat's share of the credit also fell on him, counting up to the identity of the spiritual treasure view disciple. Steward Xian's heart and mind were first settled, and he went up to deal with those people. It turned out that the ones who had landed at the desolate temple first were mainly the Luo Shui Kai family's 30-odd men and women, while the others were scattered merchants and travelers. We are from the Four Seas Pavilion's merchant team. These two are high disciples of the spiritual treasure view. They are also going to spend the night here at the temple view. I'm disturbing you all. So it's Steward Xian, no need to be polite. We, the Kai family of Luoshui County, my young lady went to Lingbao Guan today to burn incense and seek a son. Now the people are very tired and are resting in the temple. Please don't disturb everyone. We can just rest here in front of the temple. Everyone take turns to keep watches. The inside of the deserted temple had already been occupied by the Kai family's young lady and other female family members. Wang Muyun and Qian Fuguang didn't mind, and the two Li Qinjians were even more indifferent. On the contrary, when Li Qingyun heard what the Kai family's chief of guard said, he could not help but feel a slight movement in his heart. The young lady of the Kai family went to Lingbao Guan to burn incense to seek a son. It should be decent. I don't know if that guy Zun. He had heard of the Kai family in Luoshui County. That was a family whose power was not below the Marquis of Qinghe. Luoshui County is relatively close to the Fengshan Lingbao Guan. Many large families will go to the Lingbao Guan to burn incense and ask for charms to do things and so on. The Four Seas Pavilion merchant team and others were also exhausted after fighting all the way, and when they arrived at the deserted temple, they hurriedly boiled water to cook, organized the site, set up tents or directly laid mats on the ground. Everyone wolfed down their food and replenished their strength. For Seas Pavilion, those two-side door old man eat especially amazing. They have returned to normal human appearance, but pale, breath atrophied, just like a starving ghost, swallowed the meal in big gulps. The caravan had also specially slaughtered 2 lambs, and these 2 offerers directly held the blood basin and wildly drank the fresh lamb's blood like wild beasts, which was quite frightening. Li Qingyun also noticed that the old man who had just transformed into a half-human, half-fox, walked to the corner of the temple wall after the meal, and quietly pulled out another fishy and bloody rotting wolf's heart, greedily tearing and devouring it. Sideways after the performance of extraordinary power, there are such and such sequelae. Drink animal blood and eat demon meat are considered good, some even have to drink human blood. Ordinary people can't touch the demon parts. If they are contaminated with yin qi or demonic qi, they will have to die even if they are not dead. Chapter 30 Illusion suddenly arises. Taoist Master Li, come and rest here. A Four Seas Pavilion guard surnamed Zhang chose a more wind-blocking temple wall location, attentively laid out a felt mat and invited Li Qingyun to land and rest. On the way, Zhang's guard was careless and was almost bitten by a corpse dog on his arm. Fortunately, Li Qingyun's thunderbolt blasted down in time and extinguished the corpse dog. Thank you. Li Qingyun smiled and nodded his head, and without refusing, he sat down cross-legged, his eyes narrowed slightly, and began to meditate. Meditating would increase the Tao. As soon as he had the time, of course he had to sit down. The experience of this killing on the road, that Bueguan female cultivator Wang Muyun, with her dharma beads roaring, flames burning, and strong control of the field, was still quite a big stimulus for him. Compared to Wang Muyun, a cultivator with accomplished cultivation and a powerful magic weapon, he was now a bit inadequate. No wonder it's said that senior brother Qing Yun likes to meditate for enlightenment, but it's not like there's only one meditation and qi collection posture in the treasure furnace qi nascent technique. The tired-looking Zhao Yifan also spread a mat next to him and sat down to rest. Seeing senior brother Chun Yun, who was already squinting and meditating, he was somewhat in awe and somewhat speechless. Not far away, Wang Muyun washed her face with the fresh water offered by the merchant guards, her appearance becoming more and more beautiful and fresh. She looked at the figure of the meditating teenager, and a light smile seemed to spill out from the corner of her mouth before she too returned to the specialized carriage to rest. Shen Fu Guan commanded the others to heal their wounds and keep vigil, and even let everyone place the statue of the Taoist in the outer edge of the small square of the barren temple, and then led people to burn incense and worship with devotion. Quite a number of statues on the way to dim down the clear light, slowly bright again. The final circle of Tao's sovereign clear light connected with each other, forming an aura that wards off evil and subdues demons, shielding the men and horses behind them. A total of more than 30 large and small statues of the Tao emitted a light, more and more seemingly invincible. The deserted temple around the ghosts and demonic beasts and other senses of this power, actually far away to avoid. In the darkness of the night, the popularity of the deserted temple is so strong that in the eyes of the demons and monsters, it is as conspicuous as a fire candle in the darkness, but also because of the great momentum, it scares the ordinary ghosts and demons that don't dare to come. Cultivators like Li Qingyun, however, could sense that although the deserted temple had long since fallen into disrepair, the land on which this temple view was situated still had a trace of Taoist aura remaining, which could deter some low-level demons. For a time, the deserted temple was in rare peace. The night wind is sluggish, the distant stars are subtle, the deserted temple around the sporadic inexplicable sound from time to time resounded. Except for the night watchman, everyone else in the desolate temple gradually entered dreamland. Li Qingyun sat on the grass mat, his mind was calm and quiet, observing and meditating on the treasure-furnished Qinasan technique. In his mind, the mysterious Taoist statue silhouette's brows were lowered, and a trace of clear qi continuously escaped from the top of his head. Stars and dots of mana grew in his meridians one after another, but then it was as if mud had entered the sea and disappeared without a trace, not knowing where it had flowed to. Cultivation, naturally, the realm is supreme. If I were like Wang Muyun and possessed a cultivation of the 8th or 9th level of qi refining, I would have been able to face the corpse dogs and ghosts and the like with a straight face just now. Time is running out. Without the know-how of the 4th level of qi refining and above, am I going to throw away my time in vain? Now meditating is also clearly having mana breeding ah. Li Qingyun was reluctant, but at the same time, he was also testing to see if the mysterious Tao image in his mind could bring him new surprises without the knowledge of the latter levels of the treasure-furnished qi refining technique. So even though today's meditation time was full, he wanted to give it a try. Quantitative change will cause qualitative change. Accumulation of silicon steps can lead to 1,000 miles. District refining qi 4 layer only, and is not a remarkable cross the big realm. He felt the meridians began to swell in pain. There is a slight sense of cutting, but felt barely tolerated. These days diligently cultivate and practice down, flesh and bones and the nourishment of mana to obtain some enhancement, seems to begin to broaden his meditation and cultivation time length, but still extremely subtle. This subtle sign made him pleasantly surprised, and naturally he kept trying to challenge the limits. I've heard that cultivators with high cultivation levels can easily close their doors and sit in death for several years or even decades without anything happening. This root bone of mine can only meditate for 6 hours a day. It's really too trivial compared to the great ones. I really hope that there will be a day when it happens as well. The meridian mana continuously grew and disappeared into nothingness. Li Qingyun's heart was as quiet as water, enduring the swelling and pain in his body to capture the traces of dissipating mana. He vaguely felt that the mana did not dissipate into nothingness, but rather dissolved within the barren silent darkness like undeveloped divine storehouse or inner landscape mind phase within his body. Maybe it's just not accumulated enough. I'll hold on to see if I can pry the divine deposit that much down by virtue of the constant onslaught of mana and break through the bottleneck on my own without the know-how of the 4th level of qi refinement. However, it was only the 4th level of qi refining, and it wasn't any heavenly past great realm. Li Qingyun, who had the mysterious Tao statue as his backbone, was naturally unwilling to give up on it. Suddenly, he only felt that his 6 senses were quiet and empty. I don't know what time of the night it is now. All kinds of strange sounds around the barren temple also suddenly disappeared far away, the vast night sky, deep and strange. In his mind, some familiar figures involuntarily surfaced. In a trance, the first thing he saw was the main mother of the Marquis Chui. She was sitting on top of the high hall, looking down coldly with malice. Old third, everything you eat and use comes from the house. Why are you greedy and even covet the position of the world's sun? I said that I would write a letter to report my safety when I arrived at Lingbao Guan, as well as a monthly letter to report my cultivation progress. Where is the letter? Did you think you could ignore me by leaving the Marquis house? Chui's malicious and cold gaze was like a needle prick, but Li Qingyun could not help but sneer. District poisonous woman. Scram! His mind transformed into thunder, and Chui's figure dissipated like smoke. In the next moment, however, a familiar figure emerged, this body's birth mother, Lu. She jumped out in the bottom of his heart, standing weakly and helplessly in the depths of the darkness, spitting out the pain of longing to him. Son, cultivation should also pay attention to your body. Too much is not enough. Mother is having a hard time here, and misses you so much. As soon as Lu appeared, Li Qingyun's sanity suddenly drifted a bit, his consciousness falling into some kind of meditative nothingness. In the depths of his heart, a strong sense of unwillingness, resentment, and longing suddenly emerged. That was the instinct that lurked in the deepest recesses of this body, or there was still a trace of the residual soul breath of his predecessor that stirred the mind. He slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the vast darkness outside the barren temple. In the distance appeared the blurry, thin figure of Lu, beckoning to him. Come, son, come ah. He was in a trance, as if in a dream, and stood up, about to take a step. But the next moment, Li Qingyun's eyes suddenly became clear, and a cold smile hung from the corner of his mouth. Da! He pinched the thunder seal and sent out a mantra sound. Thunderous intent erupted from within and without, and a thunderous roar suddenly resounded from the depths of his heart. Crackle! That last wisp of persistence deep within his heart completely dissipated in the thunder, and the heavy illusions instantly collapsed, his mind restoring as clear as water. This time, without the help of that mysterious Taoist image in his mind, he relied on himself to break free from the nightmare illusion. Just now, the demonic evil actually unknowingly crossed over the clear light of the statue of the Tao sovereign and interfered with the manipulation of so many people. In Li Qingyun's clear gaze, he immediately saw one Jianghu guest, merchant guards and others in front of him, as if they were sleepwalking, moving their feet to cross over the statue's clear light ring line, heading towards the depths of that deep and bizarre darkness. Chapter 31 Great Demon Invasion. Next to Zhao Yifan, he also fell into the illusion, his face struggling. But fortunately, the sight of the borrowed 1,000-year-old mahogany sword, vaguely emitting red ripples, actually helped him resist. At least he did not also sleepwalk out of the Dao Junqing light ring line. Behind the barren temple door, a female family members are also like puppets on a string, queuing up sleepwalking out. Walking in the forefront is a body posture, noble temperament of the beautiful young woman. She stretched out her hands forward, chanting Wadi Lang. This white-clothed young woman, when it was the young lady of the Luoshuikai family, was also caught up in the tricky thoughts and visions at this moment. Li Qingyun quickly looked at Wang Muyun's carriage, only to see that the carriage curtains were slightly vibrating, as if she was resisting the erosion of the weird thoughts. There should be a powerful demonic creature coming from outside. It was able to obscure the clear light of the Taoist monarch and interfere with the people who had landed in the deserted temple. Li Qingyun was shocked in his heart, and at once, his body was surging with thunderous intent. Repel the thunder and lightning, evil demons retreat. All of you, wake up. As he shouted, a thunderclap rang out in the sky above the desolate temple, shaking the four directions. Those who were sleepwalking, as if breaking free from some nightmare, suddenly jolted and regained their original clarity. What just happened? How did I run outside, almost about to step out of the Tao sovereign clear light shelter? It's a demon. Fortunately, Taoist Master Li of the spiritual treasure Guan let out a shout like thunder, breaking the weirdness. Everyone come into the Taoist monarch's clear light, this demon is a bit powerful. The Four Seas Pavilion merchants and Kai family guards who came to their senses were shocked and thanked Li Qingyun, who was floating in the air, while rushing to the Tao monarch clear light. Tao Lord Li, thanks to your thunderous cry, or else Murian would have almost fallen prey to it as well. Wang Muyan also stepped out of the carriage, his green silk glowing as he gave a grateful salute towards Li Qingyun. There is no need to be polite. Li Qingyun smiled and returned the salute. Then, Wang Muyan sacrificed his Dharma bead and suspended it above his head, his figure swayed and walked into the clear light of that nine heavens bijou Taoist monarch. Walk away, this demon is really powerful. Senior brother, I had a big nightmare. Zhao Yifan was drenched in false sweat, his remaining soul was still unsettled, pulling Li Qingyun to also squeeze into the clear light sheltering the statue of the Bilua Taoist monarch. At this moment, Zhao Yifan felt that only Taoist Lord Bailu, the most unfathomable Taoist lord in the history of the Kingdom of Yu, could bring him a little bit of security. The terrified crowd, squeezing into the Dao Lord's clear light, looked vigilantly at the outskirts of the deserted temple. Only to see darkness like ink, a gloomy wind whistling, and between that roaming barren grass, suddenly a large tidal wave of scarlet demonic chi emerged, to approach the barren temple. Whoosh! Wang Muyun raised his hand and sent out a brilliant ball of light, the name illumination technique. The light shone through a few points of the dense scarlet demonic chi. The crowd looked up and vaguely saw that there was a demonic creature in that demonic aura with tree branch-like horns, standing on two legs like a human, with three eyes like ghostly green lanterns, and green vines like closed-eyed monstrous snakes growing on its body, which made people feel demonic and powerful. Not good, there is a demonic creature. It's finished. How could this place be infested with nightmare deer demons? The crowd instantly exclaimed in despair, only to feel that a great calamity was upon them. The two old men from the Four Seas Pavilion who were providing services showed fear in their eyes, and their footsteps quietly moved back, with the intention of leaving the crowd behind to flee alone. Don't panic everyone, although this demon is good at causing illusions and can't be defended against, but itself is not considered strong. As long as we stand in the Daojun clear light, it can't find an opportunity and will naturally retreat. In the midst of the chaos, it was still Wang Muyun's Dharma thoughts that stirred with a clear shout, temporarily stabilizing the people's panic. At the same time, her eyes were like cold lightning as she glanced at the two side-door old men of the Four Seas Pavilion merchant team. The two old men immediately stagnated in their movements, their faces appeared to be in awe, and they obediently walked back. Bio Palace was renowned, and the two of them were cultivators of the side door, taking the Four Seas Pavilion's offerings, and if they really wanted to run away from the battle at this time, how could they withstand the Bio Palace's wrath? Scarlet demonic aura approaching Dao Junxingguan. In the demonic aura, tree branch like huge antlers loomed, and even more intimidating low chirping sounds were emitted. Like a tidal wave, the demonic aura tried to touch the clear light, but it was ignited, and the downward clear light was rapidly depleting. Wang Muyun was already standing at the forefront of the crowd, his head hanging over the vermilion Dharma bead, his white wrist flipping again, taking out a copper mirror Dharma artifact, pointing at the nightmare deer demon and shouting in an awe-inspiring manner. I am a disciple of Baiyu Palace, and I have a nightmare mirror magic weapon in my hand. If you are sensible, you can retreat here, then we are all safe and sound, otherwise even if I die, I will still have to hit you hard. Just wait for my door seniors to come. You are wounded, and can escape to where? Spinning extinction also. Speaking at the same time, her robe sleeve, 7 or 8 like a living creature of the runic paper folding swallow fluttering out, to the vast night sky swept away. This is the cultivator harnessing objects, illusionary transformation and possession of spirit and other comprehensive use of spell techniques, Wang Muyun make to quite skillful. Worthy of being the most powerful sect in the kingdom of the underworld, a random disciple from the Baiyu Palace is also well versed in all sorts of spells and has numerous means of protecting the Tao. Li Qingyun eyed paper swallow as she went far away, his handsome face could not hide his envy. He had just worshipped in the spiritual treasure view and had exhausted his belongings, but he had only gotten a thunder seal spell. But this night down, Wang Muyun, the Baiyu Palace disciple, but to show all kinds of means, showing a fairly strong comprehensive fighting skills. If she left the many burdens in front of her and fled alone, this nightmare deer demon could not stop her. The nightmare deer demon with the humanoid pitchfork horns was a bit hesitant when it saw Wang Muyun's actions. However, it looked at the nearly 100 meat people in the Daylord's clear light, the smell of meat filled the air, and the popularity was tantalizing, so in the end, it didn't want to leave. The more demons eat people, the stronger the demon power, not to mention the deserted temple these monks Jianghu guests, most of the popularity are far more than ordinary mortals, eat even more tonic. You choose 10 meat people out, offer to me, either turn away, or eat all you. The nightmare deer demon was hidden in the scarlet-red demonic aura, and in a strange accent, he put forward his conditions. Don't think about it. Either you leave here, or I will burn with you. Wang Muyun flatly refused, her Taoist robe fluttering in the night breeze, her green silk fluttering, setting off her figure more and more tall and delicate, and full of awe-inspiring righteousness and might. You, looking for death. That nightmare deer demon was enraged, the vines on her body twisted and danced around like snakes, and she took a few violent steps forward, and that scarlet demonic chi suddenly swooped down like a tidal wave towards a circle of Dao Jun Qing light. Crackling. The demonic chi was ignited by the clear light and burned into a great fire, but the Tao Lord clear light was also rapidly becoming dim. At the same time, an invisible foreign force in space violently agitated, hitting the clear light shield on all sides and squeezing the Tao Lord clear light into deformation. There were a few unlucky guards and Jianghu guests who were immediately exposed outside of the clear light shield, and they were so shocked that they scrambled back to squeeze into the clear light circle. However, these few immediately became stagnant, their eyes became misty, and they once again fell into the heavy illusions created by the nightmare deer demon, and walked straight towards that nightmare deer demon. Drive away the thunder and lightning, cleanse the demon, wake up! The night sky once again resounded with thunder. Li Qingyun's hands pinched thunder seals, his tongue bursting with thunderous sounds, an array of electric current of thunder intent flowed from that spring tree jade pine like young man's stature. Chapter 32 Thunder Bow First Test. Boom! A thunderbolt fell, extremely delicately exploding a few feet above the heads of those few Jianghu guests who had fallen into illusions. The thunder intent stirred, shaking away the demonic illusions and waking up the gods. There was actually a trace of a brilliant might like thunder for heaven. Thank you, Taoist master, for saving our lives. Those few Jianghu guests woke up in the thunder, their bodies instantly regained their senses and thanked them, while rushing back to run. Encountering demons and shenanigans along the way, Li Qingyun continuously performed the thunder law, and his comprehension became more and more refined in practice. Cultivating a wasted body and having a medium level of enlightenment, he felt that the only thing that he could still do was his ability to learn and practice. In the past, as the third son of the Marquis, he practiced horseback riding and archery, swords, guns and halberds, and also improved extremely fast in actual combat. People will win, practice makes perfect. Li Qingyun felt that the power of the thunder law had improved again, and his heart was slightly uplifted, remembering the famous quote from his previous life, and the bravado of that mortal man who also dared to fight the heavens and the earth. Good. Fellow Daoist thunder law has become more and more exquisite. Wang Muyun's spirit was slightly invigorated, and he couldn't help but praise it, while at the same time, his mana tugged to pull those 3 people into the clear light shield. Snort! Suddenly, a ghostly green vine emerged from the ground, like a living snake wrapping around those 3 people's bodies with great strength, dragging them towards the back. In the scarlet demonic aura, the figure of that nightmare deer demon loomed, and a demonic vine drilled out around its body, crazily forcing its way towards the crowd in front of the barren temple. At the same time, the invisible demonic force kept crashing and squeezing, exposing more merchants and guards outside the clear light shelter. Help ah! More and more people were entangled by the demonic vines that suddenly drilled out of the ground and dragged out alive. Those oxen and horsefoot soldiers who couldn't take care of them were even directly stabbed into their bodies by the strange vines. Their blood was quickly drained. Miserable. Senior brother, the situation is not good. This nightmare deer demon came out of nowhere. It's too strong. It seems that only a high Dao Foundation realm person can deal with it. Zhao Yifan also finally pulled out the 1,000-year-old peach with sword behind his back. The sword emitted a piercing red aura as he swung it to cut off the demonic vines on the person next to him. However, Zhao Yifan's face showed a few shades of fear and whispered in a low voice, "It's really not possible. You can only run for your life if you follow me later." Li Qingyun swung his sword to continuously chop away a strange vine that emerged on the ground. The tiger's mouth of his palm had been shocked and numb, and began to crumble and ooze blood. He looked at the mortals who were all screaming in fear, his eyes swept over with impatience. This world is infested with demons, the world is too bitter. His compassion might not be worth mentioning, and even seemed foolish. But he wanted to hold on a little longer. Look again, senior brother. Right now we still have a fighting chance, maybe Dao Yuang's rescue is coming soon. At this moment, the deserted temple was in chaos. People were constantly being squeezed out of the clear light shelter and then entangled in the demonic vines, and if the few of them cultivators didn't put in their best efforts, 1 out of 10 of these nearly 100 people were bound to be left later on. Wang Muyun magic beads constantly issued fire splashes, burned all over the ground demonic vines. Demon vines dipped into the fire, become much weaker but not burned, still dragging one by one Jianghu guest to pull into the scarlet demonic gas. The 2 old confessors of the Four Seas Pavilion, not caring that their yuan qi had not fully recovered, once again shrieked strangely and transformed, and together with the 3 side confessors of the Luoshui Kai clan, they rushed out as if they were human-sized monsters, frantically tearing at those monstrous serpentine-like demon vines. "Protector Zhang, let me borrow your bow and arrow." Li Qingyun's figure shifted horizontally and came to the side of the Zhang guard who was drawing his bow and shooting indiscriminately, and without any politeness, he reached out and grabbed the bow and arrows. With the bow in his hand, the familiar feel came to him, and he was a little saddened at that moment. Qingha County's skillful young master with a bow and horse was back again. Only, the current him could be called a thunder bowman. Mana surged as his fingers ticked sharply on the bow, and in an instant, 6 mana traces of thunder seals surfaced on the bow. This guard Zhang's great bow and material was good. It should have cost a lot of money to build, containing some of the iron essence, just like that bronze short sword. It could withstand some mana infusion. Zira. The thunder bow was violently drawn, a ray of electric light traveled around the bow and then converged on the arrow. Swoosh! Li Qingyun's arms were pulled back in succession, his chest breath bulged, and an arrow containing the power of thunder and lightning was shot out in succession like rain. The tragedy in front of him forced him to expose a few points of his strength. His body flashed with light, revealing his cultivation level of 1 layer of qi refining. Playing a hand in the battlefield breakthrough, it is also reasonable, right? Thunder bow pointed, electric arrows fell. He aimed at the demon vines that had been ignited by Wang Muyun's magic fire. As the fire and lightning combined, their power doubled, and one by one, the demon vines broke apart. The demon vines that were burned and broken by the lightning and fire were still twisting and writhing on the ground, but they were no longer a threat and withered like dead snakes in no time. As a bow and horse skillful young Langjuan, Li Qingyun's archery skills that were deliberately practiced were quite extraordinary, and now that it was enhanced by the mana Nian, it became more and more sharp and explosive. The thunder bow kept drawing and spreading, saving one by one the merchants and travelers of the rivers and lakes who were about to be pulled into the scarlet demonic aura. Senior apprentice brother Qingyun, it seems like you've had a breakthrough in your pro forma mana. When we repel this demon, I will treat you to tea. Suddenly receiving Li Qingyun's strong assistance, Wang Muyun was overjoyed, his eyes glowing with a hint of color as he praised in a loud voice. Previously, this Bo Palace disciple was still reserved, calling Li Qingyun his Dao friend, but now he directly changed his words to senior brother Qingyun. His attitude towards him was obviously much closer. Hee, then we'll wait to drink senior sister Wang's good tea. Li Qingyun smiled, then suddenly stumbled, his handsome face flushed with a weak pallor. The performance was a bit too much and had to be covered up. This outwardly visible breath of his was barely on the first level of qi refining, what made him a constant source of mana, thunder arrows raining down on him, all overshadowing Zhao Yifan, as well as those offerings from the Four Seas Pavilion and the Luoshui Kai family. Pulling out 2 small grass pills, he pretended to swallow them, then continued to pull the thunder bow, arrows coming out like electricity. For a while, the spirit was so great that he was actually a bit of a remote control of the entire field. The performance of this archery art of his was already completely no less than a low-level spell, or the kind that could continuously output powerfully. You all deserve to die. The nightmare deer demon saw that the demonic vines were damaged one after another and could not help but become more and more violent. His green pupils were ferocious, and he looked towards Wang Nurian as well as Li Qingyun through the air. Whoosh! More demonic vines emerged from the dirt, and in the chaos someone was eventually pulled into the scarlet demonic aura, and then let out a miserable scream. The rain of blood dispersed and the sound of chewing and devouring came from the demonic aura. Demons and devils like to eat people and suck their souls because they could become stronger by eating human flesh and sucking young qi. Xing Yunli was also a bit helpless. The difference in realm between him and the nightmare deer demon was a bit large. Even though he worked well with Murian Wang and repeatedly built up his success, he was unable to take care of everyone. Casualties were inevitable. But this was the norm of the world in the Yin Tian domain. If one was unfortunate enough to encounter demons and devils when out in the wilderness at night, an ordinary person would basically have no chance of returning from death. Demon, suffer death. Right at this moment, a precious light suddenly flashed in the night sky to the east, followed by a cold shout filled with majesty. A pillar of dazzling light fell through the sky. Scarlet demonic gas suddenly collapsed, a large area of strange vines broke, more hidden demonic blood flying up. This demon when it is less parts. It's actually the open mansion realm. Bo Palace's stinking bull nose should be damned. The nightmare deer demon let out a fearful howl. It burned up the magic fire on its body, and no longer cared about committing murder, turned around and desperately disappeared into the darkness of the night. Previously, it had gotten lucky, thinking that Wang Muyan could invite, at most, the Dao Foundation realm of Bayou Palace. Chapter 33 Spirit Cat Picking Up Treasure. Disciple Wang Muyan, thank you Uncle Mu for coming to the rescue. Wang Muyan looked elated and saluted the figure in the night sky from afar. Well, little Murian, you did a good job. I'll go and behead this demon first. Light flashed in the night sky, vaguely a jade-crowned Taoist with soaring intentions, glancing at Wang Muyan's side from afar, then chasing after him. Nightmare deer demon. This level of demon beheading must have some harvest, especially the deer demon forehead of the demon crystal marrow, can be used to refine the rarer illusion-type magic weapon. As soon as the high-ranking person appeared, the crowd of people who had escaped from death in the barren temple were relieved and cried tears of joy, celebrating that they had survived. The feeling of being dominated by the nightmare deer demon's fear just now was too unpleasant. Everyone take care of the injured. Steward Xian, bring out some of our poison removal cream. Even if we were just entangled by the demonic vines, we must not be careless. Also, Zhong Lao Lin Lao, and a few offerings from the Kai family. You lead the collection of all the vines on the ground that have not been burned, and later distribute them according to the efforts of each party. Mrs. Kai and all of you, do you have any objections? Wang Muyan strongly endured the weakness of exhaustion and excessive mana consumption, but her eyes were still sharp. She stood on top of the wretched battlefield and looked around at the crowd to make arrangements. We have no objections. All listened to the arrangements of Taoist Wang. Just now, the danger was incomparable. If it wasn't for Wang Muyan and Li Qingyun who suddenly made a breakthrough in the battlefield, there was no telling how many people would have to die, and at this moment, all parties would not dare to disobey the arrangement. The nightmare deer demon was a demon that was comparable to a Dao Foundation cultivator, and the demonic vines that fell from its body had a certain value, and now that they were all over the place, collecting them could barely make up for the losses. The Kai family also has no objections. The Luoshui Kai family was obviously dominated by that noble young lady who was shocked and her jade face was pale. She barely managed to squeeze out a smile in response, without losing the Luoshui Kai family's demeanor. This Kai young lady saw Li Qingyun wearing a Ling Baoguan Taoist robe, extremely handsome and elegant, just now pulling the bow and arrow to shoot the thunderstorm in the sky is even more awe-inspiring, can't help but look at it for a couple more eyes. She was assisted by two pretty maidservants, and playfully walked to the front of Li Qingyun and Zhao Yifan, giving a polite salute, and her tone became a few points softer. Concubine Chu Hongyu, on behalf of the Kai family, I thank you young warrior. This time, I also returned from the spiritual treasure view to pray for blessings, but I didn't expect to encounter this kind of demon on my way back. Just now, the Kai family people were in danger, but I still relied on the young warrior Thunder Bao to solve the situation. Li Qingyun humbly smiled, courteously said, to cut down the demons and remove the devils, to suppress the ghosts and pacify the people, this is what my generation of cultivators should be doing. Why do you need to be so polite, young lady? A standard feather true young warrior style response. He felt that this young lady Kai's eyes seemed to look at him with a little bit of admiration, especially when she said that she was coming over to say thank you, but her eyes were on him all the time. Next to senior brother Zhao, this Chu Hongyu was automatically ignored. Zhao Yifan also felt it, already quite a mess. He laughed, and simply went over to collect those demonic vine fragments. As a senior brother, his performance just now was far less dazzling than that of his junior brother. Zhao Yifan was more or less embarrassed. However, in his heart, he was complacent. Look at my eyes, I have long seen that Qingyun's senior brother is not a fool. Just now, in the fierce battle, Li Qingyun break through in the battlefield, transforming decay into magic, thunder seal branding mortal bow, electric arrows falling like rain. The performance is only under Wang Muyun. We must find a way to pull Chang Yun into our lecturing scriptures lineage. Also, this time we went down the mountain but we lost a lot of money. The low-level talismans and pills we prepared were used up by nearly half. We have to argue on the basis of reason and make Wang Muyun share more demonic vines to us. Zhao Yifan collected the demon vines on the ground, looking from time to time at Li Qingyun and young Lady Kai who were in conversation. A strange smile surfaced on his face. Senior brother, I don't know that if you look more handsome and have more skills, this is also more troublesome. You have to keep a Taoist heart na. Young Lady Li, in the future, if you travel the Luoshui, be sure to come to the Kai Mansion. Hong Yu will definitely treat you well. Well, young lady has a heart. I have consumed too much mana. I have to meditate and recuperate for a while. After chatting for a few sentences, Li Qingyun politely sent off his guests. Meditating on his knees, he narrowed his eyes and watched this young Lady Kai leave in a somewhat lost manner. Just now at her waist, Li Qingyun saw a jade pendant that looked somewhat familiar. Unsurprisingly, it should be that guy he is. Xu Hongyu had climbed up to Ling Baoguan to pray for blessings and seek a son, but when she descended the mountain, she had an extra jade pendant of He. The young lady is so fond of her handsome husband that she doesn't know how her husband feels about it. I hope that guy He hasn't done anything unspeakable yet, otherwise in case it gets out of hand in the future, it will be a blow to the reputation of Ling Baoguan. In the middle of the night, Li Qingyun meditated while looking internally at the mysterious Tao image in his mind. The wave of light that represented the Yi Thunder Seal spell seemed to have become a little clearer, which indicated that he had refined quite a bit more on the Thunder Law. Actual combat in life and death is truly one of the fastest ways to increase one's Tao skills. He took 2 small grass pills and again, with the meditation buff bonus, he began to rapidly recover from consuming most of his mana. Meow! The big black cat suddenly leapt out from the side, holding a turquoise orb object in its mouth. It walked over to Li Qingyun's feet and dropped it, then arrogantly sat in a pompous ponce, its eyes slightly squinting at the pooper scooper, with a small look of waiting for praise. What a thick demonic aura! Li Qingyun looked towards the turquoise orb. He only saw that this object was admittedly the size of a fist, with a demonic aura. The whole body was turquoise in color, as transparent as a mirror, and deep and hazy when he really looked closely. Not only could he not see it clearly, but instead, his mind and spirit suddenly drifted off, and he was going to be forcefully dragged into the illusions. He was delighted in his heart, and immediately flicked his robe sleeve, gently covering this object, secretly using mana breath to cover the rich demonic gas, and then put away. If I'm not wrong, this object should be one of the 3 eyes of that nightmare deer demon. I thought where Yuan Bao ran off to just now, and I thought that this sinful beast had left its master behind and fled for its life on its own. This eyeball, it should have just been chopped off by that Bo Palace Highlander. The Highlander was in a hurry to chase down that demon, but it was stolen by Yuan Bao. Worthy of their own is the fortune cat. This deer demon's eyeball was definitely the biggest catch of the moment. Maybe we can use it to refine an illusion bead. That nightmare deer demon's greatest skill isn't actually those demonic vines, but it's demonic magic that can easily make people fall into nightmares. Li Qingyun could not help but be overjoyed when he suddenly obtained the treasure and could not help but reach out and jerk the cat's head as a reward. Secretly, he said that this time he followed senior brother Zhao down the mountain. Even if there were no more other gains from going to Yinshan town, this deer demon eyeball alone was already enough. Materials that could refine illusion-type spells were very rare, and if he didn't have to take them out and sell them, he could still earn a sizable amount of spirit stones. He secretly held the nightmare eyeball, and entered the mysterious Tao image space in his mind. He wanted to test whether or not he could use this eyeball with the power of illusion to create an illusion seal. If it works, then the way to acquire spells in the future will not be limited to Taoist scriptures and books. Silence and contemplation for a long time, the dark wall behind the mysterious statue of the road, silent, no miracle. He sighed with regret, slightly frustrated. Chapter 34 More Friends. Qingyun, come over here for a moment. Look at these demonic vine fragments. Are you satisfied with this distribution? At this moment, Wang Muyun vocalized and greeted Li Qingyun as he went over. In front of her was a large pile of collected demonic vine fragments, emitting a ghostly green demonic aura. Cultivators such as Zhao Yifan, the 2 offerings of the Four Seas Pavilion and the 3 offerings of the Kai clan were all gathered there with burning eyes, looking at the large pile of demonic vine fragments as if they were looking at large piles of gold, silver, and spirit stones. Although Li Qingyun had just entered the Tao and had made a breakthrough to the first level of Qi refining in the proximity, his performance just now was indisputable, and Wang Muyun as well as those few old men from the side sects would also listen to his opinion on the distribution of the pieces. Under Wang Muyun's smiling gaze, Li Qingyun got up and walked over. The moment he got up, he failed to notice that behind that mysterious Tao statue in his mind, a third point of wave light suddenly jumped out from the dark wall, but it flickered twice and disappeared. The fragments of a Tao Foundation-grade demon vine, even if they are tattered and fragmented, can still be used as auxiliary materials for some pills and are worth some money. What I mean is, according to the performance of the effort just now, it will be divided into 4 shares in total, with the 4 Seas Pavilion, Spiritual Treasure View, Kai family, and the others each getting 1 share, with the 4 Seas Pavilion and Spiritual Treasure View taking the lion's share. Does everyone have any objections? As she said this, Wang Muyun's expression was solemn, her beautiful eyes contained might as she slowly swept her gaze across the crowd. Senior sister, there is no objection from our side. Of course, Li Qingyun flicked Wang Muyun's face and readily agreed. He and Zhao Yifan could also take the big lead. I just want to ask, can 4 Seas Pavilion accept this one from me and my senior brother? We're going to Yinshan Town, it's inconvenient to carry. Of course I'll take it, at a price of 20 spirit stones. Qingyun, do you think it's okay? The several forces all rejoiced and divided the pile of demon vine fragments. In normal times, these pseudo-cultivators like the side door and the left-hand path, where can they easily come into contact with the nightmare deer demon's output of this grade? Except for the Luoshui Kai family who chose to take their share of the demonic vine with them, everyone else, like Li Qingyun, chose to sell the fragments of the demonic vine to the 4 Seas Pavilion merchant team. Those Jianghu customers were given a small pile of 5 spirit stones, not good to be divided equally to be gold and silver, especially everyone's companions are dead or injured, healing costs, family condolences and so on with gold and silver instead of more convenient. Li Qingyun and Zhao Yifan looked at each other and smiled, both quite satisfied with this harvest. The two of them also shared it equally, without hurting the feelings of brothers and sisters. Of course, Zhao Yifan, hard to admit, know that this time is dipped in the light of the senior brother. Thinking of this, Zhao Yifan can't help but feel some emotion. Senior brother's breakthrough in the battlefield is already a cultivation initiation. I'm afraid that when I go back, I'll be recruited by all the big deacons in the view. Qingyun, if it's alright, why don't you go to my place and have a cup of tea? Dealing with the distribution of the parties, Wang Muyun's demeanor became much softer, smilingly issuing an invitation. With the night wind blowing, her wide-sleeved Dao robe hunting, her tall stature was like a bright landscape in the desolate temple. Then I'll bother senior sister. Li Qingyun did not make any pretense and walked towards Wang Muyun's exquisite carriage. The title of senior sister and senior brother did not refer to fellow disciples. It was said that the world's cultivators were one family, and it was only a matter of calling them so between cultivators of the same generation who were close to each other. After this experience, both of them recognized each other, and regarded each other as friends. Wang Muyun's private sedan chair is more spacious. Inside the exquisite, clean, lit sandalwood incense, there is a faint smell of women. The two sat cross-legged in front of the small case. The distance was a bit close. Li Qingyun could even clearly see the subtle texture of the opposite side's white face. Wang Muyun's face wore a faintly pleasant smile, lightly pulling up her sleeves, her white wrists flipping the cups, her plain hands cooking tea. Her movements were gentle and graceful. The water smoke curled up, the aroma dispersed, and the atmosphere became more and more relaxed and tranquil. This time to be able to support under the attack of that dear demon until Master Uncle Mu rushed here. Qingyun, you can't be faulted. Wang Muyun looked at the handsome jade-like young man in front of him, seeing the rare calm and steadiness in him at this age. A hint of appreciation color swept through her beautiful eyes. At such an age, you possess such a heart and ability, it really impresses me again and again. Between her demeanor and tone, she did not hide her appreciation. Senior sister is too kind. Qingyun sweats. In fact, this battle is all about you saving the day. If the disciples of the Bayou Palace are all as skillful in Tao as you are, why worry about sweeping the world of demons and monsters? Li Qingyun became more and more humble and praised Wang Muyun instead. In his heart, there was a slight emotion. If it wasn't for this mysterious Taoist statue in his mind, how could he have such an opportunity today, to be able to sip tea and laugh with a disciple of Bayou Palace like Wang Muyun? I'm afraid of that kind of him. Wang Muyun will not even look at a glance, also meet on. Saying that, the two looked at each other, coincidentally laughed. This smile let the layer of invisible distance between the two dissipated. Alright, you and I shouldn't boast about it. After tonight, you and I don't know when we'll meet again. The path is long. Twilight Cloud hopes that in the future, in the Yin Heavenly Domain, we'll be able to hear of your mighty name, Qingyun. Mentioning the Tao cultivation, the softness on Wang Muyun's face instantly faded away, becoming valiant and resolute again. This paper crane, with a movement of her robe sleeve, a small and delicate white paper crane flew out and gently landed on Li Qingyun's palm. There is a seal of my breath on it. You can keep it, and in the future, it will be more convenient to transmit and communicate. When you use it, you only need to inject your mana and mind. It will fly away to find me. If you and I are in trouble, it just so happens that we are all in the nearby area again. We can even help each other. Okay, senior sister. Sensing Wang Muyun's good intentions, Li Qingyun positively thanked him and put the paper crane away. He secretly said in his heart, in his previous life, this should be considered an exchange of contact information. The night breeze was tantalizing. Li Qingyun was in a light mood and came out from Wang Muyun's fragrant car. At this time, the dark sky was just spitting out the slight morning sun, and he saw the various people from the desolate temple dragging their tired bodies, starting to organize their traveling clothes, burning pots and cooking, intending to depart immediately once the day dawned. Senior brother, your face is really big. To be able to make sincere friendship with a disciple of Bio Palace like Taoist Master Wang, in the future in the Guan, everyone will have to look up to you by 2 points. Zhao Yifan was still resting and recovering. When he saw that Li Qingyun had returned, he could not hide his envy between his tone and demeanor. He, I am also lucky. Li Qingyun smiled and also sat up on his knees, pondering about the nightmare eyeball illusion technique again in his heart. It was just the start of a new day. He had another 6 hours to meditate and increase his mana not to be wasted. Increasing his cultivation was fundamental. Whether or not he could decipher an illusion art from the nightmare eyeball was secondary. Although there was a lack of follow-up techniques leading to the 4th level of chi refining, and the meditating mana automatically dissipated in the body between the darkness and nothingness, he vaguely felt that it wasn't all for naught. Perhaps it is that the darkness of the body's indifferent god's hidden inner landscape is too vast and large. The Chi-Si treasure furnace can't hold the excess mana, and the overflowed mana didn't disappear, but landed in the corners where the current legal concept can't be observed. If the 3rd level of Chi refining, the Sea of Chi, this treasure furnace prototype of the upper limit of Chi, only 20 furnaces, then between the same realm of cultivators, the mastery of the arts and similar, how they have the difference between the high and the low. Spiritual treasure Taoist monarch solves the doubt. There is a light of question and answer. The same realm cultivation has high and low, for the quality of mana has high and low also, the mind has a strong and weak points also. Visible at every level, there is actually still digging. Li Qingyun squinted his eyes and meditated, his mind immersed in the inner divine hidden void, trying his best to sense where the newborn mana dissipated to. Void and elusive, as if everything was futile. But cultivation is never achieved in the nothingness. He was not discouraged, just mind quietly suspended illumination, stored in the netherworld, feel the subtle, view the distant. Slowly, he felt that his mind seemed to have strengthened a tiny bit. Rather an unexpected gain. Chapter 35. Each has its own way to go. As the sky dawned a little, the carriages and horses hissed, and the crowd departed. Qingyun and everyone else, for Seas Pavilion, will take the first step. The Four Seas Pavilion merchant team had been traveling the rivers and lakes for a long time. They were ready early and took the lead to depart. Wang Muyan lifted the curtain of the carriage and greeted Li Qingyun from afar. Li Qingyun stood long and nodded his head to see him off. He had returned the bow and arrows to the caravan's guard Zhang. By the way, as a cultivator, he was not greedy for such things. The Thunder Law imprint on top of that big bow also dispersed. Last night was only a temporary imprint, not a burned refinery, so it was difficult to maintain the Thunder Bow for a long time. Next, the Kai family's group of people also came out. When the young lady Chu Hongyu's gorgeous car passed by Li Qingyun, she lifted the curtain and looked over quietly, her complexion slightly cold, no longer having the same soft and passionate look as last night. Last night, Li Qingyun's coldness and intentional alienation, she felt it. As the carriage passed, Li Qingyun suddenly smiled and sang softly. On the red dust road, desire is in abundance deep within the 100 flowers, there is no good man which. Hearing the song, Chu Hongyu lifted the curtain to look back, her pink face slightly white, complex, for a while before covering the curtain. The car and horse shimmering up smoke and dust, the end of the world strangers each have. Li Qingyun smiled bashfully and floated onto his horse. Senior brother, let's go too. Of course he had intentionally sung to Chu Hongyu. With her intelligence she definitely knew what Li Qingyun was referring to. As a disciple of the spiritual treasure view and Heyi's roommate, Li Qingyun really couldn't bear to see the reputation of the Taoist temple tarnished and his roommate going off the beaten path, and it was such a low-level mistake. The cold wind was sluggish, and the figures of the various parties dispersed. Gathering and scattering, this is how it is, who is not who's hurriedly passing by. Rushing in broad daylight, Li Qingyun and Zhao Yifan didn't rest much, and went all the way straight to Yinshan town. At dusk that day, the two of them, one cat, arrived at this town located at the foot of the Great Yin Mountain. Looking from afar, one could only see the huge rolling Great Yin Mountain, filled with gray mist, hazy and vague. Now in the intersection of fall and winter, can vaguely see that the mountain above the white light, one has been covered with snow. Before entering the town, Li Qingyun felt something strange. How the town outside can hardly see any silhouettes. The color of the sky is still relatively bright, there is still some time to go before dark, but that field has not seen a farmer working in the vegetable field. There are no pedestrians on the official road, just the two of them. On the contrary, at the foot of the mountain in the distance, there were a few mountain folk with cloaks and weird runes painted on their faces. They were holding hunting forks and carrying bows and arrows, pointing at Li Qingyun and the two of them from afar as if they were shouting something. However, the mountain folk slang, both of them could not understand, and waved their hands to signal before entering the town walls. When he entered the town, Li Qingyun couldn't help but frown the first time he felt the air, filled with a layer of coldness if any. This chill was not caused by the ordinary weather, but carried a hint of gloomy coldness. The guards at the gate of the city wall, just 3 or 2 old soldiers who were frozen into a ball, holding their spears and roasting in a fire at the base of the wall to avoid the wind. Seeing someone enter the town, a few veterans do not ask, just expressionless look, then continue to bury their heads in the fire. On the town tower, there was a vague figure of a man standing silently, looking expressionlessly at Li Qingyun's 2 men entering the town. This Yinshan town everywhere is strange and weird. When he passed by the wall of notice boards on the side of the street, Li Qingyun stopped and paused. He looked at the talisman paper that was messily rattling in the wind on top of the notice board, and then looked up to gaze at the low gray mist lingering over the entire town, pondering. Steering his horse slowly on the frosty street slabs, the sound of hooves clattering and snorting appeared very clear and echoed. The arrival of the 2 Ling Baoguan Taoists did not cause any special agitation or welcome. The town size is not small, house-building pavilion continuous spacious streets, many winding alleys, is a 10,000 people scale town, but look around, the streets are sparse, seemingly cold and lonely. Occasionally see some of the townspeople also wrapped in thick cotton jacket, bloated and bulky, one freezing face green, some abnormal. These townspeople's eyes wandering like birds of prey, do not dare to approach Li Qingyun. 2 people see Li Qingyun want to ask questions, but also hurry to walk away to avoid. In addition, the doorways and windows of those houses, from time to time, there are still disgusted eyes peeping in. The air in the town was filled with a faintly depressing odor. Zhao Yifan is an old geezer, of course. He also noticed that something was not quite right, and his expression was a bit gloomy. Senior brother, this trip to the town of ghosts and people seems to be more difficult than I imagined. Well, compared to Ping'an town, this place is too cold and the mood of the townspeople is not right. If things are abnormal, there must be something strange. Let's go to the aristocrat division first and ask what's going on. Zhao Yifan should have been to Yinshan town before and led Li Qingyun directly to the town's official government office. This place was under the governance of the court of the kingdom of the underworld, and there were officials, soldiers, and personnel from the Aristotle division stationed there to manage it. The reason why the Maple Mountain spiritual treasure Guan had issued the mission of Yinshan Township to suppress the demons and pacify the people was precisely because it had received a request from the main Taoist official of the Department of Aristocrats here. In the state of Yu, demons are rampant, but wherever the people gather, there must be a transcendental power to guard and protect them, and the Department of Taoism is a transcendental power organization specially set up by the Li dynasty of the state of Yu, with great authority. Yinshan towns have the road division in the center of the town. Next to have the road division there are some of the town yamen, inspection division, and other institutions. The sparrow may be small but all the organs are complete, just these yamen look very cold. There was even an illusion that they had been deserted for a long time. Are there any Taoist friends in the Taoist division? We've come from the Maple Mountain Spiritual Treasure View. The 2 of them dismounted in front of the main gate of the aristocrat division, and Zhao Yifan saw that there was no one at the entrance, so he only shouted inside. As the entrance of the aristocrat division was cold and quiet, it was no wonder that the entire town had the same atmosphere. Taking advantage of this, Li Qingyun surveyed the famous government office of the Department of Taoism in the state of Yu. The Yinshan town's aristocrat division was built in a very expansive manner, with a high gate and a large courtyard. The vermilion lacquer gate was covered with golden studs. Even in the cold and gloomy weather, it was still glittering. In the eyes of monks, gold contains yang-yi breath. With a good can even cowardly retreat evil spirits, so a lot of magic weapons, Taoist gods and god statue as well as talismanic paper and so on more or less will use some gold, the more pure the better. On both sides of the steps squatting 2 tall stone lions, Copper Bell's big eyes, looks fierce and intimidating. Li Qingyun looked around with interest for a couple of moments and was captivated by the eyes of the 2 stone lions. He sensed it carefully and felt that something inside the stone lion's eyes seemed to be staring at him. Perhaps this is the Aristotle division's monitoring technique. He looked up at the plaque on the front door again, only to see a small immortal-styled golden statue of the Taoist monarch placed on it, holding a duster in his hand, his face majestic and his eyes filled with compassion for the living. This Daojun gold statue Li Qingyun is recognized. Honorific Lingsha myriad true cave Yuing Yangren Sheng Daojun is said to be the oldest recorded presence in the country of Yu. In the residence of Marquis Qinghe, the main worship is also this Taoist monarch. He grew up worshipping him. The dynasty of the state of Yu would have a huge turmoil in about 300 to 500 years, and the beacons would rise up in all directions, eventually changing the sky and the sun, and the current Li dynasty took advantage of the turmoil more than 300 years ago and seized the king's throne. Counting, this branch of the Marquis of Qinghe was still an imperial relative. Li Qingyun had the bloodline of the Li clan's royal family flowing in his body, only that it had been separated by many generations and had long since become thin. And no matter how turbulent change, the main household worship or this Taoist monarch. Bo Palace's 9 Heavens Bilo Daojun in the cultivator group's reputation is very great, belongs to the rising star, but in terms of the folks god's prestige precipitation, still not as good as this ancient Daojun. Chapter 36, Weirdness Everywhere. At this moment, there happened to be a gust of cold wind blowing from a distant alley, swirling up old talismans, incense candles, paper dust and other debris clattering and blowing over. This gust of strange wind blew to the front door of the aristocrat division, but as if it had met some resistance, it whimpered and whirled in place. The two brothers could not help but feel a little hairy. Zhao Yifan waved his sleeve and swept away, the wind swirled and exploded, spilling talisman paper debris all over the place. Just at this time, someone inside the Taoist division walked out. Hee, poor Yinshan Town's deputy order of the aristocrat division, Jia Song, I'm finally looking forward to 2 of Spiritual Treasure View's senior disciples. One could only see a pale old Taoist wearing a lavender-colored Taoist robe and a Taoist official's hat, leading 2 young Taoists with somewhat pale faces, smiling as they went out to usher them in. Along with that, there was also the aroma of wine and meat emanating from their bodies. Purple-robed old Taoist called himself Jia Song, very old, heavy bags under the eyes also obscure gray, faces the old skin flaccid, a smile up all the folds, give a person twilight feeling. The body vaguely exudes cultivation breath, but not to be underestimated. This Jia deputy order is very enthusiastic, went up to a burst of pleasantries. Thank you for the 2 Taoist friends to come to help all the way hard. It just happens that these days rush to help the fist of all kinds of Taoist friends, chivalrous, now most of them are in the backyard party to discuss, wait for more drink 2 cups, warm body. While speaking, old Taoist Jia Song made a wink, and a young Taoist hurriedly came forward to help take away Li Qingyun's yellow-maned horse from them, and bring it to be well placed and fed. I have yet to ask the 2 Taoists their names? Jia Song's eyes swept back and forth over Li Qingyun and his 2 men, and he grinned again, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth that were still adhering to strands of meat, and the old skin on both sides of the loose corners of his mouth wobbled, as if it was going to be unable to hang onto it and fall off. I am Zhao Yifan, this is my senior brother Li Qingyun. Zhao Yifan returned with some respect. Although the old Taoist was dying of old age and twilight, his cultivation was above him, so Zhao Yifan couldn't lose his manners. Well, it's true that you're young and promising Jia Song laughed, but his obscure eyes turned suddenly, flaring out the whites of his eyes, and looked fixedly at Li Qingyun, who hadn't said a word, as well as the big black cat squinting and dozing on his shoulder. This fellow Taoist Li seems to cultivate the thunder technique? Craggy bones and pure thunder intent, really good. Old Taoist Jia's words caused Li Qingyun's heart to flinch. This old Taoist was starting to age and droop, but his gaze was venomous and deep like the sea, and there was also a bit of strangeness, not to be underestimated in the slightest. Li Qingyun's expression was restrained and he said humbly, Vice orders fallacious praise, I really don't dare to take it. The 2 of you follow me and hurry inside, it's really quite cold outside. Our Yinshan Town's geography is special, every year after the fall, it starts to get cold. Jia Song greeted the 2, smilingly leading the way in front, Li Qingyun and Zhao Yifan naturally progressed to follow. Their Taoist division inside is very large, curved corridor garden pool courtyard in the courtyard, distributed such as making charms and other division halls, but I do not know whether it is already scattered duty put shifts sake, cannot see a few career-programmed Taoist priests. Because of the scarcity of shadows, this large empty division seems more and more dark and gloomy. Following the old Taoist, Li Qingyun walked in those empty corridors and halls, feeling the coldness on his body getting heavier and heavier. Obviously it was a house, but it was even colder than the streets outside. Between the corridors and the corners of the house, there was a gust of ghostly wind that suddenly came, and he did not know where it was blowing into the house. The ghostly wind was so cold and chilly that it made the hairs of his sweat stand up slightly. Li Qingyun felt that he was not walking inside the house, but walking in a cold and dark tomb. His right hand, which was shrunk in the sleeve of his robe, could not help but quietly pinch out the thunder seal. The 6 types of thunder seals were silently changing and evolving. His left hand was swaying near the bronze short sword at his waist, so that he could draw his sword at the first opportunity. He looked towards Zhao Yifan, who was half a body length ahead of him, only to see that this senior brother was also sensing something, and quite a few strands of his hair began to stand up upside down. Xin Xing, go tell someone to light up all the lamps, otherwise it'll be dark and dreary, making the 2 Taoist friends from Spiritual Treasure View look at the joke. Jia Song sensed the subtle reactions of the 2, and under the dim light, the corners of his slack mouth seemed to reveal a wisp of coldness as he turned his head and scolded the young Taoist beside him. Yes, it is my negligence. The pale young Taoist, immediately his whole body trembled, lowered his head and hurriedly went away. Immediately, the empty and silent halls and courtyards began to light up the lights. The lights finally dispelled some of the coldness, and Zhao Yifun's grim face also relaxed. Then, in the inner courtyard where the lights were brightly lit, a burst of yelling and laughing and the sound of cups being exchanged drifted in, making the cold and quiet Aristotle division look a little more popular. Li Qingyun looked at the purple-robed old Taoist who was walking at the very front, pondering. He suddenly asked aloud. Deputy Order, I wonder if your division's Zhou Zhang order, is his condition better? His heart shook through the scene of driving his horse into the Yinshan town, the silent residential houses, the cold wine shop, the silent pedestrians. Then his memory clearly returned to the entrance of the town, the forlorn notice board on which the talisman paper was yellow and old, the paper peeling off, but a piece of red paper that was newer in comparison left an impression on him. The words on the red paper were written in the tone of a gesture admonishing all the town's residents, and were issued in the capacity of Zhou Gang, the proper order of the Yinshan town's aristocrat division. Yinshan town is currently missing 37 people for no apparent reason. The Anjai Zhengwei talisman seems to fail from time to time. All the townspeople into the night when tightly closed portals, silently reciting the Taoist mighty name of self-protection, and even more not to go out. This order suddenly infected with a malady, bedridden, and I can't do my duty to protect the town. I am ashamed of you. A few days ago, I have issued an 8-party request for assistance order. Soon there will be Jianghu warriors, Temple View High people, come to give a helping hand, to open the town haunted by the mystery of evil spirits. Li Qingyun quickly counted the time. When Zhao Yifan mentioned the Yinshan Township's ghost tranquilizing mission in Lingbaoguan, it was several days ago, and this tranquilizing notice that Zhang Lingzhou had just issued was obviously still before. At that time, the notice had stated that more than 30 people had gone missing, and I was afraid that there were even more now. During this period of time, there should have been other cultivators rushing over. Why is the atmosphere of the town still so weird, without any relief? The clouds of suspicion in his heart grew thicker and thicker. He even wanted to turn around and leave, leaving this cold tomb like Aristotle division, leaving this ominously tainted Yinshan town. On behalf of Zhou Zhangling, I thank you for your concern. Zhangling was injured by a ghost half a month ago, and is now bedridden and recuperating in his home in the town. Don't worry, there are those of you who have the people's hearts and minds of the people of all walks of life converge on the town. I believe that we will be able to find that ghost demon, but also the Yinshan town clear sky. Jia Song took a step and turned his head to look at Li Qingyun, explaining with a smile. Under the candlelight, this purple-robed old Taoist became more and more twilight. Oh, that's good. Later on, my master and brother went to pay a visit. Li Qingyun revealed a hint of care and regret. His sudden question just now was actually a cold trick to see if he could try to find out anything. Old Taoist Jia was as deep as the sea, not a drop of water could escape. However, that other pale-faced young Taoist, in a split second, his expression changed, wanting to stop speaking, and as soon as Vice Order Jia Lao Dao opened his mouth, he immediately lowered his head and lowered his eyes, resuming his original demeanor. Soon, everyone arrived at a large, brightly lit room. Chapter 37, Falling into the Tiger's Mouth. Inside, 6 or 7 tables were set up, filled with Jianghu visitors as well as cultivators in various types of Taoist robes. They were drinking and practicing orders, talking and laughing, and gusts of wine and meat aromas wafted outwards. Are you all having a good time drinking? Come, I'll introduce you to the 2 newly arrived high disciples of Spirit Treasure View. Jia Song laughed out loud as he entered. At that instant, the 6 or 7 tables of chivalrous cultivators of all shapes and sizes violently looked in unison at Li Qingyun and Zhao Yifan who had walked in, their movements neat and tidy, their smiles stiff and dull, like marionettes. Li Qingyun was secretly shocked in his heart and developed a strong intention to retreat. This murky water of Yinshan town. At this moment, old Taoist Jia seemed to notice his change in mood and looked over with a smile. He reached out and pointed to the table in the center of the hall, seemingly enthusiastic and warm, but in reality, he could not be refused and said, "You guys just sit at that table. There are Taoist friends from Pengcheng Lisha Guan, Cold Mountain Zijin Guan, and so on. You guys are full of Feijin when you have something in common. 2 of you won't not give this vice order this face." The hall full of Jianghu guests and Taoist priests, their eyes dull and misty, looked at Li Qingyun and Zhao Yifan in unison, seemingly echoing Jia Song's words, forming a huge oppressive force, forcing the 2 to take a seat and drink and perform the order together. Meow. Right at this moment, the big black cat Yuanbao, which was purring on Li Qingyun's shoulder, suddenly woke up, its black fur exploding all over its body, and let out a loud yell. The depressing and dull atmosphere in the room was instantly broken. In the middle seat, 2 or 3 people even shifted their bodies, and that empty and dull eyes regained a few moments of clarity. Jia Song, you've been restricting us from going out of town to check for traces of creepy demons, and every day you waste your time by drinking and eating meat here at the aristocrat division. What exactly is the meaning of this? A middle-aged Taoist at the 4th level of Qi refinement, dressed in the trademark Taoist robe of the sunset cloud view, violently slammed his palm on the desk and angrily stared at Jia Song as he let out a loud shout. Not bad, after coming here for so many days, I haven't even been able to meet with Zhou Zhangling. I see that Yinshan town is haunted is a lie, you Jia Song have other ideas is true. The other two sobered-up Taoists, one old and one young, were from the cold mountain Violet Gold Crown, and also vocalized their pressing questions. Jia Song's expression changed slightly, his eyes flashed with a sinister color as he coldly looked at Li Qingyun and the big black cat on his shoulder. Then his body's mana breath surged, and the old and dying man instantly exuded a compelling might. It was actually the 7th level of Qi refining. What, this deputy order has been wrong to entertain you all with good food and drink all these days instead? Zhao Lao Da grimaced and looked around the crowd before slowly saying, this town is haunted by demons, the situation is a bit serious, reported to the top and did not see anyone come. Zhou Zhang order had to send out a wide range of posters asking for help, asking you all to come and help. After a pause, he also seems to kindly remind, according to my have the road division detection, ravaging Yinshan town behind the ghost, when there is a more difficult to deal with the evil spirit, I gather everyone in have the road division drink and eat meat, not to act privately, also is to raise troops for a moment, only to wait for more colleagues, everyone under the joint force, there is a chance. If you all act rashly now, and startle the snakes, and the evil spirits are enraged and slaughter the whole town, causing the living beings to suffer, which of you can bear the consequences? The moment these words came out, the 3 Taoists who were the first to come to their senses were immediately unable to refute. All of the people here were rushed to Yinshan town to suppress the ghosts and pacify the people through bounties and missions within the Guan. If the ghosts weren't removed, but instead caused a large number of deaths among the people, that would be a sin. That middle-aged Taoist from the sunset cloud view was a bit short-tempered, and angrily picked up his wine cup and drank it all in one go, then said angrily, since Deputy Order Jia said this, then I, Ji Hui, quit. I plan to leave town tonight to return to the sunset cloud view. Jia Song laughed coldly, fellow Taoist Ji can naturally leave if he wants to, and if the others want to leave, that's fine too, I won't stop them after 3 days. But right now the matter is about my have the road division town ghost top secret action, and how can we hit the grass to scare the snake, all of you now for difficult me, is for difficult Yinshan town. Said here, he mana drumming, suddenly shouted. To Inspector where? Tong tong tong. Outside the house immediately came dense footsteps under the swaying lights, only to see a team of armor-clad soldiers with crossbows emerge like a tidal wave, crossbows and arrows flashing cold, densely packed against a crowd of Jianghu guests inside the house. Especially aiming at Li Qingyun, Zhao Yifan, and the 3 of them, Ji Hui of Sunset Cloud View. For a while, a murderous aura was present. Then, a big man with a stout figure and mountain people's blood patterns painted on his face, Shan Wenjia, came forward with a cold demeanor. With a face as heavy as water, he pressed his hand on the long sword at his waist and said, anyone who dares to mess up the Yinshan Township's great plan of Ghost Township will not be blamed for being merciless under the sword of Mr. Tu. This Inspector Tu was emitting a strong fury chi, practicing a side path, but his power was very deep, and he was already at the 5th level of fury refining. Qi Hui and Zi Jin's pair of young and old Taoists, their faces became ugly. The other misty-eyed and dull Jianghu guests in the room did not have any emotional changes. Hee, Deputy Order Jia and Inspector Tu, why do you have to be like this? Let's talk things out. We have come, all for the purpose of suppressing ghosts and pacifying the people. Li Qingyun suddenly laughed, breaking the tense and depressing atmosphere. The gazes of the crowd suddenly focused on him. Jia Song's eyes were cloudy and ghostly, as if he did not react for a moment. A cold wind poured into the room, only to see Li Qingyun's Taoist robe fluttering, with the big black cat lying on his shoulder. His feet seemed to be slow but fast, and in a few steps, he walked to the table in the center and sat down. He held a wine pot and poured himself a cup, his handsome face with a smile, raised the cup towards Jia Song and Inspector Tu and the others to gesture a circle, then drank it with a relaxed and casual posture. Since we're here, we'll just listen to Yinshan Town's arrangements. Senior brother, you also come over all the way here, didn't have much rest on the way. It's rare that Deputy Order Jia treated his guests with hospitality and arranged such a good banquet. Li Qingyun smiled leisurely, waving towards Zhao Yifan who had a taut expression, as if he could not see the dozens of crossbows outside the house killing at him. Senior brother, you can be truly big, I hope you were thoughtful, this trip to Yinshan Town mission is really. Zhao Yifan, anxiety in his heart, sighed softly twice, or walked over and sat on the wine table. All the way through the ferocity, there was already some tacit understanding between the masters and brothers. Li Qingyun poured wine for Zhao Yifan. He also smiled and greeted Ji Hui, as well as the pair of old and young Taoists from the purple gold view, saying, a few fellow Taoists, please show your face and have a drink together? Ji Hui's 3 eyes changed, finally their faces slowed down and raised their cups. You're welcome, friend. After Li Qingyun's gag, the atmosphere was less tense. Isn't that good? If they were all as understanding as fellow Taoist Li, how would I fall out with you all? Jia Song saw Li Qingyun and the others drinking from one cup to the next. The corners of his flatty mouth hung up in a smug smile. Fellow Taoists, let's drink. I'll go have someone serve more good food. As long as everyone listens to the unified dispatch and doesn't go out of the town to scare the snakes, everything else is fine. After saying that, Jia Song raised his big sleeves and turned around to walk out of the house. Qin Xing's eye swept over those puppet-like Jianghu guests in the house. The color of intolerance in his eyes flickered, and then followed Jia Song out. Those soldiers with crossbows also retreated. Chapter 38 Illusionary Art begins. Fellow Taoist Li, fellow Taoist Zhao, what can we do now? The water in this Yinshan town is too deep. It's clearly a place of great evil. Waiting for Jia Song to leave with his people, Shi Hui whispered inside, his face full of worry. Yes, this Jia Song is acting strangely and doesn't know what he wants to do. We must be careful, or else if we're not careful, we might die here for nothing. The old Taoist of the Purple Gold Observatory said hatefully. Wait. Li Qingyun suddenly reached out and quickly hooked or dotted in the air. 6 thunder seals appeared and then disappeared, and a trace of thunder intent spread out. Buzz. The original invisible things in the air were shaken by the thunder intent and retreated in fear. He looked outside the house again. The courtyard pool flowers and trees were shadowed. The powerful crossbow armor appeared between the dark shadows, which then secretly transmitted the voice. Rice and wine are under the psychedelic drug. More drink will fall into the illusion. For the manipulation of people, we cannot swallow after the entrance to the belly. Secretly mana can be. The crowd cannot help but face slightly changed, and then as if nothing happened, still laughing and drinking. Just the dish is not much clip, wine into the throat, but also quickly evaporated by mana to melt away. The 5 of them were the only ones in the room who remained sober. All the other Jianghu righteous people at the other tables were all misty-eyed, deep in hallucinations, awkwardly and strangely pinching dishes and drinking, mechanically chewing. In Li Qingyun's left sleeve, he held the eyeball of the nightmare deer demon. With this item in his hand, ordinary minor illusions and similar drugs would not have an effect on him. Instead, the nightmare eyeball would actively draw on the psychedelic power. Even if it hadn't been refined into a magic weapon yet, this nightmare eyeball wasn't small. After all, it was from a demon that was comparable to the Tao Foundation realm. Fellow Taoist Li, why don't we team up and kill our way out of Yinshan town tonight, before it's too late? This district town can't really trap us. After Qi Hui raised his cup to Li Qingyun, he also secretly transmitted his voice. This relatively explosive-tempered Taoist of the sunset cloud view was still thinking of getting out of this town with a strange atmosphere before it was too late. How could the lives of mortals be compared to the safety of one's own family? Zhao Yifan couldn't bear to transmit his voice. Then this room full of warriors, can't we just stand by and watch them suffer? Ji Hui hesitated, then said disdainfully, it's just a bunch of sidewalkers. The pair of young and old from Zijin Guan, their faces slightly moved at the words, looking towards Li Qingyun as they drank their wine. Hiddenly, the few people here had Li Qingyun as their leader. Tonight is not appropriate. Just that Jia Song guy alone, none of us are his match. Not to mention if it's really like what he said, there's still an evil spirit spying in the dark. Li Qingyun pondered for a while and finally shook his head slowly. I think that we still need to meet that Zhou Gang Zhou Zheng order first to understand the true inner workings. As the Yinshan Town Aristocrat Division's Zheng order, if we all die here, he is bound to have no good fruit to eat. Fellow Taoist Li's words are quite reasonable. Tonight we will go and meet this bedridden Zhou Zheng order. When I first came to Yinshan town, I went to the door to pay a visit, but I was met with a closed door, and there were a dozen armored soldiers with crossbows guarding Zhou's residence, saying that Zhou Zhengrong's condition was serious, and that he could not meet with guests. A few people transmitted their voices to discuss, but there was no clue. Worried. No matter, I will try this night. Li Qingyun laughed lightly and took on this job of talking to Zhou Zhengling at night as he was somewhat certain. The hand holding the ghostly green eyeball in his sleeve became more and more calm and powerful. He adjusted his sitting position with a casual and uninhibited stance, and directly sat cross-legged on the chair to meditate. On the surface, he was still drinking with Ji Hui and the others, but his mind was quiet with it, and the mysterious Tao statue slowly manifested itself in his mind. Xing Yunli looked behind the mysterious Tao statue and silently recited in his mind, observing and gazing. On top of that dark wall-like surface, a little wave of light slowly emerged, vaguely in the shape of an eyeball. Illusion spirit art can interfere with the target's 6 senses, and let it fall into a seemingly real and illusionary confusing scene. After comprehending it to the profound realm, it can be combined with the art of harnessing objects, illuminating the mortal as a spirit and illuminating dead things. Success! This mysterious Tao statue is really kind of bullish. Li Qingyun was secretly happy in his heart and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. The night grew deeper and the banquet dispersed. There were a few young Taoist priests who came up and wanted to lead everyone to their respective compartments to rest. When Li Qingyun saw the pale young Taoist among them, he couldn't help but take the initiative to smile and say, "Fellow Taoist Qin, I've met a few of Brother Qi and I still want to talk by candlelight, so please arrange for us to go to the neighboring compartments." This young Taoist Qin was the one who followed Jia Song just now, and should be the henchman that Jia Song was used to making use of around him. "Alright, several people please follow me." Qin Shing's gaze flickered for a moment, then he led Li Qingyun and the others. In a remote courtyard, the flowers and trees were withered, and it was sluggish and cold. Li Qingyun, Zhao Yifan, Ji Hui and the pair of old and young people from the Purple Gold View were all arranged here by Qin Sheng. When the big black cat Yuanbao arrived at a new venue, it was bound to familiarize itself with the environment and circle the turf, jumping around the house and finally hopping up onto the roof beam. This was one of the reasons why Li Qingyun still dared to stay in the aristocrat division. Although Yuanbao blew up his hair, he did not appear to be manic, indicating that the situation was not too serious for the time being. "Fellow Taoist Li, rest well, I will take my leave first." In the room, the arranged Qin Shing's footsteps were slightly hesitant, but he still turned around and left. "Fellow Taoist, please stay." Behind him came Li Qingyun's enthusiastic voice of retention. Li Qingyun smiled sincerely as he stepped forward and grabbed Qin Shing's sleeve. "The first time I saw fellow Taoist Qin, I felt quite apart, it's really strange." "Well, the night is long, why don't you and I have a few drinks?" "That's no good, I still have to go to the vice order's side to wait." Qin Shing's face changed slightly, he struggled hard, but he couldn't break free. This Taoist Li was a little too enthusiastic. "Deputy Order Jia said that he would let us drink and live well, and besides, it's not that bad." Li Qingyun smiled, pulling Qin Shing towards the square table in the room. "Alright then, I'll accompany fellow Taoist Li for a drink. I can't hold my liquor, I really can't drink much." The hospitality was hard to resist, so Qin Shing could only give in, barely squeezing out a smile as he sat down. In the guest room, the wine pot had already been placed, and there were 2 or 3 plates of dishes for drinking. Udaiji hospitality thoughtful, just finished drinking and then arranged on. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Shing fidgeted, found an excuse, hard to leave in a hurry. A bit interesting. Li Qingyun didn't force himself to stay this time. He looked at the departing figure of this Aristotle Division Taoist with a faint smile on his face. During this period, he kept on testing, while Qin Shing obviously wanted to say something, but this young Taoist looked towards the beams in the corners of the room from time to time, and ultimately, he was afraid of something and did not dare to say more. However, Li Qingyun's purpose was also achieved. Illusion spirit technique. If you want to illusion into someone, it is best to familiarize yourself with that person beforehand. The more details there are, the harder it is to be seen through. A room with no lights lit. In the darkness, Deputy Order Jia Song was lying quietly on that rattan chair, like a stiffened old corpse, with a strange, ghostly aura. Around his lying figure, there seemed to be many shadows swimming silently. Qin Sheng, who had just returned from Li Qingyun's side, his face grew paler and paler as he sat on his knees beside the reclining chair, his downcast eyes filled with fear. "All settled?" The reclining Jia Song finally opened his mouth, his cold and senile voice echoing in the dark and empty room. Reporting to the deputy order, those few assassins all went back to their rooms to rest. That Li Qingyun looks young, but is a drunkard. He didn't drink enough at the banquet, and dragged the little man to drink a few cups after he went back to his room. However, I found that he seemed to be sober enough. Was the medicine in the wine underpowered? In front of Jia Song, this Qin Shing was actually like a slave girl, trembling with fear, not daring to disobey in the slightest. He also took the initiative to mention that Li Qingyun pulled him to drink 2 cups of this small matter. Chapter 39, Night Meeting with the Right Order. There's quite a bit of medicine down, it's just that this talented elite disciple of Spirit Treasureview should have hidden his cultivation. I sensed that his mana was polished quite purely. If I'm not mistaken, this kid is at least at the 3rd level of chi refining, and he especially cultivates thunder technique, so he has a strong immunity to my lost soul green. However, the more outstanding he is, the better when he takes over there. Jia Song spoke intermittently here, and suddenly stopped, momentarily without sound, suddenly breaking off. Only after a while did a strange gurgling sound come from his throat, as if renewing that breath. Then, long exhaled a breath with an abnormal putrid odor. The whole room instantly cooled down, cold and eerie, case table, lamps and so on quickly knitted a thin white frost. The young Taoist Qin Shing, who was kneeling on the ground, became terrified as he opened his mouth and covered it in panic before crawling out of this cold storage-like room. Job Ice Order is becoming more and more unlike a person, and tomorrow the town will find another resident missing. Panic boiled in his heart, and he regretted that he was so timid and cowardly that he didn't dare to hint a thing or two to that Ling Baoguan's senior disciple just now. At this time, he only wanted to rush back to his room, lock the door and close the window, kneeling and chanting Ling Xiao Myriad True Cave Pantheon Yin Yang Ren Sheng Dao Jun in order to have some sense of security. With Qin Qing's hasty departure, a chilly aura continued to spill out from the windows and doorways of this room, drifting over towards all parts of the aristocrat division and then spreading out to the entire town. Finally, the house rattled a bit, seemingly the sound of a window opening and something flying out. The compartment in the side yard. Li Qingyun, who was sitting cross-legged, was observing the illusion spirit technique imprint behind the Tao image in his mind. A surge of spell insights like a tidal wave delighted him. Even though it hadn't been long since this spell had appeared on the dark wall, he now felt as if he had been practicing it for half a year, and the changes in its application were all in his mind. At this time, the oil lamp on the table suddenly dimmed. The temperature of the room also dropped steeply, getting colder and colder. This aragatuji is unnaturally cold. Li Qingyun opened his eyes as if he could see through the walls of the room to the source of the direction in which this gloomy coldness was coming from. The thunderous intent on his body vibrated, dispelling the coldness. He then got up, bringing the bronze short sword with him, nightmare eyeballs built into his sleeves, and his body phantom spirit mana surged and covered his body surface before he gently swept out of the back window with a single vertical movement. The so-called mana law and power law is successful, where the road, art for use, naturally can be derived from all kinds of mysterious power. Between the shadows of the Brahmaputra trees in the side yard, there are 5 or 6 armor-clad sergeants, who are freezing and shivering. These sergeants were nominally to protect Li Qingyun and the other Jin ghost warriors, but in reality, they were to monitor them, not allowing them to act privately. If someone went out, they would report it up at the first time. Currently, these armor-clad sergeants only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and in surprise, they were about to raise their crossbows to aim and shoot, but when they saw the appearance of the person coming, they could not help but hurriedly bow their heads and salute. Mage Qin. Under the sparse light and shadow, the air was slightly distorted. What they saw in their eyes was clearly the Qin Qing in front of the vice-order's heel. Well, the night is cold, the group has worked hard. Qin Sheng nodded his head and greeted them twice, then the wind bulged from his Taoist robes as he gently leapt up and swept past the courtyard wall. You may not reveal my movements, I am acting under the orders of the vice-order. As he climbed over the wall, Qin Sheng also gave one more instruction. Yes. The armor-clad sergeant was aghast in his heart and answered in a low voice. Not to mention the aristocrat division in front of him, but even the entire Yinshan town, who didn't know at this moment that it was Deputy Order Jia who had the final say. Qin Sheng was acting under orders, so who dared to say more? How to feel before the Qin master is not from that Ling Bao Guan Taoist room out, already gone? They heart some strange. This Qin Sheng out of the side yard, see along the way dark guards are far salute, but also more and more natural, generous through the courtyard pool flowers and trees, in the sporadic cold lamps, out of the road division. Under the night of Yinshan town, more and more cold, no pedestrians, only the sound of the night watchman's clapper, and occasionally not enough courage of the barking sound. Households closed their doors, door affixed with one talisman after another, security talisman, ghost suppression talisman, to ward off evil spirits and so on. Qin Xing, or Li Qingyun, stuck to the dark shadows of the eaves and walls. His footsteps were silent, but he walked extremely fast. As he passed by those residential houses, he could hear the sound of chanting Daogun faintly coming from him. Panic, confusion, fear, uneasiness. The entire Yinshan town was shrouded in the shadow of unknown ominousness. To the east of the Taoist department, not far away, stood a 3-entry courtyard. The gate was closed, and on the plaque was the word Zhou Mansion. Li Qingyun's left hand was shrunk in the sleeve of his robe, holding the nightmare bead. His demeanor was bland as he went forward to fasten the door. Venerable Qin, why are you here so late? Could it be that the vice-order has any more orders? The door opened. The armor-clad sergeant with a cold and solemn expression, after seeing that it was Qin Xing, his vigilance immediately dissipated. Well, Deputy Order Jia has something for me to ask Zhou Gang. Walking through the Zhou residence, Li Qingyun realized that the place was really guarded quite tightly, just like Ji Hui had said. If he chose to break in over the wall, with his current cultivation level, he would definitely alert the armor-clad soldiers here. According to experience, 3 or 5 armor-clad sergeants could never stop a cultivator, even if he was new to the qi refining realm, but once the number of sergeants was high, these mortals equipped with talismanic bows and crossbows as well as well-trained mortals would be able to threaten the life of a cultivator in the qi refining realm. Especially the first level of qi refining that just cultivated into the Tao, may cast a few spells, the mana is consumed, and where to resist the dense crossbow arrows? Cough cough cough. Accompanied by the armor-breaking sergeant, Li Qingyun arrived at the door of the room of Yinshan Town's aristocrat division's proper order, Zhou Gang, when he heard bursts of weak coughs and a woman sobbing coming out. You stand down. Li Qingyun glanced at the armorer, and the other party hesitated a little before leaving. Gently snapping the door, the inside didn't open for half a day, only the sobbing of the woman inside the house who was getting more and more alarmed. He sighed in his heart, and with a vibration of mana in his hand, the door bolt fell off and he directly walked in. Qin Sheng, you are unbridled. In the room, the talismanic lamp flickered, reflecting a man and a woman inside the room. The middle-aged man lying on the bed barely lifted up his body towards the Qin Sheng walked in and stared angrily, thin and sturdy, although the breath of the atrophied face pale, but there is still that stock of positive order majesty. This is the division of the positive order Zhou Gang, contracted a strange disease, the original stout and powerful limb, now the shape of the bones, as a loss of sharp claws and teeth of the sick tiger. Just as Ji Hui guessed, Zhou Zhangling was hollowed out by Jia Song and placed under house arrest. The mana breath on Zhou Gang's body was also faintly imperceptible. The position of the Taoist temple is the strongest cultivation of a town. Zhou Gang should have been able to force Jia Song head, at least 8 or 9 layers of qi refining cultivation. But now well. Li Qingyun's face was bland, looking towards the beautiful woman who looked panicked, and said softly, "Ma'am, please take shelter for a while, I have something to say to the Zhangling." The beautiful woman was quite helpless and looked at Zhou Gang on the hospital bed again. "Alas, you go?" Zhou Gang sighed long and hard. The woman, whose face was full of worry, then got up and left. "Xin Xing, normally I see you as quite upright, I didn't expect you to be willing to be Jia Song's traitor now. I already have an idea of his Jia Song's intentions in my heart, but he is so bold and ambitious that he dares to collude with the ghosts and wants to blood sacrifice the people of the whole town in a vain attempt to prolong his life. His life expectancy will end, it is a desperate fight, and Yu Qinxing is young, the future is great, the family is even in the Yujing, how will you be able to handle yourself at that time?" Zhou Gang eyed Li Qingyun, reasoning with him and hating him for not fighting. Chapter 40 Blue Blood Gold Talisman. It was only when Zhou Gang spoke, his mouth suddenly opened, and an incredulous look appeared in his eyes. Zhou Zhang order you to look again, who am I again? Under Zhou Gang's shocked and delighted gaze, Li Qingyun's fingers sketched in the air and formed 6 thunder seals, dispelling any possible prying eyes and eavesdropping. At the same time, his breath suddenly changed, his face changed, from the pale and frail face of Qin Xing, back to his original handsome jade-like appearance. This change is also a little show, immediately changed back to Qin Sheng. He secretly transmitted his voice, "Poor Taoist spiritual treasure view disciple Li Qingyun, just arrived in Yinshan town today, that is to say, that Jia Song, the Department of Taoism and the entire town, what is going on right now?" Li Qingyun was also not polite, there was even some anger in his tone. In front of him, this Zhou Zhangling was too unreliable, sending out a post from all 8 directions to ask for help, and all kinds of righteous people came to Yinshan town, only to be trapped in this huge pit of intrigue, and immediately want to die. Alas, this matter blames me for not recognizing people. Zhou Gang is old, immediately converged the color of surprise, as if nothing happened, with the posture that should be angrily look at Qin Xing, at the same time whispered. Starting last month, Yinshan town constantly have people missing, not see people alive, not see corpses, at first lost a person or 2 every night, but later it is more and more serious, 4 or 5 people missing in one night. I led a Taoist division to track down, analyze from the traces, judge that there is a big Yinshan evil ghosts and demons down the mountain captive, let the mountain people from Tuxiong Tu inspector back to the cottage to ask the old witch, to inquire about the bottom of the situation of the evil ghosts. And I'm tired of running around, was injured in the body, one night to kill the evil spirit when both sides were injured, vice order Jia Song that old guy kindly offer medicine, I did not think much directly take, the result of the disease and injury outbreak aggravation, the last cultivation was sealed, fell into this situation now. I just found out, the original Jia Song lifespan will be over, unwillingly he has long been secretly colluding with the evil spirits of the Grading Mountain, from the hands of the evil spirits to get a copy of the evil ancient law, can be cultivated into a half-human, half-ghost existence, the premise is a blood sacrifice of thousands of people. Really ashamed, in addition to me by its backstabbing, there are Taoist Division, Inspector Division Chief Officer and other colleagues also turned out to be long ago one after another by Jia Song with the means to control. Later one after another rushed to the various righteous and Taoist friends, because your Yuanqi soul is far stronger than mortals, so also by Jia Song and that ghost's target, come in cannot get out, otherwise bound to be killed. Li Qingyun could not help but be speechless. This Zhou Zhangling is also too careless, right, around the side of the hidden Jia Song such a big conspirator, and he has long been hollowed out and so on, before they are not aware of anything. It is really not wrong to die. He couldn't help but faintly mocked, then the current deadlock, does Zhangling have a good plan to crack it? Sensing Li Qingyun's sarcasm, anger flashed across Zhou Gang's face, then he became weak and hardened. He said with a shameful look on his face, the best and most direct way to break the situation is naturally to capture Jia Song in a swift manner, and then join forces to get rid of that evil spirit. But unfortunately, you guys might not even be a match for Jia Song, let alone suppressing that ghost. Li Qingyun snorted in a faint voice, what the proper order said is the same as not saying anything. Right now, the entire town's Taoist officials and armorers are under Jia Song's control, not to mention his own 7th level of qi refining, even those hundreds of armorers are enough to easily overpower us. He paused and said with a straight face, "Today's banquet, Jasong proposed to let us leave freely after 3 days, so it can be seen that time is running out. If you don't want your whole family to suffer, you have to come up with some reliable methods. You have been in charge of Yinshan town for so long, even if Jasong controls the vast majority of the people, there are always some of your inner circle or hidden hands among them, right? Furthermore, I also know some of the things of the local Aristotle division, extremely emergency situations, is able to contact the county or even the county's Aristotle division. Zhangling Imofei does not want to burn his lifespan and use that thing." Hearing this, Zhou Gang was puzzled and looked at Li Qingyun. "Your surname is Li, could it be that you are the bloodline of the imperial family dispersed outside? No wonder you know about the existence of that object, this is a top secret of the aristocrat division, even Jia Song isn't very clear about it." Li Qingyun looked at Zhou Gang indifferently and did not explain. The Qinghe Marquis House had long been far away from the center of power of the royal family of Yujing, and after more than a dozen generations of bloodline, it was truly impossible to talk about Li's royal family. His surname Li, and know that there is the division of the top secret things, for Zhou Gang, is a great pressure. Zhou Gang mentally struggled for a moment before finally coming to a decision inside. "I can sacrifice myself and ignite the signal, but I have one request. I hope that Mr. Li can protect my family afterward, especially my 2 children, they both have the potential to cultivate. This Yinshan town has a Taoist division." Zhengling quietly changed his words. When addressing Li Qingyun, he changed his name to Mr. Li, and brought a little bit of respect. He thought that Li Qingyun was, indeed, a disciple of the royal family. "May. As long as I don't die, I will protect your family in the turmoil later on." Li Qingyun was a bit disgusted, but thought about it and still agreed. As a positive order, Zhou just can't pacify and comfort the people internally, can't suppress ghosts and demons externally, and is headstrong, using people without checking them, and that's how it came to be today. Now do what he should do, but also dare to bargain. However, Li Qingyun thought of the Zhoufu, this dozen innocent women and children, a heart is soft, or promised to maintain the Zhouquan. "Good, your excellency is benevolent." Zhou Gang's face was joyful, finally he had made up his mind. "Trouble Dukely, move the 3rd floor tile hidden compartment on the left under my bed and take out the blood talisman." Li Qingyun squatted down, holding a bronze short sword, and tapped and tested for a while before prying open the floor tiles and taking out an anmu box. The box was locked and sealed with a spell seal. He handed it to Zhou Gang on the hospital bed. This item, only Zhou Gang could open it just now, otherwise it would trigger the prohibition, and with Li Qingyun's current cultivation, he could not really block it. "Alas, think I was 13 years old into the Daozi supervision, 18 years old in the middle stage of refining qi, 25 years old has been outside the town of one side, originally. But unexpectedly, also useful to the day of the Bishi blood talisman." Zhou just scrutinized the box in his hand, some disappointment, unwillingness, struggle. This symbol of a move, on behalf of him, the positive order of the interruption of the future, more all life Dao line in this way into nothing. The Daozi supervision in his mouth is the organization that cultivates elite Dao officials in Yujing, just like the state scholarship in Li Qingyun's previous history. Into the Daozi supervision, in the eyes of the people half knowledge, but then worship into the Taoist forest door is too much better, than how many people's lifelong dream. However, in the past years, the person who entered the Daozi supervision, few and far between, the so-called Taoist bones and spiritual roots, and determination and perseverance, the lack of one cannot be. From this point of view, Zhou Gang is indeed considered to be a dragon phoenix among men. Starting point is very high, the future as long as not halfway fall, there will be a bright future. Compared to Zhou Gang, the qualifications of Li Qingyun's physical body were far too different. Li Qingyun stood calmly, just watching and not urging. Road, life and death, future, family. When it comes to having to make a choice, it is only human nature to hesitate. Just. A few moments later, Zhou Gang bit his finger and hooked his bloody finger, deciding to unveil the seal. As soon as the box was opened, a golden light pierced the eyes of the 2 men. Inside was quietly placed a golden talisman, as if it was made of gold all over. It looked quite extraordinary. Country talisman grade divided into black, gold, silver, purple, blue and yellow 6 categories. Yellow talisman is the most common, households posted the house charm and so on is this grade. Box this blue blood talisman, but is gold, visible its degree of rarity. Chapter 41, Late Fear of Changes. Gongzi, I also want to remind you that the entire sky above the town has been sealed by a formation set up by Jia Song and that ghostly creature, so if you activate the blood talisman in the city, the effect may have to be quite a bit discounted. It's best if you, Gongzi, find a way to go outside the town and then activate this talisman, then the blue blood golden light rises up to the sky, and the county has a Taoist division that can all observe and get it. Zhou Gang reminded said, rubbing the golden talisman in his hand, there was still a trace of hesitation deep in his eyes. Well, it's fine for you to infuse this talisman, as for the timing and location of activation, I will take care of it myself. Li Qingyun was slightly startled in his heart and nodded his head to indicate that he knew. Good, I hope that your excellency will not go back on his word and protect my family members. Especially my eldest son Zhou Hong, he has a Dao bone. In case the situation is really critical, the Gongzi only needs to take away Hang's son. Zhou Gang's face snapped and he resumed a few moments of his righteous order's domineering demeanor. He violently raised his hand and made a vertical stroke towards his forehead, and in the midst of the skin and blood splattering, he snapped and pasted the golden blue blood talisman on it. Buzz! The golden aura flashed, and that talisman was suddenly as if it had taken root in Zhou Gang's forehead, crazily drawing up his blood, mana, and everything else. The golden talisman was incredibly powerful and effective, but to activate the catalyst with the chi refining realm, it was bound to be a great sacrifice. Although this Zhou Gang is unfavorable to the township, in the end, there are always a few moments of proper order. Li Qingyun was slightly intolerant. As he watched, he only saw Zhou Gang's body rapidly wither and dry up, his soul fire dimming, extinguishing imminently. The so-called blue blood talisman, burning the blue blood of the Dao official Zheng order that shepherds the place, transforming into a rushing golden light that can startle thousands of miles away. This talisman is a sign of extreme urgency, more likely to have the Taoist potential of the Taoist official fell, will attract great attention. No one would want to use it unless the situation is extremely dangerous. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Gang's breath was cut off, realizing the blue blood talisman. Skin and bones, he lay on his back on the bed, his angry eyes wide open, his left hand pointing out of the room, with too many regrets, unwillingness and reluctance. The last gesture was a reminder to Li Qingyun to protect his family. Putting away the blood talisman, Li Qingyun stood in front of Zhou Gang's corpse, stood in silence, and finally gave a deep salute. He walked out of the room and closed the door with his backhand. Zhou Gang is in a special situation. Without Vice Order G as orders, no one is allowed to enter in these few days, including his family members. Qin Sheng, or Li Qingyun, droned to the two armor-clad sergeants at the door. The sergeants hurriedly answered. Under the night, there was still a light on in one of the Zhou mansion's compartments. Li Qingyun looked over and saw that Mrs. Zhou was still standing at the window, looking towards him, looking mournful and helpless. In this world, it is not easy for ordinary people to live. Li Qingyun sighed in his heart, his coat fluttered with the night breeze, and he briskly stepped out of the Zhou mansion. Then in the identity of Qin Sheng, he returned to the gloomy and dark aristocrat division. On the chilly corridor, he suddenly shifted his figure and hid into the darkness of the nearby wigwam. Only to hear the front of the sound of breaking air, a familiar Taoist figure flying down in the air, face like old bark, stiff limbs, breath in the cold and with the smell of blood. Not Jiasong, that old guy, and who is? Jiasong landed, lifted, and wiped the corner of his mouth a touch of crimson. Gray eyes seemed to have a few more threads of brightness, then wobbled and paced towards his residence, quickly disappearing from Li Qingyun's field of vision. Qin Sheng. From afar, the voice of this old Taoist making a call to Qin Sheng resounded. Li Qingyun was secretly shocked and hurriedly ran back to the side courtyard. Returning to the room, he withdrew his illusion spirit magic power and restored his original appearance. The big black cat Yuan Bao lying on the beam of the room also lazily meowed. It seemed to be greeting, "You finally returned, shoveler." As soon as he came back, he immediately attracted the attention of Zhao Yifan, Ji Hui, and the two Taoists from Zijingguan who lived in the side yard, and they all transmitted their voices to ask questions. Zhao Yifan, who lives next door, said, "How's the situation? I was worried to death just now." Ji Hui was even more anxious. "Fellow Taoist Li, have you seen Zhou Zhangling? Can he come out and preside over the situation?" Purple Gold View Wang Lao said, "Li Taoist friend is young, but a good skill. Illusion is a bit out of God's feeling." Li Qingyun, who naturally meditated cross-legged when he came back, was still in a somewhat heavy mood and said, "See, Zhou Gang was backstabbed by Jiasong, and was placed under house arrest and guard, and could no longer be counted on, and the entire town guarding force was in the hands of Jiasong. But Zhou Gang gave me an object, and he sacrificed himself for it. With this object, you can spread the message that this place is in a desperate situation, drawing the attention of the neighboring counties and the county government to have the Dao division." "That's great. Then hurry up and report it. The various warrior friends trapped in the town will be saved." Several people were overjoyed, but they did not ask much about Zhou Gang's sacrifice, nor did they care much about it. Li Qingyun pondered for a moment, a stern color flashed in his eyes, no less starting to dispatch. Now that the arrow is on the string, delayed fear of change, at first light of day Zhou Gang is dead, and the probability that I went to the Zhou mansion during the night is exposed. Jiasong and Tu Xiong are alarmed, and are bound to go after us and the townspeople ahead of time. Later, I will wake up the Taoists and Jianghu warriors in several other courtyards, Taoist Ji, Taoist Wang, and senior brother Zhao. You lead them, pay attention to the signals outside the town, and when you see the golden runic light rushing up to the sky, immediately kill out of the aristocrat division together, and then scatter to escape. Ji Hui, Zhao Yifan, and elder Taoist Wang. Several people spoke in grave tones and responded in unison. Since they were determined, each of them went to prepare themselves. Li Qingyun also shifted once again, illusory spirit mana covering his body. The entire person became pale and gloomy, his facial appearance resembling Jiasong by 7 or 8 points. However, this was enough. Jiasong's methods are ruthless, deep-hearted, and now even more control of the whole town force. No one dares to stop and interrogate him. No matter what, Li Qingyun is also directly to do big. Hesitation, on the contrary, was a taboo for cultivators. Yuan Bao, follow at the back. For the big black cat, Li Qingyun was not worried at all. Since it could come and go as it pleased in the back of the spiritual treasure Guan, inviting wealth and attracting treasures, how could it be difficult for the district town-level aristocrat division to get it? Illuminating as Jiasong, Li Qingyun did not need to cover up. His magic power flowed, his wide-sleeved robe puffed up in the wind, and with a light vertical movement, he grinned and flew directly up in the air. Just now when Jiasong came back from going out, he was casually flying in the aristocrat division like this. Between the shadows of the trees, some soldiers were alarmed, immediately raised his crossbow and pointed. But in the haze of the night, when they vaguely saw that it was Deputy Commander Jia, they were so scared that they put down their crossbows and secretly exclaimed that they were lucky that they did not take the risk, or else their lives would be over. Previously, there were several night watchmen who saw Jia Vice Order flying in the town's residential area at night, thought it was a demon, raised their crossbows to shoot, and then were called by the Vice Order to chat with him. Then within a few days, the people disappeared, their corpses gone. Hee, why do you think the Deputy Order didn't fly enough to be ethereal? His posture is weird. Don't talk nonsense, the Vice Order is also something you can critique? Zheng blind, you don't victimize us. A sergeant whispered out a query, only to be yelled at by his partner. These armor-clad sergeants who were monitoring Li Qingyun and the others were at best practicing some sideways methods, so how could they see through the difference between the real and fake Jiasong? Their strength and speed was a bit stronger than the ordinary people, and their blood chi was also more vigorous, which could frighten the wandering souls. Strong soldiers wearing thick armor, talismans, crossbows, etc., fully equipped, with the formation, you can fight with demons, but also can threaten the strength of the mediocre chi refining practitioners. Chapter 42, Illusory Changes Coming and Going. This flying and longitudinal technique of mine is indeed not skillful enough, it is completely supported by mana, flying is a bit ugly. Li Qingyun smiled faintly and swept his feet point by point, like a black eagle sliding into a nearby courtyard. This courtyard, live a dozen of Jianghu guests, were Jiasong secretly under the lost soul psychedelic drugs, dull as if marionettes, action and consciousness are manipulated by Jiasong. This state to maintain another 10 days and half a month, even if then recovered, will also be greatly injured, become a little cute. Thunder Seal. Wake up! Many thanks to fellow Taoist for rescuing. Li Qingyun had already mastered the illusion spirit spells and was well versed in such disciplines, coupled with the thunder intent to touch the soul awareness. He walked through 2 courtyards and had already lifted those Jianghu warriors and a few other Taoists out of the state of psychedelic lost souls. Fortunately, these people's soul lost is not too serious, otherwise he cannot save over. It is now lifted the lost soul state. Sanity is also very traumatized, many people even do not quite remember the events of the past few days. In the future, they will need to take more pills to replenish their qi in order to slowly recover their original state. Ji Hui, Wang Laodao and the others also had their own means, either directly casting spells to sneak over there, or in the name of stringing together, they went over there to organize the crowd and notify them of the matters of this night's action. Jiasong had also said that as long as one was in the aristocrat division and did not run around outside, it was still possible to visit the door and so on. After a busy day, Li Qingyun was also a bit physically and mentally exhausted, and his mana had been consumed a lot. He swallowed a few small grass pills and meditated to recover for a while. At this time, when he looked at the sky outside the town, at the end of the darkness, a hint of morning sun began to faintly appear. He was also a bit anxious, not caring that his mana had not fully recovered. He hurriedly left the aristocrat division and swept towards the gates of Yinshan town. Fortunately, Jiasong's identity worked very well, and no one dared to stop him as he ran along the way. However, the next moment Li Qingyun almost revealed himself. He hurriedly swept, unexpectedly in the street, just ran into that Tu inspector who was patrolling with his troops, and under the bad heart, he immediately turned in a different direction. Where is the deputy order going? Tu Xiong shouted from afar. Li Qingyun couldn't answer well and only pretended not to hear it and accelerated away. He was afraid that once he made a sound, the flaw of the tone and breath illusion not being in place would be detected by Tu Xiong, who was at the 5th level of refined fury, and would then become suspicious. And once he stopped talking, he was even more certain to be exposed. Tu Xiong was bound to be quite familiar and knowledgeable about Jiasong. Vice Order Jia's need for human blood is getting stronger. Didn't he just devour a dozen or so townspeople just now? Tu Xiong looked at Li Qingyun's hurriedly departing figure, a foxish look appeared on his face, and after standing for a long time, he still felt that something was not quite right. No, that person is just more like Deputy Order Jia, there is no obvious stiff and cold death aura on his body. This helmeted and armored Inspector Tu, whose face was painted with strange tattoos, thought of this and immediately changed his expression drastically, shouting at the small group of men. Quickly, follow me to the North City Gate. A layer of blood fury aura rose up on his body, and with a ground stomp under his feet, the stone slabs on the ground immediately cracked, while his speed increased steeply as he chased after Li Qingyun. He relied on his strength and didn't care if the armor-clad soldiers behind him could keep up. A big black cat, leaping like a fly on those residential houses, quickly caught up with his own shoveling officer. Meow. Yuan Bao leapt down and purred somewhat worriedly at the flying Li Qingyun. What, Tu Xiong actually chased over? Li Qingyun, however, understood Yuan Bao's meow language in seconds and was shocked in his heart. It had to be fast. He looked back behind him, only to see the lanky Tu Xiong burning with a blood-devouring aura chasing after him, and could not help but push his mana to accelerate once again. His large sleeves hunted, and in his hands, he tightly pinched the golden blue blood talisman. Just like Zhou Gang said, only when we reach the outside of the town, the bi-blood talisman effect can be fully released, and the signal can be transmitted thousands of miles away. The grayish aura over the town obscured it, and he sensed that there were formations obscuring and sealing the power. Who is in front of us? Quickly stop, or else we will definitely chop and not be spared. Tu Xiong's threatening bellow rang out from behind. The loud shouts startled the people's houses on both sides, and some of the townspeople lit their lamps and looked out to see Inspector Tu chasing after Deputy Order Jia. All of them were a bit puzzled. However, the eyes of the townspeople towards Tu Xiong and Deputy Order Jia were filled with fear and hatred. The town every night will have accidents, and now more often than not a dozen people disappeared in one night. These Taoist officials inspectors but do nothing, but will only be harshly suppressed. The entire Yinshan town, go also cannot get away, stay also cannot stay, is a hella. Li Qingyun turned a deaf ear to Tu Xiong's shouts and rushed forward. At this time, he had some chagrin and regret in his heart, lacking a powerful body method. Otherwise, how could the refining fury brute of the side sect get closer and closer to him? Taoist true method naturally crushed the side road. Suddenly, with a stagnant figure, Qing Yunli had already arrived in front of the city gates. A few armor-clad soldiers saw that it was Deputy Order Jia and were busy trying to open the city gates. I am Tu Xiong, give this inspector to stop that thief, he is not Deputy Order Jia. Behind him, Tu Xiong rushed in like a bloody wind, shouting angrily. The few armor-clad soldiers were violently startled and immediately held their guns and raised their crossbows to aim at Li Qingyun. Unbridled. I am Jia Song. However, Li Qingyun's cold eyes were like electricity, and his stern voice rebuked, truly having 7 or 8 minutes of Jia Song's aura. The armor-clad soldiers immediately cowered and hesitated, not knowing who to listen to. Listen to Inspector Tu, he is indeed not Deputy Order Jia. At this moment, on the city tower, the startled aristocrat Daoist, looking down, sharply signaled. A few armor-clad sergeants had no choice but to raise their crossbows and shoot at Deputy Order Jia with their arms trembling. But the next thought, the soldiers only felt a flash in front of their eyes, the cold bronze sword light like electricity cut through. Blood splattered, armor cracked, and bones broken, and several crossbow arms flung down to the thinly frosted ground. Ah! The screams of the armor-clad soldiers who were traumatized resounded. Open for me! Li Qingyun shouted, his figure swept past the cloaked soldiers, his mana over his body, and the bronze short sword in his hand flew out several feet of sword chi, slashing harshly at the thick city gate. Boom! Wooden shavings, talisman paper, and frost flowers flew. The city gate was actually blown through by a sword. See death. Stop. High on the city tower, 2 young Taoists wearing the Aristotle Division's standardized Taoist robes leapt down, snapping their fingers and flying out 4 or 5 fireball talismans, heading straight for Li Qingyun's back. More than a dozen meters away, Tu Xiong's strong and sturdy body also leapt up violently, sweeping out a mighty blade light from the long sword in his hand. Ka-ching! Lightning flashed as a thunderbolt fell, and when it struck the fireball talisman at the front, it suddenly exploded and spread out, transforming into a thunder net that covered the entrance of the city. When the thunder net was opened, the 4 or 5 fireball talismans crashed into it, and the thunder light crashed into the raging air currents at the same time. Li Qingyun's skillful changes in this hand of thunder seal showed a considerable level of mastery of thunder law. Yes, with the support of the mysterious Taoist statue in his mind, his attainments in thunder magic had improved quite a bit, and had already vaguely surpassed the power of the spiritual treasure Guan's Thunder Seal, a low-level spell, in the realm of power changes. On the dark wall behind the mysterious Taoist statue, as long as the ripple imprints of spells and aptitudes appeared, Li Qingyun could continue to observe and comprehend them, and there was currently no upper limit on the number of spells. This was the awesome thing about the mysterious Dao statue. Avalanche. Without turning his head back, Li Qingyun swung his sword backward and swept it away, the bronze sword chi colliding with Tu Xiong's powerful blade light. At once, his throat was slightly sweet and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Injured. However, in the next moment, he used his strength to do a flip and swept through the broken hole in the city gate. Chapter 43 Runic frightens thousands of miles. Who the hell are you? Tu Xiong's face was filled with shock as he angrily shouted. This thief who was disguised as Deputy Order Jia was really a bit formidable, surprisingly breaking through the city gates so easily even under their siege. The sword was so powerful, could it be some kind of Jianghu guest? He and the two Aristotle Division Taoists chased after them. But see outside the city wall, that thief abruptly stopped figure, turn around and look at them coldly, body breath quickly change, show the real face. Handsome as jade, Taoist robes fluttering, is not the same Ling Baoguan senior disciple who rushed to send to death at dusk yesterday? As Jia Deputy Order said, this son is hidden cultivation, so powerful, wisdom and courage, is not a genius elite disciple of the spiritual treasure view. Tu Xiong, you Dao Si, your evil deeds have been done. Serving as a tiger, colluding with ghosts, deceiving your superiors, conspiring with Jia Song, intending to blood sacrifice tens of thousands of people in the whole town, do you know the crime? Li Qingyun's dark hair flew, his handsome face contained authority, and he shouted with awe. The voice contained a hint of thunder, like muffled thunder rolling through the night sky before dawn, clear and stirring, rumbling. Shut up! Tu Xiong was startled and shouted with the intention of covering Li Qingyun's voice. However, those two young Taoists who had the Dao division shifted in their expressions, their feet quietly stopped, their expressions struggling, hesitating. Quickly kill him, or else Jia Song will inspire the corpse poison curse, and we will die of poison, and people will have to die and become poison corpses at his mercy. Not to mention the fact that things have come to this, it's only Zhou Gang's incompetence that is to blame, his eyes are illiterate, and he is headstrong. Tu Xiong shouted angrily towards the two young Taoists, now, do we have a way out? That Aristotle Division young Taoist let out a helpless long sigh, and his eyes, which had just hesitated, once again became ruthless. The three of them once again struck out, already at full strength, in a state of madness. Fireballs flew. Talismans exploded. Blade light was like blood. A thunderbolt fell and exploded into a net, annihilating the 6 or 7 clusters of flames that rumbled and pressed. Li Qingyun's hand thunder seal technique has already shown a few points of the flavor of 4 or 2 to 1,000 pounds, whether it is the comprehension and understanding of the art, or the clever use of their own mana, vaguely formed on the two cause of the compilation of the Taoist forceful suppression. It even made the two young Taoists feel a little stunned. Stubborn. Then Li Qingyun's foot clicked, once again swept outward to dodge, while a flash of golden talisman light flew out from his sleeve. Exciting the blue blood talisman. Immediately, golden light erupted. A brilliant golden pillar rose up into the sky, illuminating the dark night sky. The sound and power was great, and there was also a blue blood talisman vibrating, containing Zhou Gang's repentance and hatred before his death, as well as information about the situation in Yinshan town, and the combined light flew away, spreading hundreds and thousands of miles in a matter of moments. This is a golden talisman. Li Qingyun, you're going to get us killed. Tu Xiong and the two Dao Division Dao Lords were horrified and became desperate. Dozens of armor-clad and crossbow-wielding soldiers in the back surged out like a red tide, rushing towards this sight in a fury, and witnessing this rushing golden light, they too could not help but all freeze. Although the crowd could not recognize this was the Bishi blood talisman, but this rushing golden light together, I'm afraid that it could startle several hundred miles away. Once a high-level person from the Dao Foundation or even the Open House realm arrives, Jia Song or these people who are forced to do this but are also working for the tiger, all of them will not have a good ending. Under Jia Song's coercion, the inexplicable fall of Yinshan town that had been covered up for a long time was ultimately an empty plot. You deserve to die. Tu Xiong bit through his lips, blood spilling out, staring dead at Li Qingyun, the one who started it all. Go, give this inspector to surround and kill this Fang. With a wave of his hand, dozens of armored soldiers behind him instantly fired their crossbows. At once, the dense talismanic arrows flew through the night sky like a gray shadow, instantly covering tens of meters around Li Qingyun. These soldiers were well trained and skillful in their movements, sniping Li Qingyun in the same way they dealt with demons and ghosts. In an instant, Li Qingyun's sweaty hairs stood on end, sensing an intense threat. He instantly erupted, his Dharma Yen touch capturing the direction where the arrow rain was sparser, suddenly leaping to one side and swept away. Ding ding ding. At the same time, the bronze short sword in his hand danced into a ball of cold light, sweeping and splitting in circles, actually blocking most of the arrows. Whoosh! An arrow flickered with talismanic light, narrowly escaping, grazing the hair by his ear. With limited body techniques, he was ultimately unable to cope with this intensive attack. At this time, if one masters a defense spell or possesses a body protection artifact, it will be much easier. Li Qingyun's mind was racing, but it did not affect his movements in the slightest. Once again increasing his speed, his figure had already moved horizontally out of this wave of arrows. Where to go? However, the two Taoists suddenly shouted harshly, and on their faces were 3 or 4 fire talismans that exploded towards Li Qingyun, who had just avoided the rain of arrows. This was to seal the space for him to dodge and create a second wave of arrow rain coverage. Li Qingyun felt a strong sense of malice. Looking for death. Do you really think that I will only passively dodge and resist? He raised his eyebrows and his cold eyes were like electricity as he looked across the air at the two young Taoists with Taoists and saw their twisted, jealous and desperate faces. Drive the thunder and lightning, watch my thunder come. Rumble. His fingers were like phantoms as 6 thunder seals were instantly formed. Only to see 2 streaks of thunder flashing across the night sky, one in front of the other, one after the other, as if they were electric ropes falling from the sky, instantly blasting the two people. How is it possible? Aren't you at the first level of chi refining? The two Taoists were shocked, instinctively drumming up their mana and slapping out protective amulets to cover the top of their heads, wanting to ward off this amazingly powerful lightning method. However, the protective amulet light collapsed at the touch of a button, and the lightning, which had halved in power but had not dissipated, still fell on them. Ah! Scorched smoke rose up and their skin was scorched black. These two Taoists let out miserable screams and collapsed on the ground crookedly, twitching. The two Taoists were both at around the second level of chi refining, and they had been reckless in chasing after Li Qingyun just now, thinking that they could be taken down in a matter of moments. After all, Li Qingyun's displayed cultivation was only at the first level of chi refining. Even though he might be a genius elite disciple of the spiritual treasure view, the gap in cultivation realm was a chasm that could not be crossed. In particular, the lightning method has always been powerful and consumes a lot. The most that the refined chi layer could come up with would be 3 or 4 rounds, right? Just now when charging through the gate, Li Qingyun had already sacrificed 2 thunderbolts, demonstrating the exquisite skill of turning thunder into a net, and resisting a wave of talismanic arrow rain. There should not be much mana left. Unexpectedly, Qingyun Li had hidden his cultivation. His essence was the 3rd level of chi refining. 2 consecutive thunderbolts were sent out in a row with even more power, blowing them off guard. These 2 young Taoists who had the Tao division were instantly heavily injured and lost their fighting strength. Release the arrows. However, Li Qingyun could not be happy in time as Inspector Tu's ferocious shout rang out in the air. Tu Xiong's eyes were ferocious, his body was covered in bloodthirsty aura. He raised his sword and charged over fiercely, as if he was a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. He vowed to behead Li Qingyun. Jia Song is cooperating with the protector god of my 2 mountain-walled city. I, as well as the nearly 1,000 people of the walled city behind me, can't retreat. Tu Xiong thought in his mind, time is still not too late. As long as we rush to blood sacrifice the entire town before help arrives that is startled by the golden talisman light pillars, the protector god of the walled city is expected to break through to the open mansion realm, and there is a high possibility that Jia Song will break through to the Tao Foundation realm as well. At that time, we will be able to block the comers and comfortably retreat from the middle of the Great Yin Mountain. Currently, it was the most important thing to fight for his life and kill this spirit treasure view disciple in front of him who was destroying the grand plan. Chapter 44 Blood Sacrifice Advance. Swish swish swish. With Tu Xiong's ferocious pouncing in front of him and the crossbow arrows shooting in succession behind him, Li Qingyun could not help but feel his scalp numb. Tu Xiong's stance and footwork vaguely exceeded him by a thread, and his ability to fight in close quarters was extremely strong. Although it is a side way to cultivate the 5th layer of refining fury, in front of the Taoist true law, naturally a big short, but also not to be underestimated. What Li Qingyun was more in awe of was still the dozens of competent crossbow-wielding soldiers. The power of each talisman arrow was comparable to an attack at the Chi-Sense De Chang level, densely packed and constantly saving up to shoot over, simply making his newly promoted 3rd level of chi refining unstoppable. Die! The blade light wildly blasted down. Avalanche! Li Qingyun swung his sword to block the blood saber that was chopping down in the air. His body swayed and was shaken to a dozen consecutive steps. When he looked again, he had actually fallen into the range locked by the rain of crossbow arrows from the sergeants. 40 to 50 soldiers opened their strings to guide the arrows, and were about to come with a second wave of arrows to cover the area. In terms of battlefield killing, Tu Xiong's experience was ultimately above Li Qingyun, and his cooperation with the armor-clad soldiers was quite tacit, a bit like a finger in the arm. Illusion. Li Qingyun was slightly unable to catch a breath and his body speed was slightly stagnant, so he knew that it would be difficult to completely avoid this wave of arrows. He could only forcefully raise his mana and cast illusion spirit art, hoping that the illusion art that he had not quite comprehended for long enough would more or less inspire a deeper level of wide-ranging psychedelic ability. Just like the nightmare deer demon, it could easily control the entire area of the desolate temple. The instantaneous depletion of as much as 5 furnaces of mana gave Li Qingyun a sense of emptiness. But fortunately, the air, as he wished, was flooded with invisible ripples. In an instant, the eyes of the crowd of crossbow-wielding soldiers suddenly stagnated and became somewhat stagnant. The lull might only be half a second before they recovered and their crossbows shot out. But it was enough. Li Qingyun took a breath, his robes puffed up in the wind like a great crane gliding on wings, rushing into that military formation. The bronze short sword erupted with several feet of powerful sword chi, sweeping and stabbing, dazzling the eyes. A continuous stream of miserable screams rang out. In the blink of an eye, at least a dozen crossbow-wielding soldiers fell down. Li Qingyun's face was cold, and he struck without mercy. If he did not break the sergeant's formation, then he would sooner or later die under the rain of arrows. How dare you! Tu Xiong viciously rushed in and swung his sword wildly. But suddenly, his heel was in severe pain, and he almost fell to the ground. Meow! Only to see a large black cat angrily biting at his heel, its teeth as sharp as daggers pierced through the leather boots, bringing up a shower of blood. Sinful animal! Just like your master, all deserve to die. Under the pain and anger, Tu Xiong slammed his fist, but it hit an empty landing. Yuan Bao was extremely sensitive, saw the good and withdrew, instantly disappeared, followed by Li Qingyun in the sergeant's formation, a Russian bite. People tumbled over and screamed. Yuan Bao, follow me. Li Qingyun, however, did not engage in a battle, waving his sword and chopping off the 2 soldiers that were in his way. He suddenly turned and instead swept towards the inside of the city gates. Inside the town, chaos had already risen. At the sight of that golden symbol light pillar rising up into the sky, Zhao Yifan, Ji Hui, and the others who were in the aristocrat division led dozens of Jianghui to immediately riot, beheading the sergeants and Taoists who were watching them and rushing out of the aristocrat division. When Jia Song led his men to chase them out angrily, Zhao Yifan and the others followed the discussed strategy and immediately dispersed into a dozen or so paths, rushing away in all directions. Some people rushed into the residential area, shouting Jia Song colluded with the demons and wants to blood sacrifice the whole town. Some people ran all the way, shouting, the order is dead, let's run for our lives. There are some vicious Jianghu guests, but also more fire and smoke, obscuring the vision, distracting the attention of the pursuers. The whole town was in chaos, the people fled in panic, taking advantage of the dim light of the night sky, rushing towards the gates. During this period of time every night there are residents disappeared. The people have long been on the verge of collapse. If not for the Taoist inspection department to force the suppression, the townspeople would have long ago to flee for their lives. Now some people take the lead, and shouted that the long-unseen Zhou Zhengling died under the hands of the demon, the people, and how can they still endure? Under the panic of course everyone fled. Separate out some people, rush to all city gates, any untouchables who dare to rush the gates, all of them will be beheaded. Xin Xing, you lead people to Zhou Gang's house to see if this arrogant fellow is dead or not. Don't forget that you, as well as your families, lives are in my hands. Jia Song was a bit caught off guard, and could only threaten to order his men and intercept them in all directions. While he flew up in the air, his chi-refining 7th level cultivation was almost the strongest existence in the town, and he soon caught up with one of the group of Jianghu guests who were running slowly. Waving his hand, he flicked out cold air, and those 3 Jianghu were instantly stiff and cold in their limbs, unable to move. Your flesh and blood, even more delicious. A bite on the Jianghu guest's neck, Jia Song no longer cover, freely devouring the bearded meat, that face old skin excitedly trembling, and quickly become red. And Jianghu guest's body quickly withered, like a leaky skin bag, turn into a skin and bones of the withered corpse. Consecutively devouring 3 refining break accomplished Jianghu client, Jia Song a head of pale white hair are rapidly turning black, the whole person is also a lot of spirit, no longer that pair of old and drooping temperament. His cultivation breath rose even more by a few points. He comfortably opened his arms and looked up at the dark clouds above Yinshan town and shouted, Old man too, do it! Eat them all before the county has the Dao division arrive. At once, the dark clouds in the air stirred and ghostly chi rolled, vaguely probing out a huge ghostly face eerily overlooking the town in chaos. Jejie, so much flesh and blood young chi. Although it is a bit hasty, but it is barely about the same, the blood sacrifice of 10,000 people, Jia Song you and I, are bound to be greatly improved in cultivation. Rumble. The entire Yinshan town shook violently. Clouds in the sky were like ink, tumbling, rapidly expanding, spreading, and finally like a giant umbrella covering the sky, covering the town. The light of the whole town was completely annihilated, as if plunged into an infernal ghost domain. One by one, the fearful and struggling figures of the people were pulled up into the air by the large invisible handheld, the ghostly energy swept by, the sound of chewing sounded, and then the white bones fell down like rain. What a ruthless tactic, Jia Song deserves to die. Seeing this horrifying scene, Li Qingyun was shocked and angry in his heart. Jia Song had indeed colluded with the ghosts, and had secretly laid down a blood sacrifice formation long ago, treating the people of the entire town as blood and meat on a dinner plate. However, I am afraid that this Jia Song has already become inhuman and not a ghost, otherwise how could he have such a strong in-death aura on his body? Li Qingyun looked towards the city gates behind him again, only to see the city gates falling into a black curtain. Even those armor-clad soldiers felt bad, terrified and bewildered, as if they were in great trouble. Tu Xiong, who had just chased into the city, was also alarmed. Not caring about chasing after Li Qingyun, he violently slammed into the curtain wall, wanting to rush out, but for a while, he could not even break through the layer of formation black curtain. Those who worked for the tiger did not end up well after all. I'm afraid that these town sergeants and Taoists will not be able to escape death in the end, and will be reduced to a blood meal for Jia Song and that great ghost. His figure flashed and swept towards Zhou Gang's mansion. The blue blood talisman had been sent out, and everything that needed to be done had been done. The blood sacrifice array was launched in a hurry. He felt that Jia Song and that big ghost, surely too late to kill the people of the whole town, and can even devour 1,000 people, are very good. Do you really think that the Taoist feather true Gaoren is a dry meal? Even if 1,000 miles away, the Kaifu realm masters are also a moment away. Even the closer temples and temples such as La Ka Quan, Zijin Quan and Lingbao Quan, separated by only a few hundred miles, the Dao Foundation realm can quickly arrive. This was also the reason he dared to return to the town to fulfill his promise. Chapter 45 Killing Intent steeply rises. No matter what, Zhou Gang activating the blue blood talisman with his death will save at least half of the people's lives, then I should take care of his family for a while or two. Amidst the chaotic flow of people, Qingyun Li swallowed the small grass dan. His face and breath changed, turning into the Taoist man who was struck by his lightning just now. In the chaotic situation, those soldiers who were suppressing and intercepting the people in the streets, naturally did not dare to block him. In the Zhou mansion, there were cries. Xin Qing's face was pale and his eyes were lax, forcing his composure to sit on top of the lobby, ordering more than a dozen armor-clad soldiers to escort everyone in the Zhou mansion here. Zhou Gang's body was also carried out and placed on the ground, dry as firewood, extremely abnormal. In Xin Qing's opinion, it was Jia Song who had already struck out and sucked Zhou Gang last night. Zhou Zhangling is, after all, an existence at the 9th level of Qi refining, so I'm afraid that Jia Song couldn't wait for a long time. Only, if he doesn't let Zhangling go, is he really willing to keep his promise and let me go? The howling of Mrs. Zhou as well as several children in the hall made him more and more disturbed and frightened and confused. Father, you wake up. You said that you would take Hanger back to Yujing and take the Daozi supervisor's exam. Suddenly, a 6-year-old boy whose appearance resembled Zhou Gang, took advantage of the sergeant's inattention and ran over to lie on his father's corpse, howling loudly. Pa! An agitated armor-clad sergeant went over and lifted up the boy, slapping him on his white face, which immediately became red and swollen. This cloaked armor sergeant's face was hideous. The more hostile he was, he growled at the boy. It's all because your father is incompetent, headstrong, and self-righteous, and is going to get us killed, as well as the people of the whole town. What are you crying for, and what are your qualifications to cry? Desperate roar echoed in the air. It was as if speaking the heart of Qin Sheng and the other soldiers in the hall. The armor-clad sergeant grabbed the boy, seemingly treating the child as a toy to vent his anger, and gave another hard push. Amidst Mrs. Zhou's screams of horror, the boy suddenly flew out like a light ball of leather, slamming into the wall of the hall, looking to be smashed into a ball of meat cake. Take a break. Qin Sheng, finally some intolerance, get up to stop, but is a little too late, only to open his eyes to watch the next moment of blood splatter. He knew that the boy was called Zhou Hong, but Zhou Zhengling's favorite child on weekdays. Just, everyone is going to die anyway. Xin Xing twisted his head to the side. What's wrong with the child? Right at this moment, the crowd's eyes blossomed, only to see a Taoist with a cold face swept into the hall. It was none other than Li Qingyun, who was disguised as a Taoist of the aristocrat division. It was also just in time. If he had been that much later, this boy that Zhou had just instructed would have died with his brain bursting out. With a vibration of his magical power, he reached out and caught the boy, removing that brute force before gently putting him down. Zhou Hong, find a place to hide. Li Qingyun whispered to the boy who had escaped death, his eyes signaling him to hide behind the statue of the Taoist monarch in the hall. Although the boy Zhou Hong was terrified, he actually calmed down quickly and did not cry indiscriminately. Glancing at Li Qingyun, he ran towards the statue of the Taoist monarch. Xu Xiao, why did you come here? What's the situation over there at the city gate? Qin Sheng watched as Li Qingyun suddenly appeared and saved the boy. Her heart was relieved for no reason, and she was curious as to how Xu Xiao, who was supposed to be guarding the south gate, came to the Zhou mansion for no reason. However, as he spoke, Qin Sheng realized with horror that Xu Xiao's face was rapidly changing. His arms trembled as he pointed at Li Qingyun. Aren't you fellow Taoist Li? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Qingyun, who was standing in the lobby, had his face change, quickly changing back to that handsome and calm young Taoist. You guys, you can die now. As Li Qingyun's face recovered, his figure moved. Like a swift wind, it swept towards Qin Sheng and the armor-clad soldiers present. Quickly kill him! Qin Sheng shouted, ordering the sergeant to make a move. He was also quick to react to his movements and immediately threw a fire talisman at Li Qingyun while slapping 2 layers of protective amulets on his body. The armor-clad soldiers were already manic and restless, like a beast on the verge of going out of control. At this moment, their eyes were even more red. Those who drew their swords, and those who raised their crossbows, looking forward to seeing the next moment when they would shoot Li Qingyun into a hornet's nest. Illusion! However, a clear shout rang out, and the air was flooded with invisible ripples. The crowd of soldiers were instantly stagnant, losing their minds and souls for a split second. Immediately, only to see the handsome figure of the green-colored Taoist robes on the hall, as fast as the wind, wandering in a circle, full of the hall lit up with piercing sword light, blood splattered, screams that this successive resounded. One by one, the armor-clad soldiers were hit by the sword in their throats, their breath was instantly cut off, and they fell to the ground in a fluttering sound. When Li Qingyun stood again, he had already appeared in front of Qin Sheng, his eyes as cold as frozen ice, looking at the other party covering his blood-spattered throat, collapsing softly in disbelief. You. Qin Sheng pointed at Li Qingyun, finally unable to speak. Lying down softly, convulsing on the cold ground, his eyes were round, unwilling, remorseful, and lingering. In those eyes whose luster was rapidly dimming, it was as if the scene from 2 years ago had surfaced. He was full of vigor, carrying the blessings and expectations of the family, going out of the capital, going to Yin Mountain, with the ambition of suppressing the demons and subduing the devils, and caressing the people. Father, I was wrong, I have failed the expectations of the family, more sorry for the people of this town. How much I would like to return to the Yujing again, to see the true great Yu pomp and prosperity. With that, the vitality completely disappeared. Li Qingyun looked at Qin Sheng's rapidly stiffening cold corpse, a trace of regret flashed in the bottom of his eyes. If Qin Sheng had dared to blog a little last night and tell the true plot of Jia Song. Or, just now, Qin Sheng could have been more compassionate and treated Zhou Gang, a hall full of women and children, kindly. He would not have, without mercy, beheaded on the spot. Many thanks, benefactor. Mrs. Zhou led her children with her daughter, crying and laughing, wanting to lead the Zhou mansion to kneel down and kowtow to Li Qingyun. There is no need to be like this. Do you have secret passages and dark rooms in your mansion? Hurry up and hide? Don't be afraid, the dark night will soon pass. Li Qingyun's robe sleeve flicked up, a gentle manna holding up the kneeling figures of Mrs. Zhou and the girls. Yes, benefactor, do you want to hide together? Lady Zhou organized her family members and slave girls, lifting up Zhou Gang's corpse and running chaotically towards the back hall, and also greeted Li Qingyun to hide in the ground chamber as well. I don't need to. Li Qingyun waved his hand. His eyes lit up as he crouched down and probed his hand to pluck off a pouch similar to an incense bag that was exposed at Qin Sheng's waist. Surprisingly, it's a 100 treasure pouch. This Qin Sheng, perhaps a late bloomer with high hopes at home, it's a pity. Holding the 100 treasure sack in his hand, wrapped in manna, carefully grinding it back and forth several times, in a matter of moments, breaking open the original small prohibition. Neon Sense probed in and saw the inner space of the 100 treasure bag, about the size of a small house. Inside put 30 pieces of spirit stone, 2 or 3 small grass stand bottle, other gold and silver, talismans and so on. Not many things, but the most valuable is this Baiba Saka. Putting it in the internal purchasing channel of Spirit Treasure View, it would cost at least 200 spirit stones. He incorporated the bag into his robe and placed it close to his body, not wanting to expose his belongings to the public. Then also do not care about the hall full of corpses, walk to the hall enshrined in front of the statue of the spiritual heaven myriad true cave pixie Yin and Yang Ren Sheng Daojun, the murderous intent to converge, a face of calm and indifferent. Then sat down, eyes slightly narrowed, self-enlightenment cultivation up. At one moment, the Vajra was furious, at the next moment, the Bodhisattva lowered his eyebrows. Through the door wall of the Zhou mansion, outside the chaos of killing, and the heart is not hindered. Chapter 46, The Dust Settles. The cloudy formation obscured the sky, and the whole town was shrouded in darkness and gloom, with the sounds of shrieking and crying everywhere. Jia Song Jiejie laughed strangely and was still on a killing spree, prioritizing sucking and killing Jianghu warriors with cultivation in their bodies, and even the armor-clad soldiers who were still foolish enough to follow him around. Like a long-hungry evil ghost, devouring blood and flesh in a big way, constantly growing his cultivation. That two-shan-old ghost is even more rampant, transformed into a cloud of eerie ghost chi, swept through the place, just still alive townspeople, turned into a pile of white bones. In the midst of the chaos, some of the Taoist divisions seemed to have started to implode, and there were a handful of Taoists, each with a small team of armor, fighting with two Xiong's men. But this was no longer something that Li Qingyun could get involved in. After continuously running and fighting, he was also tired and his mana was severely depleted. He could only sit in the Zhou mansion and do what he could to fulfill his promise to protect Zhou Gang's family. To break the big picture, the only way for the people of the whole town to be truly saved was to wait until the higher-ups from above arrived. Counting the time, it should be almost time. Li Qingyun, who was sitting in front of the Taoist statue, muttered and whispered. Boom! Right at this moment, the entire town shook violently. Countless people, who were running away in chaos, looked up and saw that a large seal with golden splendor suddenly appeared in the sky, majestic, domineering, and shocking the hearts of the people. The great seal slammed and blasted onto the great formation that enveloped Yinshan town. Immediately, the cloudy sky collapsed, and a large amount of light shone into the hell-like town from outside. A figure with a strong aura appeared in the sky. Old man Tushan, human thief Jiasong, you will die. Yinshan town has been out of contact for a long time, so it's all Jiasong who's behind it. Those who attach themselves to the rebels, those who should be questioned, and those who should be executed should be executed. Zhou Gang's incompetent shepherding led to the destruction of lives, but in the end, he dared to splash his blood on the golden talisman. His will is commendable. In the sky above the town of Yinshan, there is a handsome and elegant master of a view. There is a strong man of the Department of Taoism who is clad in a golden thread of Taoist robes, and so on. Outside of the town, there were also large swaths of armor-clad soldiers that approached like a tidal wave. When they struck, it was like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, suppressing the rebellious army and calming down the chaotic situation. A few strong men from the Department of Dao, led by a middle-aged man of Kafu realm cultivation, chased after the Great Yin Mountain, vowing to kill the fleeing old ghost of Tushan, as well as the most detestable original deputy order, Jiasong. In order to extend his life, Jiasong practiced the demonic method and became half human, half ghost, wantonly sucking the people's flesh and blood, and even intended to blood sacrifice the whole town. The people from all sides came in time, and about 500 to 600 people died in the hands of Jiasong and the old ghost of Tushan in the chaos just now. Jiasong's plan was a big one, but in the end, he lost all his plans. Fortunately, Zhou Gang's blood splattered the blue blood talisman, and Li Qingyun killed out the city wall and activated the golden talisman, shocking thousands of miles and interrupting this tragic blood sacrifice of human-ghost collusion. Zhang order, we are late. At the Zhou mansion, a Taoist who was formerly a member of the town aristocrat division, covered in blood, rushed in with several armor-clad soldiers. Seeing a hall full of corpses, he could not help but be shocked and soared in tears. You all, indeed, are late. However, in front of the statue of Dao Lord in the middle of the hall, a young Taoist with a calm face slowly rose and looked at them indifferently. Clean up. Li Qingyun didn't care about these people and walked to the entrance of the back hall's ground chamber and opened the cover. A faint light shone from the top down into the dim and silent ground chamber. First shining on the child standing at the front was Zhou Hong, whose face was red and swollen, but whose eyes were forcibly keeping his composure. This child is not bad, no wonder Zhou Gang thinks so highly of him. Li Qingyun then said in a warm voice to Zhou Hang and Mrs. Zhou and the others, it's alright, it's all in the past. In the ground room, there were cries and laughter. Strong people sat down and cleaned up a mess. In less than a day, Yinshan town had settled down. The various stores and buildings in the town reopened under orders, and there were more pedestrians on the streets, and the long-lost prosperity and bustle gradually reappeared. On this day, Li Qingyun had stayed in the Zhou mansion. He was meditating in the pavilion in the courtyard, but his hands were not idle. His 10 fingers were like butterflies piercing through flowers, folding out swallows, cranes, and frogs. The child Zhou Hong, although still immersed in the grief of losing his father, clung to this big brother who was the most powerful in his mind and sat in the pavilion, watching with eyes full of admiration as his big brother easily folded out a toy. Folding out the last paper frog, Li Qingyun's handsome face moved slightly and then stopped. Phew! He got a little childish and had the intention to show his hand in front of Zhou Hong, so he puffed out his cheeks and blew towards the dozens of origami animals on the ground. The air rippled with fa-yen. The pile of origami was suddenly as if it had come to life, flying and jumping, lifelike, scattering in all directions. The paper crane flew up to the roof of the mansion with a light posture. The paper frogs jumped to the nearby spring pool, splashing water. The 5 or 6 paper swallows flew to the beams of last week's house like a group of house swallows. Returning from winter to spring. Big brother, you are too good, is this Taoist magic? The boy held a butterfly in his small palm in surprise, his childish eyes seemed to be flashing with longing. Well, this is called an application of the Tao, called illusionary art. Li Qingyun stroked Zhou Hang's head, also feeling pleasurable and elated. Guarding the Zhou mansion, meditating and comprehending the illusion spirit art, under the enchantment of the mysterious Tao statue, this art had finally broken through to the next realm, with an essential change. Illusion was nothing more than a combination of illusion and minor spells such as object harnessing, derived from the means of controlling objects. 2 days ago he was envious of Wang Muyun's skill with that hand of illusions, but in the blink of an eye he had reached the level of that illusion of hers. The breakthrough in the level of the art was due to last night's dangerous situation, the frequent use of the illusion spirit technique, and the practice of his ability to learn and comprehend was maximized and released. Of course, the main thing is still the he in his mind, observing the dark walls of the Taoist ripple marks. There will be gains. On this day, he did nothing but sit here in the pavilion, meditating and practicing his illusion spirit technique. Senior brothers Zhao Yifan, Ji Hui, and Zijin Guanwan Laodao, they one after another came to Zhou Mansion to look for him, told him last night's encounter with the dangerous, but also regret to mention that there are still a lot of dead and injured Taoist friends. A group of them happily went to the Department of Taoism to collect their rewards. Li Qingyun indulged in the origami illusion and let his elder brother collect his share on his behalf. He did not have the idea of taking the risk. Even if he didn't go to collect the reward, he had already gained enough, so he didn't need to take any risks. Exactly what he did last night, Zhao Yifan, Ji Hui, and the others only vaguely guessed, not knowing the facts. Once senior brother has received his reward, he will immediately depart and return to spiritual treasure view. Li Qingyun got up and waved his robe sleeve like a magnetic force was born. Those origami papers that came to life and flew around in the courtyard suddenly flew into his sleeve, their anger dispersing and turning back into a pile of ordinary origami papers. He looked towards the sky above the corner of the pavilion, his face moved, and he leaned down and said, "Zhou Hong, this butterfly will be left for you to play with, you go find your mother." Zhou Hong listened to him very well and held the paper butterfly, bouncing away. "You are Li Qingyun, you did well last night. Having such a good hand of illusions seems to be the key to your breakthrough last night." In the sky above the Zhou Mansion, a middle-aged man's figure suddenly emerged. The middle-aged man stepped into the void, with a golden-threaded black robe, a majestic face, and 3 strands of black whiskers under his jaw fluttering in the wind. Chapter 47 Government Orderly Coup. With a sway of his figure, this middle-aged man, who was very powerful, arrived in the gazebo. With his hands behind his back, with an appreciative faint smile, he surveyed Li Qingyun in front of him. "Qingyun, meet Senior." Li Qingyun was slightly startled in his heart, bowed and humbly said, "Senior is too kind, I am just a fluke." He sensed that this middle-aged man with golden threads and black robes was emanating a powerful cultivation aura, at least at the Tao Foundation realm. No, it should be the open house realm. Last night when that golden light great seal blasted open the Yin Cloud formation, and then a strong man of the Foundation opening realm led a chase to kill the old ghost of Tushan, that powerful figure swept through the sky above the Zhou Mansion, and Li Qingyun glanced at it from afar. The middle-aged man with golden threads and black robes in front of him was not that open mansion realm powerhouse. "Ha, is your brat really spoiled, or do you like to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers?" The black-robed middle-aged man laughed and cursed. His posture was casual as he sat on the stone bench and said, "My name is Li Ku. Since you are the son of the Marquis of Qinghe, have you ever heard of my name?" It was actually Li Ku. Li Qingyun's handsome face appeared with respect. "So it is the order of the government in person." Qingyun is terrified. The middle-aged man with a majestic and domineering aura, since he called himself Li Ku and was a strong man of the open mansion realm, he must be the great mansion order of Pingyang County. Once the blue blood talisman appeared, even this prefectural order had personally rushed here. "Since you know my name, then you kid, still so formal and polite for what?" Li Ku looked at the handsome and composed teenager in front of him, and the kind of look in his eyes that looked at an outstanding junior became more and more obvious. He waved his hand and laughed, "Don't be formal. Since you are Li Jiuling's son, then counting the seniority, you should call me an elder uncle." This. Seeing that the prefectural order was becoming more and more easygoing, Li Qingyun was instead a little embarrassed and hesitant. He knew that Li Ku, the house order, was bound to be a member of the royal family of the Li clan of the state of Yu, and his status was not low, otherwise it was impossible for him to dominate a party. The authority of the prefectural order was extremely great, equivalent to the ancient feudal officials in the past life. This kind of important position, traditionally most of the Li clan royal family disciples. Compared to Li Ku in front of him, Li Qingyun's cheap old man, the Marquis of Qinghe, regardless of strength or position, can be too far away. Li Ku to Li Qingyun's great uncle to call himself, obviously is in the body of the Qinghe Ho this lineage of origin heritage. Counting, Li Qingyun barely counts as a descendant of the Li clan's royal family. Only, even his cheap old man Qinghe Marquis Li Jiuling, usually never dare to take the royal blood as his own. Separated from too many generations, Qinghe County, this line has long been away from the center of the royal family, reduced to ordinary aristocrats, can only stay in the Qinghe County, barely keep a trace of the face of the ancestors. At this moment, Li Qingyun suddenly thought of an old incident. About 2 years ago, the Marquis son Li Shiqi also do not know what tendons, not a little bit of force, hard to argue to enter the Yujing Daozi prison. Qinghe Ho impatient Shui's mother and son every day to say this, on the cheek, set off on a trip to the capital. But the cheap old man is grey back to the house on the day of the hard beat the son of a, to him not to mention the Dao Zi Jiao this thing. According to the Li dynasty regulations, but all the royal bloodline disciples can enter the Dao Zi Jiao. Of course those whose qualifications are not good, even if they have been gold-plated in the Dao Zi supervision, they will still not be able to get the resources and reuse them later on. Xing Yun, you are young, you are already at the 3rd level of qi refining. I heard your senior brother Zhao say that he has just joined the Spirit Treasure View. It's a pity for me to hear that. The government orderly looked at Li Qingyun, as if looking at a piece of glittering jade suddenly brought some anger. Your Qingha Marquis house is also strange, you are so uncommon, why not send to the Yujing Daozi supervision to go? Our family's world, our own Dao Zi Jiao, not worse than Lingbao Guan. Xing Hiho can really confused said here, Li Ku look a little complicated, aside, our old Li family rely on Bu Zone. To get the king of Yu handle has been 334 years, the young children of the generation is not as good as a generation, the dynasty twilight sullen, corruption, and then do not come out of some of the top of the real talent, the destruction of the turnover will not be far away. This, Li Qingyun is aware of. Historically, the dynasties of the state of Yu are constantly changing, the longest reigning royal family is only 500 years, the shortest lived dynasty is even only 100 years. Li's dynasty can continue to this day, ruling the king for 330 years, has been considered quite acceptable. But sitting in this position, who may be willing to be replaced by the next big family? And all of this is just strength. Hidden in the secular behind the clan, the game at the top level, who will sit on the mountain, is not to look at the clan behind the family backer to give or not to give strength. Li dynasty is the Bu sect support puppet every year for the Bu sect to transport endless resources benefits. The order of the government, the dynasty fluctuates, the world changes, this is the number of the road. I'm just a commoner son of the family, it's still difficult for me to gain a foothold in the marquis residence, so I had to worship the spiritual treasure Guan, only seeking to be accompanied by the green lamp, and how can I qualify to point out the rivers and mountains? Li Qingyun laughed softly to mock himself. He had the intention to do so, lest he was accidentally brought into the ditch by this cheap elder brother. How could it be? The huge marquis of Qingha's residence can't accommodate a character with your qualifications? Li Jiling, is not the brain burned into a paste? Li Ku was greatly surprised, his anger flared up, and he had the intention of stroking his sleeves to find the marquis of Qingha to ask for an explanation. Li Qingyun smiled lightly and said, actually, I don't have the so-called Dao Bone spiritual roots, this was tested after birth. The reason why I'm still practicing into the Dao now is just because I'm lucky to have this spirit cat. Saying this, he pointed his hand towards the big black cat sleeping in the sun on the rockery in the courtyard. After worshipping the spiritual treasure view, this big black cat one day articulated back a special fragrant red fruit. I ate it, the body born of rolling heat flow, only today this cultivation. He secretly said in his heart, this set of words, originally prepared to fool Zhao's senior brother and other people in the spiritual treasure view, now first used to fool this cheap elder brother. It's actually so. Li Ku was shocked, suddenly reached out and slapped Li Qingyun's head and body several times. Then disappointed, full of regret, cannot help but long sigh twice. Qingyun, virtuous nephew, this qualification of yours is indeed. He also showed a few sympathetic colors and patted Li Qingyun's shoulder as if he was comforting, don't be discouraged, since you are still initiated in cultivation, it means that you have good luck, or you can go farther. Can get that spirit cat to recognize the master, how is not a part of luck? At this point, Li Ka had already been somewhat unable to stay, and the intimacy between his brows began to become distant. The runic ring on his hand flashed with light, and 3 white jade dan bottles flew out, gently landing on the stone table. These, originally, are the additional rewards that this prefecture order is going to give you. True element pills, the best pills for the qi refining realm, will surely help you get to the next level. Cheer up! After saying that, the smile on the face of this Pingyang County Grand Prefectural Order had already faded away, restoring the majesty of a powerful person in the open prefectural realm. His eyebrows were sparse and distant. With a gentle vertical movement, he flew out of the Zhou mansion, like a bit of black light traveling far away. Chapter 48, Retiring with Success. This world is really realistic and cruel. I, originally, am the cultivation waste body Li Qingyun withdrew his gaze and shook his head mockingly, but with a light-hearted air. Picking up a bottle of true elemental dan, he looked inside and saw that there were 10 celestial green-colored spirit pills lying inside, each peanut-sized, but emitting a plentiful aura of spiritual energy. Taking a whiff, he felt that the flow of mana in his body was a touch faster. It's really good medicine. It's said that 1 true elemental dan is worth at least 10 spirit stones. With a scroll of his mana thoughts, he put away the dan bottle. He walked towards the Zhou mansion's lobby. Today's newly changed green-colored Taoist robe fluttered gently, setting off his increasingly handsome, serene, and indifferent appearance. In the hall, Mrs. Zhou, who was still immersed in the pain of her deceased husband, brought along Zhou Hang and another pink and cute female child. Daoist Li, you're leaving? Mrs. Zhou looked at the handsome young man in the hall with a long body. Her eyes were grateful and somewhat reluctant. This time, in Shantown chaos, Zhou House in the center of the chaos, almost the whole family's life is difficult to protect. All rely on this Li Qingyun Taoist priest, wipe out the Qin Shang those who are attached to the rebellion, and the town guard so far. Well, my senior brother is almost back, when the time comes to move immediately. Li Qingyun nodded, then asked with concern, Zhou Zhangling was unfortunately killed. Mrs. Zhou, what are your plans? Chatting with Li Ku just now, that Grand Prefectural Order mentioned that he blasted and killed that old ghost of Tushan. That ghost is stuck in the Dao Foundation realm for a long time, this time with Jia Song conspired, intending to blood sacrifice the whole town, is trying to devour the massive amount of living souls Yang Qi, breakthrough to the opening of the government realm, but unexpectedly was Li Qingyun early to break the game, and finally even fell into the ashes. However, Jia Song was very cunning and relied on a magic artifact that concealed his escape and hid in the depths of the Great Yin Mountain. If Mrs. Zhou's family remained in Yin Mountain Town, they would most likely be subjected to Jia Song's backstabbing retaliation, which was why Li Qingyun asked about it. Husband still has some old friends who are good friends in Yujing, so I plan to spend the next 2 days dealing with the estate and then bring Hunger Yor and the others back to live in Yujing. Aristotle Division has also said that it will send someone to escort them, so Dao Master, you don't have to worry about us. Talking about her late husband, Mrs. Zhou again inevitably had a look of sadness. But she knew that she had to hold on at a time like this. The whole family was counting on her. That's good. Li Qingyun looked relieved and put down his heart. Just then, Zhao Yifan's happy call came from outside the door. He then finished his cup of tea, got up, walked next to Zhou Hong, touched his head, and floated out. Whoosh! The big black cat jumped out and followed behind Shoveler without any haste. Big brother, will I be able to see you again in the future? Zhou Hong shed unwanted tears, his small hands grasping the paper butterfly, shouting from behind. This paper butterfly would turn back into ordinary origami in a day or two if it lost its mana sustaining it. If you are able to enter the Daozi prison, then perhaps we can meet again in the future. Li Qingyun gently waved his hand backward without looking back. He traveled all the way through the halls and corridors, under the afternoon sunlight that was a rare sight in Yinshan Town this season, light, sprightly, indifferent, and fluttering away. Zhou Hong, Mrs. Zhou, and the rest of the Zhou mansion watched their benefactor go out and away, until the figure mounted his horse and merged into the crowd on the street. They coincidentally bowed in unison, sending off with a big salute. Outside the town on the official road, the two riders sped. Senior brother, this time going down the mountain is really thrilling, but the harvest is also big, with the Taoist secretary rewarding us with 20 spirit stones, plus the reward for the mission in the Guan. It's really beautiful. Zhao Yifan left arm injury, wrapped in bandages, now can only single-handedly carry the reins, but the person is spirited, a look of complacency. Well, not bad. Li Qingyun smiled faintly, slightly perfunctory, not particularly cheerful. The cultivators in this world were a little too cold, even senior brother Zhao Yifan was the same. The Yinshan Town incident had resulted in the deaths and injuries of 506 people, how tragic, but Zhao Yifan and Ji Hui and the others didn't seem to care much about it, but they reveled in the rewards that they had received and rejoiced in them. Li Qingyun also did a little math. After a trip down the mountain, he had so far harvested the Nightmare Eyeball, the 100 treasure pouch, 3 bottles of true elemental pills worth hundreds of spirit stones, and more than 60 pure spirit stones. Compared to the complacent senior brother Zhao, it was much too strong. Senior brother, this time I had the honor of going down the mountain with you as a companion, and I gained a lot, and I also made a breakthrough on the spot, which is considered to be an introduction to cultivation. However, I've always liked tranquility and don't want to be disturbed by the chaos, so I hope that when I return to Spirit Treasure View, senior brother will help me cover up a bit. Senior brother, I understand, don't worry. I only want to quietly pull you into our sutra-speaking lineage. At dusk, the two of them, Xing Yunli, arrived at a deserted village and spent the night there. There were occasional wandering spirits and corpse dogs that harassed them during the night, but they were no longer in Li Qingyun's eyes and were easily destroyed. At noon the next day, they returned to Spiritual Treasure Guan. Zhao Yifan went to the Foreign Affairs Hall to hand in his duties and collect his rewards on the way, hearing him say that there were 20 spirit stones as well as a sum of contribution points. On the way, Zhao Yifan had already said that the rewards within the Guan were also equally divided between the two. This time down the mountain, Li Qingyun's performance was too outstanding. As a senior brother, Zhao Yifan was too embarrassed to take more. The two completed the task of Yinshan Township ghosts and people, but also returned intact and smooth. In the Spiritual Treasure Guan high level has also caused some discussion. The blue-blooded golden talisman that rose up to the sky was seen even by the Spiritual Treasure Guan, which was far away from here in Maple Mountain. The bigwigs in the Guan naturally knew the significance that the blue blood talisman represented, so they were all quite surprised to see Zhao Yifan, as well as Li Qingyun, the scrappy loafer disciple who had just joined the Taoist Guan not too long ago, come back safely. Some of the deacons even called Zhao Yifan over and asked him about the incident with great interest. With Li Qingyun's confidences, Zhao Yifan of course intentionally downplayed his performance and role, which in turn made him a lot less troublesome. In the back of the mountain, at sunset, the colorful red of the maple forest remained the same. Compared to Yinshan town, Ling Baoguan was far too peaceful and tranquil. Li Qingyun walked lightly towards the bamboo house, the wind whipped his face, blowing his clothes and hair. Far away, he heard the mountain wind blowing the wind chimes in front of the bamboo house, sending out familiar and pleasantly broken tinkling bells. That dusty heart, actually all of a sudden quiet down. He pushed open the door of the room. The house is empty and quiet. Roommate He Zhan is again absent, should be in the front viewer to do odd jobs, has not yet returned. As for the two talismans on that desk, they were still the same, unfinished. In Li Qingyun's heart, he could not help but swipe over the figure of the young lady of the Luo Shui Kai family. It's time to change to a more private single-person residence. However, it's better to make a trip to the hidden scripture building first, to exchange the latter layers of the treasure furnace nascent soul technique. At the rate I meditate to increase my mana, it's only half a month's work of the great round of the Qi refining realm, so this time, I'll simply buy all of the Qi refining realm know-how. Dust avoidance techniques, cleaning techniques, and other such daily miscellaneous small spells. If it's not too expensive, also have to master one or two of them, otherwise life is still a waste of a lot of time. In addition, also get a body technique. Wealth strengthens the heart of the Tao. Li Qingyun's bottom line increased greatly. He put the gourd down and took out the Taoist robe and underwear from his bag that he had changed and had not yet washed, intending to go back to the nearby spring pool tomorrow and suck it up. 30 spirit stones and some gold, wrapped into a small parcel, carried in his hand, once again went out, toward the twilight of the Tibetan scripture building. The 100 treasure pouch is not suitable to be revealed now, so he kept it close to his body. As for the big black cat Yuan Bao, let it go, this master to give it enough freedom, as long as not to make trouble for themselves. Cat adults on the mountain after the disappearance, at this moment do not know where to get away. Chapter 49 Follow-up Technique. At the entrance of the scripture collection building. It was still the same two inspecting disciples from last time, still looking arrogant when facing Li Qingyun. Meditation-loving senior disciple Li, you're here again. They joked and laughed lightly. In the past 2 days, rumors had suddenly spread in the back of the mountain that this new guest disciple was merely the deposed son of the Marquis of Qinghe, and had come to the Taoist temple to retire and wait for death, rather than plating gold. I also heard that this Li Qingyun meditates all day long like a nerd, silly. Some even gave him the nickname meditating fool, not a vivid description. Li Qingyun smiled modestly, as if he didn't feel their frivolous teasing. He just nodded his head, paid the 10 taels of gold entrance fee, and walked in. The current him could already tell at a glance that these two squatter disciples guarding the door were only at the second level of Qi refining. Why be angry with them? A month or two later, each other will be different from each other. Familiar first floor, castrated version of the scriptures, low-level spells know-how and other categories. That old Taoist who guards the pavilion is also still lying on the rattan chair huffing and puffing, drooling, without the slightest regard for image. Li Qingyun first walked a miscellaneous small spells in front of the bookshelf, only to see the above place dozens of pamphlets, when he got his hands on a book, cleansing, but some speechless. This book, the first open cover back cover, only 2 pages, light. This little bit of content, also had to be a separate booklet. Dust avoidance techniques, water purification techniques, transportation techniques, grain removal techniques and tracing techniques, etc., are also similar to the cleaning techniques. More than 3 or 5 pages, less than 1 or 2 pages, are separate books. Spirit Treasure View exploiting us idle guest disciples is really detailed. Obviously a book of daily miscellaneous book, can solve things, have to separate into dozens of copies, engage in the heart of money, clear as day. However, he is a slight smile on this cross-legged sitting in front of the bookshelf. Hand gently waved, a small booklet as if taken down by the invisible hand, in the twinkling of an eye in front of him to build up 3 feet high. He first picked up the cleansing technique, and his mind instantly entered the space in his mind, where the mysterious image of the Taoist statue with lowered eyebrows and drooping eyes was silently meditating in the dark void in the sea of consciousness. Behind the image of the dark wall above, there are 3 points of light ripples, respectively, the Thunder Seal art, Astringent Qi art and Illusion Spirit art. Among them, the Thunder Seal art ripples were the most profound, and Qing Yunli felt that this spell was beginning to go beyond its original level of change. Cleansing art. Cleansing art. He flipped through the thin book while continuously chanting silently and visualizing. In just 2 breaths, a tiny, insignificant Tao imprint appeared on the dark wall behind the mysterious Tao statue. When Li Qingyun looked at it, he immediately knew that it was the cleansing spell that had successfully left a trace. It was just that this small spell was too humble. On the dark wall, there was only a little bit, especially in front of the lightning ripples, just like a little firefly. Li Qingyun, who was delighted in his heart, of course did not care, and immediately switched his hand to the next book, Dust Avoidance Technique. Also in 2 breaths, the Dust Avoidance book left a small dot on the dark wall. Water purification art, tracing art, odor avoidance art, fragrance generation art and dust avoidance art, etc. One booklet maintained the rhythm of 2 breaths interval, and it didn't take long before it was changed. Less than 2/4 of an hour, the daily miscellaneous small spells here has been Li Qingyun philatelic all over. Whoring for nothing, and need to spend what money? These small spells are actually very simple, so Qingyun could easily patronize them. With a wave of his hand, these dozens of booklets went back to their respective homes without leaving a cloud behind. Next, Li Qingyun came to the front of the bookshelf of the body technique category. There were only 5 or 6 pamphlets on it. Creeping Cloud Technique, Royal Wind Technique, Star Luo Steps. Li Qingyun first took a cursory glance and realized that the body technique type of know-how was much more complex and profound than the daily miscellaneous minor spells. Sitting down with his legs crossed, a slight attempt was made, and there was no response from the dark walls. There's not quite enough time if you're whoring around. His mind and enlightenment were not strong enough. Wanting to casually meditate for a while and leave a ripple imprint in the mysterious Tao statue space was not too realistic right now. Thus, he carefully screened and finally picked the 2, the Royal Wind skill and the Star Luo Steps. The Royal Wind skill favored rushing and flying, but of course, when mastered to a high level, the stance would also carry its own wind meaning and be much faster. The last time Lu Liqian showed her hand in front of him, it was this wind sword that she practiced. The Star Luo Steps that Li Qingyun had his eye on the other hand, focused on dodging and vacillating during a fight. Both of these body technique skills were considered quite good. The only regret was that the one placed on the first floor of the scripture collection building was still a castrated version, with the parts of the more subtle levels being cut. But this does not affect the play of the mysterious Taoist image in the mind. As long as the ripple imprints appear, constantly observing is, naturally, will be complemented, and even evolved to be more subtle, just like the thunder seal. Now I'm also considered to have made a small fortune. With the 2 body techniques, it's only 10 spirit stones combined. Li Qingyun smiled faintly and took these 2 booklets with him, finally coming to the bookshelf where the main cultivation technique, Treasure Furnace Nascent Soul Technique, was located. Then he also meditated and tried white whoring, and after no avail, he decisively picked up the know-how for the 4th to 9th level of qi refining, and headed towards the snoring old pavilion guarding Taoist. This time, I was lucky to come to the scripture building. There was no spiritual incident such as the Maple Mountain complaint book. Elder, I want to transcribe these copies. How many spirit stones in total do you think? The old Taoist shook violently, rubbed his eyes, and very reluctantly sat up from his seat, giving Li Qingyun a blank stare in a rather waking up manner. It's you brat again. Hee, you kid is getting rich, you have to transcribe so many copies. Seeing the stack of gongfu in Li Qingyun's hand, the old Taoist spirit was slightly revitalized. Skadden did not hide his envy. Li Qingyun smiled, it's not about getting rich. This time, I have taken out all my family's assets, especially the treasure furnace qi nascent technique, which is difficult to cultivate. I feel that if there is a full set of enlightenment, it might help in the first few layers of cultivation. The old Taoist looked towards the small bundle on Li Qingyun's arm and snickered. In the spiritual treasure guan, money is the master. If you can take out the spirit stones, then you can say whatever you want. Well, a total of 40 spirit stones, no credit ah. Li Qingyun didn't dawdle, handing over the small bundle. Inside were 30 spirit stones with 2 gold dollar treasures, just the right value. The gold dollar treasures, naturally, came from Qin Cheng's 100 treasure pouch collection. Kid, just refining qi into the road right, don't get carried away ah, body law later to cultivate, first raise the mana up. The pavilion guarding old Taoist joyfully collected the belongings, then handed Li Qingyun the pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and also quite kindly reminded. However, this kind reminder, but also exposed the old Taoist details. He is not what sweeping monk, is an old man of the spirit treasure view, only the old man. The cultivation of the 5th floor of the external refining is the real level. Li Qingyun sat in front of the desk and began to write furiously. His handwriting was a bit scribbled. Transcribing was not an easy task, it was time-consuming and labor-intensive. He did not have the time to write neatly. The handwriting was just understandable by himself. At this time, he was a little complaining. There is no jade talisman or jade slip directly to the forehead of a paste. The transmission of the law is completed this kind of? Half an hour later, he rubbed his somewhat sore arm and walked out of the Bible pavilion. Chapter 50 Lazily Entangled. As night fell, Maple Mountain was clear and cold. On his way back, Li Qingyun stopped by the late-night back mountain canteen, and before it closed for good, he ordered some food that didn't cost anything. Not that he couldn't afford it, but he came too late. The mountain delicacies and spiritual rice porridge had already been sold out. Li Qingyun also made an unexpected discovery. Together with him, when the dining hall closed, there were a dozen or so disciples from the Guan who he hadn't seen before. Unsurprisingly, these dozen of people with old robes and haggard looks were all downtrodden disciples of the idlers. They even looked sympathetically at Li Qingyun, the new face of the late-night meal hall. It seemed to be saying, "Hey, there's one more difficult disciple." When he returned to the bamboo house, it was already late at night and the house was lit up. Li Qingyun pushed the door in and saw that Zun had indeed returned. However, this guy was looking at him with a face full of envy and jealousy. "Xingyun, I'm really envious of you." Hugging senior brother Zhao's thighs, "This trip to Yinshan Town's ghost suppression mission has alarmed the entire Guan. You're considered to have rubbed in a contribution point for nothing." He's body exuded a faint aroma of fat and powder. It seemed that he was working in the Hall of Seeking Suns, more and more like a fish in water. He walked over to Li Qingyun's wooden bed again, not hiding his jealousy, pointing at a brand new set of white embroidered threaded Dao robes on the bed and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Just now, senior sister Lu Liqian made a late-night visit and sent this new robe to you, senior brother, TSK, this workmanship, this material, and this heart. Elder brother, you give elder brother me to tell me, Lu senior sister in the end how to think, to you so hush, care deeply." The air in the room was filled with a thick sour smell. Li Qingyun looked at it, also his face moved, walked over, picked up the new white robe on the bed. The feel of it was fine, it was top-quality material. Looking to the desk again, the change of clothes that he had placed on it before he went to the hidden scripture building was also gone. A small note was left on the desk with beautiful handwriting. "Qingyun, I took the robe to wash it. The one on the bed is newly made by me. I heard from senior sister Zhao that you performed well this time down the mountain. Cheers." "Lu senior sister, Lu senior sister, what do you mean by this? I'm new to this world, and I'm so caring, it's a bit too much." There was also Zhao Yifan, who was quite benevolent and didn't reveal much about his true situation. "Why do I feel that it's a bit like the previous life when men and women were in love?" With his mind racing, Li Qingyun was as if he hadn't heard He Yifan's sour words, but quickly analyzed the intention behind Lu Liqian. There must be a demon in everything. Could it be that Zhao Yifan missed something and mentioned something about my performance in Yinshan Town, which is why Lu Liqian made this action performance with her intentions clearly revealed? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel amused and speechless. When he first came to the mountain, Lu Nadling was indifferent to him. "It's just, this white new Dao robe is still placed in the drawer, can't wear it." Wearing it is accepting and acquiescing to something, obviously nothing. He waved his hand with a letter Mana carried, the drawer automatically pulled open, the white Taoist robe fell into it. Then went to bed and sat cross-legged, sitting in the position where he had just folded the Dao robe. Senior brother, could it be that you've accomplished your chi sense? The use of mana, still so skillful?" Seeing this scene, the sour He was even more shaken, with a shocked look of jealousy. "No wonder senior brother Zhao is willing to take you down the mountain." Zun muttered. "Senior brother Li Qingyun looked away faintly. "I might move out tomorrow. You and I are roommates for a while. Senior brother, I have a sentence. You're happy to listen to it. If you're not happy to pass over the years as if you didn't hear it is." The scene of the deserted temple flashed before his eyes, the amorous demeanor of the young lady of the Luoshui Kai family. "We are born with qualifications are deficient. Go to the mountain into the view. When the diligent cultivation is, some things can be, some things cannot be." This time down the mountain, I met the Luoshui Kai family's young lady halfway. The jade pendant hanging on her waist is a bit familiar. Brother spiritual treasure Guan's reputation is not to be tarnished. After saying that, he looked deeply at the greatly changed expression of then no longer pay attention to turn over the hands of the newly copied treasure furnace nascent soul skill follow-up know-how pamphlet, on the table of the copper lamp's orange color, carefully read up. Unconsciously, his involvement with Ling Bao Guan is getting deeper and deeper, and naturally, he is unwilling to see Zun do dirty things that will damage the reputation of the Taoist temple. If he listens, it's just a matter of time. If he doesn't listen, woe is not far away. "What you said, senior brother, I will correct my posture and learn from you." He's expression changed. Standing for a while, he finally gave a deep salute to Li Qingyun, who was in meditation. This self-appointed flirtatious roommate finally was quiet, walked to his desk, picked up the talisman pen, dipped it in ink and sketched it, to complete those two yellow talismans that had been idle for a long time. Seeing that Li Qingyun, whom he had originally treated with some contempt, suddenly had a great sense of qi and a subtle use of mana, Zun felt as much pressure as a mountain. In particular, Li Qingyun's tone of voice clearly indicated that he already knew about some of his actions in the child-seeking hall. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the young man sitting in front of the oil lamp, holding a scroll and studying it, his figure was like a high mountain, with some kind of indescribable faint majesty. Li Qingyun's surface in the study of the treasure furnace nascent technique 4 to 6 layers, secretly is the internal vision of the mysterious Taoist image. The image of the Tao lowered its brows and hung its eyes, and the booklet suspended in front of it was also replaced with the 4th to 6th layers of the nascent soul technique. A trace of familiar clear chi continuously escaped from the top of the Taoist statue's head. Stars and dots of mana grew within Li Qingyun's body, warm and crisp. His body and mind were like soaking in a hot spring. He sensed that the original bottleneck at the 3rd level of chi refining had been broken in a matter of seconds. His mana cultivation slowly broke through, forcing him towards the 4th level of chi refining. The next morning, Li Qingyun stopped meditating with a slight tiredness between his brows and eyes. He first gave himself a cleansing technique, and his body was instantly much more refreshed. Zhao Yifan came early, smilingly handed Li Qingyun 10 spirit stones and said that there were still 100 points of contribution value in the guan, which had been transferred to his disciple token. In the view, the contribution value is equivalent to the spirit stone, gold and silver. These properties you can buy pills and spells, please Taoist teacher guidance, commission to build a magic weapon, etc. Some of the threshold is not open, more default need a certain contribution value. Li Qingyun smiled and sent his senior brother out. Early in the morning was woken up. See, Li Qingyun got so many benefits. Zhao Yifan's gesture is also so warm and friendly, completely Li Qingyun treated as an equal, suddenly envious and jealous, and a lot of feelings. After Zhao Yifan left, Hezun also quietly ran out and found a quiet mountain to collect chi and cultivate. He finally came to his senses, so it turns out that if you don't have enough cultivation, you're nothing. At noon, Li Qingyun got up and left the house, heading to the Deacon's Hall of Patrol Squatters. The Sea of Qi contains a total of 24 furnaces of mana. The day after tomorrow is almost the 4th level of Qi refining. Now go to the back of the mountain to the Deacon's Hall of the Patrol Squatters and inquire about the matter of an independent residence. As his cultivation continued to increase, it was no longer suitable for Li Qingyun to cohabitate with others, otherwise it would be easy to expose his details. He was also concerned about the matter of Lu Liqian nightly giving away the Dao robe last night. Instead of being harassed by this elder sister with an unknown purpose, it would be better to simply avoid it and seek peace and quiet. The poor road only wish green lamp long companion, the so-called pulse love, really not blessed to enjoy, sister or Huo more excellent brother to go. Chapter 51, I am quiet. The matters of accommodation for the disciples in the back of the mountain were categorized under the Guan's Patrol Lao's Hall, and it was usually the disciples of this hall who were responsible for patrolling the various buildings and mountain forests within the Guan. If other deacons personally asked to arrange accommodations for their own disciples, the Lolio Hall would also acquiesce. Just like when Lu Nanling first asked, Li Qingyun stayed in a second-class double room. This was a gorgeous and atmospheric compound, covering an area of a scale not worse than Lu Nanling's compound. It was exactly where Su Songyuan, the deacon of the Back Mountain Lao's patrol, and his close disciples had their daily office and cultivation. Senior disciple Li, if you choose the existing detached courtyard, the monthly rent is only 2 spirit stones. And if you choose your own piece of land in the back of the mountain and build your own house, you need to pay a one-time payment of 50 spirit stones, and the same rent will be collected from the beginning of the 2nd year. Of course, if you have a handwritten letter from the Taoist master and choose your own address, then you only need a land occupation fee of 10 spirit stones. In the side courtyard, the one who received Li Qingyun was a disciple surnamed Wang under Su Songyuan's seat. In the spiritual treasure view, under each deacon, there was a group of elite disciples that helped the deacon Taoist masters, and also through this job, they gained a considerable amount of income and contribution value every month. This is the benefit of worshipping the Taoist master. Even if you stay in the view, you do not worry about the basic cultivation needs. Of course, cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't fight, you will go back. If you want to go further, you still have to take on some tasks of going down the mountain to kill ghosts and demons from time to time, to sharpen your heart and will. Senior brother Wang, I choose the unused detached small courtyard. Just this small courtyard by the stream valley is quite good. Li Qingyun of course chose the small courtyard with a monthly rent of 2 spirit stones. On the geographic atlas of the back mountain that senior brother Wang took out, Qingyun Li quickly looked around and finally chose a site near that stream valley. It was a small courtyard with a pretty good environment, with 2 wooden houses and a vegetable or medicinal field in front of the courtyard. As for Zhao Kui's stream valley hut, it was just over 100 meters away. The two were relatively close. These unused independent small courtyards, the better ones have been picked up, the rest are more crowded. There are other elite disciples' residences nearby. They were all living anyway, so it was always good to be next to a neighbor that one knew. Senior brother, I'm not able to be disturbed lately, and I intend to stay quiet for a period of time, so I hope that senior brother will help me cover it up a bit, so that no one can easily know about my new place of residence. Saying that, without moving, Li Qingyun touched out a few spirit stones and slid them into the senior brother Wang's robe sleeve. Senior brother strikes is Senior brother Wang smiled so much that his eyes narrowed and nodded frequently. Don't worry, many senior brothers and sisters also don't want people to harass them and choose to hide and dive. I know what to do. Li Qingyun nodded and smiled. Then I will trouble senior brother. Putting away the room sign labeled Creekside Courtyard Number 2, he felt a sense of relief and walked out of the Deacon Patrol compound. Paying these 3 extra spirit stones was taken as hush money. As long as elder brother Wang's side was more reliable and didn't disclose his residence for a short period of time, allowing him to quietly cultivate for a month, then, if nothing else, he would already be at the great perfection of the chi refining realm. At that time, it was already near the end of the year, and the spiritual treasure sect would have cultivators descending on the Taoist temple to assess the cultivation of the disciples, and would select the 3 most outstanding disciples to enter the true sect's blessed land. When he had chatted with Yin Huan and the others some time ago, Jing Yunli had already known about this great event. He aspired to the mountain gate of the spiritual treasure sect, so where would he be willing to waste time? Returning to the maple forest bamboo house. With a thought, Li Qingyun's mana carried and stowed his bedding and clothes into the 100 treasures pouch. When he was about to leave, he thought about it and stopped again. With a wave of his hand, the white Taoist robe sent by his senior sister gently landed on the desk. He walked to Yi's desk, holding a pen with a wave, simply leave a farewell note. Walked out of the bamboo house, turned back to look at the door curtains on the wind chime swaying, tinkling sound fine and pleasant. He has some feelings. Here, after all, was his first landing point after going up the mountain, more or less some feelings. Yuan Bao, let's go. Li Qingyun whistled, and the big black cat let down from the roof and landed on his shoulder. 1 person and 1 cat quickly walked out of this maple forest. The idle disciples who lived in this bamboo house area could not have expected that a true dragon had come out of this place. However, in just a few days, Li Qingyun had already left them behind by a large distance. This was a distance that the vast majority of them who had come to the gold-plated area would not be able to cross in their lifetime. Isn't that precisely the meditating fool Li Qingyun? Where is he going? In the bamboo house around the corner, Wang Beiying was chatting with a few young disciples, and kept using the meditating fool Li as a joke. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Li Qingyun's green robe floating into the depths of the maple forest, and with some curiosity and skepticism, he hurriedly chased after him, wanting to call out and mock him. Yinshan Town incident, idle disciples like him naturally knew nothing about it, otherwise how would they dare to provoke and mock? But Wang Beiying didn't chase 2 steps, only to see the mountain wind blowing the maple forest. That handsome teenager's figure had already disappeared. This idiot is running faster than a rabbit. Don't think that just because senior sister Lu gave you a robe, you can have your tail up to the sky. I heard that robe is actually just something that senior sister bought by Han and Ping in town. Wang Beiying was filled with jealousy and whispered to himself. In 2 days it will be senior sister's birthday. I've already prepared a gift that will surely win senior sister's smile. Streamside Courtyard Number 2. 3 sides of the maple and bamboo cover, clear breeze in front of the stream, spring over the stream, ding dong pleasing to the ear. One of the small courtyards was housing, one was a utility room cum kitchen, and in the kitchen there were even kitchen utensils left over from the previous one, all of which had fallen into a thin layer of dust. Li Qingyun pinched a small spell such as cleaning, magical power drumming and sweeping, dust, turbid gas all gone, the house suddenly became clean and bright again. He walked to the doorway and looked at the deserted vegetable patch in front of him for some time. There were still some vegetables on it, but there were more weeds. If I cook for myself, it is possible to primp, but for me, it is unnecessary. I have already practiced the grain absorbing technique, and it is good to go to the dining hall every 2 or 3 days to have a meal. Crossing over the vegetable field to the stream, he looked upstream in the direction of the stream, and could vaguely see the stream valley wooden house under the cliff in the distance. There was Zhao Kuyi's residence. Meow. The big black cat lay at his feet and also looked over to the stream valley wooden house, somewhat leering and licking its mouth. It wants to eat fish. Yuan Bao, you're a spirit cat, you have to resist the temptation. The spirit fish in senior sister Zhao's water pond, you must never steal it. Well, I can't afford to pay for it. Li Qingyun was a little worried as he exchanged a few words. Then, he wandered around for a while to familiarize himself with the geography. Whenever one arrived at a new and unfamiliar environment, it was a cultivator's self-consciousness and instinct to grasp a surrounding situation. This place was peaceful and secluded, very good. Poor Taoist, it's time to start cultivating bitterly. Returning to the wooden house, Li Qingyun held the booklet in his hand and began to meditate and cultivate bitterly. Increase mana, enlighten spells, increase Tao. Sunrise and sunset, fall and winter came and went, and it was already 10 days later. Maple Mountain ushered in the first light snow. White fluffy snowflakes fall from the endless void, fluttering, touching the hundreds of meters above the spiritual treasure view, but noiselessly turned into water vapor, evaporation emanation. From a distance, the maple mountain is still red, like smearing endless blood, and the sky is like a huge eggshell cover, vapor steam, misty dream. Chapter 52 Cultivation Refinement. In the second wooden house of the streamside courtyard, the surrounding space suddenly shook slightly. An invisible might rushed out of the house, and this mountain forest was like a gale out of nowhere. The ground broke and leaves flew up one after another, and the nearby maple and bamboo swayed violently. Sixth level of chi refining. In the wooden house, a clear whistle came out. Li Qingyun dispersed his meditation posture, got up and paced, stretching his sore and numb limbs, feeling his mana breath surging, full and powerful. This was already the 10th day since he had moved to the wooden house in the streamside courtyard. Under the blessing of the mysterious Taoist image in his mind, he broke through to the 6th level of chi refining yesterday without any surprises, but today he encountered a small bottleneck when he wanted to impact the 7th level. But even so, with this level of cultivation, when placed amongst the young disciples of Spirit Treasure View, he was already the best of the elite disciples, and might even be the first of his age. Those with a higher cultivation level than him at this age group must have excellent Taoist bones and spiritual roots, and could not possibly stay in Spiritual Treasure View, but would have long since been accepted by the Spiritual Treasure sect behind them, practicing in the cave Heavenly Blessed Land. In only 10 days of work, Li Qingyun had easily surpassed elite disciples such as Zhao Yifan and Zhao Koi. If word got out, I'm afraid that Lu Nanling would not be able to sit still, smilingly running here in person, amiably taking the initiative to ask to accept him as a personal disciple. But some chances are missed, they are missed. Forever. Convergence of chi is invisible, chi is like an abyssal sea. Li Qingyun's breath changed, once again slowly descending from the 6th level of chi refining to the 1st level of chi refining. Poor Taoist, always keeping a low profile. A little more than half a month after joining the Guan, he was already at the 1st level of chi refining, which was considered very good. During the 10 days, he practiced the treasure furnace chi nason technique, and supplemented with the chi convergence technique, thunder seal, illusory spirit technique, and wind sentry technique, etc., and his Taoist skills became increasingly refined. After continuously observing the Tao seals on the dark walls in his mind, the chi convergence technique had also unconsciously entered a rather subtle realm, with some subtle changes like the thunder seal, greatly enhancing the effect of concealing his cultivation. He estimated, I'm afraid that cultivators of the Tao Foundation realm, without practicing special pupil art or the like, may not be able to see through his true cultivation. Walked to the outside of the house, stood slowly, tilted his head up and looked up, only to see the sky of Maple Mountain white flakes filled, and then turned into water vapor steaming, beautiful and dreamy. It is actually snowing, I hear, but it is too cold and quietsome. Li Qingyun smiled faintly and suddenly waved his big sleeve. At that moment, the sound of fluttering was endless. Dozens of origami butterflies, birds and frogs, etc., as if they were alive, flew out of the cups, scattering in all directions. A dozen sparrows, landing in the vegetable field, as if in the winter out looking for food. A few butterflies landed on the maple tree nearby, fluttering their wings. A dozen frogs hopped in the grass, trying to jump into the creek in front of them, and Yuanbao, the big black cat, ran out of nowhere and chased the paper frogs with interest. A white paper crane, above the small courtyard, hovered low. Illusion spirit technique, pointing out dead things, controlling and managing changes, vivid and flexible. Compared to an Yinshan town, it is again much more refined. Ka Ching. Li Qingyun's fingers instantly completed the 6 seal changes. A thunderbolt fell out of thin air, then midway through it suddenly exploded and scattered, turning into a large net. The thunder net opened up, covering this area of the small courtyard, and abruptly contracted again. Only to see the net, sparrows, butterflies and frogs, no less, all fell into the net. In the end, they were put back into his sleeve. This hand thunder seal change, netting origami illusions, showed a fairly high level of manipulation. Star Luo steps. His figure transformed into a string of phantoms, dazzlingly prancing in and out of the weed-covered vegetable patch. In the blink of an eye, the vegetable patch changed drastically. The weeds were all trampled down and plunged into the soil, while the greens, onions, garlic and the like, stood upright one by one no less. Royal Wind Technique. Li Qingyun didn't stop performing the technique. He let out a low chant, and immediately, the mountain winds were pulled, circling around him, swirling non-stop. Phew! The Tao robe puffed up in the wind, and with a light vertical movement, he flew up into the air above the small courtyard. Then, his arms spread lightly, and like an eagle swooping, swooped down. A quarter of an hour later, the elephants dispersed. Li Qingyun gathered his breath and stood quietly in the courtyard, only to realize that this period of purification had yielded great rewards. If this stayed of me, go to Yinshan town to suppress the ghosts and pacify the people, Jasong old thief, perhaps I alone can remove it. The proceeds of a trip to Yinshan town had quickly transformed his cultivation Tao. On the contrary, this nightmare eyeball, it's not a good idea to keep it in my hand. Ask Brother Zhao to see which Taoist master in the Guan is good at refining magic weapons. Thinking of this, he flicked his sleeve and a small and delicate paper swallow flew out. Go on, find Zhao Yifan and ask him a question. A wisp of magic thought was injected, and the paper swallow fluttered away and disappeared into the mountains and forests. This was the convenience of art proficiency, otherwise one would have to run errands to the door for everything. What a waste of precious time meditating and practicing. Not long after, this paper swallow flew back. The paper swallow twittered, and what came out was Zhao Yifan's voice. Xing Yun, this illusionary transformation and harnessing of objects of yours really makes me admire and envy my senior brother. Well, in terms of which senior uncle in the Guan is good at refining weapons, besides Lu Nanling, it would have to be my uncle Zhang Yanshan. Of course, to raise a wise man does not avoid relatives. I strongly recommend my uncle, just in time, the two of us some days have not seen, to come to the scripture hall to drink together. The voice and dharma thoughts are sealed on top of the phantom object with a small means of mana, which allows for long-distance communication. Of course, how long the information can be sealed depends on the cultivation of the caster. Although Zhao Yifan was only at the 3rd or 4th level of qi refining, it was impossible for the voice and mana thoughts to be disorganized in just a moment's work. Mana is the law of heaven and earth, and when it is externally manifested in force, it naturally has endless wonderful uses, and these are just skins. Lu Nanling's side is still not going. It's better to look for Uncle Zhao, at least there is Zhao Yifan as an acquaintance to pull the strings, it won't pit me. Li Qingyun thought about it and had a choice in his mind. He swept his eyes at the 100 treasure pouch that he had hidden close to his body, checking his own family's treasures. There were still 30 to 40 pieces of spirit stones, 100 taels of gold, and the 3 bottles of true elemental dawn rewarded by the government's order, Li Ku, hadn't been touched yet either. Refining the nightmare eyeball into an illusionary magic weapon, how much does the cost have to be? He doesn't have much of a bottom in his heart, and can only roughly estimate from the value of the magic weapon. Discounted, these are also worth 300 to 400 spirit stones to me, so it should always be enough. The main material was paid for by himself, which saved the big head. Li Qingyun's mind moved, and immediately there was a windy feeling around his body. His figure swept out like the wind, and didn't enter the roaming undead and undefeated poignant maple forest. At noon, the lecture hall. It happened to be the prime time for the Taoist master to hold classes, and between the pavilions in the compound, the voice of the Taoist master talking eloquently and the voice of the disciples asking for clarification drifted. The atmosphere was quite peaceful, making Li Qingyun feel like he had returned to the classroom of his previous life. Shang Yun, our atmosphere here is really good, right? Zhao Yifan was already waiting at the door. Seeing Li Qingyun arrive, he smiled that warm and friendly smile. It's good. Li Qingyun nodded and followed Zhao Yifan into the lecture hall between the buildings. Here in the lecture hall, the scale was more expansive than Lu Nanling's Palm Book Hall and Su Song Yuan's Patrol Liao Hall. Right now, in each of the several halls, there were Taoist masters with extraordinary breaths, lecturing on the Dharma and explaining to the disciples. Of course, none of this was free. Generally speaking, a lesson lasted for about half an hour, charging 2 spirit stones per person, and there were also Taoist masters who charged higher, such as when the Tao Foundation realm started a lesson, the charge would not be less than 5 spirit stones. These few Tao masters, they are basically at the 9th level of qi refining, and only one of them is a high-ranking person at the Tao Foundation realm. Walking lightly through between the courtyard corridors, Li Qingyun sensed the cultivation aura that those few Tao masters were exuding. Bending around, from time to time on the way, there were young male and female disciples that softly greeted Zhao Yifan, and it was obvious that they all respected him more. It was unknown whether they were respecting Zhao Yifan himself, or the deacon uncle behind him, Zhang Yanshan. These elite disciples, seeing that Li Qingyun's face was unfamiliar, while Zhao Yifan seemed to be so enthusiastic that he was almost flattering, they couldn't help but look at Li Qingyun twice. In their hearts, they muttered, could it be that he was a direct descendant of a family that had just come up to the mountain to cultivate? Li Qingyun and Zhao Yifan went down the mountain together and went to Yinshan town. Only well-informed disciples who were gossipy enough would know about it. Chapter 53 Taoist Master Refining Weapons. Backyard. A middle-aged, elegant-looking Taoist reclined on a rattan chair, holding a scripture and lazily flipping it open. Next to him was a small red clay pot, the aroma of tea curling up, very cozy. Uncle, Master Chung Yun is here. As soon as the two came in, Zhao Yifan shouted with a smile. In front of Zhang Yanshan, Zhao Yifan appeared more casual, not as if he was in spiritual treasured one, but at home. Disciple Cheng Yun, meet Uncle Zhu. Li Qingyun also hurriedly stepped forward and performed the greeting. At the same time, his heart stirred. This lecture hall deacon was at least at the Tao Foundation realm, and while he appeared to be gentle and elegant, his mana breath was like a blazing sun flame, as if there was a furnace hidden inside his body. Ha, you are Cheng Yun ah, these days Yifan has been chanting non-stop. You are all good disciples of the spiritual treasure view, going to the Yinshan town, giving our spiritual treasure view a face. Zhang Yanshan put down his scriptures, his smile warm, looking at the handsome young man in front of him. Seeing his breath calm and collected, he couldn't help but secretly nod his head. The Yinshan town blood sacrifice incident, Zhang Yenshin had carefully asked Zhao Yifan about it, because he knew that once the Bai blood talisman came out, it was definitely a big deal. So even though Zhao Yifan had intentionally given Li Qingyun a cover and downplayed his existence during his narration, the shrewd and old-fashioned Zhang Yenshin was able to see that Li Qingyun's key role in the blood sacrifice incident. Looking at him face to face, Zhang Yenshin saw that this young man had an unassuming temperament and was calm and composed in the face of him, a Dao Foundation realm deacon, and could not help but look a few more points higher. This son is worth drawing in and befriending. Thus, Zhang Yenshin smiled even more cordially. Xingyun, Yifan said that you only got started in cultivation after you made a breakthrough down the mountain against a demon on the verge of a battle, but now that I'm observing you, your breath is calm, but it looks like you've been polishing at the first level of qi refining for many years. Well, you do not have a master, right, Lunadling that guy narrow-minded, snobbish, miss you such a good disciple. Old man, but is happy to see the hunt. When the words were said to this extent, Zhang Yenshin's meaning was self-evident. However, Li Qingyun's face was correct, but again salute softly refused. Xingyun has no Taoist bones and roots. I know that the qualifications of the limitations of the road is slim. I do not want to waste the expectations of the uncle, so the matter of worship Taoist master, after some time to see it again. Then, he again acting emperor on the body, fluke emotion, in fact, that also deserted temple breakthrough is also by chance, all because some time ago, my spirit cat from the outside back to a red fruit eat after the heat flow over the body, only I later fluke cultivation into the door. Since Zhang Yenshin also couldn't see through the real cultivation under the cover of the qi convergence technique, then Li Qingyun was relieved and said the same thing that he said in front of Li Ku, saying it again was. He is now at the 6th level of qi refining. Zhang Yenshin is probably at the beginning of the Daoji realm. Each other's cultivation gap is not as big as imagined. Coupled with the growing sophistication of the astringent qi technique, Zhang Yenshin cannot see through the real cultivation is also reasonable. Zhang Yenshin did not dwell on this point, and turned his tone, listening to Yifan. You are going to refine weapons? With a slip of Li Qingyun's sleeve, the ghostly green nightmare eyeball fell onto his palm. Well, it's this item. It's also from the luck of going down the mountain. My spirit cat brought it back. Zhao Yifan looked at it and immediately recognized it, exclaiming in shock, isn't this the nightmare deer demon's eyeball? That night at the desolate temple, its 3 eyes left a deep impression in my heart. Zhang Yenshin received the nightmare deer eyeball, and after carefully observing it, he spoke, this item is not bad, it is a relatively rare Dao Foundation realm demonic material, it contains illusionary power, I think it can be refined from the material, and there should be no problem in producing a mid-grade or above illusionary mesmerizing magic artifact. Li Qingyun was overjoyed and took the initiative to ask, then I will trouble senior uncle, please set a price. Zhang Yenshin pondered for a while and estimated a price. Let's put it this way, if it ends up being a mid-grade magic weapon, I'll charge 200 spirit stones, but if it's a top grade, it'll probably be at least 500 spirit stones. This is still the price of Qingyun yourself providing the main material. Magic weapons have always been expensive. Hearing this price, Li Qingyun also secretly smacked his lips. No wonder many low-level cultivators couldn't afford to use better magic weapons, this price was too scary. However, the price offered by Zhang Yenshin happened to be within Li Qingyun's mental budget, so he nodded his head in agreement. Senior uncle, to refine this bead, how long will it take roughly? At the end of the month you come and get it, it should be about the same. Good, many thanks senior uncle. Hee, I still envy you this luck. The first level of qi refinement has a phantom mist magic weapon, you have to be careful in the future. After a few more idle words, Li Qingyun took the initiative to leave. This time, Zhao Yifan didn't come out with him and stayed behind to give the itchy hand Zhang Yenshin a handjob. Through the hall and across the corridor, Li Qingyun, who was in a good mood, walked out of the door of the lecture hall. Li Qingyun, why are you here? You also have money to come to the lecture hall to ask for advice and listen to lectures? A middle-aged Taoist with chilly eyes walked towards him. Seeing Li Qingyun, he called out to him with a look of surprise. Li Qingyun raised his eyes to see that it turned out to be Cui Xingho who had forced him last time. With a bland sweep, he had already seen the bottom line of Cui Xingho, who had an aggressive demeanor in front of him, clearly. Qi refining 5th layer. It turns out to be nothing more than the 5th level of qi refining in the district, and on weekdays, he still puts on the posture of a big shot from spiritual treasure view. Li Qingyun snorted in his heart. As if he hadn't heard it, he directly walked over. Kid, stand still. So it's qi refining into the Tao, no wonder he's arrogant. Being ignored by a little brat, Cui Xingho instantly became furious, his figure swayed and he blocked in front of Li Qingyun. Looking at the bland face Li Qingyun, Cui Xingho's nameless fire rose, the scars on his face throbbed as he scolded, not a bit of rules, when you see your elders, when you see your senior, don't you know that you have to bow and salute? Then, he seemed to think of something, a little confused. Aren't you a waste, don't you have any Tao bone spirit root at all, and the body is still Chui Xingho was surprised, confused, and hard to understand, and his eyes even flickered with the slightest hint of greed. For a while, this clan member of the River Chui clan associated with many things. Li Qingyun sensed the greed in Chui Xingho's eyes and sneered in his heart while slightly moving. My spirit cat brought back 2 unseen red fruits. I ate one of them, the heat flowed through my body, and I naturally made a breakthrough. After saying that, he flung his sleeves and walked away, and with a single stagger of his figure, he bypassed Chui Xingho's blockage. The steps seemed casual, but they faintly had the shadow of the Star Luo steps. 2 red fruits? Hey, what about the other one? Chui Xingho was instantly anxious, wanting to chase after him and ask what was going on, but at that moment, the clear chime sound came from the lecture hall. That was another Taoist master holding a lesson. After a slight hesitation, Li Qingyun ran out of sight. Chui Xingho thought about it and finally did not chase after him. Anyway, in the mountains, you can't run anywhere. When I finish listening to today's lesson, you an idle guest disciple is still not at my mercy, humph. Li Qingyun's steps merged with the stars and buckets, and with a slight speed boost, his figure was like flying. As the cold wind brushed his face, a faint mockery surfaced on his face, as well as a hint of coldness. I dropped the bait, it's up to the greedy fish to take the bait or not. Having avoided Spirit Treasure View from afar, that poisonous woman in the family still tried to remote control him, spy on him, and mess up his cultivation state of mind from time to time. Chui family members are all the same, arrogant, overbearing, greedy, and vicious. Shouldn't they be killed? Chapter 54 Booby Trap is Fong. Li Qingyun returned to his residence. Before entering the house, a big sleeve was raised and a dozen of paper birds flew out. They fluttered and flew up to the surrounding high places. These paper birds were Li Qingyun's eyes. If Chui Xingho could find his way here, then he would also be the first to notice. The more spells he mastered, the more natural means he had. He went back to the house and continued to meditate. In these 10 days, the cultivation progress was slightly slower than originally thought, and according to normal progress, it should actually be at the 7th level of qi refining. This physical body was indeed rather useless. At the 6th level of qi refining leading to the 7th level of qi refining, he felt a slight strain. A mere late-stage qi refining barrier made him feel an invisible, small bottleneck. Hey, originally didn't want to move these true elemental Dan. With a slight movement of his mind, a bottle of true element pills appeared in his hand. Inside were 10 celestial green-colored spirit pills, emitting a rich spiritual energy atmosphere. As the best cultivation elixir for the qi refining realm, using the stream of spiritual energy they instantly released to impact the 7th level of qi refining couldn't be better. Under meditation, the nourishment of mana was generated at an even pace, unable to create that instantaneous explosive power needed at critical moments. Of course, intuition told Li Qingyun that with the power of the mysterious Tao statue, it was possible to break through the bottleneck by meditating. It would just take some time. He, on the other hand, did not want to waste time. He first poured out a true element pill. More or less, after all, it was a grain worth at least 10 spirit stones. What a strong medicinal power. Swallowing that true elemental pill, Li Qingyun felt that it was extraordinary. The medicinal power quickly transformed into a rather strong stream of qi. However, he felt that it was not enough. A few more grains. He poured out 4 more grains and swallowed them in one go. Immediately, just like his bull swallowing of exotic fruits, rolling heat flowed over his body, stirring and flowing through his body. He hurriedly followed the method of the treasure furnace nascent skill to impact the 7th layer, using his own mana to engulf and wrap up that rolling hot current, and together they slammed into the invisible barrier above. Buzz! The bottleneck was instantly broken, and the rolling mana flowed from the sea of qi furnace to the meridians and orifices, pushing the realm slowly upwards, finally stopping at the 7th level of qi refining. He couldn't help but sigh in relief, the true essence stand in his hand, but he paid for the reserve for refining. This small obstruction also reminds me that the next Tao Foundation breakthrough may be more difficult. To change this, all I can think of at the moment are 2 methods. One is to worship the true spiritual treasure Sex Mountain Gate as early as possible, to obtain better techniques and resources, or even have heavenly treasures to directly transform the qualifications. The second is to persistently meditate, although after meditating for 6 hours every day, the mana that is nourished again will completely disappear into the void divine deposit in my body, but during this period of time, I vaguely feel that it is also rewarding, and my qualifications seem to have slightly improved by a hair. The Tao scriptures of the Hidden Scripture Building have mentioned that, once the inner view of the divine collection is opened, it can change the sky and the earth, and transform the bones. This is the underworld avenue, leaving a ray of hope for people like me. This ray of hope, for others, was actually equal to nothing. Without the Tao Bone spiritual root, even the first furnace of mana could not be accumulated, and where was the spare time to integrate into the incomparably deep inner view divine collection? It was only Li Qingyun who possessed the mysterious Tao image in his mind, who could constantly nourish mana just by meditating. If he was given enough time, he could really rely on himself to open up the inner divine collection and shed his body. And with his limited cognition right now, all he could think of to raise the upper limit of his qualifications were these two methods. The dark night was long. Li Qingyun, who was sitting in the house, waited for the whole night, but did not wait for Cui Xingho's arrival. It seems like that senior brother Wang from the patrol squatters' hall entrance is still quite strict with his words. I like people who are so principled. But then, I'll have to create another opportunity for Cui Xingho. Originally, he was planning to lure the greedy and powerful Cui Xingho, and it was quite reasonable for the other party to come to his door and forcefully demand the so-called red fruit, while it was quite reasonable for him to defend himself and maim the other party. Now that he thought about it, he felt that it was very wrong. Because if he does this, he is out of a bad breath, but the real cultivation will certainly attract the spirit treasure view up and down the suspicion and speculation. Qi refining first layer, make disabled Qi refining fifth layer, this is too unreasonable. Early in the morning of the next day, Li Qingyun purposely returned to the original bamboo house side. The idle guest disciples of this bamboo house living area, seeing Li Qingyun appear again, could not help but greet him with smiles. Their attitude was much better than before. Senior disciple Qingyun, it's been a long time since I've seen you, you've gotten more and more dashing. I heard from Yizhan that Qingyun you rented a small independent courtyard. It seems that following senior brother Zhao on his trip down the mountain was not a small harvest. Qingyun, you've missed out on a great opportunity by moving so much, we all feel sorry for you these days. That's right, senior sister Lu came to find you twice more, but it's a pity that you don't have that fortune. I received news that senior sister Lu finally agreed to senior brother Gu's pursuit yesterday, and will probably hold a Dao couple banquet next month. The idle guest disciples were talking, envy and jealousy were there, gloating was there. Amidst the tumultuous sounds, Li Qingyun only smiled faintly, occasionally responding to one or two of them. He was somewhat fortunate. He seemed to have dodged a robbery, which could be called the sister's robbery. In the words of his previous life, it was the rotten peach blossom robbery. Lu Liqian is high-minded and proud, and is still so young, so anxious to find a Taoist couple. Think about it, it's just that. Li Qingyun thought lightly. Arriving at the bamboo house where he originally lived, the wind chimes tinkled as he gently knocked on the door. The door opened, but what he saw was not Hizun, but an unfamiliar young Taoist, with the timid demeanor of a newcomer. This senior brother, are you here to find senior brother? He should have gone over to the spring pool to collect qi for cultivation again. Oh, can I come in and have a seat? I lived here before you. Then you are senior brother Li Qingyun, right? Quickly, please come in. Senior brother, he hasn't mentioned you much these days, saying that he wants to follow your example. Li Qingyun stayed on this side of the bamboo house for a while before he left with a flourish. Not long after, he appeared on the stone path down the mountain. Going out of the mountain gate was going out of the range covered by the spiritual treasure Guan Grand Formation, and a faint snowflake immediately fell on his body. What a picture of 100 miles of drifting snow, inside the mountain and outside the mountain. It's completely two different worlds. Li Qingyun stood on the stone steps overlooking the vast heavens and earth outside, cloaked in a thin silver armor, with agarwood branches and jade trees, and white snow drifting, causing him to feel a sense of relaxation. Senior brother Qingyun, don't forget to bring us 2 pots of June again good wine. Behind him, the pair of living treasures Qingfeng and manhwa were reminding him to bring wine. Li Qingyun waved his hand, his feet were like a swimming wind, and in a flash, he had already swept down the long mountain path. His shoes stepped on the snow, leaving behind a shallow footprint. This was something he intentionally left behind, otherwise Star Luo steps and wind-saving art, which had been cultivated to a certain level, would not have left any footprints behind. The sleeves of his robe flicked, and 2 or 3 sparrows flew out, either landing on the mountain ground in search of food, or flying up to the maple tree cloaked in thick snow. Because of the snow, the people who went up the mountain to burn incense were much less. The smell of incense on the Qianguan side, however, was still like wolf smoke rising up to the sky. Every time he traveled a distance, a few birds flew out from Li Qingyun's robe sleeves. By the time he arrived at the town, all of the hundreds of origami birds that he had accumulated over the past few days had already been scattered out. Now, his eyes were everywhere along the way. Chapter 55, Taking Your Dog's Life. The peaceful town at the foot of the mountain was quiet and tranquil, and it seemed that the atmosphere of the new year was already brewing. The streets were cleaned of snow, and the flow of people of all sorts was a little less, but still lively enough. Li Qingyun came to the town's famous June Again restaurant, ordered a few dishes, drinking small wine, sitting upstairs for the afternoon. In the eyes of the other drinkers, this young Taoist from the spiritual treasure Guan is the bird that stares blankly at the afternoon. In the sky above Ping'an town, there were suddenly more birds flying around today. That guy really can't hold back. When the sky was dark, Li Qingyun saw the hooked fish. He packed some food and wine, wandering out of the town, deep and shallow feet step on the snow, seems to be a little drunk. Halfway through the trip, a large area of pine trees covered in snow, no one near or far. The place is well chosen. He suddenly stopped, smiled faintly and looked at the tall pine tree in front of him. On the crown of the tree, 2 or 3 birds were hopping between the snowy branches. "Come out!" Li Qingyun shouted towards the back of the tree. The sound vibrated and the pine snow rustled down, then a middle-aged scar-faced Taoist walked out from behind the tree. It was not Cui Xingho. "To think that you, a waste of space, have a few moments of alertness." Cui Xingho greeted Li Qingyun as he walked towards him, an undisguised greedy smile on his face. "Take out the spirit fruit. If the stuff is indeed good, I might consider sparing your life." In his heart, however, he was thinking, the more precious the thing is, the more he can't keep you. A flash of light, Cui Xingho had an additional magic weapon in his hand, 3 feet and 2 ears, small and exquisite, a copper incense burner. There are flames flickering in the incense burner, searing the air for a while. Distortion. The 2 or this piece of snow are crackling in the rapid melting. Yesterday, I listened to Master Mo Dao speak about the method of fire control, solving the doubts that have been troubling me for a long time, and today, I'll let you taste the exquisite taste of fire poison entering the marrow and soul. Cui Xingho held a small copper furnace in his hand, and with a flick of his finger, the flame in that furnace instantly boiled, flailing and waving, with a wave of air that forced him to do so. "Little trash, are you scared, silly?" "Then obediently," said here, wantonly and laughing Cui Xingho, suddenly and vaguely feel that something is not right. Cousin's family, this waste commoner son, seems to not be afraid at all, face still with a faint mockery. "Cui Xingho, you and I are both disciples of the Guan, speaking of which we are also of the same lineage of Master Lu. Killing a fellow disciple at will, you can't escape punishment, can you?" Li Qingyun stood blandly, seemingly deliberately reminding and warning Cui Xingho not to act recklessly. Secretly, but he quietly executed the wind sentinel technique, wrapping a wisp of wind intent around his body. Cui Xingho couldn't help but laugh. This is the place I carefully selected for you to bury your corpse. I passed through the front view down the mountain, and the traces along the way were cleared, and then burned you into the ashes in my furnace afterward, so who knows I've come here. Besides, you district idol guest disciple, fluke cultivation entrance, but think they are, do not find a Taoist master to shelter, die today, and who is there for you to stand out? Oh, it's like that." Hearing this, Li Qingyun could not help but raise his eyebrows and smile. "Then you can die." Before the words fell, his figure was like the wind, his steps were like a phantom, and he disappeared in front of Cui Xingho's eyes in a flash. "You trash even." Caught off guard, Cui Xingho only felt his body's sweaty hairs stand on end, and a strong sense of crisis filled his heart, so much so that he could no longer curse. "Tang fire, burn the air." He drank loudly to bolster his courage, but his voice trembled a little. This waste, no, how could this Li Qingyun's stance be so terrifying? It was like a ghost. It seemed to have the shadow of the wind protecting technique as well as the star luo steps. Didn't cousin's sister have someone bring a letter saying that this was a scum without a Dao bone spiritual root that could be taken at will? On the snowy ground, a large fire ignited, burning the trees and snow to nothing. Cui Xingho's eyes were terrified. Standing in the waves of fire, it seemed that standing in the fire of the law was enough to feel safe. He tried his best to catch the teenage figure that flickered and appeared. "Go!" Several living snakes instantly soared out of the waves of fire and pounced on the figure that Cui Xingho thought he had locked onto. Whoosh! With a flash of bronze sword light in the snowy air, one of the living snakes was instantly chopped off and disorganized. "If you only have this much strength, then you will surely die today." Between the pine trees on the snowy ground, figures flashed and swept, their voices flickered left and right. Li Qingyun's faintly cold mockery fell on Cui Xingho's ears as if it was a life-suppressing talisman. "Li Qingyun, how dare you hide so deeply?" "I know, it's that spirit cat of yours again, isn't it? I've checked. That black cat should be a monk spirit cat, capable of attracting wealth, finding treasures, deterring ghosts and so on. You must have gotten a lot of benefits after raising it all these years." A fire snake flew out and surrounded Cui Xingho, guarding the circumference, while chattering, seemingly venting the uneasiness and fear in his heart. However, in those eyes, there was greed that could not be hidden. "Hee, you guessed half right." The voice suddenly approached. Li Qingyun's footsteps were like a phantom, suddenly jumping behind Cui Xingho. The bronze short sword in his hand erupted with 10 feet of cold and clean sword energy. Compared to the battle at the desolate temple, this sword energy was 10 times more severe. Boom! Flames surged and gathered behind Cui Xingho, blocking this sword. "Ah, finally caught you. Trash is trash. You think I was really afraid of you just now?" In a sardonic laugh, Cui Xingho's hand pinched the magic knob, and the mana that had been stored up for a long time surged and ran out. 8 Snake Entanglement Technique. The flames that danced chaotically on all sides suddenly contracted and surrounded towards Li Qingyun, instantly condensing into 8 flaming snakes that wrapped around his figure. At the same time, Cui Xingho violently threw a small copper furnace in his hand, flying like a meteor, heading straight for Li Qingyun's chest. In terms of killing and fighting, how can you little brat compare to me, the ones who died under me? Cui Xingho smiled smugly, conscious that he was winning. Show the enemy to be weak, and then capture the best time to suddenly trap the opponent, and violently explode a fatal blow. This hand had once shaded to death several cultivators whose cultivation was still stronger than his by a thread. Illusion. Suddenly, a soft chant resounded in the air, causing ripples of Fa Nian. Cui Xingho's movements lurched, his eyes misty and stagnant for half a second, as if he had fallen into some kind of illusion. Die! With a cold laugh, the 8 tightly entwined fire snakes were directly shaken off by the sudden outburst of majestic mana. Li Qingyun's figure swayed and managed to avoid the bronze furnace strike, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Cui Xingho. The bronze sword light slashed across Cui Xingho's neck. Blood splattered, flames laxed, and a great head clattered to the ground with an expression of disbelief still on his face. You, surprisingly, are at the 7th level of qi refining. Cui Xingho's headless corpse planted itself with a loud bang, his breath quickly dissipating. Yes, I am at the 7th level of qi refining, otherwise without using the thunder seal, I really almost fell into your path just now. Li Qingyun stood still on the snowy ground, his body's cold and stern aura slowly calming down. He reached out and with a wave of his hand, the 100 treasure pouch on Cui Xingho's waist, as well as the copper furnace magic weapon that was trapped in the distant snow slush, all flew into his hand. Holding the small copper stove, mana catalyzed, suddenly there were flames constantly flying out, landing on Cui Xingho's corpse, blood on the ground, pinewood. The roaring flames burned, incinerating all traces of the killing scene into nothing. The hidden burial site that Cui Xingho had chosen for Li Qingyun eventually turned into his own burial place. Chapter 56, Arousal of Greed. That move, the 8 serpent twisting binding spell, is indeed a bit tricky. Without utilizing the thunder seal, he can only forcefully disperse it with his own mana, and cultivators whose cultivation is below or much higher than his are afraid that they will lose their guard instantly, and then be incinerated and killed on the spot. Unfortunately, I am at the 7th level of qi refining. Not to use the lightning method, also because the spirit treasure view up and down a few hundred people, control the lightning method of only so a handful of people, easy to let people associated with me After carefully inspecting the surroundings again to make sure that no traces were left behind, Li Qingyun rose up on the wind like a large crane flying low in the air and flew towards spiritual treasure Guan. He had some feelings in his heart. Killing and fighting was dangerous, it wasn't a crushing difference in strength, even if one's cultivation level was superior, one could flip the car at any time. My cultivation realm, naturally the higher the better. The sky was getting dark. Qing Yunli returned to the mountain gate, chatted with Qingfeng Mingyue for a few moments, and gave them a package of wine and food. His demeanor was idle and relaxed, as if the fight just now had never happened at all. Then, he went to Zhao Kui's wooden house in the valley and delivered the other portion of food and wine he had left. Zhao Kui was a bit surprised and vaguely pleased. The two of them discussed Dharma at the table, and then chatted about life on the path. The atmosphere was friendly and cordial. In the end, Li Qingyun saw that it was already midnight before he took the initiative to leave. Streamside Courtyard Number 2, inside the house. Li Qingyun sat on the bed, before he took out Cui Xingho's 100 treasure pouch, as well as the copper furnace magic weapon. Worthy of being a member of the Cui family, very wealthy. The neon sense probed in, and the 100 treasure pouch surprisingly contained more than 150 spirit stones, a dozen bottles of small herb pills, and a whole lot of talismans, gold and silver items, and so on. Suddenly, his eyes moved and he saw that there were also a few letterheads inside. Taking it out and looking at it, it turned out that they were all written by the Marquis Cui's poisonous woman. The time of one of the letters was written before he went up the mountain into the view, mentioning that he, the Hofu deposed 3 young will soon be in the view, or will be worshipped in front of the Lu Nanling seat, to Cui Xingho good care. The other 2 letters, one was sent 2 days ago, there is a 10 days ago. 10 days ago sent that letter, Cui's mentioned in it, little even broke my spirit devouring compulsion, Xingho you check which bull nose in the view of the nosy nuisance. 2 days ago, the new mail is even more vicious, that little seed without the spirit root of the Taoist bones, but also cultivation into the door? This son was born with my mother and son offense, starfire you find an opportunity to kill him, cannot stay. What a poisonous woman. Li Qingyun smiled coldly, the letter paper was at his fingertips and instantly burned to ashes. And wait for it. He picked up the small and exquisite 3-legged copper furnace again and carefully viewed it, observing the inscriptions engraved on it, feeling that although this magic weapon was only of inferior quality, it was refined in a very subtle manner. With this furnace in hand, the power of fire spells can be increased by 30%. For the time being, it is not appropriate to sell it out, the storm of Cui Xingho's disappearance will pass, and then sell it outside. He estimated that this copper furnace spells can be worth at least 300 or so spirit stones. Together with the 150 spirit stones that Cui Xingho's 100 treasures pouch already had, this trip to Booby Trap could be considered extremely profitable. Even if Zhang Yanqin overachieved and was able to refine the Nightmare Eyeball into a top-grade magic weapon, Li Qingyun would now have the money to pay for it. Keep meditating, cultivation is the root of everything. Putting the things away, Li Qingyun's mind was stilled and he entered the hard cultivation time of meditating to increase his mana again. The small bottleneck at the 7th level of Qi refining had been broken, then the 9th level of Qi refining would not be far away. 5 days later, the Palmistry Deacon's compound. Lu Nanling looked furious, sitting in the middle of the hall. Below them stood a dozen elite disciples with strong auras. Lin Wanjin, Lu Liqian and Gu Zipian were among them. Starfire has actually disappeared? What the hell is going on? Lu Nanling's face was as heavy as water, his eyes were stern, and his Daogi realm aura shocked the entire field like a tiger that wanted to devour people, no longer his usual elegant and casual demeanor. He knows that he is in this position, openly and secretly, do not know how many people covet, means constantly, want to replace. Cui Xingho is his more important seat before the disciple, refining 5-layer of cultivation in the spiritual treasure view elite disciples is not bad, especially for the people spirit change, he used extremely smooth, a lot of things cannot be put on the surface, can be done properly. In addition, if the Cui family smells up, it is also a not too small trouble. The disciples in the hall looked left and right, anxious. Finally Lin Wanjin hardened his head and said, Master, according to disciples' investigation, 5 days ago, senior brother Cui was going down the mountain. The former observatory handyman disciple confirmed that senior brother Cui was going to Pingan town, saying that he had a craving. But disciples went to the town and asked, that day several big restaurants said they had not seen Cui senior brother. Lu Nanling's eyes flickered as he coldly said, then have you searched the town's neighborhood, especially the several routes leading to the town? Lin Wanjin reverently replied, all have been searched, there is only one place, there are traces of the burning of the magic fire, the original pine forest was burned into an empty land, obviously by the cultivators, just can't verify whether it is related to the disappearance of senior brother Cui. It must be there. Lu Nanling shot up, a wisp of killing intent in his eyes. Wanjin, Zijian, you guys go and investigate, which elite disciples went down the mountain 5 days ago. The snow closed the mountain, the sky was cold. These days the disciples who went down the mountain privately were much less than the previous days, it was not difficult to investigate. At this time, the still charming and moving Lu Liqian, however, moved her eyebrows, thought of something, and said softly, I heard senior brother Cui from the west shelter, senior brother Wang, say that senior brother Cui seems to be somewhat at odds with senior brother Li Qingyun, and the other day, senior brother Cui went to the west shelter to look for senior brother Li several times to no avail, and was looking very bad at the time. Then, a slight hint of hatred swept across the bottom of her eyes, and she said thoughtfully, I also heard that senior brother Li returned to the west shelter that day, and said that he was bored with purging, and that he also wanted to go down the mountain to drink. When she thought that the other day, she had gone to the west shelter a few times to look for Li Qingyun, and that ungrateful brat had hid without a trace, she was furious. Never, only I reject others, how can a scrappy disciple reject me? Looking at you and wanting to borrow you to cover up for a while is a great blessing for you, ah. When the people in the hall heard the name Li Qingyun, some were bewildered, some were shocked, and some were silent. There were not many who knew this name. Lin Wanjin hesitated, but still spoke up, I observe that senior brother Qingyun, he is modest and introverted, he doesn't seem like some kind of meddlesome person, this matter shouldn't have anything to do with him. Gu Zizi looked at Lu Liqian beside him adoringly, speculating on the deeper meaning of his lover's words, and then let out a low hum, brother Lin is wrong. I've asked around, but this Li Qingyun was deposed and exiled by the Marquis of Qinghe to this temple, and has a natural hatred for the Cui family. Also, have you all heard the saying that a dog that bites doesn't bark? Lin Wanjin instantly became a bit anxious and argued, even so, it's impossible it's good enough for senior brother Li to cultivate Qi sense now, he can't even defeat senior brother Cui with a single finger. At this time, Lu Nanling suddenly interjected and said in a faint voice, Wanjin, you are a bit behind in your news, this Li Qingyun is now at the first level of Qi refining and has mastered the Thunder Seal spell. There is some chance, I heard that he has raised a mangling cat since he was a child. At the mention of a spirit beast like a mangling cat, the hall palm deacon, there was a hint of a different color hidden in the depths of his eyes. Lu Nanling lightly knocked on the countertop, in a tone that could not be disobeyed. Pass on my decree, summon Li Qingyun here, I want to ask him face to face. Yes. Lin Wanjin's face changed and he bowed and retreated with the other disciples. As he went out, he looked back at Lu Liqian who was still in the hall, seeing that she was still clear and beautiful, speaking softly with Gu Zixian, but somehow, he felt that his senior sister was somewhat strange. Qingyan senior brother I tried my best to afford you those 2 gold beads. Chapter 57, Pressing People with Power. Li Qingyun exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and stood up, only to feel that his body and mind were clear and his divine energy was sufficient. Ninth level of Qi refining. And the small bottleneck after the ninth layer was also easily broken with a slight force of the mind, and his cultivation began to approach towards the great perfection of Qi refining. After beheading Cui Xingho, his thoughts were coherent, and there was a sharpness stirring within him. With a single coherent thought, he meditated and practiced, and it was actually as powerful as a breakthrough. With the previous experience of encountering a small bottleneck at the 7th level of Qi refining, he thought that there would be a large resistance when breaking through above the 9th level of Qi refining, but he didn't expect that it would be broken with a single touch under his mind. The treasure furnace natatorium know-how is mentioned that in breaking through the 9th layer of Qi refining, on the way to the great circle of Qi refining, there will be a greater resistance, also known as the bottleneck. For those with good qualifications, spending more time is just a matter of time and effort. For those with poor qualifications, it would only take a little more time, but it would only be a watered-down effort. For those with poor Taoist bone and spiritual roots, it could be a huge gate to cross, and some people would not be able to cross it for 10 or 20 years. However, after Li Qingyun killed Cui Xingho, his mind was in a rare small circle of clarity of the subtle state. 5 consecutive days of meditation and cultivation subconsciously did not put this bottleneck in the heart, encountered, but also a movement of the mind, mana like a tide of direct rushing through. Cultivation is really a metaphysics. Kill Cui Xingho, there is such an unexpected state of mind gain. He was at the 9th level of Qi refining, and at this point, he was already standing at the peak of his age group in Lingbao Guan. Even if the personal disciples carefully cultivated by the various great masters in the Guan, there were definitely not many of them at this age who possessed such an achievement. Why did senior brother Lin bring someone over? At this moment, Li Qingyun frowned slightly. The few birds scattered on the maple trees and green bamboos outside shared over the vision that Lin Wanjin with 2 elite disciples were rapidly sweeping towards the side of the small courtyard. Senior brother Lin is at the 6th level of Qi refining, the other 2 unfamiliar faces, at the 4th or 5th level of Qi refining. They are all real elite disciples in the Guan. Just the breath is cold and solemn, a little bit of the visitor is not good. Could it be the matter of Cui Xingho? Li Qingyun's mind raced, instantly going over the before and after of the snowy night's beheading of Cui Xingho again. That place was hidden. Cui Xingho picked it himself, and Li Qingyun's flock of birds hovered around the perimeter. No one was found to have passed by or peeped in, and the scene was even destroyed, leaving nothing behind. There is a high person who casts a secret method, or can backtrack, but such an existence cannot possibly strike because of a pawn like Cui Xingho, so I'll just pretend that nothing happened. Thinking of this, he picked up the handwritten codex and lay down on the rattan chair to lazily flip through it. Just pretend that he didn't know that Lin Wanjin and the others had come. Soon, the sound of breaking wind resounded outside the courtyard as Lin Wanjin and 3 other elite disciples leapt down in the air. One of them, a young and exuberant Taoist, was about to kick open the courtyard door with a big grin and directly barge in. Senior disciple son, why do you have to do that? Lin Wanjin hurriedly pulled a hand to stop the young Taoist's recklessness that bordered on insult. That senior brother son looked at Lin Wanjin with some surprise, and although he was a bit unconvinced, he ultimately didn't kick the door again. Lin Wanjin gently knocked on the door and shouted inside, "Is senior brother Li in? I am Lin Wanjin, I have something to find you." In fact, through the leaky courtyard door, they could also see the situation inside the courtyard. The 2 wooden houses were cleaned up, and the vegetable patch was also lush and growing happily, not a single weed in sight. Li's senior brother person is really good, but unfortunately do not know how to offend senior sister Lu. Knowing people in the smallest detail, Lin Wanjin felt more and more that senior brother Li was a young man who was introverted, knowledgeable, hardworking, self-conscious. What he doesn't know is that the reason why that vegetable field doesn't see a single weed is because it is unbearable for Li Qingyun to practice the star luo steps every day, repeatedly stepping on it and withering it with tears. Or step or point, such as swimming wind through between the green vegetables, onions and garlic. These days, Li Qingyun has closed his eyes and the vegetable ground sprinting step will not hurt a vegetable. With a creaking sound, the door of the wooden house opened, and through the gap of the courtyard door, Lin Wanjin and the others saw a gentle jade-like handsome young man, holding a transcription book, stepping on his cloth shoes, smiling somewhat idly as he walked out. The aura of cultivation at the 1st level of Qi refining was visible on his body. It was just a human and harmless teenager. Senior brother Lin, and these 2 senior brothers, visiting the humble abode, what a rare guest, please come in. Li Qingyun opened the courtyard door, and when he saw Lin Wanjin and the others, he seemed to be slightly stunned, then revealed a warm smile and made a gesture to guide the guests in. Lin Wanjin let out a dark sigh, but on his face, he said with a straight face, "Junior brother Qingyun, by order of Master Lu, there is something I need to ask you to go." Li Qingyun asked in surprise, "Master Lu is looking for me? I wonder what exactly is the matter." Lin Wanjin was too late to answer, and the young and exuberant senior brother's son beside him was already less than patient. A mere guest disciple, why ask so many questions, just follow us. Saying that, senior brother's son was not polite and grabbed Li Qingyun's arm. Coldness swept across the bottom of Li Qingyun's eyes, but he did not take offense, and with a faint smile, he went along with the force and allowed this son disciple to pull and tug. Lin Wanjin was not in a good position to stop him anymore. The three of them just led Li Qingyun towards the palmistry compound. On the way, Lin Wanjin had the intention to remind, pretending to ask unintentionally, 5 days ago, Qingyun, did you go down to Pingyun town? Li Qingyun didn't hesitate and nodded his head. Yes, after staying in the back mountain for a long time, my mouth was bland and I wanted to go down the mountain to eat and drink, but I was registered. There were strict rules for idle guest disciples to go down the mountain. They could only go down the mountain once a month and needed to register. Lin Wanjin observed Li Qingyun's facial reactions and secretly nodded his head, thinking how it was impossible for his senior brother to be the murderer of senior brother Cui. He suddenly thought of one thing. Master Lu seemed to be thirsty for money in the past 2 years, and before he came, Master Lu also mentioned Qingyun's rare manhwarecap. It can't be. Lin Wanjin immediately broke out into a cold sweat and didn't dare to think any further. Not long after, Li Qingyun came to Lu Nanling's palmistry compound once again in the state of being escorted. Time has changed, people are different, Li Qingyun sighed softly in his heart. He had already heard Lin Wanjin's hints. The matter was still that of Shui Xingho, but it seemed that he had only been affected. Lu Nanling shouldn't have any evidence, probably has another purpose, whether he wants to hammer me or something else. Walking into the courtyard again, Li Qingyun's eyes slightly moved. Seeing not far away at the water pavilion, the white-clothed and elegant Lu Liqian was holding the stout but brocade-clothed and gorgeous big Kai Zigu Zijian, seemingly smiling and not smiling, looked at him through the air. Giggle, so it's senior brother Chang Yun disappeared for so many days, finally willing to come out. Well, senior brother Lin, senior brother son, be gentle, don't scare senior brother. Lu Liqian smiled wanly and greeted from afar, with a different color in her eyes, seemingly concerned, seemingly unwilling and resentful. What virtue and ability does Qingyun have, to trouble senior sister to think about it? Li Qingyun also saluted from afar. When he lowered his head there was a trace of coldness that flashed through his eyes. AI, let's go. Lin Wanjin shook his head and led the way in front. Still in that lobby, Lu Nanling's face was pale and cold, his authority was heavy as he sat there drinking tea. Wanjin, all of you go down. Lin Wanjin bowed and retreated, leaving Li Qingyun alone. Chapter 58 Illusion Technique Asking the Heart. Disciple, meet Deacon Lu. Li Qingyun smiled lightly and went forward to bow and salute. Compared to the kind of apprehension he felt the last time he saw Lu Nanling, he was now blandly relaxed and even somewhat idle. Some things do not care, not obsessed, not in the eyes, also fade. Lu Nanling holding a cup of tea, his eyes contain majesty. There are some complex things, looking straight at the hall of handsome as jade boy. He felt, more than 20 days have not seen this Qinghao Marquis family's deposed commoner's son. Mental appearance seems to have changed radically. The last time he came, the young man's face was pale and bloodless, his 3 treasures were dull and godless, and he was weak and frail. Now the teenager, the 3 treasures contain meaning like a torch, and the body of that if not emanate the temperament, that is, the cultivation of the so-called nature of the heart, more to Lu Nanling a kind of clear, rounded and sharp sense of vigor. The young man is still the same young man, but the inner has undergone a radical change. This son, in the end, what kind of strange encounter, or is it because of that Mengling cat? Especially with that Zhao Yifan went down the mountain to go to Yinshan town, and came back with a huge metamorphosis in his heart, it has reached this level. Lu Nanling suddenly felt some regret that he had rushed through the scene and did not recognize and accept this teenager. Cultivation, Dao Bone spirit root is undoubtedly the first important. However, an individual's heart, the later it gets, the more important it becomes. He recalled that back when he was still at the mountain gate of the spiritual treasure sect, his master had said to him, the Dao Bone spiritual root determines the starting point, but the heart nature is about how far the cultivator can go on the Dao path. Nanling, your heart nature is insufficient, too greedy for comfort, there is little hope of opening up the mansion land. Looking at the face in front of the modest and indifferent, inner but vaguely powerful young man, Lu Nanling even cannot help but born a trace of jealousy. Mengling cat is an auspicious beast, can attract wealth, protect the master, frighten the demon, deterring ghosts, etc., and even some cannot be determined talent. Maybe he the spirit cat, invisible influence, and reversed his fate. For such a spirit cat to fall into the hands of a person with no Dao Bone spirit root, it's really too wasteful. Lu Nanling slowly sipped his tea, his heart already having made up its mind. His gaze suddenly chilled, his body emitting invisible pressure as he looked down on Li Qingyun under the hall. Li Qingyun, this seat called you here, you should know in your heart. While maintaining a strong sense of oppression, he said, carefully observing the teenager's expression reaction. 5 days ago, you went down the mountain to Pingyun town, in addition to strolling June and came to the restaurant, and what did you do, still not explain? The voice was majestic and loud, and contained some sort of fluctuating ripples of Fan. In an instant, Li Qingyun's original calm and humble demeanor was suddenly dumbfounded and became somewhat psychedelic. This was the illusion of confusing the mind. On the surface, Li Qingyun was already in a mindless trance. In his heart, he couldn't help but laugh coldly, along with a faint mockery. Lu Nanling, using this kind of tactic on my mere first level of qi refining is too much for me. Unfortunately, your attainments in this illusionary Dao are really not very good, and you still have to enhance the spell casting effect through such obvious gestures, eyes and tone of voice, etc. The moment Lu Nanling slowly picked up his teacup just now, Li Qingyun started to notice something strange, the familiar flavor of the illusion law. The other party was going to play dirty. Li Qingyun followed the guidance of this person, as if he was really falling into the effects of the other party's illusions. In his opinion, Lu Nanling's illusion attainments were not commonplace, and clearly weaker than him by a level. Master Lu, where did he get the confidence to dare to cast an illusion spell on me? 5 days ago, I stayed in June again for an afternoon, and also packed wine and food for Qingfeng Mingwei and the others, and started to go up the mountain when it was getting dark, and came back and did what? Li Qingyun's face struggled, as if he didn't want to tell any secrets. Lu Nanling was instantly interested, a strange aura flickering in his eyes. Thinking that he was originally called to knock and hint a bit, it turned out that there might really be something to gain. He increased the intensity of his Fan, and the air rippled, forcing him to ask. What exactly did you do? Flutter. Li Qingyun seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure of his mind and soul and sat on the ground, yet he seemed to be in a meditating shape. The teenager had a dreamy voice, struggled twice, then disintegrated and slowly said, I went to find senior sister Zhao, she's very pretty, I chatted and discussed the Dharma with her, and I liked it very much. Speaking here, Li Qingyun said sorry to Zhao Ke in his heart. Senior sister Zhao, I'm sorry that you've come to help block the gun. Whether it was the killing of Cui Xingho on a snowy night, or his intentional move to avoid the flirtatious and attractive senior sister Lu Liqian, there was a logical point of return. Killed the elite disciples of the spiritual treasure view. Most people are afraid of an inner panic, just want to hide to calm the mind, or intentionally go to a crowded place to show innocence. Very few people still have the mood to flirt with the sister. And intentionally avoid sister Lu Liqian. Such qualifications and cultivation is not bad, and has a deep background of the beautiful girl, but also to have a reasonable explanation. What, just this? Lu Nanling, after hearing, suddenly froze, and then the heart flared up air nameless fire. Vertical Sun, even because of another woman, politely refused the seat of heaven's daughter, simply outrageous. In his heart, his daughter is how outstanding, light, beautiful and innocent, but Li Qingyun, this deposed commoner's son, even still do not look up. Then, Lu Nanling could not hide his disappointment and regret. This son, it seems that he really has nothing to do with the disappearance of Starfire. However, he originally did not believe that a mere Li Qingyun could cause the death of an elite disciple like Cui Xingho. Just want to use this to deter this son, let it know, in the spirit treasure view without background backing will be difficult to walk everywhere, and then use this to achieve another unspeakable. Sulking for a while, Lu Nanling picked up the lid of the cup, gently knocked down the teacup. In the tinkling sound, Li Qingyun's eyes changed and began to slowly regain clarity. Master Lu, disciple, lost his temper. Li Qingyun seemed to have just realized that he had sat on the ground and hurriedly stood up. I've thought about it carefully, and there is no obvious connection between you and the disappearance of Starfire when it comes to you. You're actually not bad, although you don't have a Daobone spiritual root, but your heart is okay, and now you've even succeeded in cultivation initiation under the chances of your monk spirit cat. Lu Nanling placed the teacup on the table in front of him, examined the cup with interest, and leisurely laughed. You both already have a furnace of mana, then just as you first met me, I said, after the initiation of the cultivation, you can worship under my door, and become a true personal disciple of this seat. Now, are you willing? Above the hall, the voice of Lu Nanling, a man of kindness, echoed. He waited for the image of the teenager blossoming into ecstasy and kneeling to honor tea. Wasn't this exactly what this son had been immensely looking forward to before? By taking you in front of me, the Mengling cat won't be able to run away. This seat has the means to make you obediently and actively offer yourself. Li Chen, is the fate is a little weak, lack of some of the so-called luck in the underworld chance, this cat may be able to make up for this point. Moreover, after Lu Nanling accepted Li Qingyun, the other people in the view who coveted this son's spirit cat, will have to rest their minds. This thing has a master. District refining Qi layer, really think can have such a spirit beast? Without his Lu Nanling cover, this son is afraid that it will not be long before something happens, just like my disciple Starfire disappeared for no reason. Then the next moment, Lu Nanling's face changed. Chapter 59 Low-Level Means. Only to see that Li Qingyun suddenly heard the happy news, but did not have the ecstasy that Lu Nanling expected, but instead hesitated. It seemed that after a while of repeated thoughts, only then did Li Qingyun murmur. Thank you, Master Lu, but I really do not have any Dao Bone spiritual roots, so I really do not wish to disappoint Master Lu's expectations. Moreover, after I first met Master Lu, I secretly swore that I would have to worship the Taoist master in the future in a dignified and generous manner. If I don't break through the middle stage of qi refinement and prove myself, disciple has no face. Therefore, if there is nothing else, Qingyun will leave now. After saying that, as if he saw Lu Nanling's cloudy and changing face, Li Qingyun gave a deep salute, then lowered his head and retreated slowly, exiting the hall. Outside the door, Lin Wanjin and the others who were waiting here, each had expressions on their faces that were also brilliant. They were shocked, confused, and did not understand why Qingyun Li had to miss the olive branch thrown down by Master Lu. Senior brother Lin, come sit at my place when you have time. Li Qingyun nodded towards Lin Wanjin, but ignored that sun disciple and the others as his Dao robe fluttered and he quickly walked outside. In the huge palmistry compound, the only one he was willing to get close to was Lin Wanjin. Seeing Li Qingyun leave like nothing, Lu Liqian, who had been paying attention, couldn't stand still at once, immediately leaving behind the sticky Gu Zijian, and walked into that huadang. She stroked the slightly bulging but still inconspicuous belly under her robe and asked unwillingly, Father, why did you just let him go? That Meng Ling cat, and how to deal with it? Humph. This son has a few points of pride, and his heart is also sufficient, but it's no wonder that he has eyes but no pearls. I'd like to see how he'll stay in the Guan next. Lu Nanling was infuriated and had a hint of remorse. This seat seems to have been wrong. This son is not weak, but the heart is as solid as steel, like a rock. Sun Ing, hold my token, go to the patrol squatters hall, first take the room license of the Streamside Courtyard number 2. In addition, those in used places are rented. Coming out from the palmistry compound, the modest smile on Li Qingyun's face was rapidly disappearing, replaced by a faint coldness. Today's matter, Lu Nanling is intentionally taking the disappearance of Cui Xingho to hammer me, but in fact, they themselves don't believe that Cui Xingho would die in my hands. What it cares about can't be me, a disciple with no Dao Bone spirit root, or it's meant to be Yuan Bao. In his heart, he flashed through the expression of Lu Nanling's eyes clearly brightening by 2 points when he mentioned the Meng Ling cat. In this world, there were countless demons and devils, and spirit beasts were instead rare and hard to see. He hadn't seen any spirit beasts in these days in the spirit treasure view, and the big black cat Yuan Bao was in the back of the mountain, somewhat dominating the world. Of course, he currently did not have much contact with people he knew, especially not a few Taoist master-level existences. Perhaps under those Taoist masters, they also kept spirit beasts may not be certain. Li Qingyun's rejection of Lu Nanling was also something that he had long thought about. Lu's father and daughter were too scheming and suspicious. He did not want to stay under the noses of such people. Walking through the maple forest, he returned to the small courtyard. Li Qingyun had just quieted down and meditated while flipping through the treasure furnace nascent techniques narration on the great perfection of qi refining when the knocking outside sounded again. AI, my mind wants to be quiet, but the wind is blowing. He sighed softly and got up to walk out. 2 disciples wearing squatter patrol tokens on their waists stood at the courtyard door. Senior disciple Li Qingyun, there is an order from above. Creekside Courtyard number 2 is to be renovated and refurbished. Please move out immediately. The inspecting disciple was a bit apologetic, but the apology was not much. It was just a loiterer disciple. What is the meaning of this? I've paid my rent but haven't stayed for a full month. Li Qingyun guessed something in his heart, but asked anyway. The squatter disciple handed over a spirit stone and said with less patience, the squatter hall is doing something. Why do I need you to talk too much? You have stayed for more than half a month. Return a spirit stone and then choose another place to stay. Li Qingyun lightly glanced at the 2 men and collected the piece of spirit stone. With that, he returned to his house, packed up, brought a package and left the yard. The submerged dragon was in the abyss. Pulling it was useless. Should Lu Nanling make a move, with his mind naturally dripping with water, wanting to rent the unused small courtyard again is also impossible. It seems that you can only return to the West House and live in a big pass store to go. In his heart, he was disdainful and mocking. Hall of Taoist Masters, Palm Register Deacon, with such an unorthodox means, to suppress an idle guest disciple, this kind of narrow-mindedness, let him feel funny, even contemptuous. However, the cruelty and reality of this world, he had seen it when he was in Qinghe County. Lu Nanling's little action was just scratching an itch. But Deacon Lu, now you are nothing in my heart. Qingyun's senior brother, where are you going? Has the small courtyard been taken back by the squatter's hall? As he walked through the stream, Zhao Kui, who was startled by this side, called out to him. Zhao Kui stood in the wind, her dress fluttering, her jade face plain and clear, very eye-catching. Li Qingyun smiled, yes, I can't be a long-time neighbor with senior sister. I plan to go back to the West Shelter and live in a big pass. Zhao Kei hesitated for a moment, a hint of redness surfaced on her fair jade-like face, but she smiled generously. The noisy place like the chase shop is not suitable for purification. My place is self-built land, there is still room, why don't you fix a wooden house under the cliff next to me to make do? When Li Qingyun heard this, he was moved. Her Stream Valley wooden house covered quite a wide area, and there was indeed quite a bit of space left. Building her own land meant that Zhao Kui had the right to use that land for a long time, or she could decide to build a few houses, and that was the benefit of having a Taoist master's shelter. Thinking of this, Xing Yunli did not push back and said, "Senior sister's great righteousness, Xing Yun bears it in mind, then I will disturb senior sister's tranquility in the future." Zhao Kui saw him agree and a smile blossomed on his face. "I'm the one who took advantage of it, in the future, or I don't quite understand in the arts, you can help. That's for sure." The two of them smiled at each other and walked side by side towards the wooden house in the Stream Valley. The big black cat Yuan Bao also quietly leapt out from the maple forest, a light flickering in his cat eyes. He wanted to eat fish again. As for a man and a woman living so close to each other, whether it was convenient or not, whether it would cause people to point and criticize, neither Li Qingyun nor Zhao Qi thought in this direction. Cultivators of our generation, diving into enlightenment, where would they have the time to care about such gossip? Li Qingyun had a plan ahead of him. Perhaps he would leave Spiritual Treasure View next month, and he would certainly be a hit then. Under the cliff by the stream, a new wooden house soon rose, just 20 to 30 meters away from Zhao Kui's 2 rooms. This was Li Qingyun's new diving residence. At night, Zhao Kui also fished up 2 spirit fish and made a delicious dinner. Yuan Bao fished out a fish tail and nibbled on it, oohing and awing. In return, Xing Yunli also instructed Zhao Kui on the deficiencies in her stance, and she also cultivated the Star Luo steps. Li Qingyun's Star Luo steps were already at a very high level, instructing Zhao Kui without any difficulty. It was mentioned in Lingbao Daojuan's explanation of doubts that there were 6 major levels in the realm of arts: initiation, skillfulness, mastery, transformation, Niansense, and Tongshan. Under the support of the mysterious Taoist image in his mind, Li Qingyun's thunder technique, illusion technique and body technique had quietly stepped into the mastery level, and were not far away from the level of transformation. The deeper the art realm, the more powerful the spell would be. When a cultivator crosses the level to face an opponent with 1 or 2 levels of cultivation and does not lose, it is probably because the realm is much higher than the opponent's in terms of the techniques he specializes in. In Zhao Kui's territory, it would be impossible for Lu Nanling, or anyone else, to mess up again through means similar to those of the streamside courtyard. Even if they were to suppress it, it would have to be within the confines of the Taoist temple's laws and regulations. And after Li Qingyun moved to the cliff hut, it was as if he was isolated from the world, and never left the area of the Stream Valley again. Undoubtedly there were many less disturbances. His relationship with Zhao Kei grew closer and closer. This kind of proximity can be called a couple, but not male and female love couple, but on the road to talk about friends, partners. The long road, in the beginning of the beginning, can get a good friend, is also considered fortunate. Chapter 60 Top Grade Illusion Bead. Time passed in a flash. Yugui calendar, Yongchang 9th year, Lunar New Year. On the first day of the new month, Ling Baoguan mobilized all up and down, putting up lights and decorations, cleaning and dressing up. The back of the mountain became lively and joyful. Many of the elite disciples of the younger generation were even rubbing their fists and jumping into action. Because the sect is coming. At the end of the year, Spiritual Treasure Sect routinely toured the Taoist temples around the world, and also selected some talented disciples to bring to the real mountain gates for cultivation. On this day, on the red-colored Maple Mountain, the ripples of the Great Formation, which was like a giant eggshell, suddenly cracked open a seam. An imposing shuttle-shaped airship traversed through the crack in the Grand Formation, followed by a flash of haze, and landed somewhere in the back of the mountain. The back mountain disciples who happened to see this scene could not help but be dazzled, boiling with joy. Stream Valley Cliff Hut. The moment the airship's haze separated the Great Formation and flew in, Li Qingyun's heart was moved. He stepped out of the wooden hut and saw the airship falling like streams of light. He could not help but smile. The time has come. It's time to go to Uncle Zhao's place to retrieve the magic weapon and inquire about the situation in the meantime. He pinched a cleansing technique, only to feel refreshed all around, while his body's mana filled up and stirred. The realm of the great perfection of qi refining. 10 or so days had passed since he was taken out of the small courtyard and hosted Zhao Kui here. Li Qingyun's mana had already reached the qi refining realm of perfection, and his cultivation level could not be advanced at this point. The qi convergence technique, thunder technique, illusion technique and body technique had even been transformed into the realm of convergence, plus his refining realm, Daoji realm. The late did not practice Xuanqi pupil, then, cannot see through his real cultivation. Of course, if it was the kind of prefecture orderly could that was in the open prefecture realm, Li Qingyun still did not have a clue in his heart. The Dao envoy from the sect should be at least in the open province realm, but since I am determined to make a splash and leave this place, then being seen through is seen through. Of course can continue to keep a low profile, that is the best. I hope that the magic weapon practiced by Uncle Zhao can give me another layer of barrier. Raising his steps to the front of Zhao Kui's wooden house, he sensed the long, soft breath of exhalation inside the house. Zhao Kui was in the middle of collecting qi for cultivation. The treasure furnace nascent soul technique had a dozen or so postures, and there were a few guided qi harvesting postures, which were still a bit humiliating for female cultivators. Usually at this moment, Zhao Kui would be in the wooden house guiding and collecting qi. Li Qingyun stood outside the house and said softly, "Elder sister, I need to go out, the Sex Dao Patrol envoy has arrived." Zhao Kui's soft laughter came from inside. She joked, "Well, you should also come out and walk around, harpering in that house all day, you are not afraid of being bored." At this moment, she didn't think much about it, thinking that Li Qingyun was just bored for a long time and wanted to go out for a stroll. After all, he was just a 16-year-old teenager. As for the Taoist patrol envoy descending on the spiritual treasure view with her and Li Qingyun, what does it have to do with it? I've been practicing hard, but I'm only at the 3rd level of qi refining, and at the end of the month, I may or may not break through to the 4th level of qi refining. And Qingyun's senior brother, just a few days ago broke through the 2nd layer of qi refining. I heard that again ate the fruits that Yuanbao gripped back. So, this year, we can only look at the hustle and bustle, to see which will be the 3 senior brothers and sisters, to be able to truly worship in the clan. Inside the house, Zhao Kui was striking a pose that she thought was the most humiliating for qi collection, and thinking that Li Qingyun was outside the house, she inevitably blushed a little. Then, she heard the sound of Li Qingyun's footsteps leaving. On this side, after Li Qingyun walked out of the wooden house in the stream valley for tens of meters, his figure suddenly accelerated, the clear wind swam around him, his steps soughing like shooting stars, and he swept past a large area of maple forests and houses in the twinkling of an eye. Only when he was close to the lecture hall did he wind up his steps and stop, stepping in front of the crowd. "I'm looking for Master Zhao, an appointment." After explaining the matter to the disciple at the entrance, he headed inside. Today's lecture hall seemed to be exceptionally lively. There were actually 6 or 7 Dao masters holding classes at the same time. Maybe it's the arrival of the sect's Taoist patrol envoys that is stimulating this wave of big spending. A temporary huddle is adaptable anywhere. Li Qingyun thought, quickly arriving at the backyard belonging to Zhang Yinshan. Rattan chairs and books, small red clay pots, the aroma of tea curling up, it was still that familiar scene. "You kid finally came, I thought you forgot there was something in my place." Zhang Yinshan smiled and got up, his eyes fell on Li Qingyun, but he was a little surprised. "2nd level of qi refining, your progress in this cultivation is considered to be very good. Seeing you, I want to call Yifan over and reprimand him properly." "Hee, senior uncle is too kind. Many days ago, my spirit cat brought back another item, so..." Li Qingyun smiled modestly and smoothly used Yuanbao as a shield again. Being used to it, there was no pressure in his heart. "Your Mongolian spirit cat is indeed extraordinary, but I heard that Lu Nanling seems to have made things difficult for you because of this cat? It's not that I'm saying living in the mountains, it's not easy. Xingyun, you still need to hurry up and find a Taoist master. My side has always been very sincere." Zhang Yinshan saw that Li Qingyun was at the 2nd level of qi refining, and couldn't help but once again move to take in a disciple. Even if the young man in front of him did not have a Daobone spirit root, but being able to have the help of a mangling cat was in itself a kind of lucky chance, otherwise how could he have consecutive breakthroughs? He was on the verge of catching up with that nephew of his own. "Hey, let's talk about this later. Senior uncle, I'm here to get the treasure today." Li Qingyun hurriedly digressed to talk about the nightmare I bead. He secretly said in his heart, "If Senior Uncle Zhao knew that I was already a qi refining great perfection, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even dare to open his mouth again and take me as his disciple." "Ha, I was lucky this time, or I borrowed the luck of your monkling cat and refined a top-grade illusion power artifact." At the mention of refining artifacts, Zhang Yinshan couldn't help but laugh long and proudly. With a wave of his hand, a turquoise blue dharma bead flew out from the 100 treasure pouch at his waist. As soon as this bead came out, the space was suddenly bright with light. The bead had fine runic patterns flowing on its body, and when it was suspended in the air, it autonomously emitted faint ripples of illusory power, which was a primitive state that had not yet been refined by the cultivator. After Li Qingyun had repeatedly refined it with his own mana and mana thoughts, the overflowing illusory power naturally converged. "Qingyun, you can put it away. Not to mention, this kind of top-grade magic weapon, I'm getting greedy, thinking if I want to dishonor this treasure, saying that it's refined and crumbled." Zhang Yinshan looked at the turquoise blue magic pearl, mesmerized and appreciative, half joking and half seemingly true. This was a top-grade magic weapon, and he had only one top-grade magic weapon in his hands at the Dao Foundation realm. "It's a pity that it's an illusion type. If it was a killing type of mana bead, this bead of yours would be worth at least 1 or 2,000 spirit stones," Zhang Yinshan muttered, slightly regretful. That would be good. Li Qingyun smiled with joy, and with a wave of his hand, half of the fist-sized illusionary Dharma bead was included in the 100 treasures pouch at his waist. In front of Zhang Yanchen, there was no need to conceal the existence of the 100 treasures pouch. This illusionary Dharma bead was not 10 times more valuable than the 100 treasure sack. Then, he took out 2.5 bottles of true elemental pills, about 200 spirit stones and a few golden dollars, and said with a straight face, "Senior uncle, do you think these can cover your refining expenses?" "True yuan Dan? This is a good thing. Enough is enough. With these true essence pills, Yifan will definitely be able to quickly rush up to the 5th level of qi refining, and there is hope of the 6th level as well." Zhang Yanchen saw that Li Qingyun was able to take out true element pills. He was also slightly moved and couldn't help but look at the lucky teenager in front of him twice more. This item, when it is again that the Mangling cat carried it, I do not know which family was robbed by this cat. The true value of the true essence of the Dan, far above the 10 spirit stones. Qi refining realm cultivators have enough true essence of the Dan. Cultivation enhancement speed is also a bar drop. "Senior uncle, before I came here, I saw the airship of the clan's road patrol envoy. The wealth and goods were cleared, but Li Qingyun was in no hurry to leave, and asked about the spiritual treasure view's end of the year examination. Zhang Yanchen smiled and said, "You are only at the 2nd level of qi refining, why do you care about this?" "But you and Yifan are similar, young people are always full of curiosity and exploration. The end-of-year examination in Guangzhou used to be once every 3 or 5 years, but in recent years it has become once every year. What you care about, when it comes to those 3 spots to enter the sect?" Chapter 61, The Taoist Foundation Lacks Law. Cultivators of my generation, if they don't have demon-subduing might or great determination, then they will not be able to achieve 1,000 miles on the Tao. The rules of sect selection are actually very simple and straightforward. Disciples below the age of 30 can participate. The Taoist ambassador will bring 2 special ancient monuments, a monument to measure the strength of mana, another monument to measure the heart of the firm and magnificent. Combined in the top 3, is the lucky one, will be the Taoist ambassador to bring back to the clan cultivation. This year, the competition should be quite fierce. I knew there were a few good seedlings. Hearing this, Li Qingyun's heart stirred and he couldn't help but deliberately ask, shouldn't it be based on the Daobone spiritual roots? Zhang Yanchen smiled somewhat inscrutably and shook his head. The Daobone spiritual root is only the initial point. To go farther, there are all sorts of indefinable factors such as destiny, heart, and so on. The young generation that is qualified to stand in front of the ancient monument must have already traveled through the initial stage, otherwise they wouldn't be able to withstand the test at all. After chatting for a while longer, Li Qingyun then left the lecture hall with a happy face. The ancient monument measured mana and heart. This rule he liked. If he had to come back to the set of touching the Tao bones and measuring the spiritual roots, then he was going to miss out. He even thought it was going to be some cheesy ring competition with swords and blades. If it was a ring fight, then he was definitely like a fish out of water. All the laws into the world is not a child's play, will crush his peers, and even more free to control the release of realm strength. I refining Qi Great Circle, magic power is majestic, thunder law, illusion law and body law has even entered the realm of realization. In addition, my mind has been constantly contemplating the inner divine deposit for a while now, and especially after the Yinshan town incident and the killing of Cui Xingho, it seems to have undergone some sort of metamorphosis. For this clan selection, I am not afraid of both mana and mindfulness, I will definitely be one of them. Li Qingyun pinched his magic symbols, and the windy intent wrapped around his body as he returned to the wooden house in the valley of the stream. Inside the house, Zhao Kui had already finished today's qi harvesting cultivation and was sitting opposite Li Qingyun talking and laughing. "What, Qingyun, you are planning to participate in the end-of-the-year sect selection, did I hear it right?" Upon hearing Li Qingyun say that he was going to participate in the sect selection, Zhao Kui revealed an expression of disbelief. Although his senior brother had an amazing comprehension in the art method, but this qualification and especially his cultivation, a mere 2nd level of qi refining, would it not be a self-defeating situation? "Kui, there is something that I have hidden from you for a long time." Li Qingyun's sword eyebrow raised, his body began to surge with mana breath, while slowly saying, "Actually, I am at the 6th level of qi refining." As soon as the words fell, the air suddenly shook and a tidal wave-like surge of mana emanated from his body. In a matter of moments, he had already elevated to the 6th level of qi refining. He had long deliberated carefully. The 6th level of qi refining to pass the selection should be more or less the same. Even elite disciples of considerable stature such as Cui Xingho were only at the 5th level of qi refining. In addition, the road patrol envoy's cultivation was probably at least at the open mansion realm. Then there wasn't much point in him over disguising it, maybe people would see through him at a glance. The Qi convergence technique at the level of enlightenment, coupled with the pin mirage dharma bead, under the double concealment, he didn't feel that it was much of an insurance policy either. After all, the root of the chi convergence technique was too shallow, and even if it had been transformed, it would still be easily seen through in front of the open mansion realm. On the contrary, it was the illusion technique that was at the level of the enlightenment. Lee Ching-yun continued to observe the marks on the dark walls these days, and under the deep digging, he felt that it was more and more promising, and felt that it was more and more profound and subtle. The feeling he got through the dark walls of the chi convergence technique and the illusion spirit technique was like a transparent bottle, where the amount of water inside was known at a glance. The other was a large water tank. The water was deep. To see what was underneath the water, one really had to get close to the water surface and carefully identify it. Entry level of illusionary law breath, coupled with the 70% increase of the pin illusionary law bead, this is a bit reliable. The sixth level of chi refining was the cultivation realm that he intended to make public. Otherwise, how could an area of the second level of chi refining pass the sect selection? There had been no such in the history of the sect. That would instead be even more shocking. And he had to be in the sect selection on a shocking, is also the situation. Time is not waiting. Now that he has reached the great circle of chi refining, his cultivation is beyond advancement. A few days ago, a certain twilight moment, he quietly went to the hidden scripture building, trying to find out if it is possible to buy the method of the foundation of the road with a lot of money. The result was not unexpected. The old man who guarded the pavilion said, "The Guan within the hidden scripture building, there is no Taoist foundation to break through the realm of the method. Moreover, no matter whether it is an elite disciple or a guest disciple, no one has ever broken through to the Tao foundation realm in the Taoist temple." From the old Taoist's despondent expression, it was not difficult for Lee Ching-yun to see that the Tao foundation realm was either a watershed between the temples and temples of the world and the real sects behind them. Just as he knew before he came to the mountain, the vast majority of the side paths, of which there were very few Taoist foundations, were truly castrated transcendent paths. Now all the deacons in the view of the Taoist master, when it is also not in the view of the cultivation of the Taoist foundation, but from the clan too. You're hiding it too deeply. Zhao Kui was extremely shocked. Her fair jade-like face was filled with disbelief. Somewhere in a trance, she again felt that the consistently modest and introverted senior brother in front of her had suddenly become glittering, with a certain faint majesty. At the sixth level of chi refining, he was already the best among the elite disciples in the Guan. She was unaware that Lee Ching-yun had also concealed his strength. Otherwise, at this moment, she was afraid that her amazement would immediately turn into a blow that would make her doubt Dao Shang. Obviously your Dao Bone spiritual roots. Oh, it must be Yuan Bao, right? I don't know what kind of elixir it seeks for you. Zhao Kuyi's shock slowly turned into surprise and envy. Right, everything is because of Yuan Bao. Lee Ching-yun nodded his head and admitted. Meow? Outside the house, the purr of the big black cat Yuan Bao suddenly rang out, seemingly expressing doubt. Lee Ching-yun was instantly a little weak. Yuan Bao, there are some pots to carry and you will get used to it. Lingbo Guan Master's Hall. One by one, the strongest members of the Guan, who were usually less likely to show their faces in front of the disciples, led by the Kafu realm Guan Master Gong Tong, greeted the several Dao Patrol ambassadors who had come down from the sect. Lu Nanling, Su Songyuan, Zhang Yenshin and Song Jing were among the 8 hall deacons. The 8 deacons were all at the Dao Foundation realm, with slightly stronger and weaker breaths, and Song Jing, Zhang Yenshin and Lu Nanling were considered to be the strongest among the deacons. Guan Master Gong Tong is the open house realm, crane hair, white beard, face is quite pale, obviously old, in the spiritual treasure clan generation should not be low. Can be in charge of such a large-scale sect virtual table Maple Mountain spiritual treasure view. Gong Tong is bound to be the previous spiritual treasure sect reputation is not low existence. However, this pale old master of the Guan, in front of the 3 Dao envoys, did not dare to take it big in the slightest. He bowed slightly and chanted in a respectful voice. Maple Mountain Spiritual Treasure Guan, welcome the 3 Taoist inspectors. In the middle of the hall, 2 men and 1 woman, 3 Taoist envoys stood in the air, standing in a stagnant position, with a majestic aura of a strong Taoist forest. Among them, the star-crowned, purple-robed young Taoist in the center, who looked to be in his 20s, was the leader. This star-crowned purple-robed young Taoist, handsome face, eyes extremely sharp, between demeanor, from time to time reveals the attitude of arrogance. The woman on the left hand was a beautiful Taoist nun who looked about 30 years old, dressed in white Taoist robes, vaguely revealing a delicate figure. Her palace bun high pulled, elegant and noble, just slightly indifferent eyes. The middle-aged man on the right hand, with a resolute gaze and a long beard under his jaw, looked the most composed. They are emitting a powerful aura of the open house realm, and their might seems to suppress Gong Tong by a thread. That purple robe star crown of the young Taoist cold demeanor, at the moment contains a majestic gaze, slowly swept through the hall of a cadre of people. The deacons, Taoist masters and Gong Tong cannot help but slightly bow their heads, do not dare to look directly at this person. They have naturally known in advance, the three inspectors, of the identity of the background. Another man and a woman is just only the middle of this star-crowned purple robes of the young man is not to be treated lightly. Chapter 62 Sect Selection. The young Taoist took the seat in the middle of the hall, then turned to the white-haired Guan master Gongtong and slowly said, "Before this seat came, some elders of the sect talked about those heroic deeds of old Gong in the past of beheading demons and subduing ghosts, and asked me to come here and listen to more of old Gong's teachings." Gongtong's slightly bowed waist suddenly seemed to lower deeper back. "I dare not dare. I have been dying, the past that thing, in the Nangong inspector in the last month to kill the coffin mountain trick in front of the feet. Not worth mentioning, huh?" Hearing Gongtong mention killing the coffin mountain guile, that young Taoist Nan Gongsu's handsome face finally revealed a few smiles. "Hee, I am also a fluke, what's worth mentioning?" Then Nan Gongsu face smile quickly converge, face cover cold, sharp cut people. "I heard that Maple Mountain Taoist Temple this year, a total of 6 inexplicable evil spirit events occurred. None of the disciples in the temple were lucky to be spared, and all of them were contaminated and degenerated. You guys have been investigating for so long, do you still have no clue now? In addition, around Maple Mountain this year, 3 more villages suddenly disappeared in their entirety. Patrol Liao, and what are you all doing as Patrol Liao?" He paused, his pressure intensified, looking at the crowd. Pressure like a mountain slammed down on the hearts of everyone present. "Also, everyone may have inquired about some of my things, when you know that I am a person who can't rub sand in my eyes. This year in the view should be in and out of the account book, later on sent to my room too." This young arrogant cold Nangong inspector, character changeable and very strong, completely with their own will to act, immediately let the hall of all the Taoist masters secretly screamed bitter. Especially Lu Nanling and other deacons heard to check the books, but also slightly changed expression, bowed his head to hide the color of panic. Gongtong hurriedly interjected, breaking this overly stagnant atmosphere, compensating and smiling. 3 inspectors, these are a long story, a little must be dedicated to this view of the investigation of the proceeds of. In addition, the view this year out of a few good seedling, 3 inspectors want to understand first? Nangong Su lightly grunted, gesture casually said, "Humph, what is this good to understand? The great Tao contends for the fairy, a moment of splendor, meaningless, those so-called good seedlings in the past years, those who died out after entering the mountain gate, and even those whose hearts were unstable and collapsed and degenerated in the demonic and bizarre encounters, abound." He turned to the other 2 Tao envoys, "Let senior brother Luo and senior sister Mo make the selection. I will only look at this year's revenue in the temple to see if you have messed up your Taoist heart after living in the red world for so long." That Luo, Mo2 inspector of the road ambassador, did not have any unpleasant, gently nodded and should be down. The next day, early morning. Spiritual treasure Taoist Monarch Hall, the door to the hall was wide open, and the air was filled with a grand odor. The elite disciples of the younger generation of the back mountain, their faces unable to hide their anticipation and excitement, came here one after another early in the morning. "This spiritual treasure Taoist Monarch Hall, this is the first time I've come." Following the other elite disciples, Li Qingyun gently walked into the hall. The interior of the hall was spacious and the dome was high. Through the slightly dim light, he raised his head and looked, only to see a tall statue of a Taoist monarch enshrined in the hall, with a great deal of majesty. Taoist statues are all gold and jade quality, cost a lot of money. In the lingering breath of incense, the body glittering radiance, appearing to be the law of the mighty, so that he could not help but feel a sense of awe. He also found that apart from the most familiar Ling Xiaomiaojin Dongyuing Yangren Sheng Daojun, the other 5 or 6 Taoist statues were all the ancestor Daojun of Ling Baoguan. Among them were the more familiar spiritual treasure Pure Yang Taoist Monarch and spiritual treasure Jade Furnace True Monarch. There were also 2 other faces whose appearance he had not seen before. Perhaps there were statues of all these spiritual treasure Taoist monarchs in the front view, but it was a bit unfortunate that after more than a month of entering the view, he had not even been to the front view. Today, Li Qingyun had specially changed into a green-colored Taoist robe, which was the first Taoist robe he had worn since he came to the mountain, and his long black hair was tied up on his head, which made his features more and more 3-dimensional and handsome as jade. When he entered the Tao Monarch Hall, there were dozens of male and female elite disciples in the hall, and quite a few of them looked over. The vast majority of the elite disciples could not help but look surprised. They did not recognize the unfamiliar Li Qingyun. Only Sun Ing, Lu Chengdong, and a few others under Lu Nanling's seat looked over with a cold and surprised expression, vaguely hostile. After Sun Ing and the others were surprised, they began to taunt in low voices, "A mere 2nd level of chi refining, how dare you come to test the monument? But the last time I saw it, this ill-advised kid was only at the 1st level of chi refining, how did his cultivation improve so fast?" Other than this one under Lu Nanling's seat, the other young elite disciples who did not recognize Li Qingyun, after observing the idle guest disciple token on Li Qingyun's waist, most of them shook their heads in amusement and stopped paying attention. An idle guest disciple, not even a Tao master included. Where did he get the guts to dare to come to test the monument without any self-importance, not afraid of having a breakdown of the heart and mind, turning into a little cutie? Selection is risky, test monument to be cautious, to be measured. The Taoist masters in the temple had repeatedly warned their disciples. Li Qingyun was oblivious to all this. After entering the hall, he took the initiative to find a corner against the wall and quietly waited for the opening. At this time, in his left sleeve, he secretly fastened the top-grade illusion bead. This bead, after his mana refining, law idea rendering, has long been convergence of autonomous emanation of illusion, just like a mortal bead. Now, there are two layers of breath fluctuations on his body. One layer is the convergence technique of the level of transformation, and the other layer is the increase of the illusionary law barrier. Under the double disguise, there were 40 to 50 male and female elite disciples in the hall, without anyone being able to see through his true cultivation. Otherwise revealing the true chi refining great perfection realm, the entire hall would have to be silent. These people's hearts were all struck. Where would they dare to have the slightest bit of mockery and contempt? At a glance, the poor Taoist, all the gentlemen here, it seems that none of them are capable of fighting. Li Qingyun stood silently, but he took in the cultivation details of the elite disciples in the hall, and in contrast, he became more and more relaxed and calm. Of the 50 or so young disciples that had come, almost all of their cultivation levels were in the middle stage of chi refining, and only one was in the late stage of chi refining, a young Taoist who stood proudly at the forefront. That young male disciple who came at the 9th level of chi refining and had a square face and small eyes, his head was raised high, with a high stance of ambition. From the mouth of the disciple he was pleasing, it could be known that his name was Su He, the son of Su Song Yuan, the deacon of the Guan Zhengliao. At this time is responsible for the assessment of the inspector, and other people have not yet come. Suwa from time to time swept through the hall of all people, proudly revealing, think the presence of the soiled chicken dog, really not with him, and stood in the hall. He suddenly raised his voice, Gong Hanchu, Mo Qingwan, two people have such a high frame, I have come early, they still pose what spectrum, really think they are the dragon and phoenix Daozi? Ridiculous. Su Xiao's disgruntled voice stirred back and forth in the hall, rather abruptly. The crowd of disciples were startled, yet somewhat in awe. This is the Tao Monarch Hall, and it's still the occasion for the sect mountain selection. How dare senior brother Su let his words out loud? Hee, aren't the Tao masters and Tao inspectors not here yet? You know that senior Su is at the 9th level of chi refining, one of the most outstanding elite disciples in the Guan this year. Cut. Senior brother Gong and senior sister Mo haven't arrived yet only, otherwise wouldn't Sui dare to be so provocative. For a while, the crowd of disciples whispered delicately, and some even looked out the door of the hall from time to time to see if that senior brother Gong and senior sister Mo had come. Chapter 63 Ancient Tablet Test. Li Qingyun listened quietly, his heart turning. It seems that this Sui, as well as senior brother Gong and senior sister Mo, who have yet to show their faces, are my main contenders for this sect selection. It's just that there are only 3 spots, and since I'm here, one of you will have to wait another year. He had this confidence. The great perfection of chi refining was sufficiently 19 more furnaces of mana than the 9th level of chi refining. Especially, after the mysterious Tao statue practice, the mana that grew out of thin air was as if it had been polished for many years, quite condensed and pure, and the quality of the mana could be called top grade. Senior brother Gong, senior sister Mo, and senior sister Lu, they're all here. Just at this moment, someone shouted in a low voice. Li Qingyun's face moved slightly as he looked sideways towards the entrance of the hall. Only to see that there were people walking in from outside the hall, 2 pairs of men and women respectively, walking in front and behind into the gate. The pair in front, the male was 18 or 19 years old, wearing a jade crown and white robe, looking forward to the light, very handsome and dashing. This person was precisely in the hearts of all the disciples in the highest voice of the palace Hanshu. With Gong Hanshu side by side with the female disciples, named Mo Qingwan, posture and appearance is very beautiful, tall, a fitted green dress set off by the legs especially long, is to look cold and indifferent. People have a sense of distance. Behind them that pair is actually stout body but hard to pretend to be elegant big wealth Zizi Pian, and charming, delicate and cold Lu Liqian. At once, some elite disciples began to whisper and gossip about Lu Liqian and Gu Zixian. I heard that Lu and Gu have postponed the Tao couple banquet, and what senior sister Lu means is that if she succeeds in being selected to enter the mountain gate, the Tao couple banquet will be held then. In case senior sister Lu really enters the sect, then Gu de Kai Zi won't be an empty joy, then the two of them are the difference between heaven and earth. Shu, keep your voice down. Sister Lu is only at the 8th level of chi refining, and senior brother Su he is steadily pressing her, and there are only 3 spots, so she basically has no hope unless there is a miracle. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Gong Hanshu and the others had already walked into the main hall. The 4 of them didn't stop and directly walked to the forefront of the crowd in the hall. Their aura was outwardly released. The elite disciples who had originally occupied a good position naturally gave way and retreated in a grayish manner. A mere 6th level of chi refining, you also dare to stand at the forefront? Lu Liqian coldly looked at the disciple. She drove away, her sight swept over the people in the hall in passing, and her face changed when she saw the handsome young man standing quietly in the back corner. Surprised, puzzled, indignant, etc., to name a few. Li Qingyun, an idle guest disciple, how dare he come to the sect selection? The two were separated by the crowd and their gazes vaguely met. Lu Liqian's mind was quite complicated, while Li Qingyun was watery and clear and plain. The matter had already come to this point, there was no need to say more. Li Qingyun blandly averted his gaze, without the intention of greeting or signaling. To say wrath, it should also be him. Why would senior sister not be wrathful? All disciples, meet the two sect road inspectors together. At this time, a majestic voice rang out from the doorway. Only to see the Guangzhong Palmistry Deacon Lu Nanling, Lecture Deacon Zhao Nianshan, and a few other Taoist masters, flanking a man and a woman, the two Taoist ambassadors walked into the main hall. Lu Nanling, as the selection host, entered the hall and asked Luo Junding and Mo Fanru to stand in the main seat, and only then did he face the disciples, with a solemn face and an opening speech. In all years, the sect selection is an event in the Guan. Some years ago this view even appeared genius disciple in the double monument test on a hit rumored as a good story. Now this in the sect is also a great light, so you and so should also self-encouragement. Speaking of this, that Luo Junding and Mo Fanru, the two Dao inspectors, also nodded slightly in agreement. They thought of that genius who originated from Maple Mountain Spiritual Treasure View, who had risen rapidly by joining the sect, and in just a few years, was already in the realm of Dao Foundation perfection, and was qualified to peek at the open mansion. As Lu Nanling gave his opening speech, his eyes slowly roamed around the hall, seeing Gong Hanshu, Mo Qinghuan, Su He and Lu Liqian at the forefront, nodding his head with a smile to show his encouragement. The only time he looked at Gu Zixian, who was beside Lu Liqian, was with some inexplicable discomfort. It's just that Nigel had no choice but to be like this. Yan family is also one of the 5 surnames in the clan. Status is not weaker than the Nangong. Looking for someone to cover up is also the meaning of that male son of the Yan family. Lu Nanling heart lamented when his eyes swept to that corner at the back of the hall, but his face changed. This son hides behind the Zhao name girl. Many days do not dare to show his face. I cannot imagine that he dares to come to participate in the clan selection. Where is the bottom? Where is the courage? In an instant, Lu Nanling felt that his state of mind, all because of that teenager, flooded with slight waves. That handsome young man standing there quietly, in his eyes, like a sharp copper nail, stubborn, piercing. Secretly exhaling, Lu Nanling calmed his heart waves and finished reading the opening words. Then, he made a gesture to invite the two inspector generals, and he respectfully stepped aside. Luo Junding and Mo Fanru glanced at each other, lending a faint open province realm might radiating from the two of them, looking down on the entire hall with such a profound might that the deacon Dao masters and disciples present were instantly aghast in their hearts. Luo Junding, whose breath was composed, first stepped forward, his voice like a bell. The sect does not accept mediocre generation, only take the most resolute, most daring, most talented disciples of the Dao heart, want to enter the Real Mountain Gate, want better resources, want to become strong enough in this pale chaotic world. You guys, then, just come straight up. Before the words fell, this Dao patrol envoy waved his hand, and a steel shadow flew out of his sleeve. The steel shadow rapidly expanded and enlarged, instantly transforming into a grayish-white ancient steel that was more than 10 meters tall. On top of the ancient monument, there were ancient incantations, rune marks, and some mysterious words that were too old. The densely packed incantation runic characters seemed to be ordered according to some kind of law, like a circle of constantly radiating secret patterns, and the disciples present had a dizzying sensation when they looked at it more than twice. This monument, measure your heart, the more heart is enough, the longer you can hold on, the more incantations you can light up. Luo Junding, inspector of the road, when it is not a person who likes to procrastinate. He faced towards the disciples in the hall and said in a faint voice, "Which one of you, come up first and try." His gaze mainly fell on Gong Hanshu, Mo Qinghuan, Su He and Lu Liqian at the front. As a strong man of the open mansion realm, he naturally had a unique vision, and could tell at a glance that among the disciples present, these 4 had the deepest foundations. No! The pupils of Luo Junding's eyes suddenly flickered with a strange aura, glancing at the juvenile figure at the back of the disciples' team in the main hall, and his heart was also slightly certain. So young, looks but 16 or 17 years old, looks like the second layer of refining qi. In fact, the breath on the body is variable, should be practicing a fairly profound astringent qi art, the real cultivation when in the 6th layer of refining qi, a little bit of fun. He thought to himself that he saw through the teenager's bottom at a glance. At the same time, that graceful and beautiful Missouri Fangru Road Patrol envoy also took a step out and drank in a faint voice. This ancient monument of this seat, measure your mana. Removing demons and suppressing devils, fighting against the enemy, mana and heart, you can't have one without the other. Light flashed in front of her and a black monument densely covered with incantations appeared, standing side by side with the gray and white monument that measured the nature of the heart. One black and one white, filled with a certain strange feeling. Then, the two Taoist inspectors faced the disciples on the stage, and their voices swept through the hall, impacting the hearts of the people. Cultivation is not a fling and a treat. This world is full of evils and evils that are ravaging the earth. If we cultivators don't have the tough will to subdue evils and get rid of evils, and if we don't have the guts and courage to face up to the great horrors, then what kind of cultivation is it? The elite disciples, as well as those deacons on the stage Taoist masters, immediately have the feeling of boiling in the heart. During the period of Mo Inspector of the Taoist ambassador's eyes swept over to fall in the forefront of the disciples, especially on that tall and cool figure, full of encouragement and encouragement of meaning. All the disciples' blood surging, at once some people cannot resist, threw the big step forward. Chapter 64 Something weird. I'll come first and try this steel for all the senior brothers and sisters. The male disciple around 20, the one who had just been driven away by Lu Li Qian, excitedly jogged up and came first to the black ancient steel where the mana was measured. Under the operation of his magic power, he had a flaming aura coming out from his body, which was a natural manifestation of the treasure furnace technique and fire-type spells that had been practiced to a certain extent. With such an aura, the wandering souls no longer dared to come within 3 feet of him. Ah! After storing up 2 breaths of force and holding his face red, the male disciple shouted, swinging his fist heavily and smashing it, blasting on the black ancient monument and sending flames flying. However, the ancient monument did not move. Instead, on the surface of the monument, the circles and rows of ancient incantation symbols, a dozen incantations lit up. 6th level of chi refining, mana is barely okay, stirring up 13 incantations, but it's still almost meaningless from the minimum standard of selection. Taoist envoy Mo glanced at it and casually commented on it, seemingly as a sign of encouragement to the first disciple to take the field. This male disciple was a bit ashamed and walked to that gray and white ancient monument again. Just as he approached the white monument, his body suddenly trembled, and then as if his soul had left his body, his entire body began to shake uncontrollably. Seeing this scene from the back, Li Qingyun's heart was immediately moved. He could tell that this disciple, when he had been pulled into some kind of illusion by that gray and white ancient monument, instantly measuring hardiness with illusions? Then those of us who debuted later, knowing that it was an illusion, wouldn't we be psychologically prepared and more likely to pass? He had just thought so, when he heard that male disciple suddenly scream miserably. Looking again, that disciple was already unsteady on his feet, as if he had seen something horrible. His whole body exerted itself and violently broke free and retreated backward. His pace was misplaced, and he suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. Lying on his back on the floor, his eyes bulged out, flaring up with a deathly whiteness, and there was even crimson blood in his eye sockets, continuously flowing out. And on that gray and white ancient tablet, only 3 incantations were lit up. This son, his heart is far from enough, somewhat distorted. Taoist Inspector Luo Junding shook his head slightly, waving his hand to let the somewhat nervous Taoist master in the Guanzhong next to him, to help the male disciple to go down to adjust and exorcise the evil spirits. 6th level of chi refining, only lasted for a breath, and this disciple also looks like he is possessed by an evil spirit. Li Qingyun's heart was shaken, the little bit of self-righteousness that he had just now vanished. Spiritual treasure sex mountain gate selection should not be underestimated. At this time, Su He, who was at the forefront, smiled confidently and walked onto the stage. Let me try. He also came in front of the black ancient monument first, and had been secretly building up his momentum for a long time underneath the stage. At this moment, he stepped forward, and without hesitation, he blasted out a fist. Immediately, above that ancient monument, a single incantation lit up continuously, and in the blink of an eye, it exceeded the number of 30. This is not the end, the back of the incantation lit up slower, until the last incantation slowly lit up. Su He, who was at the 9th level of chi refinement, stirred up a total of 49 incantations. Deacon Su He is still not bad, there is great hope. Now, Zhao Nianchen and the other deacons watching from the side nodded their heads in approval, and whispered to congratulate that Inspector Deacon Su Song Yuan. However, Inspector Dao Envoy Mo Fanru, however, had a bland, non-committal face. Su He could not help but feel a little lost. He adjusted his state of mind and walked over to the side of the gray and white ancient monument. Immediately, his body shook as well, and he was instantly pulled into the illusion. On the white monument, incantations began to light up continuously. Until the 9th incantation. Su He also suddenly screamed loudly and violently struggled backward, staggering back several steps and almost falling to the ground. His eyes, too, were as fish white as a blind man's, with a trace of blood seeping out of the corners of his eyes. But compared to the disciple just now, Sui's aftereffects are much lighter. On his body there is a jade pendant magic weapon shimmering. Not a moment later, he all sorts of abnormalities has been automatically recovered, no need to help the Taoist master. Patrol squatter Deacon Su Song Yuan also withdrew his footsteps, did not go up to help. His heart is quite pleased. My son insisted on more than 2 breaths, today will certainly win a valuable place. 2 consecutive people on the Heart Nature Ancient Monument, especially Su Wa is the leader of the elite disciples in the view, are encountered oddly, the pupils of the eyes whitened and bled, as if possessed by an evil spirit. This scene immediately frightened the disciples who were originally eager to try, and they were somewhat hesitant and indecisive. The disciples of Maple Mountain Spiritual Treasure View, is this the only thing they have guts for? Luo Jun-ding looked at the hall full of disciples and shook his head slightly, some disappointment, some mockery. This kind of heart, if you really see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a great trick to destroy the world and other scenes, I'm afraid that it will collapse at the touch of a button. You and others and talk about how to get rid of the devil and suppress the ghosts, sheltering the people. The cold voice of the road inspector, like a knife piercing the hearts of the disciples. The faces of Lu Nanling, Su Song Yuan and Zhang Yanchen and the other deacon Taoist masters became ugly, feeling their faces being slapped. The disciples in the hall were also ashamed. Some of them already regretted, blaming themselves for being too hasty, rushing to see what the world. Anyway, if they had come, they wouldn't have been chosen this year. Disciple Gong Hanshu, I dare to try. At this moment, Gong Hanshu, who was implied by the gazes of all the Tao masters, had a calm and composed face, and walked forward with great strides. He first walked towards the gray and white ancient monument, actually testing his heart first. All the deacon Taoist masters, disciples, and Li Qingyun below, could not help but focus their attention on this young disciple who was claimed to be the most outstanding young disciple of this year's Maple Mountain Spiritual Treasure View. At this point, it was no longer just a selection, a test, but a matter of the salvation of the Maple Mountain Spiritual Treasure cultivation. Luo Junding's words deeply stung the crowd, and everyone hoped that Gong Hanshu could save the day. Who has never been a teenager? How can they be underestimated? Gong Hanshu, you're old Gong's grandson, aren't you? It seems pretty good. Luo Junding stroked his black beard with his hand, revealing a hint of appreciation. Hanshu was 8 years old when he refined Qi, 10 years old when he entered the Tao, 18 years old when he refined Qi to great perfection. He will live up to the teachings and expectations of the seniors in the view. Gong Hanshu's tone was forceful and his face was resolute as he took a step out and approached the gray and white ancient monument. Then his expression stagnated, and he was suddenly plunged into an unknown illusion. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gong Hanshu's body immediately began to tremble violently, and cold sweat flowed out of his body, condensing into water, and in a flash, his feet were already wet into a small puddle of water. That has to be what kind of horror illusion can let the heart-prepared refining Qi great circle are scared into this. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. 5 breaths. Only Gong Hanshu stifled a grunt, his feet retreated back and forth, retreated 9 steps in a row before he managed to stop. The pupils of his eyes, which were turning rapidly, were like shadowy vortexes, sometimes black and sometimes white, quite creepy. Not bad, lighting up 18 spells and being eroded to a low degree. If there are no accidents, you shall be the best in heart for this selection. This time, Luo Junding was not stingy with his appreciation, and even directly shouted out best heart. However, as he said this, his eyes seemed to glance towards Li Qingyun's side below. That kid below the stage, his real cultivation was only at the 6th level of Qi refining, but his heart seemed to be at the realm of small circle clarity, which was comparable to this Gong Hanshu. Li Qingyun was also praising Gong Hanshu's achievement in his heart. Compared to Su He, who was at the 9th level of Qi refining, this Gong's senior brother has performed too well. Just before going up to the test monument, he wouldn't be presumptuous. He was also not in a hurry. For the time being, he would just wait and see. Who knows if there were any dark horses that suddenly popped up behind him. Chapter 65. I want to give it a try. Li Qingyun was bound to wait for those few most powerful disciples to finish their tests before he would estimate how much effort he would put in and how much he could guarantee that he would take the precious sect selection slot. These 3 years of Qinghai County's various encounters told him that when the opportunity is in front of him, never hesitate to hesitate again and again, and also what to use the coming days and 10,000 years of Godao and so on, self-binding. All low profile and silence, but just to wait for the opportunity to come. When it comes, seize it. This world, outside the threat of evil and weird, inside a variety of tensions, everyone is like a head-hanging sword, monks are also. How can there be any good opportunity to miss, and then appear again and again in front of? Naturally, early into the clan, the sooner the breakthrough to become stronger the better. Daoji, open house, Jin Dan, infancy. Or even above. The mind is somewhat damaged. Gong Hanshu swallowed pills, tempering for a moment, before walking again to the black monument before, shot a palm full of momentum. Palm print ancient monument, like golden light collapse. The chi refining great perfection realm was truly extraordinary. The incantations on that ancient monument directly exploded and lit up 69. The two items of mana and heart were a large cut above Suhi, who was at the 9th level of chi refining. Indeed, not bad. Now I also agree with senior brother Luo, you should also be the one with the most majestic mana among the disciples in the hall. That beautiful Taoist nun, Mo Fanru, instantly showed her appreciation as well, nodding her head in unstinting appreciation. She secretly said, a true genius, where our dazzling existence, and so on into the real mountain door, this Gong Hanchu will also have a place. Qinghuan compared to it, may still be slightly worse. Disciple Mo Qinghuan, please try the ancient tablet. At this time, the cool-eyed Mo Qinghuan seemed a bit unconvinced, and as soon as Gong Hanchu came down, she immediately went up to the stage. She shouted coldly, her jade palm was like electricity, slapping on the black ancient monument, and succeeded in illuminating 66 incantations. The difference is 3 Gong Hanchu, but the number of incantations is every more 1, the difficulty also increases accordingly. So it looks like the difference is 3, but the mana cultivation is a lot weaker. She was unconvinced once again in front of the gray and white ancient monument, wanting to take back the game in terms of mentality. Instantly caught in the illusion, her delicate body trembled and dripped with fragrant sweat, but she persisted bitterly. After roughly more than 4 breaths of persistence, the white monument lit up with 16 incantations, and then she couldn't hold on either and jerked back. Her eyes, too, were flooded with large swaths of creepy, shadowy whiteness. Originally, the beauty was clear and cold, with a high and pure temperament, but now she was rolling her eyes big time, and suddenly her beauty was no longer there, but instead, it made people's hearts grow fuzzy. I've come to make a scene. In the next moment, Gu Zixiang intended to scout the way for Lu Liqian and go up to test. But the 5th level of chi refining, he is even worse than the first male disciple who went up to the stage. The black monument only excitedly lit up 9 incantations, and the white monument only lasted half a breath before. Trembling with fear, he walks back to the stage, but does not forget to whisper to Lu Liqian about the horrible illusion of the white monument. Then, Lu Liqian came on stage in white. Her lotus steps moved gently and her posture was exquisite. In front of outsiders, Lu Liqian is very concerned about her appearance, always as pure and elegant as a white lotus. Standing in front of the black monument, her body exudes the cultivation aura of the 8th level of chi refining, condensed and pure. She seems to have a feeling, subconsciously looked back, only to see the teenager in the last corner, still calm and indifferent. This senior sister, what kind of talent, you a deposed commoner son, but so unaware of the flavor, you have missed how much chance, no. When she thought of this, she became angry in her heart and vented as if she had slapped her palm out. The black tablet stirred and lit up with 61 incantations. Quite a good performance. However, at the 8th level of chi refining, her performance surpassed Suhi, who was at the 9th level of chi refining, and was even closer to Mo Qinghuan. Lu Liqian really does have the stamina and the capital to be proud. Good. Lu Nanling couldn't help but praise softly, quite proud of himself. In his heart, he secretly said, as long as Qian in front of the white monument insists on 2 or 3 breaths, the comprehensive score will far exceed Su Songyuan's straw sun, and the top 3 will be secure. Then, in front of the white monument, Lu Liqian also showed strong toughness. Although her body was trembling and sweating, like falling into an abyss of terror, she managed to survive for 3.5 breaths. On the white tablet, 13 incantations lit up. The joy on Lu Nanling's face could no longer be hidden, and for a moment, his eyebrows flew. If it wasn't a serious selection occasion, I'm afraid he couldn't help it, and was going to laugh up to the sky. It's not in vain that I have been carefully cultivated since I was a child, and I try to give the best of everything. Li Chen, this quota is absolutely secure, ha. When he thought of this, he looked at Gu Zixian on the stage again, and there was already a color of dislike under his eyes. Su Songyuan, who was next to Lu Nanling, had a rather ugly face. Deacon Su never expected that Lu Liqian, who was at the 8th level of chi refining, would have such a solid foundation that his performance could surpass that of his son Sui. Old Me and Lu Nanling have been fighting openly and secretly for half a lifetime, and have not lost a single point, but I didn't expect to lose in the children's generation. Next, there were a few more elite disciples on stage who thought they weren't bad. But a gap was a gap, and they were all far worse than Sui's achievements. 2 Dao inspectors, I think the selection can be wrapped up early, the top 3 are already set. The other disciples have not honed enough, the gap is obvious, those who haven't gone on stage yet, I don't think there's a need to test them, to save their hearts from being polluted. Lu Nanling looked at the disciples on the stage, especially the handsome young man at the very back who had already taken a step, and then his eyes narrowed slightly, suggesting an early end. Deacon Lu has a point, these little dolls under the stage do need to train for a few more years. Mo Fangru was quite agreeable. As she swept through with a glance, there was no one under the stage that looked good to her eyes. A group of chi refining middle levels, what are they doing here? And wait. Luo Junding smiled faintly, having his own idea. He saw that the somewhat interesting teenager had already walked up quickly. A clear voice resounded in the great hall. Disciple Li Qingyun, please test the ancient tablet. He ignored Lu Nanling's cold gaze from the top down, and had no time to care about Zhao Nianxin's surprised reaction. Crossing over the crowd of disciples, his face grew calmer and calmer, his Dao robe fluttering gently, a sharpness hidden between his brows. Lu Nanling took a step forward and stopped Li Qingyun. Frowning, he coldly shouted. You, a second-level qi refining, also dare to come and waste the precious time of the Taoist inspector. Go down! At this time, images surfaced in his heart. That day, the teenager stood on his palm register hall, his breath round and clear and self-contained. This kid, on the white tablet, may really be able to measure a notable score. He was bound to not want to give Li Qingyun a chance to perform. Zhao Nianxin's face moved, but he smiled and stood out to make a round up. Deacon Lu, why do you have to be like this? Junior dares to rise to the occasion and challenge himself, we should encourage it. Lu Nanling's eyes flashed with a stern aura, somewhat surprised, not knowing why Zhao Nianxin, who was usually on good terms, was defending Li Qingyun. Deacon Zhao, he's a qi refining second layer, is it necessary? The words were not finished, but Lu Nanling's face appeared shocked, and the pupils of his eyes suddenly dilated. Only to see, the teenager who was not worth mentioning in his mouth, on that upright body that was like a spring tree and jade pine, mana surged and his breath was released layer by layer. Qi refining third layer, qi refining fourth layer. Qi refining sixth layer. How is it possible? Chapter 66 Unnameable. How could he be at the sixth level of qi refining? Li Qingyun climbed the mountain and entered the temple just for about a month, this cultivation. I heard that he has a manhwa, and I don't know how many exotic flowers and fruits he has brought to him. Under the stage, all the disciples for the low clamor, especially Lu Valley, two people, simply like seeing ghosts in the daytime, 10,000 difficult to believe. On the stage of the crowd of Taoist deacons gleam, for the first time to know the idle guest disciples, there is such a vicissitude of the pearl. Later on, they had to bring them under their seats. Amidst the clamor, Li Qingyun was oblivious. He walked to the black steel and bowed to Mo Fangru. Dao Inspector, can disciple give this steel a try? Mo Fangru's eyes narrowed and looked closely, seeing that the youngster was introverted and calm, his breath was even quite condensed, as if he had been finely polished for many years, he could not help but nod his head. Although you're only at the sixth level of qi refining, the quality of your mana is good, I'm a little curious. Then let's try it, let me see if you are really worthy of the appearance just now. As a spiritual treasure sect Dao Patrol envoy, Mo Fangru had seen an unknown number of talented disciples and extraordinary cultivators. This handsome young man in front of her suddenly came out of nowhere and made a move that made the young people's blood boil, and this kind of similar scene was something that she, as a Dao Patrol envoy, had long experienced and heard about quite a bit. She was somewhat expectant and even more curious. Just now, old mom actually looked away. Old Luo is afraid that he is laughing at me in his heart right now. This kid really makes me both appreciate and feel a little nasty. Many thanks, senior. Li Qingyun lightly exhaled. Breath surged and shook within his body, causing him not to exhale. At the same time, the dense lightning intent on his body flickered like stardust and crackled lightly. The thunder method was already fierce and peerless, with amazing power, and with the mana containing thunder intent, the strength of the power naturally skyrocketed by tens of %. This was something he had already finely calculated. If the thunder intent is superimposed, then the black tablet measures the quality of mana, this, basically comparable to Luli Qian, yet not too amazing. As the lord of the Mengling cats, being a little more fortunate, it can barely be justified. As his mind flashed, he swiftly waved his palm and slapped it. It was as if muffled thunder rang out in the temple. That palm exploded with thunderous light and heavily bombarded on top of that black ancient monument. Buzz! Only to see that above that black monument, incantations lit up in a hurry and dance. 55-59. He did it on purpose, didn't he? Under the indignant, hateful gaze of Lu Liqian on the stage, the last incantation was lit up. It just so happened that the total was 61 incantations, comparable to Lu Liqian. At once, the hall was once again in an uproar. How is it possible? At the 6th level of qi refining, the majestic strength of mana is actually comparable to the 8th level of qi refining. But the Thunder Intent Edition is also reasonable. This sun's thunder law comprehension should be very profound. Although the crowd was incredulous, it was barely acceptable. After all, cultivators who were proficient in thunder law were rare in the Yin Heaven domain realm. And most of these types of cultivators could fight across the ranks, especially when facing demonic shenanigans. The advantage was especially great. It was only the expressions of Lu Nanling and Lu Liqian's father and daughter that were quite complicated. Zhao Nianxin was also dumbfounded and couldn't help but mutter, "This kid hiding this from me." At the same time, a trace of gratitude and joy flooded his heart. Just now he had helped Li Qingyun with his words. Just now, when Lu Nanling was making things difficult, no one in the entire room spoke out, only I, Zhao. This is good karma which. The hall roared, getting noisier and noisier. The two inspector ambassadors frowned, coldly grunted, the body of the open house realm pressure like a tide surging out, covering the whole field. The crowd's minds were shaken, and they suddenly quieted down. Over here, Li Qingyun, who had startled the entire audience, once again saluted and thanked Mo Fangru. Mo Fangru slightly nodded her head full of admiration. This son is not arrogant or impatient, not bad. Then, in the gaze of the crowd with varying moods, Li Qingyun lightly stepped in front of the gray and white ancient monument. He slightly raised his head and swept his gaze over the entire ancient monument, looking at the dense ancient incantations on it. Finally, his gaze froze and settled on the side of the monument. There, it seemed to be the intersection point where all the incantations were arranged, and the outline of a pale and bizarre pupil of an eye faintly emerged. When he was on the stage, Li Qingyun felt that this white monument incantation was very strange, but now that he was close enough to take a closer look, his heart was hairy. That spell pupil seemed to be staring at him as if it was dead. Your name is Li Qingyun, right? This Taoist envoy is more and more looking forward to you can in front of the white monument, stand up to a few breaths? Luo Junding looked at the teenager without hiding his appreciation. As a strong practitioner of the open mansion realm, he could sense the ripples of the teenager's heart that emanated faintly from the inside out. Rounded, firm, clear, and with a few sharp points. This son's heart nature, compared to that Gong Hanchu just now, seemed to be slightly more rounded. Disciple, do your best. After Li Qingyun had saluted, he took a step forward and got close to the white stele. In an instant, he suddenly fell into a trance. It was as if his entire body was forcefully pulled into a dark and eerie space by an irresistible and bizarre force. Not waiting for him to react, the darkness in front of him suddenly split apart. A huge, shadowy white eye filled the field of vision. Li Qingyun's line of sight could not avoid it, but could only stare at it. An indescribable terror, palpitations, covered his entire body like a tidal wave. Outside in front of the monument, his hair stood up instantly, cold sweat also broke out continuously, and there were even goosebumps that stood on the surface of his skin and continued to throb. His mind almost collapsed. But this is not the end. Immediately after that, the depths of the pupils of the tricky eyes seemed to move. A scene of fear immediately rushed straight from the depths of his pupils, projecting directly into the deepest part of his soul, forcibly pulling him through endless horrors of reincarnation. Evil ghosts wreaked havoc, devouring flesh and blood. Red clothes massacred the city, the earth was fishy. Great trickery descends, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, countless living souls wailing. Time passed quickly and like it was passing too slowly. Li Qingyun's soul consciousness was like a candle in the wind, ready to blow out at any time. Only the faint light of his heart, like the last hope in the darkness, painstakingly guarded his only shred of sanity. Insufficient heart nature, I'm afraid that the encounter at this moment was distorted and contaminated. He was in deep terror, holding on bitterly. Suddenly, in the endless depths of that strange eye, an unnameable being slowly emerged. He looked at it, only for a moment, and what he saw was still a mosaic of chaotic threads, but his last shred of sanity collapsed instantly. There is a woman, phoenix light haze cloak, neon plumage, as if the ancient one immortal, but under the foot of the endless sea of blood water countless skeletons and souls in the floating, wailing. Li Qingyun collapsed at the last moment, trying his best to break through the woolen mosaic cover. Mosaic flashed, he saw all the images sink, cannot be named. At the end of the darkness sinking, as if it felt something, the pupils of the eyes suddenly flowed out creepy blood dripping on the beautiful but cold face, and then turned his head expressionlessly to look at Qingyun Li. Snap! Li Qingyun's only remaining clear radiance of his heart collapsed almost instantly. He even seemed to hear the sound of his eyeballs, all bursting into pulp. It even felt as if his real self outside, his eyes were stinging unbearably, and like the other disciples just now, blood was flowing out. I'm going to be it, contaminated and twisted. His body trembled, taking advantage of the last vestiges of his mind's residual light, he dropped to the ground, just in a meditating position. Da! In the netherworld, that familiar Miao Miao Taoist voice sounded like a life-saving voice. He was pulled out from the moment of drowning. Chapter 67, Adding More Yards. The mysterious Tao statue in his mind, with lowered eyebrows and eyes, was silent in the void. The voice of the Tao did not know where it originated from and did not know where it ended up. But at the next thought, the darkness receded like a tidal wave, and the terrifying images flew away. At the end of the darkness of nothingness, that unnameable existence seems to emit a reluctant silent hiss. In an instant, Li Qingyun, who had survived the calamity, was touched for no apparent reason. Celestials and humans exchanged feelings, Zeus and space were born, and tears flowed down his face. Immeasurable Heavenly Father. Sitting cross-legged in front of the white stele, he was uncontrollably, and a clear chant was about to come out of his mouth. But this cry suddenly stopped between his lips. In the realm of the netherworld, there is no such thing as this immeasurable Heavenly Father, unspeakable. Unspeakable. Immediately afterward, with an eagerness in his heart, he violently opened his eyes. The pupils of his eyes blanched and blood flowed out of his eyes as they stung. The light, however, began to return, and all the scenes in the hall resurfaced. The two Dao Patrol envoys and Lu Nanling and the others were all looking at him closely, one by one, either shocked and elated, or ghostly cold and complicated, etc. You lasted for 5.5 breaths, quite a good achievement. Luo Jun-ding stepped forward in large strides, unable to hide his admiration, patting this talented teenager on the shoulder and smiling broadly. He had just wanted to give this teenager a chance. Grassroots inspirational reversal, obscure people turn over in one day. This is not how my old Luo came. Not to mention that the clan's 5 surnames are deeply rooted, and our spirit-teaching dispersed lineage also needs more new blood. Luo Junding's mind flashed, secretly making a decision. Many thanks to Ambassador Luo Junding. Li Qingyun reluctantly nodded in response, still trying his best to calm his mind and gather his rationality. His mind was still thinking about that unnameable existence, phoenix crown and cape, feet stepping on the sea of bones and blood. In the hall, there was once again an uproar. Originally, the quota to enter the sect was already set, and the top 3 could be confirmed as Gong Hanshu, Mo Qinghuan, and the dark horse Lu Liqian. But who would have expected that this idle guest disciple Li Qingyun, who popped out of nowhere, was the real dark horse? Didn't you guys just say that this Li Qingyun is the deposed commoner son of the Marquis of Qinghe's residence and has no Dao Bone spirit root? Yes, such a scum, yet he's a stunner. That Meng Ling cat of his, is it that amazing? I'm rather watching with blood boiling. This senior brother Li's deeds are truly inspirational. Senior sister Lu, it can be really embarrassing. Lu Nanling, Lu Liqian, and Gu Ziqian, their expressions of shock and anger were uncertain as they looked at the teenager who was still meditating and recovering. Especially the father and daughter, never expected that the spot that was supposed to be in their hands would be taken away at the last moment by Li Qingyun, whom they despised and suppressed. Originally, I could have entered the sect on this and met Yan Lang. Li Qingyun, you are really hateful. Lu Liqian's face was covered in cold frost, a mouthful of shell teeth, jade teeth, secretly biting and cackling. Seeing this, Lu Nanling suddenly thought of something and transmitted his voice to comfort. Shenner, the selection quota may not be so finalized. Nangong Road Patrol Ambassador is the final clabbered person. At this point, the selection finally came to an end. Luo Junding and Mo Fanru, the 2 inspectors, saw that no one was on the stage again, so they put away the black and white double monument. However, they didn't announce on the spot who the 3 places to enter the sect had gone to, they just said that they would announce it later. Amidst the enthusiastic congratulations from the elite disciples, the recovered Li Qingyun smiled modestly and responded one by one. Being so talented, yet so modest and close to people, the disciples could not help but feel good about him. Li Qingyun calmed his mood and walked out of the great hall, pinching a royal wind technique. He was about to leave, but was stopped by Lu Liqian, who was behind him. Senior brother, today your performance can be described as a shocking, but the Chenkuan has not yet been determined, can laugh to the end, is the winner. Lu Liqian, heart mixed feelings, only feel in front of the young man more and more handsome, body also scattered some kind of invisible light. Dazzling, calm, that was the kind that only existed on Yan Lang. Li Qingyun's face moved slightly. Thinking that the 2 inspectors did not announce the quota on the spot, his heart could not help but thump. This thing of unspoken rules was ubiquitous in past lives or present lives, in the mortal world or in the Dao forest. But thinking about it more was useless, so he said lightly, then Changyin wishes senior sister to have the last laugh. After saying that, he lightly tapped his feet, and his person was already like an idle crane in the mountains and forests, fluttering away. Star Luo Step, Royal Wind Art, actually both cultivated to an extremely profound realm. If I had known this, why would I have chosen him as a cover? Lu Liqian had a complicated mood. Looking at the distant figure, she could not help but sigh quietly. She knew that everything could not go back to the beginning. Originally, she could have treated this junior brother well and made a good karma. Li Qian, don't get entangled. That Li Qingyun doesn't know the depths of the sect's water. How would he know that master has his own heavenly means? It's just that then it will be difficult for you and I to meet each other. Why don't we set a time earlier and let's organize a Dao couple banquet? Gu Zijian was a bit tasty at the side, and was again anxious to finalize the official Dao couple relationship with Lu Liqian. This matter, let's discuss it again. Her voice, light and uncertain, was like a maple leaf beating in the mountain wind. Like the wind traveling between the mountains and forests, Li Qingyun calmed his mind and began to summarize the pros and cons of this sex selection test. First of all, it's true that, as I guessed, the in-heaven domain is treacherous and unpredictable, not a normal cultivation world as I imagined it to be. That eerie-eyed white monument, the horrifying phantom, etc., all illustrate this. Especially, the last that cannot be named, cannot be directly see the existence, at first glance as if the heavenly maiden true fairy, but suddenly changed into the source of terror, feet stepped on endless skeletons blood sea, countless dead souls wailed. Secondly, my cultivation is partially exposed, the sixth layer of chi refining alarmed the Taoist temple up and down, will certainly attract countless suspicion, covetousness, and greed. Before determining the selection quota and entering the sect, I have to try to keep a low profile and restrain Yuan Bao from going out and socializing to save myself from the final reckoning. Lastly, what worries me more is still the matter of the quota. Lu Liqian dared to say that at the entrance of the hall, so there are bound to be variables, and in this treacherous world, the hearts of people are like demons, more complicated than in the previous world. Now, I can only hope on that Luo inspector, he doesn't seem to be the same as that Mo inspector. In addition, slightly regrettable if I unleash the cultivation of the great circle of the chi refining realm on the spot, and forcefully suppress Gong Hanshu, and take the undisputed first place so or can be firmly into the sect. Unfortunately, in this way, it is more harm than good, the bottom card exposure, more shocking, more risky. Li Qingyun's mind flashed through, a scene such as the undisguised admiration of Dao Envoy Luo for him. Clearing his head, he felt that he still had to add some yardage to himself, to increase his weight. So he moved his sleeve and flew out a white crane. The crane lifted its wings and flew around him, looking forward and back, just like a real living thing. Go, find Luo Jun-ding inspector, just in the name of inquiring about the selection quota. Dharma thoughts were infused, and the white crane was instantly far away. Li Qingyun smiled to himself, I can't be exempted from this carefulness of lighting up the feathers, Inspector Dao Envoy Luo or one look will know. He did not wait for the white crane to reply, his figure swept through the maple forest and returned to the wooden house in the valley in a flash. The night falls, winter cold is especially bad. In the wooden house in the stream valley, the surprised Xiaokoi fished up 2 more spirit fish to celebrate for him. Chapter 68 The dust has settled. After the meal, Li Qingyun returned to his cliff hut and meditated quietly. He could not move his magic power, but he could observe the Dao imprints on the dark walls, as well as a little bit of melting of the inner void divine deposit. The white crane that was released flew in through the window and brought back the message he was waiting for. Luo Jun-ding Fa Nian replied with only 4 words. Not bad. Don't worry. Only then did Li Qingyun feel relieved in his heart. With the kind of temperament of Envoy Luo Jun-ding, the fewer words he replied with, the more stable the matter would be. In the future, if there was an opportunity, he would definitely repay this favor. He also inevitably lamented, the so-called cultivation, also ultimately inevitable in a variety of human affairs in the turn, can keep the heart that a clear and persistent, has been considered rare. Night Cage Building Courtyard, Nangong Inspector's lodging place, again ushered in private visitors. Nanling once again took the liberty of seeking an audience, disturbing Nangong Gongongzi district thin gift, no honor. Lu Nanling's face was full of smiles, bringing Nangong Su another token of appreciation. After last night, Nangong Taoist Inspector's reputation of being good with money had already spread amongst the deacons in the temple. Thousands of spirit stones, it seems that Deacon Lu has been in charge of Maple Mountain for many years, and has done a good job of running the business. The purple-robed and star-crowned Nangong Su sat on a high place, holding the 100 treasure pouch offered by Lu Nanling in his hand, his face seemingly smiling. Say it, what is requested? At this moment, Lu Nanling's heart swept over Li Qingyun's figure, and there was already coldness under his eyes before he said in a respectful voice. Nandong Gongongzi, I think Luo Mo2 Inspector Ambassadors of the Dao, has already reported the finalization of the sect selection quota. Nangong Su said in a faint voice, that is of course. Gong Hanshu, Mo Qingwan, Li Qingyun, if there are no surprises, it's these 3, their qualifications hard, indeed not bad. Lu Nanling was a bit anxious and said, Gong Hanshu and Mo Qingwan, these 2 good talents are naturally desirable, but that Li Qingyun is questionable. I personally felt his bones and measured his spiritual roots many years ago. He is immortal without any Dao bones or spiritual roots, and to be able to have today, it is also entirely because of that Mengling cat by his side that helped him. Such a loser, to mix into my clan's blessed land, and the daughter's qualifications are not bad but regretfully failed to be selected, this spreads out, won't it make other clans laugh? Therefore, I dare to speak up, I hope that your excellency. At this time, Nangong Su was a little impatient, squinting his eyes to interrupt. I already know what you mean, but 1,000 spirit stones, it's not enough. Lu Nanling's face changed, secretly screaming. Last night, the Nangong inspector found some small flaws in the books of the palmistry hall, and in order to calm the inspector's anger, he had already hemorrhaged money. He secretly clenched his teeth, but respectfully took out 2 things. I have 2 other just refined magic weapons here, don't mind. Well, it's almost done, but I still have to ask senior brother Luo and senior sister Mo to see their opinions. If things don't work out, you can't blame me. Only then did Nangong Su smile faintly, and with a wave of his hand, he put everything away. That's natural. But the other two inspector ambassadors, they will definitely listen to the opinion of Mr. Nangong. Lu Nanling wiped his cold sweat and retreated. Secretly, he said, these big shots of the sect, each and every one of them is a man-eater, waiting for my daughter to give birth to a linchpin for the Yin family, humph. Not long after Lu Nanling left, Nangong Su called for Luo and Mo. Senior brother Luo, senior sister Mo, the deacon Lu brought 500 spirit stones and 2 magic artifacts, let's split them equally. Take that Li Qingyun's quota and switch it up, how about it? Nangong Su was very direct and had no scruples. With his background status in the sect, favoritism for this small matter was nothing. I have no opinion on my side. Mo Qinghuan nodded slightly, indicating that it didn't matter and was willing to give Nangong Su face. Her niece's quota was fine as long as it was there, who cares about others? The Nangong family was one of the 5 surnames in the sect, the trees had deep roots, it was better not to offend if you could. But Luo Junding's eyes flashed with light, slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice. This Li Qingyun held on for 5.5 breaths in front of the Guile monument, and even I feel that he has a slight residual strength. He recalled the resolute and calm face of the young man in the hall, and recalled the illusion art that had moved him somewhat yesterday. The heart is not bad, the enlightenment is even better, our scattered lineage, we need such new blood. This son and I have a very good eye, the quota has been set, I think it is better not to change arbitrarily. Luo Junding's words have not yet fallen, already feel Nangong Su gaze like a knife, cold stabbing too. His eyes narrowed, without avoiding to meet up. 2 people's eyes, instantly crashed out of invisible waves. Then, Nangong Su's late-stage open mansion realm aura was like a great mountain over pressure, forcing Luo Junding towards him. The courtyard where they were staying was like a gale rising from the ground, and those exquisite and gorgeous furnishings were blown down one after another, falling and shattering all over the ground with ping-pong sounds. Ding! Luo Junding fiercely deep breath, body such as a mid-stream rock like breath release, feet have been as rooted, hard to stand steadily. Although the middle stage of the open mansion realm, but did not take half a step back. For a time, the two were somewhat frozen. The atmosphere in the room, depressing and heavy, the slightest carelessness, is the mountain fire eruption. Mo Fanru's lips moved, but in the end, she did not open her mouth to persuade. Otherwise, she will let Nangong Su dislike because of this matter. Nangong Su's eyes were cold and stern, staring at Luo Junding for a while. And then suddenly, he spread his eyebrows and smiled, as the mountainous pressure dispersed. Ha, since senior brother Luo can't see this benefit, then I'll just return Lu Nanling. The district is just a sect selection quota, it's not worth hurting the feelings of you and me as senior brothers. Luo Junding also then smiled. Senior brother, wise. The next day, Nangong Su announced the introduction of the 3 places in the sect, which were Gong Hanqiu, Mo Qinghuan, and Li Qingyun. And he told the 3 to arrive at the Dao Lord Hall before noon and depart on the same day. Ling Bo Guan heated discussions. Gong Hanqiu and Mo Qinghuan okay, everyone expected, but this Li Qingyun is out of nowhere hard to squeeze out Lu Liqian's place. Some well-informed deacons were even more surprised. Last night, didn't Lu Nanling go to the Nangong Taoist inspector again? Stream Valley Lodge. Senior sister Zhao, I'm leaving, I hope to see you in the sect 2 years after tomorrow. Li Qingyun packed up and bid farewell to Zhao Kui. Senior brother, take care. Oh, in the future, I might even have to call you senior uncle. Zhao Kui was a little reluctant to part. You too, take care. Li Qingyun nodded his head as a mountain wind came without inviting him, and the Dao robe on his body instantly bulged with wind. His ebony hair flew, and with a gentle vibration of his arms, he was already like a sprightly and uninhibited great crane, flying up into the sky of the Stream Valley in the twinkling of an eye. Meow. The big black cat Yuanbao lay on his shoulder, holding on tightly. The first time it flew so high, it was a little nervous. Phew. After the first hover, Xing Yunli was already 100 meters above Maple Mountain. This was the first time he had blatantly flown this high in spiritual treasure view. Normally, when practicing wind flying at night, he would at most glide at a low altitude, unlike now when his body and mind were no longer constrained, and he swept the air at will, with great vigor. After ascending 100 meters above the sky, he was in a happy mood and looked down towards the bottom of his body. Only to see a mountain full of red maple, bleak red like blood, Stream Valley cabin there, Zhao Kui standing there dress blowing, still waving to him. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Royal wind went up again, and after another big hover, the person was already 300 meters above. At this height, he was already close to the edge of the Maple Mountain formation. A few moments of bravado surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but let out a clear whistle. Do not fear the floating clouds to cover your eyes, only the edge of the highest peak. Chapter 69, Going to the Sect. As the clear whistling cleared his heart and chest, his mind became more enlightened, and his body began to swoop down, skimming towards the Downlord Hall. But right at this moment, the pupils of Li Qingyun's eyes suddenly dilated. Looking down, he suddenly saw that below an unnamed hill, the maple forest was red like blood, and the hilltop was jagged with strange stones. Above that strange rock, the figure of a young Taoist suddenly flashed out. This unfamiliar Taoist slightly tilted his head and looked towards Li Qingyun in the air. A strange smile appeared on his face, followed by his eyes suddenly bulging out, a gloomy white and cold. Regardless of the shape or expression, it did not resemble a normal Taoist disciple. This is... Li Qingyun was just about to take a closer look, when the strange-looking young Taoist on the hill below abruptly drilled into the maple forest and disappeared. He had some ominous feeling in his heart. But as he was leaving, he couldn't think of that much. Under the red-colored benjiing of the mountain, the young man's soaring and free-spirited figure, like a crane, paddled down. In front of the Daogun Hall, Nangong Su, Luo Junding and Mo Fangru, the three Taoist inspectors, as well as Gong Hanshu and Mo Qinghuan, who had arrived one step ahead of Li Qingyun, smiled and looked towards the young man's silhouette that glided down like a crane. Who had not been a teenager? This son is really good. A low-level wind control art has even been cultivated to perfection. No wonder senior brother Luo is so forceful in protecting him. Nangong Su lightly laughed and casually commented. Hearing envoy Nangong Su say this, Gong Hanshu and Mo Qinghuan couldn't help but regret a little. If they had known this, they could have made some flashy appearances to show off a bit. Nangong family is the clan's 5 surnames, can enter the eyes of Nangong uncle. In the future in the clan will be a better foothold. Qingyun, meet the 3 Dao envoys. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingyun descended on the wind and landed on the edge of the plaza in front of the hall, not to the point of impinging on the majesty of the Dao inspectors. Luo Junding nodded with a smile, feeling that the teenager was becoming more and more agreeable. Since we are all together, let's go. With a wave of Nangong Su's hand, the light in the air lit up, and a boat-shaped magic weapon instantly surfaced like a large ship hanging in the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The crowd leapt up and stepped onto the ship. In the up and down of Spirit Treasure View looking up, the airship was like a stream of light, slicing through the edge of the Maple Mountain formation, going far away in a matter of moments. What a speed, 5 times the speed of my royal wind flight. Li Qingyun meditated on the deck of the airship, his clothes and hair flying, feeling the smoothness of parting clouds and breaking through the air. The Maple Mountain, which was like blood, was swiftly far away. The pale dark earth extended before his eyes. Through the hooded light of the airship, he also saw the familiar Qinghe County, with the Qingyang River that was foggy and curved like a snake. Gong Hanshu and Mo Qinghuan stood next to Qing Yunli, slightly surprised, not understanding why at this moment, Qing Yunli was using meditation as a posture to collect qi. The two had not heard of Li Qingyun's reputation of loving to meditate since. Gong Hanshu laughed softly. Senior brother Qingyun, when we go to the sect this time, I hope that we can watch over each other. I heard from my grandfather that the sect is full of talented people and the competition is very fierce. Mo Qinghuan ruffled the blowing messy green silk, said coolly, the great Tao contends for the fairy, a little slow step, may be the difference between heaven and earth. After entering the sect, the most important thing for senior brotherly is to worship a suitable master for him, the best is 5. Said here, she stopped in time, meaning to express to was good. In the cabin, there were 3 other Tao Patrol ambassadors, and they would have the qualifications to accept disciples. Many thanks to senior sister for her guidance. Li Qingyun smiled modestly and thanked Mo Qinghuan for her kind reminder. After a short period of contact, he felt that the two people, Gong Hanshu and Mo Qinghuan, were quite good-natured, one cheerful and enthusiastic, and the other cold-faced and warm-hearted, and were worth befriending. All 3 were from the Maple Mountain Spiritual Treasure View and were naturally in the same camp. If the sect is really that difficult to mix, then helping each other is very necessary. The airship broke through the air and was extremely fast. But as soon as it left Pingyang County, it became a lot more low-key, changing to fly at a low altitude. Especially when passing through a gray mist-filled barren mountain, Nangong Su Dao Inspector Envoy quietly controlled the airship, lowering its altitude once again, almost sticking to the ground, and circling far away. Luo Junding and Mo Fanru also made a few incantation seals to cover the airship's aura breath. Seeing this, Qing Yunli secretly memorized the location of that barren mountain. There, it must be a place of great evil that even the 3 Dao Patrol ambassadors were afraid of. Buzz! The airship suddenly stopped at an oddly shaped mountain range and hovered in front of a rather humble Taoist temple. Don't be nervous, it's the Golden Snake Ridge that has disciples who have been selected to return to the mountain gate with us as well. Luo Junding stepped out of the airship and gave an explanation to Li Qingyun's trio. Li Qingyun looked over and saw that this Taoist temple had just been built a few years ago. The incense was not strong, the scale was not large, the front and back was only 3 entries, and the workmanship was still quite rough. The Taoist temple plaque also has 3 gilt characters, Lingbo Guan. Compared to the Maple Mountain Spiritual Treasure Temple, this Golden Snake Ridge Spiritual Treasure Temple was far too shabby, as if it had just been opened a few years ago. Standing on the airship, Li Qingyun's line of sight skimmed over the temple and surveyed the surrounding situation of the mountain range, and saw that there were 3 or 5 villages at the foot of the mountain, with smoke curling up. The silhouette of the entire mountain range was somewhat like a giant snake lying on the ground, and there seemed to be some town flags or something like that inserted on the various hills. After he had seen the geographical alignment of the mountain range once, his heart was already shocked. The mountain range is like a snake, and the earth's chi surges. But this chi is not pure enough, and it seems to carry a bit of a similar demon blood. Thinking of this, his complexion was converged, so he pretended that he didn't find anything. At this time, inside the Taoist temple, out of 2 Taoists, a small one, the middle-aged Taoist in the lead, smiled from afar and greeted the Nangong Su trio. Mr. Nangong, senior brother Luo, senior sister Mo, thank you. This middle-aged Taoist also exuded the aura of the opening realm, when it was the lord of the Golden Snake Ridge Spiritual Treasure View. However, this open realm might seems to be a little unstable, like just broke the realm not long ago, so it is far inferior to Nangong Su and Luo Junding 3 people. The young man beside the middle-aged Taoist is the 8th level of chi refining. The teenager didn't seem quite confident enough, somewhat mute and introverted. Muyu, go, wait until you succeed in building your foundation in the sect, then come back and give me a hand. The middle-aged Taoist patted the mute teenager and then arched his hand towards the 3 Nangong Su people on the airship and smiled, my only seedling, I'll be troubling my senior brothers and sisters to take care of him. Humph. Nangong Su nodded slightly, still arrogantly cold. On the contrary, Luo Junding was very enthusiastic, and seemed to have a good relationship with that Golden Snake Ridge Guan master, smilingly said, don't worry, senior brother Wang, there won't be half a hair missing from your disciple on the way. Then I can remember, that Wang Guan master laughed. After waiting for that introverted teenager Muyu to come up, the airship accelerated once again and was far away in a matter of moments. Next, the airship went to a few more places. There was the county temple view, there was the wilderness lonely temple and so on, and picked up 6 or 7 more selected disciples one after another. As a Taoist ambassador, it was naturally impossible to visit only one Taoist temple. These disciples who were introduced to the ship are from Lingbao Guan, which is the responsibility of Nangong Su and Luo Junding, who are in charge of this way of inspection. Maple Mountain Spiritual Treasure Temple was considered to be the largest among them, and 3 disciples were selected. The people were all picked up, and the airship didn't stop again at the back, flying straight to Spiritual Treasure Sect. I don't know how long it took. Li Qingyun only felt a golden light in front of his eyes, then the airship shook violently, as if it instantly passed through a certain layer of stagnant obstruction and lurched a few times. By the time the airship smoothed out again, Li Qingyun and the other disciples already had a bright light in front of their eyes. The Spiritual Treasure Sect had arrived. P.S. 6 p.m. plus 1 more. Chapter 70 Dao Kung Fu Taoist Master. A pitch-black huge mountain range with a mysterious shape, like a divine tortoise prostrating itself. On top of the thick mountain range like a turtle's back, the mist was misty, with high peaks looming, like 6 giant pillars piercing the sky. The airship reduced its speed and finally stopped at the foot of the mountain, in front of the square of an ancient hall. As one looked around, there were Taoist people walking around the square, while a tall statue of the spiritual treasure Taoist monarch stood around it. Li Qingyun slightly tilted his head. He only saw that on the tall plaque of the main hall, there were gilded words, Humble Foundation Hall. At the lower gate, there were Taoist disciples coming in and out. They exuded a powerful aura, with late Qi refining and Tao Foundation realm cultivators actually accounting for half each, and occasionally there were high achievers of the Foundation opening realm. Overall, the proportion of Tao Foundation cultivators was very high. All of you come down. Later on, you will all enter the clumsy Foundation Hall, change your disciple tokens, and receive your atlases, robes and residences, and so on. Now you are all counted as inner sect disciples of the sect, but do not slack off. If you do not enter the Tao Foundation within 5 years, your inner sect status will be revoked and you will not be allowed to stay in the mountain gate anymore. Nangong Su stood in front of Li Qingyun, Gong Hanshu and the other disciples and read out some precautions in a faint voice. In addition, after you have joined the sect, the first and foremost task is to choose a Tao Master. Here, on behalf of the Spirit Emperor lineage, I would like to welcome you all. Of course, the Spirit Emperor lineage only accepts the most outstanding disciples. Saying this, he purposely looked at the 3 Qi refining Great Circle disciples, Gong Hanshu, Dong Guiyu and Guxing, seemingly with the intention of recruiting them. As for Li Qingyun, who was at the 6th level of qi refining, and Mo Qinghuan, who was at the 9th level of qi refining, Nan Gongsu just swept past them, somewhat ignoring them. Dong Guiyu is a female disciple, looks just 17 or 18 years old, soft and elegant, looks quite quiet, is halfway in the mountain county town on the airship, is one of the only 3 qi refining great circle here. Of course, Li Qingyun is not in the calculation. That Guxing was young, but was also a genius not weaker than Gong Hanshu. Secondly, I would like to remind all of you that within the sect, spirit stones, gold and silver and the like are not as good as Dao Gong. Accumulating Dao merit can be exchanged for all sorts of mysterious techniques, heavenly materials and treasures, magic weapons and spiritual treasures, and so on. Generally speaking, a medium Dao Gong is equal to 10 small Dao Gong, and a small Dao Gong, the value is equal to about 100 spirit stones. But to accumulate Dao Gong nested in the clan cannot, you need to go out to eliminate demons, ghosts and people, or build a view to open the house, etc. On the other hand, all newly promoted inner disciples will enjoy the gift of 5 small Taoist merits from the sect, so I hope you will cherish them and not use them indiscriminately. Finally, I hope that among you 11 people in the future more or less can come out 2 or 3 open house realm. Don't be like those mediocre wastes in the hall of clumsy diligence. The foundation of the Tao is already to the top. After saying that, Nan Gongsu then collected the airship, his clothes flying, dashingly breaking through the air and leaving. Just leave the crowd. It was very Nan Gongsu style. Qinghuan, you come with me. Inspector Mo Fanru no longer had any scruples at this point, smilingly calling on her niece Mo Qinghuan and heading towards the clumsy palace. The remaining Li Qingyun, Gong Hanshu, Muyu and Dong Guiyu could not help but feel a bit confused and apprehensive. All of you go in. When you get inside, go to the hall of reception first. You guys will naturally know what to do next. Luo Jun-ding looked at this group of confused young boys and girls, just like seeing himself at the beginning. His tone could not help but soften a few points. Choosing a teacher later, all of you can choose my spiritual instruction lineage if you don't have a better place to go. Spiritual instruction peak is not as demanding as the other 5 veins. What we believe in is that there are no classes to teach. Saying this, he also seemed to look at Li Qingyun with deep meaning. Li Qingyun nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. But what was spinning in his heart was the Dao Gong that Nan Gongsu had just mentioned. Newly promoted inner disciples are given 5 small Dao feats, which is equivalent to meeting and sending 500 spirit stones first. And the Dao merit can be exchanged for the sect's arcane feats, which is exactly what I desperately need. Luo Jun-ding handed over a few more sentences to the crowd and also hurriedly left to deliver this trip as a Dao patrol envoy. Senior brother Qingyun, let's go in together. My grandfather actually spoke about these sect matters, so everyone doesn't need to panic. Gong Hanshu greeted Li Qingyun and called on Muyu and Dong Guiyu and the others, and together they walked towards the humble hall. At this moment, Gong Hanshu actually had a bit of the feeling of a big brother leading the way. Li Qingyun smiled faintly, jerked the big black cat sleeping in the crook of his arm and followed everyone into the hall. Yuan Bao, this fellow, he felt that he could still pretend more than his master. Once he encountered strong people like Nan Gongsu and Luo Jun-ding, he didn't even meow anymore, and most of the time he spent in the airship, he also hid in his sleeve and slept. He was more relaxed in his intention, because the goal was clear. Worship into the spiritual teachings lineage, get to the Dao foundation broken realm and above the technique, and then nest up, first silently brush the cultivation to the Dao foundation great perfection. The hall of clumsy attendants was grand and atmospheric, with a high dome, a large internal space, many halls, and a vicissitude and ancient atmosphere that permeated everywhere. Inside, it was divided into different categories, with the hall of receiving, the hall of demon beheading, the hall of suppressing weirdness, the hall of Dao merit, the hall of reward, the hall of Taoist masters, and so on, which almost encompassed everything that foundation disciples should ask for. As the name suggests, the Demon Beheading Hall and the Subduing Guile Hall are the places where the sect takes the initiative to issue tasks for demon beheading and subduing ghosts. Because of the difference in the nature of the demons and the devils, the means of dealing with them, such as spells, are naturally very different, so they are divided into 2 halls. Dao Gong Hall is the consumption of Dao Gong place. Dao Gong here can be exchanged for a variety of good things. The highest level of exchange is the open house realm techniques and treasures. Bounty Hall is more miscellaneous. The whole clan can be issued here all kinds of bounty tasks, and even access to the outside world of paid tasks. Taoist Master Hall, at a glance, is the place where disciples choose their masters and masters choose their disciples. After replacing the inner disciple token, receiving the atlas and clothing, and randomly selecting a residence in the introduction hall, the Taoist guide introduced some of the sect's situation. In the end, Gong Hanshu, Li Qingyun and Dong Guiyu, who had a general understanding of the sect, all went to the Dao Master Hall first. After going around, everyone realized that they really had to take care of the Taoist master first. With the Taoist master's guidance, they would know how to better establish themselves in the sect and develop, similar to the reasoning of the temple of the world. Xingyun followed everyone into the Taoist Master Hall, only to realize that his vision suddenly dimmed. There was not much light inside the Taoist Master Hall. Unlike other halls, this place appeared grey and deep, vicissitudes and antiquity. Inside there is not even a toolman, only a disciple with different looks in front of the 4 vicissitudes of the mottled walls, constantly walking around, selecting the ideal Taoist master in their hearts. On the 4 walls, hanging a palm-sized Taoist master token, all of which were bronze, decorated with runic patterns and embossed with gold text, emitting a faint halo of different colors in the dim light. Once inside, Gong Hanqiu and Dongguiyu and the others could not wait to scatter in all directions as they walked up to the walls and excitedly browsed through the information on the Tao Masters. I however have nothing to pick from. Picking the spiritual instruction lineages, these tokens on the wall that emit a clear white halo should be the Tao Masters of the spiritual instruction lineage. Li Qingyun thought lightly. He walked right up to a mottled wall and his gaze fell on one of the tokens with a clear white halo. On the bronze token, a line of writing was embossed. Spirit Instructor Peak, Songhai, early stage of the open mansion realm, specializing in fire techniques, fixing techniques, body techniques, etc. With a movement in his heart, he gently seeped his Nian sense into the bronze token, and immediately more details surfaced and were transmitted. A disciple chooses a master, and a master chooses a disciple, and this master Songhaido's requirements for recruiting disciples surfaced in the token. Intention to take in 3 disciples, requires age below 30, above the 9th level of Qi refining, disciples majoring in fire technique, with firmness of heart prioritized. Fire Dharma, as well as other Yang attribute Dharma, was the general stream of Yin heaven domain cultivators. The reason was also simple, it could better restrain demons and devils and bizarre monsters. In the darkness, Li Qingyun, who had already embarked on the path of Thunder Dharma, instantly passed this Songhai master in his heart. Chapter 71 Luo Master More Proper. Bypassing the other disciples, Li Qingyun followed the walls and walked gently through, stopping to look at the information of the Tao Masters whenever he came across a bronze token of the spirit instruction lineage. After walking through 2 walls, he realized that even amongst the sects, Tao Masters who majored in thunder technique were scarce. Even if there were a few that specialized in lightning techniques, they were from the Spirit Emperor in Spirit Fate Peaks, and not a single lightning technique Taoist from the Spirit Teaching lineage was seen. The mysterious Tao image in my mind is the best Tao Master, so it's fine to choose any Tao Master from the Spirit Teaching lineage. For the time being, let's see if the Luo Inspector Tao Envoy has a listing here. He already had a preliminary intention in his mind. Instead of choosing an unfamiliar Tao Master that he didn't understand, it would be better to choose Luo Junding. After making contact, Li Qingyun felt that this Luo Master was quite good, a rare and quite upright person. The Taoist Master token on the wall, judging from the faint halo of light emanating from it, there were a total of 6 shades of color, representing the 6 peaks and 6 veins of the spiritual treasure sect. That is, just now the receiving Taoist said, Spirit Emperor, Spirit Teaching, Spirit Furnace, Spirit Yang, Spirit Destiny and Spirit Might 6 veins. The Spirit Emperor vein is where Nangong Su originated from. From the disciples of the Taoist Master Hall, it can be seen that the Spirit Emperor peak is very sought after, and should be the strongest of the 6 veins. Wherever there was a Spirit Emperor peak Taoist Master token hanging out, there were at least 6 or 7 people gathered in front of the wall, and they were sending their applications to worship the Master, as well as information about their own cultivation through the communication token. Barely comparable to the Spirit Emperor was the Spirit Fate lineage, which was also a big favorite, and there were quite a few people gathered in front of each of the Tao Master tokens as well. In comparison, the Spirit Furnace, Spirit Yang, and Spirit Might veins were relatively cold. The remaining Spirit Teaching lineage, the very one that Luo Junding was in, was actually deserted. Under the dim light, most of the 100 or so disciples in the hall hurried past in front of the Spiritual Instruction Veins Tao Master token, not to mention lingering, or even sending out applications. Therefore, it was relatively much easier for Li Qingyun to stroll around. There was basically no competition, it was very leisurely. In front of his eyes, a Spiritual Instruction Tao Master token waved by. Finally, he stopped in front of a bronze token. Spirit Instruction Peak, Luo Junding, middle stage of the open mansion realm, specializes in fire, earth, and fixing techniques. Intention to take on 2 disciples, those with a firm heart and endurance of loneliness are prioritized. Seeing enduring loneliness, Li Qingyun could not help but show a smile on his face. As long as there is a technique that meets the requirements for meditating, I am most enduring of loneliness. However, there were only 2 people in front of Luo Junding's token. In addition to Li Qingyun, the other was a middle-aged Taoist who looked to be in his early 30s and had a hidden look of depression between his eyebrows. This middle-aged Taoist with a depressed look had been wandering around in front of Luo Junding's token for quite a while. Every time he walked away, he walked back again not a moment later, hesitant and indecisive. It's Master Luo's choice. Li Qingyun smiled faintly, and his Dharma thoughts instantly seeped into Luo Junding's bronze token. Disciple Li Qingyun, 6th level of Qi refining, majoring in thunder technique, also has experience in illusion technique, body technique, etc., sincerely choosing a teacher. The Fa Nian information was not entered into the token, and a runic pattern began to flash on the surface of the token. It seemed that Luo Junding's side had already accepted the application. The middle-aged Taoist with a depressed face, seeing how dry Li Qingyun was, couldn't help but be surprised and said, "The senior brother, you're just joining the sect, right? Don't you want to try applying for the other 5 veins first?" Li Qingyun glanced at him and said in a faint voice, "Among the many Taoist masters, I feel a kinship with Master Luo. Besides, cultivation is mainly up to oneself, so why hesitate to hesitate?" That middle-aged Taoist couldn't help but stutter in his tone. Nay, he didn't say anything. Although he is the great circle of Qi refining, but has over 30 years old potential at a glance, the first 2 years, but the 8th layer of Qi refining is touching the edge of the selection criteria, only into the mountain door, and only want to worship in the spirit emperor, spirit destiny of the Taoist masters, naturally, is again and again thwarted. And the so-called cultivation, time is not waiting. This middle-aged Taoist is now also anxious. Delayed for 2 years, has been too far behind the original and his partners in the same batch of sects, which put down the high standards, thinking about whether to worship in the spiritual teachings of the lineage. Only, after all, there is some reluctance in the heart. Under the watchful eyes of the two, the bronze token hanging on the wall, finally the runic pattern was bright. Li Qingyun gently touched it with his dharma thoughts, and his face immediately revealed a joyful expression. "It's done." Luo Junding's Dharma Nian reply was very grounded. "Qingyun, I am very pleased that you have chosen the spiritual teaching. I'll briefly hand over a few points first. First, you'll first use 3 small Dao merits to exchange for the treasure furnace Dao foundation breaking method. This is something that you'll have to exchange sooner or later. You'll have a clear picture in your mind when it arrives. Although you are only the 6th layer of refining Qi, but mana polished extremely solid, as long as there are enough true essence Dan, refining Qi great circle is just around the corner. The other 2 minor Taoist feats, so don't be in a hurry to spend them frivolously. I suggest converting them into 2 bottles of true element Dan is better, because I have some evil ghost ash furnace base here, which can help you save a fortune. Later, you first go to the residence to settle down. Tomorrow come to Spirit Instructor Peak Junding House, for the teacher to wait for you, at that time face to face. Luo Junding's reply made Li Qingyun feel very solid. Look at this caring, considering style for the disciple. I know it's a thick person. On Li Qingyun's inner disciple token, there were already 5 minor Dao merits stored. He had just thought that after choosing a Dao master, he would go to the Dao merit hall and exchange for the Dao foundation breaking realm method, then go to his residence and try to break the realm by meditating with the help of the mysterious Dao image in his mind. Now once he heard what Luo Junding said, Li Qingyun realized that perhaps Dao foundation breaking was not as simple as he thought. It's better to go to Master Luo's place first tomorrow and ask about the situation. Thinking of this, he turned around to leave the Dao Master Hall. At this time, Gong Hanshu, Dong Guiyu and Guxing happened to be leaving the Dao Master Hall as well. They had happy faces, like spring breeze. Seeing how Li Qingyun had also already chosen, Gong Hanshu called out to him and asked with a bit of a teenage show-off mentality. "We have already worshipped under the Taoist Master of Spirit Emperor Peak, senior brother Qianyun. Which peak did you join again?" Spirit Emperor Peak is the strongest of the 6 sects. Gong Hanshu, they were able to choose a successful master. It was already very rare, no wonder they were all complacent. I entered the spirit teaching peak, just happened to see that Dao Inspector Luo was also accepting disciples, so I tried it out. I didn't expect that Master Luo would agree to accept it. Li Qingyun casually replied. Senior brother Qingyun, you should have tried more. Gong Hanshu was somewhat sorry. Guxing said somewhat contemptuously, "Senior brother Qingyun is only at the 6th level of Qi refining. It's good to be successful in worshipping a master. How can you ask for too much?" Dong Guiyu, on the other hand, smiled lightly and said seemingly comfortingly, "Actually, I think that senior brother Qianyun shows well. This person, Dao Envoy Luo, feels very good." At this time, that introverted teenager, Muyu, came over with an anxious face and asked with a sense of help. "Have you all succeeded in worshipping the master? How come the dozen or so Taoist masters I chose are not willing to accept me?" This disciple from the Golden Snake Ridge's spiritual treasure view, when he was not deeply involved in the world, he was still relatively simple. Guxing had a big brotherly demeanor and patted Muyu's shoulder. "Maybe it's because you're only at the 8th level of Qi refining, and you're still picking the Spirit Emperor and Spirit Destiny peaks. If you can't wait until you've reached the fullest level of Qi refining, then learn from Qianyun, who chose Spirit Instructor Peak Luo, and still succeeded at the 6th level of Qi refining." Muyu, who was frustrated just now, immediately brightened his eyes, gave a thank you, and then hurriedly ran towards those clear white haloed Dao Master tokens. Chapter 72 3 Methods of Dao Foundation. After exiting the Dao Master Hall, Gong Hanshu, Dong Guiyu and Guxing, who were in a hurry to meet their Dao Masters, hurriedly bid farewell and left. They also politely said that they would walk around and exchange more in the future. But for them who had already joined the Spirit Emperor lineage, saying such words again would be rather perfunctory. The Spirit teaching peak, but it was known as a lineage of scattered people, and all aspects of it could not be compared to the Spirit Emperor. Li Qingyun smiled faintly in his heart and did not bother to think too much, turning around and going to the Daogong Hall. Here, he managed to exchange 3 small Daogongs for the Dao Foundation Breaking Realm Technique. The Dao Foundation Breaking Technique was stored in a small jade talisman. After Li Qingyun got his hands on it, he directly gently touched it to his forehead, and with the touch of his Dharma thoughts, the method in the jade talisman was instantly transferred to his mind. And with that, the jade talisman in his hand shattered and dispersed into points of light. Treasure Furnace True Spirit Dao Foundation Breaking Method, transforming the invisible treasure furnace into a tangible one, branding the true spirit of the Dao into the furnace body. For those who become Dao Foundation, there are 3 methods: lower, middle, and upper. The lower method is the easiest, the risk of contamination is the lightest. If the heart is still insufficient, this method is recommended. The middle method is very difficult, with half the risk of contamination and distortion. Do not be arrogant, and those who wish to do so may do so according to their ability. The upper method is extremely difficult, contamination and distortion of the odds, up to more than 90%, can look up and never lightly try also. Ignite the materials, enter the sea of Qi, and cast the true furnace. The materials required for the inferior Taoist foundation are evil ghost ash, pure sunfire. This method of casting furnace base can be branded with a Taoist true spirit. The materials required for the middle level Taoist foundation are yin copper mother, evil ghost ash and pure yang fire, which can imprint 2 Taoist true spirits. The top grade Dao foundation materials are yin copper mother, red clothes ash, great demon blood and pure yang fire. This kind of furnace foundation, there is no one in 100, and can be branded with the Dao true spirit of 4. Li Qingyun browsed through the information on the Dao Foundation Breaking Realm in his mind, and immediately became a bit headstrong. Things were somewhat beyond his expectations. There were actually 3 methods of Dao Foundation breaking, which required different resources and so on, which was completely different from what he had envisioned. No wonder Master Luo, just now, asked me to go to his place first after redeeming the Dao Foundation breaking method, mentioning the Dao Foundation breaking in a rather serious manner. Also, that pavilion guarding old Taoist at the Maple Mountain Taoist Temple didn't lie to me. The Dao Foundation method is so complicated. Among the so-called materials, actually is yin copper mother, evil ghost ash. These visible Taoist foundation breakthrough how not easy, a little not pay attention, may be contaminated. But this treasure furnace branding true spirit, but let my eyes wide open, a Dao true spirit by virtue of increasing the power of such Dao law 30% or passive increase. If one can cast a superior Dao foundation and brand 4 Dao true spirits, then once one breaks through the realm, one will be able to boast of the same realm of Dao foundation cultivators. Li Qingyun marveled in his heart as he quickly stepped out of the humble hall. He took out the sect's geographical atlas and after roughly recognizing the direction, he swept towards the sparse cluster of compounds at the foot of the mountain. The new residence assigned to him by the sect was a small, detached courtyard named Falling Star Little Building. From the clan's geography atlas, the location of Falling Star Little Building is slightly remote, a bit far from the marketplace, not so convenient. As for the so-called marketplace just now, Daoist receiver also mentioned it, that is the clan disciples spontaneously formed a marketplace equivalent to the marketplace in the mortal world. There is free trade, pills, magic weapons, talismans, demonic materials, etc., all kinds of things are there. The good things in the Daogong Hall had to be exchanged at the cost of Daogong. As for the things in the marketplace collection, the trading methods were flexible, spirit stones, talismans and the like were available, and bartering was even more unusual. I'm new here and I'm shy, why don't I stop by the marketplace and sell that Gai Chui Xingho's copper furnace first? Halfway, when Li Qingyun thought of this, his figure made a turn and turned in the direction of the marketplace. A while later, he was already in the marketplace. The marketplace wasn't big, it was similar to the middle street in Qinghai County, but all the stores here were pills, magic weapons, talismans and spiritual materials, and on both sides of the road, there were also many small stalls. This place was very lively, with shouts of selling and bargaining. Li Qingyun enjoyed this atmosphere. He was not in a hurry to sell anything, but first walked around for a while. Walking and stopping from time to time. In a trance, it was as if he had returned to the smoke and fire of the mortal world in Qinghai County. This senior brother just came to the sect right. I have some Dao Foundation materials here. You may want to take a look. They are all very cheap, 1 small Daogong a share. Of course the equivalent value of spirit stones or other things, I also accept. Li Qingyun passed by a small ground stall, and due to his curiosity looked at it for a couple of moments. He was enthusiastically called out by that stall owner. The stall owner was in his mid-20s, his eyes gleaming, his body exuding an aura of the early stage of the Tao Foundation realm, but the moment he set up the stall, he was smiling, without the stance of a Tao Foundation cultivator. This eyesight of senior brother, awesome. Li Qingyun gently patted his horse's ass, and in passing, he squatted in front of the ground stall, looking at the bottles and jars, yellow paper and blue talismans on it. Next to each item, there was a small sign erected with a simple introduction written on it, making it clear at a glance. Small jar of evil ghost ash, freshly baked, weighing about 3 taels and 2 coins, essential for furnace base, small Taoist merit or equivalent value for trade. Large portion of fox demon blood, taken from the Tao Foundation realm fox demon. Medium-grade ghost quelling talisman, blue talisman quality, can quell evil ghosts, essential for home travel and nighttime sleep in the wilderness, 5 spirit stones apiece. A set of lower-grade wind-shocking needles, 36 in total, all made of special iron essence, specializing in breaking body-protecting magic power. A small ground stall with a small sparrow and a full set of organs. There were actually more than 20 kinds of goods in a forest, and all of them were of a decent quality. Li Qingyun picked up a blue mid-grade ghost-suppressing talisman, feeling the fluctuation of the talisman law in it. He wanted to see how different it was from the yellow talisman of ghost-suppressing talisman that was sold at such a high price in the mortal world. Rubbing under, but the heart is slightly surprised, worthy of being a mid-grade blue talisman, full of powerful look, this talisman thrown out, evil ghosts also have to cry out in pain. How is it, little brother, what do you see? The Tao Foundation realm stall owner asked kindly. All pretty good. Li Qingyun smiled, but in his hand, there was a flash of light and a small copper furnace, saying, I'm exchanging this magic weapon for this, the complete book of talisman making advancement, and then you, senior brother, add another 200 spirit stones, how about it? His gaze gently landed on the complete book of talisman making advancement, on the floor stall. In the Dao Gong Hall's exchange entry, there was also a book, True Explanation of Talisman Making, but it required 5 minor Dao Gongs. Li Qingyun was also acting on a whim, seeing that a mid-grade ghost-suppressing talisman on the carpet dared to be sold at such a high price, and he, who had never been very generous, had the idea of learning a bit of craftsmanship and becoming self-sufficient. Although he had just arrived at the spiritual treasure sect, he already felt that without money and without Taoist skills, it was difficult everywhere. Just a lower level of the foundation of the Dao to break the material, to be a small Dao Gong, which can be equivalent to 100 spiritual stones. He had already decided that he was going to use the upper method to break through the boundary first, and try to forge the upper majority Dao foundation. With the mysterious image of the Dao in his mind, the risk of contamination and distortion of his heart had undoubtedly been minimized. What he lacked was just silver. Just now a circle down, he secretly pay attention to the superior Taoist Foundation resources, but after half a day of looking, only in a late stage of the Taoist Foundation stall owner found a rare red coat gray. The price tag is 8 small Taoist merits. I can't afford to buy it even if I were to sell it. Red Clothes Ash is a red clothes level powerful ghost's counterpart to the open house realm. After being decapitated by a high level person, as usual, will leave behind a small handful of ash. This ash contains a terrible qi, but is treated as a rare and good thing by the cultivators, the matter of the superior Taoist Foundation, the value of which is directly after the heavenly treasures, not without some irony. Chapter 73 An Ocarina emerges. The red dress gray is rare and hard to come by, the price is of course high and hard to come down. Just now, the late-stage Dao Foundation stall owner who was waiting for the price to be sold, continuously rejected several buyers who offered thousands of spirit stones. This level of things, Luo Jun-ding may not even have. Or even if he did, it was unlikely that he would be so generous as to casually give it to a new disciple like Li Qingyun. As a cultivator, anyone lacked resources. Li Qingyun felt that it was better to beg than to ask. Poor Tao has the mysterious Tao image in his mind. Everything is not to ask, learn a talisman making, when it is also handy. In Maple Mountain spiritual treasure view is no time and energy to engage in these side business. Now the cultivation level is stuck in the refining qi great circle, the time is relatively more generous. He sold the small copper furnace in his hand. The starting capital for the talisman making business is there. This copper furnace seems to be quite good. The stall owner's eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, the copper furnace artifact arrived in his hands before he carefully appreciated it. Although it's a lower grade, the refining technique is quite exquisite, especially if it's still a fire magic type mainstream magic weapon. Not bad, not bad. I'll take it, senior brother, this talisman book, and 200 spirit stones, you keep it. The stall owner actually didn't haggle and traded directly. Li Qingyun could not help but thump in his heart, knowing that he had underpriced himself. However, things had come to this point, and it was not good to back out. He could only put away the talisman book and spirit stones, his heart faintly bitter, but pretended to be spontaneous and left quickly. He admitted that he underestimated the small copper furnace because of his preconceived notion that Lu Nanling's impression was too bad, which led him to underestimate his refining standard. Chui Xingho's small copper furnace artifact was definitely from Lu Nanling's hand. Next, Li Qingyun was much more cautious in spending money. He mainly bought some daily necessities, rattan chairs and tea sets, bamboo mats and bedding, spiritual rice and food, and so on. Yellow talisman paper, Dan sand, and the like were also bought in a batch, which was enough. Since he was planning to go straight to the Tao Foundation Great Perfection realm and not leave the sect until then, all these living and earning things needed to be prepared. As dusk approached, Li Qingyun arrived at his falling star little building. When he gently pushed open the door of the courtyard, he realized that it was a scene that had been deserted for a long time. He saw that the courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and the walls and roof tiles were covered with layers of vines, but the vines were quite pretty, with clusters of small, light purple flowers in bloom, giving the courtyard a faint fragrance. This blossoming vine, should the former specially planted, not bad, quite ornamental, temporarily stay. His fingertips flicked away, a wisp of magic fire landed on the ground and burned, spreading in the twinkling of an eye, crackling sound, quickly burned the weeds into nothing, but the two large osmanthus trees in the courtyard as well as the blossomed vines, were not hurt in the slightest. This is a private residence with a large yard. The main house is a small 2.5-story building. There are 2 side rooms to the left and right of the yard. The basic living function is still quite perfect. Creak. Li Qingyun pushed the door and walked into the hall on the first floor. There was a stuffy and damp musty smell that hit his nose. The tables and stools were rotten and old, and the walls had moss growing out of them, so it should not have been inhabited for several years. He hurriedly threw out a few cleansing spells, incense-generating spells and the like, and opened the windows to ventilate the air. Wherever the magic power went, it was like a creation, and a little later, the windows were already clear and the air was fresh. Meow. At this time, Yuan Bao, the big black cat that jumped onto the table in the middle of the hall, suddenly called out to him, and his paw even pointed at an object in front of it. How come there is an ocarina? He looked over, only to see a light red ocarina lying quietly on that exquisite and delicate small table. It seemed that the previous owner of the house had forgotten to take it away and left it behind. Li Qingyun could not help but feel confused. When I entered the house just now, I also looked at the table. It seems like there wasn't this ocarina, right? For a while, he was also a bit fuzzy. He simply picked up the ocarina and scrutinized it. The ocarina's workmanship is very fine, the texture is not bone or wood, can't see what material is made, but there is a sense of showy elegance. The ocarina body has 8 sound holes, and also engraved with 2 inscriptions, Miao Shen. When it's a woman's name. It was just that the ocarina was still there, but the person had already gone, and Li Qingyun didn't know if this woman, Miao Shen, had already cultivated into the upper realm, or had already fallen. Yuan Bao, this ocarina also can't see any name. Is it useful? After scrutinizing and appreciating it for a while, Li Qingyun felt that it was just an ordinary ocarina, a mere mortal object. He couldn't help but turn his head and couldn't help but spit at Yuan Bao. Can you be more reliable? In the end, it is this master who continuously throws away the pot. To you this mangling cat to lift high, look at you, grow up so big, just bring back 2 young fish, a few bottles of small grass dan and so on, not to be of great use. Oh, I forgot, there is a nightmare eyeball. Meow. The big black cat actually raised its head, its eyes showing contempt. It seemed to be saying, good stuff. Do you know what good stuff is, shoveler? Putting away this plain and ordinary ocarina, Xingyunli cleaned the inside and outside again. And will send down the fixed house formation flag, planted in the falling star small building's surroundings, a wave of ripples shaking, the whole small courtyard is suddenly in the fixed house formation under the cover. Fixed house formation can drive away snakes and insects, defense against wandering souls intrusion, and simple alarm defense function. Of course, this simple formation could prevent a gentleman but not a villain. If someone wanted to force their way in, Li Qingyun would just have more time to react. Finally, Xingyunli walked to the courtyard door and hung a string of wind chimes. When the leisurely breeze blew, a pleasant tinkling sound rang out here at the falling star little building. When did he fall in love with this wind chime? He thought about it, it should be the time when he lived in Maple Hill West Shelter. Now that he has his own courtyard, he can decorate it according to his mood. He just felt that the tinkling sound of the wind chimes being blown by the wind every day seemed to be able to dispel some of that faint sense of otherworldly loneliness within him. Then, he followed the example of Uncle Zhao of the Maple Mountain Taoist Temple, moved a rattan chair to the courtyard under the osmanthus tree, and also brewed a pot of slightly bland fragrant tea. As the night grew thicker, several copper lamps were lit up in the courtyard. He sat on the rattan chair and flipped through the book, the complete book of talisman making advancement, with great interest. Under his contemplation, about 2/4 of an hour later, in his mind, on the dark wall behind the mysterious Taoist statue, the imprint ripples of a talisman finally slowly surfaced. Talisman making craft, got it. His heart was happy, then observing this talisman mark on the dark wall would be enough, and the talisman making book could be thrown aside. Another 1/4 of an hour passes. almost ready to try. With a wave of his hand, the table drifted over, and then there were talisman pens, dan sand, yellow talisman paper, and so on, all landing on the table. Shatter! A golden dollar was instantly crushed into gold powder under the manna. Dipping it into the gold powder and dan sand, Xing Yunli gazed at his mind and composed a few thoughts, then he stroked his brush and drew the first Dao talisman in his life without hesitation. The Residence Security Talisman. This talisman was widely applicable in the mortal world and was a necessity for the people of the Kingdom of Yu to survive. The fact that he chose the Residence Restoration Talisman for his first talisman was also due to the thoughts in his mind. A wisp of mana was condensed in the brushstroke, a hint of mana was sent to the yellow talisman, and in a flash, the Njai talisman was completed. In an instant, the surface of the yellow talisman had a faint shimmering light flashed, and then the light was silent, and nothing special could be seen, but this talisman paper already had a few moments to tranquilize the spirit of the house and frighten away the ghosts of the gods. Inferior grade inferior. Li Qingyun shook his head and did not try again. He continued to squint and meditate, observing the waves of talisman marks in his mind, and gradually, he felt that his own talisman-making standard was constantly improving. After observing for another 2 or 3 days, I should be able to go out to the marketplace, set up stalls in a low profile, and easily mix up my life. Chapter 74 Spiritual Teachings Lineage. The next day, Li Qingyun woke up early and carefully cleaned up and tidied up. He changed into the inner disciple's standard Xin black and gold-threaded Dao robe, looking more and more handsome and spirited as he floated out the door. Taking out an atlas, he took a look and determined the location of Spirit Instructor Peak. Royal Wind Skill. He recited the wind to come, and his Xian black Taoist robe bulged with wind, like a lone cold black eagle, flying low and swept away. After riding that airship of Nangong Su, Xing Yunli already felt that the speed of the royal wind technique was a bit unable to keep up with him. It was a bit slow. In the sect, there were 3 main ways to obtain feats: exchange in the Daogong Hall, free or paid teaching by Dao masters, plus market sets or private transactions between disciples. However, slightly more powerful feats would not be found in marketplace collections and private transactions between disciples. This was the red line of the sect and could not be touched. Therefore, Li Qingyun ultimately needed to take up sect missions and go out to obtain Dao feats. But even so, he tried to delay it as much as possible, and it would be much easier and safer to come back to earn Dao Gong at the Dao Foundation Great Perfection Realm. In the white mist, the spirit teaching peak, which was like a heavenly pillar piercing the sky, was hidden. Li Qingyun along the mountain, like a black eagle constantly soaring and climbing, and all the way to survey and observe the geography and humanity below. Suddenly, the clouds in front of him suddenly dispersed, and a huge stone door carved with various cloud patterns and spell seals appeared in front of Li Qingyun's eyes. In the center of the beams of the stone door, there were big golden letters, Spirit Instructor Peak. Behind this huge stone door was a square, with sporadic Taoist figures walking around, as well as people exhaling and practicing. Spirit teachings can be interpreted as the teachings of the gods, but in this world, it seems that the mercy of the Taoist monarchs is more apt. Li Qingyun thought in his heart, and on this side, he also pressed and stopped the wind mass, gliding down sprightly and landing in front of the stone door. A middle-aged Taoist of the Dao Foundation realm, his figure swaying, swept in from the mist, smilingly inquiring about his intentions. Senior brother came to Spirit Instructor Peak. Do you have something important to do? Li Qingyun hurriedly saluted. Qingyun was fortunate enough to be accepted by Master Luo, and I have come to pay my respects to Master today. He, so that's how it is, then congratulations to senior brother Chengyun. At the 6th level of Qi refining, to be able to worship under Master Luo's door, luck is considered quite good. If I remember correctly, Master Luo only accepted 2 disciples this year, right? This middle-aged Taoist from Spirit Instructor Peak surveyed Li Qingyun with surprise, feeling a bit talkative. However, the middle-aged Taoist did not mean to make things difficult or anything like that, and after a couple of jokes, he pointed out the direction of the Junding mansion to Li Qingyun. Spirit teachings peak mountain steep, like a giant pillar pointing to the sky, all day long cloudy, the top is not visible. At this moment, Li Qingyun looked from the bottom up. He could see that between the cliffs, a gorgeous atmosphere of the buildings and pavilions floating in the air, in some kind of formation under the cover, seemingly real or phantom, do not see too clear, only feel like a fairy pavilion Daofu. Under the early morning sunlight, the golden roofs of the mansions shone brightly, with an extraordinary aura. Li Qingyun once again wind up, fly to the precipitous cliffs between the mansion, far away to see. The platform stood on a Chinese table on the relief Junding House inscription. That was Luo Junding's cave residence in the spiritual treasure sect. In the sect, only those who were in the open mansion realm and above were qualified to build a mansion on top of the 6 peaks in their own name. This was an honor, as well as an encouragement and affirmation from the sect. There was even a saying that by building a mansion on the 6 peaks to cultivate, one's mana would increase faster, and one would even be able to have 2 more points of resistance to the alien power of pollution and distortion when they broke through the realm. Compared to the cave heavenly mansion here, those small detached courtyards or whatever at the foot of the mountain are too shabby. Li Qingyun sighed a little. It also gave birth to an upward momentum. He collected his wind and gently landed on top of the jade platform, and then walked towards the golden dome hall in front of him. "Senior brother Changyun, wait for me." At this moment, a slightly familiar voice came from the clouds behind him. Li Qingyun turned around to look, and instantly, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he recognized the visitor. Only to see that middle-aged Taoist in his early 30s, his feet stepping on the cloud she, floating and waving his hand to Li Qingyun with a smile. It was actually the same person who stood in front of Luo Junding's token and hesitated for half a day in yesterday's Tao Master Hall. This person, finally, chose the teacher's spiritual teachings Luo Junding. Luo Junding's requirements for accepting disciples in the Taoist Master Hall of nearly 100 Taoist masters listed only requires a firm heart, can be said to be very lenient, truly practicing his teachable spirit. "My name is Xu Wu. In the future, the two of us can be true master brothers." Xu Wu collected his creeping cloud skill and came over smilingly. At this moment, the color of depression on his face was gone, and he seemed to have a few more moments of spring in his step. "Hee, so it's senior brother Xu." Li Qingyun smiled and arched his hand in a gentle and breezy manner, yet he always felt a bit distant from this one. The two exchanged pleasantries, and then they also became acquainted, walking side by side towards the main hall of the Junding mansion. The large Junding mansion, and did not see a few people, but that building, far away from the sound of young girls and children reading the scriptures. Li Qingyun guessed in his heart that these young girls and children should be Luo Shi's family members. "Xingyun, Zhu Wu, you guys are here." In the main hall, Luo Junding's black beard fluttered, his breath was calm, his eyes gleamed, and a smile appeared on his face as he watched Li Qingyun and Zhu Wu enter. "Disciple Li Qingyun, pay respects to Master Luo." "Disciple Zhu Wu, pay respects to Master Luo." As soon as the two Li Qingyuns entered the hall, they immediately straightened their clothes, performed the teacher's salute, and honored the teacher's tea. Good, almost ready, get up." Luo Junding laughed, and after shallowly sipping the teacher's salute tea, he became more and more approachable. "After I opened the house to break the boundary, so far a total of 6 disciples, in front of you, there are 2 brothers and 2 sisters, but at the moment they are not in the clan. One took the task of eliminating the demons and suppressing the ghosts, and the 2 went to the southern border last year, with the intention of building the view and establishing a merit there, teaching those who don't know June's mountain people natives, and accumulating the capital for opening the house. There is another one, counting as your big senior brother, but 3 years ago suddenly no news, also not sure whether has fallen, or twisted degeneration." Luo Junding briefly introduced the other 4 disciples, talking about that big disciple who might have fallen, slightly showing regret. Cultivation on the way, there is never a lack of accidents, cultivators fall, or contamination depravity is also but usual. Immediately, Luo Junding topic changed, talked about Li Qingyun 2 Taoist Foundation breakthrough. His pupils of his eyes flickered with a strange aura, first inspecting Zhu Wu's cultivation breath, somewhat satisfied. Although you were already over 30 years old before refining Qi Great Circle, but it is also considered to be a great weapon. The mana is well polished, you can proceed to the Tao Foundation breakthrough. The chances of casting the next level of the Tao Foundation is very high. Saying that, he gently moved his finger, and in the precious ring of his index finger, a small jar with a seal affixed to it flew out, then landed in Zhu Wu's hand. "This evil ghost ash, Yuan, take it. As for the pure yang fire, it's best to use your own 3 treasures yang fire, warm it up and wash it, and after removing the impurities it will be usable. In addition, if you decide to Tao Foundation breakthrough, then come to my Junding house, have me to watch, when there is no harm." Zhu Wu was instantly overjoyed, once again deeply saluted, gratefully said, "Many thanks master, disciple keep in mind." Luo Junding nodded and smiled, looking at Li Qingyun again, a strange aura flickering in his eyes. Chapter 75 Master Luo showing the way. Li Qingyun immediately felt a sense of awe in his heart, secretly clasping the top-grade illusionary Dharma bead in his sleeve, his breath was slightly adjusted. On the basis of the 6th level of Qi refining, it was slightly adjusted upwards, approaching the 7th level of Qi refining. Being scanned by Luo Junding's pupil technique at close range, it would be strange for Li Qingyun not to be nervous. Releasing a little more strength was also a way to alleviate the pressure of the barrier cover. Qingyun, your cultivation progress is good, almost at the 7th level of Qi refining, good. The strange aura in Luo Junding's eyes withdrew, quite pleased. Then the light on his fingertips flickered again, taking out another serving of evil ghost ash, thinking about it and adding 2 bottles of true elemental dan, handing it to Li Qingyun. Xu Wu on the side, the color of envy in his eyes flashed, secretly said, "The weak have reason." Luo division slightly a little biased, actually gave Li Junior brother 2 more bottles of true essence dan. "Thank you, Master Luo." Li Qingyun accepted it and thanked him. In his heart, he understood that Luo Junding had given the evil ghost dash in this way, but it was also a reminder for him and Zhuwu not to be overly ambitious, and that it would be good to be able to use the lower method to cast the lower Dao foundation in peace and quiet. The probability of being contaminated and distorted was too high for both the middle and upper methods of the Dao foundation. Perhaps in Luo Junding's eyes, he and Zhuwu were only the material for the lower Dao foundation. But Master Luo, my disciple, aspires to the upper Dao foundation. Li Qingyun softly chanted in his heart, but he became more and more determined. With the mysterious Dao image in his mind to back him up, he was not afraid of contamination at all with his Dao foundation breakthrough, so how could he possibly give up on the upper Dao foundation? The three methods of Dao foundation after breaking through the realm of each other's background is very different. Of course, he is to pursue the best. What he really lacks is only those expensive furnace-based materials. The token I left in the Taoist Master Hall also mentioned that I have some attainments in fire, earth, and fixation. According to the provisions of the sect, after the disciple worships the master, he can obtain a free Dao law here in the Dao master. Then, Luo Junding talked about the matter of passing on the Dao. Xingyun, Zhuwu, you guys think about it, what are some of your own deficiencies that can be made up here in the master? According to the rules and regulations of the spiritual treasure sect, a disciple could choose a spell for free at the hands of the Dao master, and then later on, if they sought to teach the Dao master, they would have to spend money in Dao Gong. If you spend money on a spell in the hands of a Taoist master, the price is the same as the Dao Gong Hall, but there is an advantage over the Dao Gong Hall, which is that the master is already proficient in the spell, and will explain it for you, pointing out and solving the confusion. Taoist masters also need resources. Guidance is even more laborious, which can always be free service. This world's master-disciple relationship, far from Li Qingyun imagined so close, not to mention like father and son kind. The name of the master of the road, in fact, changed to guide is more suitable. Li Qingyun's mind was spinning. His thunder law, body law and illusion law had all been perfected, and were sufficient for the time being, but he only lacked the means to trap the enemy. So he softly said, "I lack a fixing technique, please instruct me, master." Luo Junding nodded slightly, and a thin book flew out of his sleeve, landing in Li Qingyun's hand. Li Qingyun took a look. The name of the technique was Fixation Spell. For the teacher to first say some personal cultivation insights, I think the enemy fighting, not anxious to win, but seek a stable word test to find out the opponent's defects and deficiencies, and then the right medicine, sudden outbreak of the decisive blow. Therefore, before defeating the enemy, first ensure their own undefeated. How does self-preservation undefeated? Naturally is to try to make their own no obvious shortboard. Specifically, it is attack, defense, stance and fixing spells and so on, all have dabbled in. Fixation spell is one of the sect's mainstream fixation techniques. The higher the Dao line, the deeper the level of understanding, the more easily you can fix your opponent. One thought is already enough to change the battlefield. Of course, good swimmer drowning, good rider fall, we certainly also need to have the means to defend the opponent's binding fixation. The key to solving the spell still lies in the Dao line. The heart, the more tough the heart, the more difficult to succeed in the opponent's spell. There is also insight into the first opportunity. The other side of the incantation law at the beginning of the time can also be broken in advance. Luo Junding narrated his own experience of practicing the fixation spell, and his experience of using it in the fight, etc., were all said without reservation. Then Luo Junding mentioned demon removal, mentioning the two men from the perspective of a person who had been there. Another example is eliminating demons and suppressing ghosts. If the demonic guile is powerful, it is also necessary to first explore, scout, analyze, etc., to gain insight into the weaknesses, and prepare talismans, spells, and magic weapons to restrain them. If you determine their approximate range of activities, you can quietly insert the town flag in the 8, please into the urn, so twice the result with half the effort. More can protect their own body, in and out of the free. As for Li Qingyun and Zhuwu can understand a few points, it depends on personal comprehension. Next, Zhuwu begged for a guarding spell. The sun is high in the Junding house after more than an hour. There are two children laughing and joking ran in, one Luo Junding interpretation of the Taoist scriptures, explaining the meaning. The two children, more than 5 or 6 years old, started reading and reciting the Taoist scriptures early. The start is much higher than the mortal children. There is also a quirky, 13 or 14-year-old girl at the entrance, probing her head and looking into the hall. Luo Junding dotingly touched the child's head, and smiled as he talked about his family's situation. There is a late stage of the Taoist base of the Taoist couple, have a daughter and 2 sons. It was just that the master mother was in closed-door cultivation, so she did not come out to see the 2 Li Qingjians. The large Junding mansion was mainly cleaned by a dozen or so servants on weekdays. Many thanks to Master Luo for his instruction. Disciples have gained a lot, so I will leave first. The 2 Li Qingjians were sensible, so they took the initiative to take their leave. When they walked out of the hall door, the pretty young girl who was dressed in emerald garments and was quirky even intentionally made a face for Li Qingyun before running into the lobby cheerfully like a greenfinch bird. Li Qingyun could not help but smile wanly. Luoshi cultivation success, the clan relies on as a stalwart, and there is a Taoist couple accompanied by children around the knees, is not at what the previous life said, family career double harvested. The wind is wrapped around his body, he is like a black eagle soaring up. Shuwu step on the cloud gas, suddenly laughed, Li senior brother, before to see you wind quite exquisite, coincidentally, I tiptoe cloud skill also consciously okay, how about you and I test some, see who first to the stone door there. In his tone of voice, a few provocative flavors were revealed. May. Li Qingyun blandly answered. Whoosh. Only to see Zhuwu surrounded by cloudy chi, immediately swept past him, somewhat grabbing the meaning of running away. Li Qingyun smiled faintly, the wind suddenly rose around his body as if a black eagle was fanning up a storm, he was the first to go after him, but in a breath, he surpassed Zhuwu. Alas, this tiptoe cloud skill of mine is still a bit weaker in terms of speed, but in terms of airborne dashing, you, senior brotherly, are far worse. At the back, Zhuwu was unconvinced and shouted with some annoyance. Li Qingyun took it as if he didn't hear it, landed on the mountainside plaza, and passed through the huge stone gate of the spirit instructing peak, and slipped into a deep area in the twinkling of an eye. Self-concerned, he left first. He was probably clear about what Zhuwu, this cheap senior brother, had in mind, which was nothing more than seeing Master Luo give him 2 more bottles of true element pills. Therefore, just now, when Zhuwu wanted to make a fool of himself, Li Qingyun was not spoiled. The wind control technique and the creeping cloud skill were both low-level spells of the spiritual treasure sect, but Li Qingyun's wind control technique had already entered into the world, Zhuwu's district skillful level was too far off, and was instantly overtaken by him. Originally, when I saw Zhuwu worshipping a Taoist master, he was too poor to love the rich, hesitant, and snobbish, I was not happy in my heart. Now at a glance, this person is even more mindful of his heart is too small, it is not advisable to have deep friendship. Li Qingyun thought lightly. Even if he was worshipping under Luo Junding's seat, he was not impressed with this senior brother Zhu. Chapter 76 Forming a Talisman in 3 days. Soon, he returned to the Falling Star little building. The wind chimes tinkled pleasant and clear, and his mood was instantly tranquilized. He made tea, burned incense, and held the fixation mantra in his hand, then came to the courtyard to meditate. The fixed body mantra in the Dao Gong Hall Exchange catalog requires a small Dao Gong, which was obtained for nothing at Master Luo's place, and is considered a saving. Not long after, the dark wall behind the mysterious Dao statue in his mind, another, fixation, word slowly surfaced on the pale light ripples. This fixed Dharma wavelight revealed an outline aura that was almost comparable to the illusion Dharma. The upper limit of both was clearly above the Thunder Seal. Thunder Seal, after all, was only a low-grade thunder law of the spiritual treasure sect. Up to this point, all my laws are considered to be temporarily chi, gradually all advance to enter into the transformation, Nyen sense, and even pass into the God's can, only to cultivate more profound spells, but to be a little later step. Protecting and guarding spells, he also felt that he didn't need it for the time being. Attack is the best guard. The illusionary spells at the level of entry are even more offensive and defensive, invariably enhancing his ability to guard. Once the fixation incantation had successfully left a trail, Qingyun Li put it aside. Focusing his energy, he switched to observing the rune character Dao pattern on the dark wall, and continued to comprehend the method of making runic symbols. Making talismans, setting up stalls, and quickly accumulating the costs for the red clothes gray, copper mother and great demon blood furnace base materials were his current cultivation plan. As for the pure yang fire, he also listened to Luo Junding, treasure furnace nascent technique to refine out, originally as the yang intention of mana. He also intended to capture a strand of his own 3 treasures spiritual flame, and then use thunder intent to continuously refine it. Midday, the moment when yang qi was at its peak. Divide. Li Qingyun sat in the courtyard, his body's dharma intent surging, he pinched a spell, and with his 2 fingers like swords, he suddenly flicked them towards the center of his eyebrows. Immediately, a faint wisp of bright yellow flame, as if dug out from the center of his eyebrows by his fingers, was suspended at his fingertips, burning silently. Illusion. He silently raised the illusion dharma, and invisible ripples spread out from his fingertips. This faint wisp of the 3 treasures dharma flame instantly transformed into a tiny fire sparrow, as if it was a young bird that had broken its shell and was newborn, bouncing and pecking lightly in the palm of his hand. Go on. Li Qingyun smiled faintly, and the little fire sparrow in his hand then fluttered up and flew into the hall in front of him, finally laying down towards the copper lamp on the table. The copper lamp lit up, and in the pale firelight, a small sparrow lay hidden. Daily Fa Nyen, thunder intent repeatedly refining 9 times, 9 days later, this group of pure sunfire should be able to become. The pure yang fire that washed and refined with illusion law and thunder law would definitely have some more indescribable subtle meanings than the general pure yang fire. 3 days later. In the lobby on the first floor, the flame of that copper lamp became much brighter than 3 days ago. The flame, also from the red color, slowly tends to platinum-like luster. Within the shape of the fire sparrow has also become more spiritual. The body grows a lot. At this point, Li Qingyun felt that his own level of talisman making should be at least above exquisite and approaching the level of transformation. Without any further delay, he began to start making talismans. He stood in front of the table, closing his eyes to adjust his own chi state, when suddenly his starry eyes opened, only to see the flow of Tao intent within. The Taoist talisman condenses the power of the Taoist law between paper and ink, and every stroke contains the power of the Taoist monarch. Among them, the tacit understanding between the talisman maker and the supreme clear Xian talisman deity penetrating Tao Lord, naturally the higher the better. But it's not like I'm majoring in talisman techniques, but I'm just temporarily making a living, so where do I have the time to engage in a relationship with this Tao Lord? Naturally, I can only cultivate thunder law as I do, or take the mysterious Taoist image in my mind as a substitute. Thoughts moved, lifted his pen, dipped it in gold and vermilion, followed by a stroke of the pen. And residence talisman. Buzz. Only to see the desktop that had just drawn the yellow talisman of a mansion out of thin air floated up 3 inches of divine light, obviously just a piece of talisman paper, but it exuded an aura of majesty that was as if it was substantial. It's done. The divine light is overflowing. It's still a top-grade yellow talisman. The value of a top-grade yellow talisman was already not much different from a lower-grade blue talisman. The difference between the two was only the difference in texture. The blue talisman was much better than the yellow talisman and carried more divine might. Correspondingly, drawing blue talismans consumes more mana and thoughts. In terms of the level of talisman making, Li Qingyun felt that he was already a level above the Tao Foundation stall owner who was selling talisman books. If that stall owner could produce a medium-grade blue talisman, his talisman making level should be infinitely close to superb, but still lack the final touch. As for Li Qingyun's talisman making skills, he was only a little bit short of the final touch in terms of the transformation level. Practice makes perfect, and after he drew a dozen or so, he would have almost made up for it. It seems like the talisman market in the sect marketplace is going to be a stormy one, huh? Li Qingyun smiled pleasantly. His wrist wandered, his pen walked like a dragon and snake, a few talismans came down, and he became more and more skillful. Falling Flame Talisman, Ghost Suppressor Talisman, Evil Exorcism Talisman, House Safety Talisman. Mana Fa Nian was constantly consumed, and he also drew faster and faster. After drawing the 20th piece of talisman paper, he felt a slight lightening of his mana thoughts. The realm of talisman making had reached the level of entering transformation. Li Qingyun then stopped writing and pondered a little. From the marketplace surveys in the past few days, powerful killing talismans are the best sellers, especially the ghost-suppressing talisman and the thunder and fire talisman. He decided that it was better to make his own specialties and specialize in a certain type of talisman. During these 3 days, he didn't stay at home all the time. Every day after sunset, he would go to the marketplace to stroll around, secretly taking notes about the trading of talismans. What talismans sold well and what sold more expensively was already known in his heart. Let's just main sell thunder fire talismans. There aren't a few houses that sell thunder fire talismans in the marketplace. The quality is also poor. The price of this talisman is also high. The top grade thunderfire yellow talisman can sell for the price of the middle grade ghost suppressing blue talisman. It's considered to be a rare thing that's more valuable than the others. The price of the market set thunder fire talisman made Li Qingyun quite hot. Doing as he said, after concentrating for a while, the pen contained thunder intent and dispersed into the yellow talisman. Soon a thunder fire talisman was drawn successfully. A thunderbolt like a snake swam around in the talisman rapidly, and finally the light converged and settled in the yellow talisman. Top grade thunder fire yellow talisman. With joy in his heart, he was nonchalant and waved his wrist, managing it more and more easily. One by one, the top-grade Thunderflame yellow talismans were born one after another. Finally finished this batch of talisman paper, more than 150 Thunderfire talismans, all of them were spirit stones and Dao feet saw. He exhaled a long breath, loosened the talisman brush in his hand, swallowed a few true elemental pills, and then paralyzed himself in the rattan chair, resting with his eyes closed. From morning to dusk, Li Qingyun's mana and mind power was consumed immensely, but the results were also quite impressive. A quarter of an hour later, he took all the talismans with him and exited the Falling Star little house, heading straight to the foothills of the mountain marketplace. Halfway there, he drilled into the forest. When he came out again, he had already turned into a young Taoist with a bit of vicissitude charm in his eyes and a handsome face. Dusk, the marketplace. Li Qingyun, who had been disfigured by the illusion method, pulled a large piece of silk cloth and put the Thunder Fire Talisman, Ghost Suppressor Talisman, and a small amount of Resident Safety Talisman on the shelves, and also followed the example of putting up a sign for each of them. He knew that here in the clan marketplace, the talismans to protect the home and drive away evil spirits were not very good, but the powerful talismans such as the Thunder Fire Talisman and the Talisman to Subdue Ghosts were very popular, so the main sale was the Thunder Fire Talisman. The others are just decoration. On the display board of the Thunder Flame Talisman, he wrote, Top quality Thunder Flame Yellow Talisman, 5 spirits apiece, small Taoist gone buyer priority, and 60% discount. Among them, the words Thunder Fire Talisman and 60% discount were written in the largest, eye-catching manner. It could not be said that his discount was not big, but the sex Daogongs were just so valuable. Without being a little more ruthless, people simply couldn't afford to shop with Daogong. Chapter 77 Upper Grade Dao Foundation. It's even a top-grade Thunder Flame Talisman. The senior brother's talisman-making craftsmanship is very strong. Dare to ask for your name? The gimmick of a 60% discount on Thunder Fire Talismans was still quite attractive. Immediately a passing Dao Foundation realm cultivator stopped in front of the stall, staring at a top-grade yellow talisman, his eyes glowing. Li Qingyun smiled faintly. My humble self, Hejan, is just making a living. These talismans are all sold on behalf of senior uncle Ha. I told you. That Dao Foundation cultivator was instantly relieved and started bargaining. Senior brother, your Thunder Fire Talisman is good, but 5 spirit stones is a bit expensive. Why don't we just go for a 60% discount? I'll use the spirit stones to wrap up the 20 you have on your stall. The thought was quite beautiful. Li Qingyun shook his head indifferently. Here in the marketplace, top-grade Thunder Fire Talismans were absolutely scarce and were not a worry to sell. This Dao Foundation senior brother in front of him might as well go home and dream about everything. That's just it, let's trade in spirit stones, I'll take them all. Seeing that Li Qingyun did not budge in the slightest, the Dao Foundation cultivator could only pull out 100 spirit stones, and directly swept away the 20 Thunder Fire Talismans that were set out. Then, just as the Dao Foundation cultivator had left in front of him, Qingyun Li immediately set out 30 Thunder Flame Talismans. Try to keep a low profile and ship out slowly, unless the sky falls on a big gold master. Soon, the news that he had top-grade Thunder Fire Talismans for sale here spread. A little more people, there will be competition, and finally someone is keen on 60% discount, spent a small Taoist work, from the Hishur D here to take away more than 30 pieces of Thunder Fire Talisman. Every time the talisman on the stall is sold out, later on Li Qingyun will reset up 30 or 40. 2/4 of an hour later, Li Qingyun, who had sold out all the Thunder Flame Talismans without moving, returned home. Not bad, earned 3 small Dao merits today, take your time. For the next 5 days, he went out every day at this point of dusk. Selling 156 Thunder Fire Talismans every day, he quietly scraped together enough Xiao Dao Gong. In 6 days, a total of nearly 1,000 top-grade Thunder Flame Yellow Talismans were invested into the marketplace, equivalent to smashing a small wave in the Thunder Flame Talisman market. The aftermath was that the price of Thunder Flame Talismans in the marketplace had dropped a bit. Senior brother he had also managed to be missed. Afterwards, I'll brush off my clothes and hide my accomplishments deep down. Brother he can only condemn you to lurk for a while, we'll see if there is any chance for you to make a comeback. Setting up a stall to sell talismans, the object of Li Qingyun's illusionary change of disguise was none other than his former roommate, He. Who let He so familiar it, illusion becomes the most realistic. As the saying goes, a dead friend does not die a pauper. In case someone really hated that He from the marketplace, it would be none of Li Qingyun's business. At the entrance of the humble foundation hall, the corner of Li Qingyun's mouth was slightly curled up, in a good mood, having just come out of the Daogong hall. Copper Mother 2 minor Daogongs, Red Clothes Grey 8 minor Daogongs, Great Demon Blood 6 Daogongs, just right. The pure yang fire of the one at home is also cleansed and refined in place today. Everything is ready, just waiting to meditate and break the boundary. All of these expensive superior Dao Foundation materials were now lying in his 100 treasure pouch. Selling the talisman earned him 14 small Dao merits, which, together with the 2 small Dao merits left over from the original, made him a little rich. But in the twinkling of an eye, it was filled back into the Dao Foundation materials. Senior brother Qingyun, you're at the 7th level of Qi refining? At the entrance of the clumsy foundation hall, a person hurriedly walked in front of him, and after looking up and seeing Li Qingyun, he couldn't help but greet him with some surprise. However, it was Gong Hanshu who had worshipped the spirit emperor lineage. So it's senior brother Gong, haven't seen you for many days, what are you? When Li Qingyun saw that it was Gong Hanshu, he stopped his steps and a spiritual light flashed in his eyes. In his eyes, Gong Hanshu's body seemed to be entwined with a weird yin qi, a bit of slight contamination, and the 3 treasures were even a bit dull and obscure. I tried to break the realm with the middle method under the advice of my master, but I didn't expect to end up being a lost cause. The accumulated spirit stones and the borrowed Daogons are all spent now. This is not it. I plan to go to the demon beheading hall to pick up some quests. Talking about the failure to break through the middle method Dao Foundation, Gong Hanshu's expression became more and more gloomy. It wasn't easy to save up enough resources for the middle method Furnace Foundation. There was some consolation in the fact that the first failure of the Dao Foundation breakthrough was not a big problem. As long as the level of contamination and distortion is not too high, after the exorcism, cleansing and other adjustments, the radiance of the heart will be restored to a state of clarity, and then the second, third and so on can be attempted. Of course, the more times one fails, the lower the chance of success later on. After 5 times, if one does not succeed again, one either admits defeat or does not dare to try again, and 99% of them are bound to degenerate. Cheer up, senior brother, although you have temporarily failed, but you have not been contaminated and twisted. How is it not lucky? You have enough talent and heart, you will always succeed. Li Qingyun sighed softly and consoled 2 sentences. He only realized that after many days of absence, when Gong Hanshu joined the Spirit Emperor Peak, he was so happy, but now he is depressed and lost. On the path of cultivation, there was no such thing as smooth sailing. Well, then I'll go in first. Gong Hanshu felt a little better and hurriedly walked into the main hall. Returning to the Falling Star little building, Li Qingyun walked into the hall, his gaze falling on the copper lamp on the table. At this moment, the copper lamp was burning with a fist-sized golden flame, and in the inner layer of the flame, there was a black, 3-legged foreign bird lying on the ground, vaguely overflowing with some sort of divine might aura. Flame has a divine, inner pregnant golden crow. This group of pure sunfire is considered extremely rare. He was delighted in his heart, and with a move of his hand, this group of golden crow pure yang fire was suspended in front of him. The more pure the flame, the higher the quality, will burn the Yin Copper Mother, the Red Dress Grey and the Great Demon Blood, these evil spirits in the resource material, the more the town. The flames are vaguely pregnant with the 3-legged golden crow's divinity. Li Qingyun's confidence is greatly increased. However, he still has a slight regret in his heart. If the Yuan Yang is not lost, this flame divine when more complete enough. Collecting his thoughts, closing the door and shutting the window, he gently sat down and assumed a meditation position in the hall. The first step in breaking the Dao Foundation was to burn the materials. He opened his mouth and sucked in, and the golden crow fire went into his body's Qi treasure furnace. The treasure furnace prototype immediately brilliant light bright, inside like a real golden crow flying, sound vibration in the 9 heavens above. His stove fire very strong. Then from easy to difficult, he first took out that piece of Yin Copper Mother. This copper piece was eerie green in color, although it had already undergone preliminary treatment to eliminate quite a bit of Yin Qi, but holding it in his hand, Li Qingyun also only felt a sudden cold chill in his hand. Yin Copper Mother emitted Yin Qi, immediately like a strange living creature, penetrate the skin along his palm, towards the entire arm spread, erosion. Under the skin, it was as if there was a small Yin black snake, frantically rising upwards. Unbridled. He lightly grunted, and his thunder intent enhanced mana surged violently into his arm. Luckily, the level of his thunder law was very high now, and he rigidly curbed the continued spread of the Yin Qi, and then slowly exerted his power, forcing the Yin Qi back continuously, and finally forcing it back into the Copper Mother. Then, he put this piece of Yin Copper Mother, aimed at the location of the Qi treasure furnace in his body, and slowly stabbed in from his belly. Sharp pain came, and Yin Qi filled the air. The flesh and skin touched by the Copper Mother rapidly decayed, looking like the body of a dead man. Even more pain, his handsome face, all steeply twisted, jumping up. If you want to gain profit, you must suffer. This realm's desire to become a middle or upper Dao foundation is so difficult and terrifying. At the same time, he sensed that bizarre Yin cold that wordlessly eroded towards the depths of his mind. Chapter 78 4 True Spirits. Shun. Li Qingyun shouted lowly. Luckily, his heart was firm enough, and his heart glowed brightly, slowly forcing this strand of strange cold back into the Qi copper furnace. This time, he did not call for help from the mysterious Dao image in his mind, and he did not have the intention to make a move, and took care of the Yin Copper Mother's contamination erosion by himself. At this time, the Yin Copper Mother passed through the flesh and blood, leaving a horrible hole in the belly, but also by the Qi treasure furnace violently pulled in. The mass of golden crow fire immediately covered it, and the Yin Qi collapsed at the touch of a button. The copper block also began to slowly melt, turning into strands of Yin and yellow mingled source Qi. When the Yin Copper Mother completely melted, the creepy wound on Li Qingyun's abdomen also began to wriggle and recover. The blood, flesh, and skin gradually regained some of the luster of a living person. Next is the Great Demon Blood. Li Qingyun couldn't care about the pain and hurriedly took out the vial of the so-called Great Demon Blood again, violently unsealing the sealing bottle. Immediately, an extremely fishy and intense blood aura rushed and swirled. With a little sniff, he already felt that his body's essence and blood, as well as his sanity, were all starting to go berserk. This was the heart blood of a great demon. This level of demon, comparable to a cultivator of the open house realm, the demonic power factor contained in the blood could be considered horrifying, and a mortal who dabbed a drop of it would surely die. Set. Without hesitation, Li Qingyun swallowed the demon blood in the bottle in one gulp, and immediately, the essence blood in his body boiled and ran wild. Beneath the skin, a frightening bulge bulged and throbbed. These bulges and bumps joined together and formed an outline that was vaguely a demonic python with horns. She is absorbed in the sea, blood returns to the Yuan, collect. He guarded a sliver of clarity and followed the prompts of the Treasure Furnace Tao Foundation's upper law to carry this demonic blood that was driving him crazy, forcing it to flow through all the major orifices and injecting it into the Qi and Blood Treasure Furnace. He could only hear the bones and meridians of his entire body crackling. This process was difficult, but the benefits were also tremendous. The demonic blood flowed, there was power being absorbed by the Dharma body, and his own Qi and blood grew, even his roots and bones seemed to be upgraded. Xing Yunli persisted bitterly. Luckily, after the first trace of demon blood breath flowed into the treasure furnace, the rest went much smoother. Under the powerful suction of the treasure furnace, in the end, all of the demonic blood breath merged into the Qi Sea treasure furnace. Once the golden crow fire burned it, it all turned into the purest Yuan Qi. There is one more item, and the most deadly step, the red clothes gray. Li Qingyun stabilized his mind and took out the small seal jar, knowing that at this point, the arrow was already on the string and there was no way back. He quickly uncovered the seal and then sucked it in violently regardless. The enash in that jar was suddenly as if it was a living thing, abruptly drilling into his nostrils. This time, there was great terror. Li Qingyun's entire person instantly froze, lost his soul and went out of his mind, his eyes bulged violently, all of them were gloomy white, and he couldn't see half a bit of black. The person was also from the head down, a grayish aura eroded his entire body, to turn him, alive, into a dead thing. This was already beyond the strength of his heart, and could not be resisted. Da! Finally, at the moment when he was about to be completely contaminated, the sound of a tiny Taoist voice once again resounded in his mind. Under the sound of the Tao, all kinds of weirdness on his body, as if encountering a nemesis, instantly converge, cower, and finally obediently converge into the sea of Qi treasure furnace. Golden crow fire this time to burn a little slow, black flame wrapped in this layer of ash, burned a full 2/4 of an hour. That is not willing to dissipate the weird gas, constantly struggling, but ultimately the last little bit of collapse, until all transformed into red mud. At this point, fire, mud, copper, gas and other materials, all in place. Condense my true furnace, cast my Tao foundation. Li Qingyun exhaled a long breath and pinched his fingers. According to the requirements of the upper method, he began to cast the true furnace. The fire, clay and copper were like being rubbed, struck and molded by an invisible hand. I don't know how long, he only felt that the sea of Qi suddenly bright, a golden furnace condensed, like a real thing, hanging in the sea of Qi, mysterious and mysterious. At this moment, he had already exhausted his mana, and his mind was exhausted to the extreme. But there is still a final step that has not been completed, the treasure furnace branding true spirit. He swallowed a few true elemental pills and summoned up his remaining strength. Thunder technique. Illusion technique. Fixing technique. Transportation method. The sound of Dharma Nyan scolding buzzed in the massive space of the true furnace. Only to see one ancient incantation after another emerge one after another on top of the furnace wall. In the end, they converged into 4 words: thunder, illusion, fixation, and recluse. Transportation means body magic. At this point, the 4 true spirits successfully branded in the furnace body. In an instant, Li Qingyun, who was sitting on the ground, had a vibration of qi, and his body emitted a brilliant light. With sword brows and starry eyes, his black hair was windless and flew in the air. Superior Tao Foundation, a success. Li Qingyun could not help but raise his head, whistling long and laughing. Rotting bones erode the body is not afraid to leave the true spirit in the furnace between. This kind of superior Tao Foundation could already look down on the same realm. At this moment, the whole body's mana was like 10,000 streams returning to the furnace, and then flowing from the true furnace to the meridians and orifices. With just this one collection and release, the essence of his mana instantly completed its metamorphosis. The quality of his mana was 50% stronger out of nowhere. The total amount of mana also slowly jumped upwards to 100 furnaces. The difference of just one furnace, yet the strength was already incomparable. This did not even count the 30% increase of the 4 true spirits in their respective Tao domains. The entire foundation building process was thrilling. The slightest mistake, 9 deaths, especially the red clothes gray one, Li Qingyun couldn't even carry it, and still has palpitations in his heart. He didn't know how other talented cultivators managed to get through it, probably because they had some kind of treasure, or a powerful Taoist master to watch over them. Under the Qi convergence technique and illusion fluctuation, he once again converged his surging breath. Outwardly visible cultivation, the 8th level of Qi refining, can only be concealed to this extent. Calculating the time, it was already 3 days later, this Tao Foundation breakthrough, unknowingly used such a long time. There is one more thing, although I have already broken through the realm, I don't have the Tao Foundation realm Gongfu. Li Qingyun remembered the matter of the subsequent merit law again and could not help but have a slight headache. The style of the spiritual treasure sect was to ask for money everywhere, jamming him up. He took out the atlas and flipped to the Tao Feats Hall's redemption catalog. Early Tao Foundation realm feats, 3 minor Tao feats. Middle stage Tao Foundation realm feats, 6 small Tao feats. Late stage to Great Circle, 9 minor Tao feats. I'll go. Poor Tao had already planned to close down for a while, letting those senior brothers selling talismans in the marketplace set take a breather. The clan is half forcing and half encouraging disciples to go out to get rid of demons and suppress them, and to appease and shelter the people, but I still want to be a little more stable. Li Qingyun had forged a superior Tao foundation and was self-conscious that his Tao skills had greatly increased, and in fact, he was no longer very resistant to going out to remove demons and devils. He had long experienced how difficult the people of the world were living, and if he had great magical powers, he naturally hated to sweep away all the demons and shenanigans. Moreover, killing an evil spirit or a sub-Taoist level demon is a small Tao feat. But Luo Master also said, my generation cultivation do not seek to win in a hurry, but seek a word of stability. Disciple, I also think deeply demons and shenanigans are countless, defiling the human world. I am a district of the Taoist Foundation, beheading a few ghosts and monsters, and what is the use? Mindfulness sharpening, moreover, no need to rush in a moment. Buzz. The fixed mansion formation of the falling star small building was suddenly touched and rippled. His figure flickered and came to the courtyard, raising his eyes to look, only to see a transmitting note light, hovering at the edge of the formation, quivering, prompting him to accept it. With a wave of his hand, the note light flew in. With another touch of Fa Nian, the talisman paper burned, and then Luo Junding's Fa Nian voice came out. Ah Wu has successfully forged the lower multiplication Tao foundation today. Qingyun, you have to work hard. Li Qingyun instantly smiled slightly. I understand what Master Luo inspiration means, but disciple isn't that bad. It's only a mere upper multiplication Tao foundation. With the same Tao foundation, his treasure furnace branded with 4 true spirits was enough to easily crush Shu Wu, the cheap senior brother. It is just a matter of what there is to compare with Shu Wu. Chapter 79 Blowing Ocarina is beneficial. Luo Junding, the sound transmission, the principle is actually similar to the illusion of sending thoughts, is also the most commonly used by cultivators' short-range magic idea communication method. However, the sound transmission is very limited, can only be in a small range of transmission of legal information, and a burn that is dispersed, disposable items. But the profound illusion art can be far away from the delivery. As long as the cultivation is strong enough, the magic idea can even survive for 10 days, months. Li Qingyun's illusion magic into the realization, condescending, naturally already do not bother to use the note transmission. A paper swallow flew out of his sleeve and gave Master Luo a reply. Disciple, by a fluke, I broke through to the 8th level of Qi refining. This was enough. As for why he entered the sect, always hide the real cultivation. This is not simple. Strength is the biggest card of the cultivator. Since it is the bottom card, how can it be clear for others to grasp? Having just made a breakthrough, Li Qingyun was in a rare relaxed and light mood. His mind moved to take out the ocarina from the bag of treasures and play a song. The next thought, he froze, no response? The idea probes into the treasure bag in the small room space, seems to be different ripples flicker for a while, the light red ocarina slowly appear, and his idea probes into the moment, the speed of appearing to suddenly speed up. When he looked at the location where the ocarina was stored in the bag, the light red ocarina, as usual, was quietly parked there. I thought there was something wrong with the Fa Nian. Seeing that the ocarina was there, Li Qingyun did not doubt it, so he took it out and placed it between his lips to try blowing a note. Woo! The first ocarina sound was low and hoarse. The courtyard suddenly blew a wisp of ethereal wind. The string of wind chimes hanging in front of the courtyard door also tinkled and rang. The moment the ocarina sounded, the big black cat Yuanbao sleeping on the table in the hall, its fur exploded and gave a low meow, and only after the pooper scooper blew the second tone, its exploded fur slowly calmed down. He didn't notice anything unusual and enjoyed exploring the sounds. After trying the 8-tone holes, he had a bottom in his heart before he formally blew, and of course it was spontaneous. Ocarina sound, one time thick and mellow, one time high, slow, and long. It's been a long time since I've heard the sound of this ocarina. Has it appeared again? Outside the Falling Star small building, under a large tree, a white-bearded old Taoist stood at some point, his eyes complex, looking towards the small courtyard where the ocarina sound floated up. The old Taoist's twilight face showed expressions of remembrance, disappointment, and regret, with a trace of deep scorn in between. Its appearance, I don't know whether it is a curse or a blessing, but this son's heart is round and clear, when it is unharmed. He sighed and suddenly disappeared in place without any sign. In the courtyard, the ocarina's sound breaks down, the light ethereal wind and silent dispersal. The wind chime in front of the door, still tinkling in the mountain wind, but seems to be more normal. Li Qingyun, blindly blowing for a while, actually feel the mind more and more clear, cannot help but laugh lightly. Could it be that sound and rhythm can also enhance the mind? Then in the future, if there is nothing to do, he will have to blow more. Raise his eyes to look at the sky, again near dusk, he put away the ocarina, out of the courtyard door, intends to go to the market set around. Both the lack of Dao Foundation cultivation technique, that just stopped the big business of making talismans, still need to pick up. It's just going to be a change of identity and another way. At this time, a cloud in front of him approached at a rapid pace. Li Qingyun smiled faintly and then stood to wait. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh rang out, only to see cheap senior brother Zhu Wu drifting down in front of Li Qingyun in a spirited manner. The cultivation aura on his body was indeed already at the Dao Foundation realm. Zhu Wu's face was full of red light, his Dao Foundation might emanating without restraint, with a bit of overlooking intent. Looking at the youngest senior brother in front of him, he laughed. Senior brother, the so-called time is running out. I have already broken through the Dao Foundation realm, and have taken a step ahead of you on the long Dao path. However, you are also not bad, surprisingly so fast refining Qi 8th layer. There is true elemental Dan cultivation is good. Then congratulations senior brother. Li Qingyun smiled and arched his hand, then asked in a faint voice, senior brother wouldn't be here specifically to show off, is there something else going on? Looking at Zhu Wu's gesture, how could he not know that cheap senior brother was not just here to show off and punch his face? Well, Zhu Wu was a bit choked, thinking that this senior brotherly was so direct in his speech. Then he laughed dryly and said, it's like this, after I broke the boundary at the master's residence, the master instructed me to take care of you more. This is not, I just received a demon elimination mission, so I thought to take my senior brother to sharpen some. By the way, why don't you follow my senior brother me? The words were not finished, but were once again interrupted by Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun casually arched his hand and blandly politely refused, I wish senior brother good luck in getting rid of the demons. I know that my strength is insufficient, so I won't go and drag my senior brother's feet. He nodded, and with a swaying figure, he rushed over to the market set. Behind him, Zhu Wu looked at senior brother Li's distant figure, and that originally showy and complacent demeanor began to become somewhat gloomy. Do not know how to appreciate, when I'm happy to help you, it's still not to cope with Master Luo. With a flutter of his sleeve, Zhu Wu stepped on the clouds and mist, and was far away in a flash. On the way, Li Qingyun familiarly drilled into the forest, illusion method fluctuation, and then out, has become a pale old Taoist, sleepy eyes, as if always sleep enough. The one who had been transformed by the illusion was none other than the old Taoist who guarded the pavilion of the Maple Mountain Taoist Temple. The aura emanating from him, however, was already at the Dao Foundation realm. This grooming and temperament of the old man is quite compatible with the Dao Foundation realm, a bit of a nobleman's stance. Li Qingyun intended to change his identity and continue to mess with money. The object of the illusionary transformation would of course have to follow suit. Marketplace, Yanji Dao Rune Shop. Li Qingyun pounded his old back and coughed twice, successfully drawing the attention of a young female cultivator in the store. Senior, are you here to buy a talisman? The female cultivator carried a few moments of respect. The Dao Foundation realm, more or less, still had a bit of face in the market set. Doll, old Taoist, I want to buy some materials for drawing purple talismans, is there any in the store? Li Qingyun pinched his throat and asked in a muffled voice. The young female cultivator immediately laughed. This store is opened by Mr. Yen. Senior is counted to come to the right place. The purple talisman base material is relatively rare. The other two talisman stores in the market set may not have it. As she spoke, the young female cultivator guided Li Qingyun to the talisman materials area, her tone of voice becoming more and more respectful. To come and buy purple talisman base material, that must have the ability to make powerful purple talismans. Such a senior was a walking spirit stone. Well, the base material is good, what's the price? Senior, the purple talisman paper is made from great demon skin nitrate and carefully processed, 10 spirit stones per sheet, top quality Dan sand. Well, come 30 sheets of talisman paper and some Dan sand as well. Senior atmospheric, senior slowly leave. Oh, senior can leave contact information. This store also high price to collect purple talisman. Senior can give priority to consider selling to our NGO. Let's talk about it then. Li Qingyun took on the air of an old Taoist who was guarding the pavilion and waddled out of the Yanji Taoist talisman store. The spirit stones that he had saved up from these days of stalls had been spent almost again. However, he was intent on Daogong, and the spirit stones should be spent. He had already stepped on the spot. Of course he knew that this talisman store had the background of one of the 5 surnames, the spiritual life Yin family. The quality of the talismans sold by Yanji was a bit higher than the average level of the market gathering, and the price was also higher, and it also charged high prices for powerful and high-quality talismans. Chapter 80 Cultivation Improvement. Li Qingyun specially came to Yanji to buy talisman materials today, but also to hook up with this big gold master. Stalls selling yellow talisman make quick money, all rely on a large number of shipments, easy to get into trouble. He identity in the market set on the big headlines, temporarily do not dare to go online. He then changed his mindset and thought of taking a higher-end route. Making rarer and more expensive purple talismans, with smaller quantities but higher profits. The few purple talismans that Yanji's store put up for sale, but it's just a mid-grade evil-repelling purple talisman, it dares to sell for 50 spirits apiece, and that lower-grade ghost-suppressing purple talisman is even as high as 100 spirit stones, but it's just a lower grade. A few days ago when the marketplace set up stalls, he also tested out some of the depth of the water shallow. Those who were willing to spend Daogong to buy his Thunder Fire talisman were basically disciples of the Spirit Emperor and Spirit Fate Veins, who were obviously richer and wealthier. Therefore, the next purple talisman that he made would be perfect to be sold at Yanji Taoist Talisman Store in the spiritual life background. It was more secretive and correspondingly safer. An old and dying Dao Foundation seniors, worshipped to clear Xian Fu deeming probation Daojun dozens of hundreds of years, can produce purple talisman. It is quite reasonable, right? Yellow, blue, purple, silver, gold, black, the higher the grade and level of the talisman, the lower the success rate. Not having a deep enough relationship with the Dao Lord will keep the talisman maker's blood money and lose it all. Li Qingyun naturally did not have this problem. Returning to the Falling Star small building. Crushed spirit stones, crushed gold nuggets, grinding Dan sand. As the saying goes, there's no time to lose, making talismans has to be quick. Change direction this time, just produce some mid-grade ghost-suppressing violet talismans first. He gazed for a moment, and then without hesitation, he sketched finely on the purple talisman paper of 10 spirits each. The cost of making purple talisman pen is money, casually a piece of more than 10 spirit cost out, not counting the talisman maker consume mana law idea, and the value of craftsmanship. Then each sell a couple hundred, is not quite normal. Drawing a mid-grade ghost-suppressing purple talisman consumed more than 2 stoves of his mana, and the consumption of mana was even greater. It was still a bit of a stretch to draw a purple talisman at the Dao Foundation realm. It took him 2 days to complete 30 medium-grade ghost-suppressing purple talismans. This speed, compared to making yellow talismans, was far too slow. However, Qingyun looked at the results of 2 busy days and smiled in delight. Medium-grade ghost-suppressing purple talisman, there are only 1 or 2 display samples in all of Yanji's stores, the price tag is 120 spirits. I asked for a small Daogong transaction, so that I can make a bigger profit. Selling and receiving, the price would of course differ a lot, but this price was also Li Qingyun's bottom line. His goal was around 20 Daogongs, just save up enough money to exchange for Dao Foundation realm techniques and have a slight surplus. In terms of materialistic desires, he didn't have much to pursue, just enough to get by. He didn't go to sell the talisman right away, and waited for 2 more days before selling the purple talisman to Yanji Taoist talisman shop at dusk on this day, with the face of the old Taoist guardian. The result was no surprise. Li Qingyun's disciple token had 20 more minor Daoist merits on it. And Yanji was also smiling, 1 in, 1 out, really making a big profit. He then went to the Daogong Hall once again and spent 18 small Daogong to exchange the full set of Dao Foundation realm feats into his hands. The name of the technique, True Furnace Spirit Nurturing Technique. True furnace, naturally, refers to the treasure furnace in the sea of qi that is like a substance. Nurturing the spirit is to raise the treasure furnace branded that one true spirit, and finally raise the spirit of great success, immediately try to open up the mansion of the land. When the gong method was complete, Li Qingyun closed the door and started meditating and practicing day after day. 8 days later, he easily broke through to the second layer of the Dao Foundation. Dao Foundation realm, every time you break through a small level, it's about raising your cultivation around 30 furnaces of mana. Keep up the good work, the Dao Foundation Perfection realm is only a mere 2 to 3 months away. Thinking of this, Li Qingyun was filled with motivation. The 8 winds can't blow. What could be the only solution to his worries was to meditate. Every day, he meditated to rise his mana, observed the Dao seals on the dark walls, and also found a little time to play the ocarina to cultivate his feelings. Every time he played the ocarina, he felt that he gained something, and it seemed that his mind was a little clearer. The wind bell in front of the courtyard door rang day after day, but no guests came to the door. Only Luo Junding would occasionally send a transmitting note, asking about the progress of his cultivation with concern. Li Qingyun was happy to be quiet, immersed in the joy of his cultivation skyrocketing. As for being alone or not, every day the Tao was growing, how could there be time to stop and enjoy the solitude? 16 days later, the third layer of the Tao Foundation. 24 days later, the fourth layer of the Tao Foundation. 1 month later, the fifth layer of the Tao Foundation. Li Qingyun's main thunder technique, the thunder seal technique, had also finally stepped into the thought sense level. The power had greatly increased and a thought of thunder was born, greatly enhancing his fighting skills. Deliberately enhanced the astringent technique, also entered the Nian sense level. There is a qualitative mutation, the ability to conceal the cultivation greatly enhanced, finally have more room to cover his mun down on the strength of the big change. The fixation spell has also been transformed. Phantasmagoria, wind skill, star luo steps, etc. are still a bit short of the Nian sense level. Early in the morning of that day, the uninvited falling star little building suddenly had a rare visitor. Senior brother Qingyun, is he here? Mo Qinghuan stood at the edge of the small courtyard's fixed residence formation, with a cool smile on her face as she looked towards the inside of the falling star little building. She was dressed in a shin black and gold threaded Dao robe, with a delicate figure and long slender legs, and after not seeing her for a month, she became more and more cool and voluptuous, and her body also exuded the aura of the Dao Foundation realm. Inside the room, Li Qingyun was a little surprised to hear Mo Qinghuan's voice. He originally thought that after worshipping the sect, it would be impossible to have any contact with Mo Qinghuan in the future. She had a background and connections in the sect, so there was no need for her to miss him, a small cultivator with a low cultivation level and who would not be able to do anything. At this moment, he, who had been living alone and cold and idle for a long time, couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in his heart. Senior sister Mo, you've broken through the Tao Foundation. Congratulations, please come in. Xing Yunli stopped meditating and walked out of the lobby, letting go of the formation and smilingly invited Qinghuan Mo to enter the courtyard. At the same time, the light in his eyes flashed, sensing that Mo Qinghuan, a newly promoted Tao Foundation realm, had a much stronger aura than Zhu Wu's cheap senior brother. He thought to himself, could it be that what she has forged is a mid-range Tao Foundation? A small courtyard full of flowers, a small red clay pot, and 2 cups of clear tea. Senior brother, this courtyard is quite elegant and quiet. Mo Qinghuan was slightly reserved, slightly surveying the courtyard full of vines and flowers. She sat down in a graceful manner opposite Li Qingyun, her slender jade-like palm picked up the teacup, took a shallow sip, and carefully looked at the opposite teenager for a while. Qingyun, you've reached the great perfection of qi refining? This progress, it's quite amazing. She exclaimed under her breath, but there was nothing in her eyes to marvel at. One must know that when she first arrived at the sect, she was only at the 9th level of qi refining, but now she was casting the foundation of the middle majority Tao. In terms of this talent and heart, it was no higher than Li Qingyun. The day before yesterday, I was fortunate enough to have attained the middle passage Tao Foundation. My heart was like putting down a big stone. It's rare to have a moment of relaxation, so I thought of organizing a small circle Dharma discussion meeting and invited you, Gong Hanshu, Guxing, Dongguiyu and Muyu to come and get together at my Spring Peak small building. Mentioning the casting of the middle majority Tao Foundation, Mo Qinghuan's beautiful face, all glittering light, more and more confident, there is a trace of reserved self-complacency. Chapter 81, discussing the Dharma Circle. Congratulations, senior sister. Li Qingyun showed a few moments of amazement as he raised his cup in greeting. In his opinion, for Mo Qinghuan to have managed to successfully forge the middle-level Tao Foundation in one go could indeed be called a stunning talent. He had to know that when he met Gong Hanshu in the clumsy foundation hall a month ago, the other party had said that they had failed to break through the middle majority Tao Foundation. In his feeling, Gong Hanshu's talent and heart are both stronger than Mo Qinghuan. So this matter of cultivation, metaphysical very much, no place to reason. Oh, it's just a fluke. Tomorrow at noon, be sure to come. After talking about business, Mo Qinghuan got up to say goodbye. The wind chimes tinkled, and Li Qingyun watched the beautiful shadow go away. He was somewhat clear about Mo Qinghuan's intentions. The vast majority of inner sect disciples who had forged the middle grade Tao Foundation, I'm afraid they couldn't help but share it with others. The next day, noon. Li Qingyun arrived at Mo Qinghuan's Spring Peak little building at the right time, not too early and not too late. He was dressed in a shin black gold threaded robe, sword eyebrows and starry eyes. Above that handsome face, it glowed with a jade-like luster. This was a deep cultivation. The inner reflected the outer. The temperament and appearance had changed and improved compared to before. Taoist robes flying, the figure is like a black eagle, rowing down in the air. Quan Feng Xiaozhu, already bursts of laughter, melons, fruits, wine and meat aroma overflowing out. Gong Hanshu, Guxing, Dongguiyu, and Muyu are among the same batch of disciples who entered the sect. Most of them are here. There are also those few sect disciples with an arrogant demeanor, but their faces are unfamiliar and have not been seen before. In addition, how come there are still a few of the refined Fury people? Could it be that they are Mo Qinghuan's servants? As soon as the sound of the wind converged, Li Qingyun, who could roughly see the situation inside the courtyard, drifted down in front of the courtyard door and transmitted his voice inside. Then the light pattern of the fixed residence array flashed, and with a smile on his face, he lightly stepped inside. This Spring Peak little building was much larger in scale than his Falling Star little building. The courtyard was huge, the flowers and plants were neatly trimmed, and the main building was 3.5 stories with carved beams and painted buildings, exquisite and atmospheric. Inside the courtyard at the moment, nearly 20 young men and women in Xian black and gold threaded Dao robes were sitting on top of a jade case, talking and laughing. The atmosphere was quite cheerful and cordial. Mo Qinghuan was slightly reserved, frequently raising his cup in salute, thanking his fellow disciples for their support. Seeing Li Qingyun float in, the crowd could not help but look at him in unison. Seeing that he was handsome and extraordinary, they looked at him for a few more moments. However, a hint of contempt was then revealed. Chi refining great circle, a bit weak. Since senior sister Mo is pulling everyone together to set up the Maple Mountain Association, why don't we be more pure and only take in elites above the Dao Foundation, like this Muyu, Li Qingyun, or whatever? They're just here to spam. Well, in front of evil spirits or great demons, the refined Shi realm will only drag the feet. The low whispers of these people, Li Qingyun's 6 sensitive senses, how could he not hear them? However, as if he hadn't heard it, he first walked towards Mo Qinghuan, and with a lift of his hand, a brocade box gently landed on her hand. Senior sister Mo, congratulations on casting the Middle Majority Dao Foundation, a little small token of appreciation, I hope you don't mind. Mo Qinghuan opened it and couldn't help but smile lightly like a flower, thanking her. A top-grade ghost-suppressing yellow talisman, senior brother is kind, quickly take your seat. With a movement of her eyebrows, 2 green-shirted young girls came forward and guided Li Qingyun to the jade case next to him. Qingyun, you've reached the great perfection of qi refining. Just as Li Qingyun sat down, Gong Hanshu and Muyu, who were seated at the jade case next to him, looked over in quite a surprised manner, as if they were having trouble believing it. After entering the sect for just over a month, Li Qingyun, who was originally at the 6th level of qi refining and was the weakest among their group of people who had entered the sect, had actually entered the great circle of qi refining in one fell swoop. This rate of improvement was astonishing. To know, between the 9th layer of qi refining to qi refining great circle, there is a big bottleneck. Gong Hanshu boasts of genius, when in the Maple Mountain spiritual treasure view is also water grinding nearly a month, only to break through smoothly. Hee, it's just a fluke. Everyone knows that I have a monk spirit cat, and there are quite a few strange flowers and fruits in the mountain gate. Li Qingyun smiled modestly as always. In his heart, he was lamenting Gong Hanshu, Muyu, and a few other disciples who joined the sect in the same batch. Surprisingly, none of them have yet to have their Dao base broken. If you guys knew the true cultivation level of poor Tao, wouldn't it be even more of a huge blow? He looked towards Gong Hanshu and the others, taking in their cultivation status. He was already at the 5th level of the Dao Foundation, and the Dao level had been transformed, so even if Muyu and the others might have practiced Qi convergence techniques or something like that, their cultivation status would have nothing to hide in his eyes. Unless, like him, he had already cultivated the Qi convergence technique to the level of enlightenment or even Yen sense. Because in terms of the so-called Dao, he was already enough to crush all the monarchs here. Gong Hanshu's last attempt to become a mid-range Dao Foundation failed, and now he's recovered, but he hasn't attempted to break the boundary for the second time, probably because he's strapped for cash and doesn't have enough Dao skills. Muyu, this introverted teenager, is also already a qi refining great perfection. I heard that he is joining the spirit instructing peak lineage, just like me, and seems to be under the seat of Master Song Hai Dao. Guxing, Dong Guiyu, and the others have already forged their Dao Foundation, but when I look at their qi, they are only lower mid-range Dao Foundation. The chances of contamination and distortion of the middle majority Dao Foundation is as high as 50%, failing to do so at once is even more costly in terms of resources, and the Dao heart suffers a blow as well, so they took a more secure path. Li Qingyun was secretly observing while chatting with Gong Hanshu, Dong Guiyu and the others. With those few disciples who had a proud and reserved demeanor, it was just a nod of the head, nothing to talk about. In the crowd's conversation, he knew the identities of these people. They were all spiritual life peak disciples. One by one, they were at the 2nd and 3rd layers of the Dao Foundation, when they were the ones who had broken through the Dao Foundation a few years before. No wonder these Spirit Fate Peak disciples were vaguely hostile to Gong Hanshu and Dong Guiyu. The Spirit Fate and Spirit Emperor veins were said to have fought bitterly in secret. Mo Qinghuan is directly under his Aunt Mo Fangru's door, the Spirit Life lineage. To organize this Dharma meeting and to form a Maple Mountain Association, I don't know whether there is Mo Fangru's instructions behind this open realm. After everyone talked and laughed and got acquainted, Mo Qinghuan flicked the jade cup in his hand, walked to the center, looked around the crowd with a smile and said, This time, it's rare for everyone to show their honor and gather together. Apart from Big Brother Mo and Senior Brother Zhao, Hanshu, Guxing, Ayu, and Chang Yun, you are all in the same batch as me to enter the mountain gate. You may have also heard that once the Tao Foundation is forged, we will be able to raise our status in the sect by a thread, and at the same time, we will have to contribute to the sect. Tao Foundation disciples start to have to contribute to the sect, or to eliminate demons and suppress shenanigans, or to be stationed outside the Taoist temple, or to fight with other sects and so on. But all of these are still nothing. I heard from my aunt that there is a task that all Tao Foundation disciples must accept, called Garrison Night. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. What is Garrison Night? It's to guard the place where demonic shenanigans are the most rampant, sheltering the people of the mortal world and spreading the divine might of the Tao Lord. The place we're going to may be a town that was once prosperous but has been polluted and sunk, or it may be a place where the poor mountains and black waters are fierce and dangerous. More than likely, it's the southern border that the sect is now vigorously promoting. Hearing this, Li Qingyun could not help but feel a stirring in his heart. He recalled that before in Jundingfu, Master Luo mentioned that a disciple had rushed to the southern border last year to spread the Tao Sovereign's divine might there and to teach the fierce and stubborn mountain natives. Combined with Mo Qinghuan's words, this Garrison Night to the southern border seemed to be a major initiative of the Spiritual Treasure sect. It was about spreading the Tao Sovereign's might and was by no means simple. Chapter 82 Tao Foundation Perfection. Mo Qinghuan saw that everyone looked solemn, and with some satisfaction in his heart, he continued. Whether it's going out to suppress the demons and pacify the people, or the Daozi Garrison Night, it's all perilous and dangerous, and it's not unusual for one to be inadvertent, to die in the Tao, or to contaminate and degenerate. Therefore, Qinghuan here, following the trend of the clan, intends to work with all of you to create the Maple Mountain Association in the future in addition to the demons and shenanigans, common advancement and retreat, mutual watchfulness. Everyone, what do you think? After saying that, she looked around at the crowd, her body's powerful aura of the middle majority Tao base-breaking realm, proudly bursting out, austere and majestic. Obviously, she was only just at the Tao Foundation breakthrough realm, but her aura overpowered those few senior brothers at the second layer of the Tao Foundation. Among all the disciples present, she was the only one who had broken through the middle level of Tao Foundation, which was already enough to be proud of herself, and had the appearance of a leading elder sister. Of course, Li Qingyun was the exception. Good. Qinghuan is so ambitious, Mo Tuyuan fully support it. This is something that benefits everyone, why not? The handsome man in his 20s, who was first on the left side, immediately stood up and applauded in support. This man's name was Mo Tuyuan, he should be Mo Qinghuan's cousin. Yes, there are many sect societies that hold together, we can't lag behind either. The other few spiritual life Tao Foundation cultivators also cried out in approval. At this time, Gong Hanshu, Guxing, and Dong Guiyu, however, had an embarrassed look on their faces. Guxing got up and said with a reddened face, the other day, the three of us were all pulled into the Qinqin Society by senior sister Nangong. This can we participate in two societies at the same time? Qin Xin Club? Nangong Qin is so quick with her hands, Qinghuan look at this. Mo Tuyuan's face changed slightly as he looked towards his cousin. Mo Qinghuan, however, leisurely laughed, of course there is no harm. The Maple Mountain Association is not as elaborate as the Qinqin Association. I gathered everyone together, mainly to help each other, and not to engage in any clash of forces. Xing, you guys, as long as you are willing, are the first patriarchs of the Maple Mountain Society. Guxing, Gong Hanshu and Dong Guiyu immediately put their hearts down and agreed to join. In the Qinqin Society, the three of them were the most marginalized people, whereas here, they were the first batch of patriarchs. As long as they stayed in the small circle, as the Maple Mountain Society developed and grew, would there be any less benefits in terms of status, prestige, connections, resources, and so on? Xin Yun, Muyu, what about you guys? Mo Qinghuan smiled lightly and looked towards Li Qingyun and the two of them. Since everyone is joining, then count me in. Li Qingyun's face was bland as he nodded, indicating that he was willing to join. To him, it made no difference if he joined or not, it was just a matter of giving Mo Qinghuan face. Then I'll join too. The introverted teenager, Muyu, was not much of a mastermind, and seeing that Li Qingyun had agreed, he followed suit and nodded his head. The teenager was worshipping under Taoist Master Songhai's door, and when he saw Li Qingyun just now, he was a little bit more close to him. When he was in the Taoist Master Hall, that early stage of the Kai Fu realm, Taoist Master Songhai recruited his disciples with a requirement of more than the 9th level of Qi refining, but probably no one asked for them, and finally reluctantly accepted Muyu, who was at the 8th level of Qi refining. Possibly due to belonging to the same lineage, Muyu, the introverted teenager, seemed to be more willing to talk to Li Qingyun. Although Muyu was also 17 years old, when he addressed Li Qingyun, he always called him Senior Brotherly or Big Brotherly. He was like a little bird without much security. Thank you all for your trust. From now on we will watch over each other and hopefully come out of this long night of demonic and bizarre chaos with a brilliant Tao path that belongs to us. Seeing that the Maple Mountain Association was established as desired, Mo Qinghuan also raised his eyebrows and said some more inspiring and encouraging fervent words. After some cups and drinks, Xing Yunli excused himself and left the Spring Peak little house early. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to obtain some sect information from such a small circle, he wouldn't have wasted any time in organizing these gatherings, social gatherings and the like. Maybe all kinds of group hugging and associations were the current trend in the sect, and many disciples were benefiting from it, but Li Qingyun didn't need it at all. But some people gained more, and someone was bound to lose as a result. What he believed in was strength, himself, and the mysterious Tao image in his mind. He, one of the first Maple Mountain Association patriarchs. He kindly laughed, stepping into the wind and flying away. Falling Star Little Building once again restored the usual silence and quietness. The wind chimes tinkled and the ocarina sound fluttered. Another month later. Early spring is cold. This morning, Li Qingyun, who was meditating in the courtyard, suddenly opened his eyes. In those eyes, there was an explosion of awe-inspiring thunderous intent, and within the mysterious Taoist patterns flickered and flowed. The courtyard was like a gale rising out of nowhere, an invisible and powerful might, like a wall of air pushing out in all directions. Buzz! Mighty mana rushed upwards, 399 mana surging at will, but also stuck in front of a layer of invisible giant gate. Tao Foundation Realm Grand Circle. Thunder Law has also been at the late stage of the nimble sense level, but there seems to be a long distance from Tongshan. In addition, the illusion method Nian Sense, the convergence Qi Nian Sense, and the two body techniques have also entered Nian Sense, only the fixation incantation is still some distance away from Nian Sense. Li Qingyun's long hair fluttered lightly, slightly raising his eyebrows to see the sky. His eyes seemed to be a deep and long sky, where countless thunders were stirring. This thunder, Tao Foundation Realm, who can catch it? Before the words fell, the thought moved the thunder, clicking loudly. A thunderbolt that was like a huge pike pulled out a blinding light in the early spring morning sky, slicing through the void with divine might. Those disciples who lived in the nearby courtyards suddenly heard this kind of thunder, could not help but feel their hearts and souls shaken, and all looked towards the sky that looked like thunder falling from the 9 heavens. They were shocked, in awe, and murmuring. Hiss! Which senior uncle is it, practicing the thunder law? This thunder is daunting to me, like traveling heavenly might, when it's already at an extremely high and profound level. If this kind of thunder strikes me, although I am at the 6th level of the Tao Foundation, I don't have the slightest certainty that I dare to say that I can withstand it. It must be some kind of master uncle of the open house realm. I guess, maybe Spirit Emperor Peaks Nangong Genuan Sr. passed by and casually released a thunder. In the courtyard, Li Qingyun slowly collected his thunder intent. Then his hand raised and threw out a small and exquisite Nanmu statue. The statue's face and appearance were generally the same as his, and the statue was precisely himself. This is his weekday cultivation, learn more of a carving craft, closed door for a long time, occasionally bored, blowing ocarina, carving wood, are his way to get rid of his mind. It was only later, when he tried to combine his own carving with the illusion method, he had an extra card to play. Illusion. The Nanmo statue landed on the ground and instantly illuminated, transforming into a lifelike Li Qingyun that stood in front of him. Fellow Taoist, please. This illusionary statue, with a faint smile on its face, bowed and saluted towards Li Qingyun. The movements, tone, and subtle expressions were all illusioned quite well. Li Qingyun smiled with some satisfaction. It's not bad, it's just that the texture of the clothing is slightly rough. However, releasing it at a critical moment and fooling the opponent, when there is no problem. Also, since it's already a Tao Foundation great perfection, it can be told outwardly that I have succeeded in my Tao Foundation breakthrough. Thinking of this, Li Qingyun took a step into the air. The long wind swept and his Tao robe fluttered as he flew towards Spirit Instructing Peak. He flew in through the huge stone gate, and then rode the wind straight up, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the magnificent and atmospheric Junding Mansion. He gently landed on the jade platform of reception and raised his steps towards the main hall. You are senior brother Li Qingyun, aren't you, here to look for father again? That quirky Chui Shan girl, who happened to be on the high platform collecting chi for cultivation, saw the handsome and soaring Li Qingyun, and her face instantly blushed with joy, dispersing her stance and lightly running down. Hello, senior sister Luo, the master is there, right? Li Qingyun asked in a warm voice, but a spiritual light flashed in his eyes. He could tell at a glance that this senior sister Luo's true cultivation level was at the 5th level of chi refining. I haven't formally told you my name yet, my name is Luo Lingwei. The young girl looked at Li Qingyun's handsome jade-like face, and there was a small light flickering in her eyes. P.S. My book's rating, difficult to see so that my heart ups and downs, difficult to calm down, so that the line of work at the time of the crunch, almost went into the devil. You all friends, can you support a hand? Point a 5-star, help to put the rating top atop, audit. Thank you. Chapter 83 The Capital of Opening the Mansion. Senior sister Lingwei is so grandly introduced, senior brother I was a bit caught off guard. Li Qingyun pondered slightly, then with a flash of yellow aura on his hand, he took out a few top-grade Thunderfire yellow talismans and placed them on Luo Lingwei's small white hand with a light smile. These few talismans, blowing up a Dao Foundation beginning realm, is still not much of a problem. Senior sister, be careful, don't use it indiscriminately, that is. Luo Lingwei's big eyes shone, joyfully thanking, thank you senior brotherly. Xingyun, you actually broke through the Dao Foundation realm on your own? Come in quickly. At this moment, Luo Junding's surprised shout came from the main hall. Xing Yunli then gave a slight nod to Luo Ling, and with a lift of his footsteps, a wind was created in the void, and he had already arrived at the entrance of the main hall, with a calm and relaxed demeanor. The star Luo steps at the numinous sense level, coupled with the slightest hint of wind, became more and more subtle. This was also the reason why he didn't rush to cultivate more profound spells. He wanted to see if there would be a huge change after he had realized these spells to the godly level. Besides, the spells were already at the Nian sense level, and he felt that their power was definitely not weak. Inside the hall, master and disciple sat opposite each other. Luo Junding's face was full of relief. Good. The master really did not see wrong, although your Dao Bone spirit root is insufficient, but the fate and so on should be very hard, plus that Mon spirit cat for you to transit into the clan more than 2 months, surprisingly, has already Dao base broken realm. Then, he also some reproach intention. Dao Foundation breaking, how important, a carelessness may be contaminated, you should come to the June Ding House, spiritual treasure 6 peaks, each has its own divine difference, in the teacher here, can increase some of the breakthrough victory. Li Qingyun's face was gentle, said softly, disciple is also a momentary whim, at that time felt that when there is a great opportunity, then immediately close to break the realm. Unexpectedly, it was a success. Luo Junding nodded, well, success is good. Next, what are your plans? The Dao Foundation realm technique is also a considerable amount of money. Li Qingyun looked at Master Luo and asked softly after a slight contemplation. Since I am a disciple, I intend to go out and travel for another 2 days. Also, the Dao Foundation breaking realm is already so difficult, disciple is curious, I wonder what kind of horrors will be encountered in the opening realm breaking realm. Luo Junding smiled as he stroked his beard in a good mood and spoke a few words about the matter of opening up the realm. Xingyun, you mustn't be too over-ambitious, you've only just reached the Dao Foundation, and you're thinking about opening the mansion. The so-called opening of the mansion, opening up the mansion land as well, there are external and internal openings. Outside open, the town of Great Demon or Red, build the view to open the house, reflecting the inner inside open a line of internal view of the gods Tibet also. These, such as your Dao Foundation Great Round, redeem the method of opening the house to break the realm, naturally, you know. However, the difficulty of opening the house, then the way base is difficult on too much. Historically the clan Dao base disciples can successfully open the house, but only 1 or 2 in 100. Speaking of this, Luo Junding could not help but lament, even mentioning his wife. For example, your master's mother, stranded in the late stage of the Dao Foundation for many years, just to replenish the Dao Foundation, to increase the chance of opening the house by a sliver more. In Luo Junding's tone, it was implicitly revealed that it was very difficult for an inferior Dao Foundation to achieve the open mansion realm. But to forge the upper middle Dao Foundation, how could it not be difficult? Anyone who understands that the middle and upper Dao Foundation is better, but it is unattainable, the so-called cultivation, the barrier is difficult to pass, can only be a step to see a step. Clan spirit is too high, disciples, the final example of nothing, the foot-refining realm, abound. Even if the casting of the lower multiplication of the foundation of the road is not without the possibility of opening up the house of the land, slowly find ways to make up on the good. Luo Junding also implied that he is the lower multiplication of the foundation of the road, and finally cultivated step by step into the open house realm. Li Qingyun listened quietly, and only then did he speak. I see on the Dao Gong Hall exchange name, the method of opening the mansion to break the realm requires 3 medium Dao Gongs and a record of demon elimination and ghost suppression missions, as well as at least 2 years of seniority in going out to garrison the night. Isn't it a bit too harsh? Luo Junding snickered and laughed. Oh, you kid, could it be that you are afraid? Garrison night 2 to 5 years is not absolute during the period of great merit, with the qualifications of the opening of the house, since you can apply for early return to the clan. But the sect disciples will generally take this opportunity to travel the mortal world, experience the hardships, sharpen the heart of the Tao. Because there are even more great terrors when one breaks the boundary of the open mansion. Garrisoning the night is also a hard assignment made by the sect for the reason of sharpening the disciple's heart. At the same time, my spiritual treasure sect's ancestor Dao Lord Divine Might needs to be spread and penetrated into the hearts of the people. Li Qingyun rose and bowed deeply. I see, Master Teacher's teachings have resolved the doubts in my heart. Disciple came today, also has a decision in mind, both to report the good news, but also to report to the Master. 3 days later, Disciple intends to apply for the Daozi Garrison Knight outside the south border, in order to sharpen the heart of the Dao, accumulate the capital of the opening of the house. Luo Junding was startled and immediately spoke out to dissuade him. Dao Sun Garrison Knight, extremely dangerous and inadvertent. Plan. The vast majority of disciples are cultivation to the middle and late stage of the Dao Foundation, or even the Dao Foundation Great Perfection realm, before applying to go out Garrison Knight. You have just broken the Dao Foundation. This is also dangerous. Upon hearing such capricious and wild words from his disciple, Luo Junding couldn't help but change his face drastically, unable to understand Li Qingyun's intentions. Li Qingyun smiled faintly, and under his sense, his palm rested in the air. Crackling. A small ball of thunder that contained terrifying power condensed into the air. Master should know that disciple's main cultivation is the thunder technique. And coincidentally favorite, disciple this thunder law has entered the exquisite level, coupled with the illusionary method of protection, enough to self-protect. He coalesced this ball of thunder, displaying quite subtle lightning control skills, making Luo Junding somewhat moved by it. Luo Junding gazed for half a moment, finally sighed. Thunder law together, its power to create, naturally better than all laws a chip, but the understanding of the cultivation is extremely difficult, that the divine heaven's heavenly voodoo Taoist monarch has always been indifferent, on the cultivator rarely respond to the divine might. You can now have this attainment, already let me quite shocked. He finally loosened his tongue. Since your mind is made up, then go. However, you must not be careless, and remember that you must not go deeper into the southern border. In addition, your senior brother Luo Ming and senior sister Suing are also there, so when you encounter difficulties, you can have someone to look after you. Also, you should remember these two places near the southern border's edge, Wugongyan and Shenzhou Cave. As a last resort, when your life encounters a great terror, you can ask for help from these two master ancestors who have opened another cave in the outside world. Both seniors are out of the spirit teaching lineage. Good, thank you for your guidance, Master. Coming down from the spiritual instruction peak, Li Qingyun was already calm. He had thought about it long before going to the Junding mansion today. Opening the mansion to break the boundary was demanding, so it would be better to simply take on the Garrison Knight mission and get it all done in one step. He had looked over the Dao Gong Hall's redemption instructions, and the method of opening the mansion could be considered quite hard to come by. The open house realm is already the backbone of the clan, and the related realm breaking method is naturally listed as an important secret of the spiritual treasure sect, and will not be given. It will, much less leave any openings for those disciples with deep backgrounds and great wealth to drill. The method of breaking the foundation of the Dao only need a small Dao Gong. When it comes to the opening of the mansion to break the realm, the secret method will not only require 3 medium Dao Gongs, but also have a real record of the mission of beheading a great demon and subduing a great guile, and garrisons the knight, for more than 2 to 5 years. Such a stipulation eliminated the possibility that scions like the clan's 5 surnames could get their hands on the Dharma without much effort. Otherwise, the children of the 5 surnames, as well as other disciples who had elders to take care of them, had too much of an advantage, and could almost stay in the sect and enter the open mansion realm straight away in peace and quiet. This would be too unfair to the vast number of ordinary inner disciples. Chapter 84, The Dao Grant in Hand. Of course, the 5 surnames had big trees with deep roots and were powerful. Even if the clan stipulated this, it only slightly increased the difficulty for the children of the 5 surnames. When the direct descendants of the 5 surnames go out to carry out tasks such as eliminating demons and subduing ghosts, and when the Daozi guards the night, they are often surrounded by a cloud of followers, and there are even elders who secretly watch over them. As soon as Mo Qinghuan broke the foundation of the Dao, he set out to form the Maple Mountain Association, and roughly, he had pretty much the same idea. If a group of people could be mobilized and supported by all, then going out to suppress shenanigans and the like would undoubtedly be much easier. Speaking of senior sister Mo, I am slightly embarrassed. As the founding patriarch of the Maple Mountain Association, this month senior sister called me a few times to attend the meeting, and I didn't go on the pretext of practicing. So that, this more than half a month didn't call me again. Also don't know that I'm this patriarchal identity, whether it has been outlawed. He smiled faintly, his figure swept, and quickly arrived at the clumsy foundation hall. First came to the Demon Beheading Hall. Daozi Shuanite, one needed to apply and register at both the Demon Beheading Hall and the Jingue Hall. There were more people in the hall, and it was a bit rowdy, with some people arguing about a certain demon beheading task, and some people looking for fellow disciples to pair up for demon beheading on the spot. Spiritual Instruction Peak Disciple Li Qingyun applying for the Southern Border Garrison Knight to spread the divine might of Ancestor Dao Sovereign. Li Qingyun stood in front of the Garrison Knight Dao Affairs desk, taking out his identity token and applying for registration. This Dao Affairs desk was relatively cold, not many people lined up, and it was soon his turn. First level of Dao Foundation, Southern Border? Xiaoyi? Demon Beheading Hall Deacon Nangong Sun, sitting on a high chair, looked at the teenager in front of him with some surprise, while frowning slightly. When did the spirit instructing peak disciples become so arrogant? The Southern Border has countless demonic shenanigans, it's a place of viciousness and evil. Every year, the disciples of the sects who go there fall and degenerate into a few people. Li Qin-yun, you are only at the first level of Dao Foundation, can you really think about it? You have to know that when this seat puts down this seal, you will have no room for remorse. Nangong Sun looked to be in his 40s, his temples were slightly white and his eyes were deep. Holding a jade seal in his hand, he reminded Li Qin-yun with a bit of caution. In his opinion, this spiritual instruction peak disciple was too arrogant and ignorant, self-righteous. Spiritual instruction peak Luo Jun Ding, not good is claimed to be the most stable it, just so guide the disciple? Disciple sure. I have 2 senior brothers over at the Southern Border, so? Li Qin-yun gently nodded his head, his eyes were calm and firm. Seeing that he was adamant about this, Nangong Sun sighed slightly and stamped the jade seal, then handed Li Qin-yun a scroll of Dao enjoyment. This enjoin, you will go to the ghost suppressing hall later and stamp another seal, then you will be able to represent my spiritual treasure sect. You are also considered to be courageous, rather more courageous than those in the middle and late stages of the Dao Foundation in the sect. When we get to the Southern Border, when we meet the Taoist masters of the court of the kingdom of you, or disciples of other sects, if there are conflicts and disputes due to various reasons, we can show the letters of enjoinment to negotiate and settle the disputes. The grant represents the face of the clan. If the other party is disrespectful and does not comply, you can no longer show any mercy, and do what you have to do. The clan is your backstage. Finally Nangong seeks a solemn look, said 2 more sentences, implying that Li Qin-yun this go to the Southern Border, do not have to be too afraid of things, the critical moment, the line of thunder means do not have to be hesitant, tied hands. Although this person is from the Nangong surname, the person is seemingly good. Many thanks to Deacon Nangong for his guidance. Li Qin-yun sincerely thanked him and received the scroll of Dao letters. Then, he went to the Jingui Hall and left another precious seal on the Dao grant. Up to this point, his identity on this trip was one of the Southern Border Garrison Knight Ambassadors. On behalf of the Spiritual Treasure Sect, he went to get rid of the demons and subdue the devils, to educate the mountain people and natives, and to spread the divine authority of the ancestor Taoist. Rinpoche's great righteousness could strengthen the heart of the Taoist son. After leaving the clumsy foundation hall, he swept towards the market set. There are some things that should be prepared or should be prepared. Walked into the Yanji Daofu store, bought a large number of talisman paper and sand, mainly yellow talisman, blue talisman, base material is mainly purple talisman paper, also 110, spent more than 200 pieces of spirit stone. Yanji talisman paper and sand were all of high quality, so Li Qin-yun was too lazy to slowly poke around in the stalls. Then he went to the Nangong family's elixir store and bought a few bottles of chalcedony elixir to restore mana, as well as miscellaneous elixirs such as miasma avoidance pill and poison dispelling pelletizer, which were in short supply. The geography of the Southern Border is special, with ancient trees in the sky, dense forests, strange miasma, poisonous insects and beasts all over the place, and I don't know how many demons and monsters are hidden. In the end, Li Cheng walked into Feng Ji Magic Weapon Store and picked an extremely sharp bronze magic sword. This sword was forged with a special young genus iron essence, engraved with dense incantations, close to chopping and stabbing, far away from the sword remote chopping, compared to the bronze short sword in his hand is too much stronger. That short sword was just something he had casually bought in Ping'an Town, and it was time to phase it out. The new bronze magic sword, the price is not expensive, cost him more than 400 spirit stones. Finally, when he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of some things from his previous life, so he collected some spiritual rice and rice seeds from the stalls. The spirit stone obtained from the hard work of making talismans so far is also basically spent, leaving only 20 or 30 town pants pocket. Li Qin-yun out of the market, a bye after, actually is a relaxed. Perhaps shopping can dispel tension. He for the Southern Border Garrison Knight, there is no longer the slightest bit of apprehension, uneasiness. It may also be that no money is light. Suddenly, a transmitting note light flew in. Li Qin-yun reached out to point it, the note light dispersed, and Mo Qinghuan's Dharma thoughts rang out. Qin-yun, I just heard Dong Guiyu say that she saw the list of Garrison Knight disciples that had just been put up in the Zhengui Hall, and there was actually your name on it. Are you a Dao Foundation breakthrough? But there is no need to be in such a hurry to go out for a night garrison. Why don't you come to the Spring Peak Chapel? Let's all sit down. I have some information on the Southern Border Demon Dial over here. Li Qin-yun smiled, releasing a paper crane and infusing it with Dharma thoughts. 2 days ago, I used the following method to break through the realm. It's my second attempt, and I finally managed to get away with it. Is it convenient for me to come over? The paper crane flew away and returned a little later. You're still a patriarch of our Maple Mountain Association. What's convenient or not, Gong Hanshu and Dong Guiyu happen to be here with me as well. After ascertaining that Li Qingyun had succeeded in breaking the Dao Foundation, Mo Qinghuan's tone clearly had a few more points of enthusiasm in it. Li Qingyun shook his head mockingly, then flew towards the Spring Peak small building. I still have my feelings for this patriarch position. 2 days ago, senior brother Muyu even sent a private message over saying that Gu Xing, Mo Tuyuan and a few others proposed to expel me as a patriarch who doesn't take part in the affairs of the meeting. Soon, he arrived at the Spring Peak small building. Senior brother Changyun, you, the founding patriarch of the meeting, but you haven't been here for a while. In the courtyard, Mo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes lit up as she greeted him with a smile. Next to her, Dong Guiyu sized up the increasingly handsome teenager and laughed softly. I told you, I couldn't possibly be wrong in the Jingui Hall. Gong Hanshu laughed out loud and came up to enthusiastically pat Li Qingyun's shoulder, no longer the depressed color he had before. Qingyun, I also managed to break the boundary 2 days ago, although it was a lower method of breaking the boundary, but it is better than steady. Li Qingyun looked and sensed Gong Hanshu's chi fluctuation. He couldn't help but nod slightly and congratulated with a smile. Congratulations senior brother, the path will definitely be smoother thereafter. Take your good advice, ha. Gong Hanshu seemed to be quite open-minded. In Li Qingyun's heart, he felt somewhat sorry for him. Chapter 85, I Fight with My Sword. After a few people talked and laughed, Mo Qinghuan mentioned the matter of Li Qingyun's southern border garrison night. Qingyun's senior brother, you are too anxious, also too reckless, just broke through the realm to go to the southern border of that great evil place, the clan disciples which is not afraid of like a tiger. Even the late stage of the Dao Foundation's senior brothers are very afraid to go over there to subdue the shenanigans and eliminate the demons. She exuded a few moments of concern, some genuine feelings. I have 2 senior brothers and sisters over there. Li Qingyun did not want to waste too much of his words, so he directly asked, Senior sister Mo, do you really have information about the southern border? That's natural, the energy of the Maple Mountain Association. Qingyun, you are underestimating it, so that means that in the future it's better to participate in more of the association's gatherings and activities and so on. Mo Qinghuan smiled smugly, took out a jade talisman and handed it over. Li Qingyun was also not polite. He took the jade talisman and gently touched it to his forehead. The jade talisman then turned into a point of light and dispersed. He stood still for a while, browsing through this information, then his expression gained a few more points of gravity. This information, senior sister, is very helpful to me. Have a heart. If I am able to return successfully from the garrison night, I will come back to thank. The information provided by Mo Qinghuan had the general map of the southern border, the forces of all parties, and other information, and highlighted the simple situation of some powerful demonic guile. When Li Qingyun went there, he would not be black-eyed anymore. With a clear mind, he would be able to act cheaply at that time. Li Qingyun left the Spring Peak small building. In the courtyard, Mo Qinghuan, Gong Hanshu and Dong Guiyu were still in a complicated mood. Unexpectedly, the usually low-key and modest senior brother Qingyun has such a strong moral backbone that he dares to go to the southern border to garrison the night with his sword. This kind of heart is not as good as mine. Gong Hanshu couldn't help but sigh. Yes, just after the Dao Foundation breakthrough, he dared to take on the night garrison mission, or the treacherous southern border. How many disciples of the sect have this courage? In Dong Guiyu's beautiful eyes, there was a strange aura flickering, and she seemed to be somewhat impressed by it. Qingyun, this trip, if he can return successfully, he will certainly shine, greatly strengthen my Maple Mountain Society's prestige. Mo Qinghuan said softly, her cool jade face showing a hint of anticipation. It was just that in her heart, she also did not have a few points of certainty. Over the years, the Spiritual Treasure sect has lost a few too many disciples in the southern border. Returning to the Falling Star small building. Under the afterglow of dusk, Li Qingyun did not continue to meditate and cultivate as usual. With a gust of mountain wind blowing and the wind chimes tinkling delicately, he surveyed this small courtyard of his, the vines that were full of flower clusters, the dark roofs, the mottled courtyard walls, etc., and a trace of sadness that was hard to part with actually arose in his heart. I don't know, when I come back again, whether my place has changed back to a desolate scene, overgrown with weeds and 2 different characters. With a wave of his hand, a small red clay pot appeared. With a push of the Dharma fire, the spring water in the pot burned with a gurgling sound and boiled in the twinkling of an eye. 1 cup after another, until the tea was consumed. He then no longer stayed, and got up, like a breeze, swept out of Falling Star small building. In fact, he left here. Yuan Bao, keep up. He rose in the twilight, treading the wind, like a lone cold black eagle, crossing the pale sky in a matter of moments. So what if it was about to get dark? A Taoist heart toward the southern border, dared to kill demons and sprites. In the next moment, that handsome figure had already passed through the thick golden light formation boundary. The scene in front of Li Qingyun's eyes changed drastically. The rivers, cities and vast lands under the twilight color were instantly reflected in his eyes. At this moment, he was 1,000 meters above the sky, hovering on the outer edge of the big formation, looking like a small flying insect on the edge of a huge golden eggshell. Behind him was the hazy blur of the spiritual treasure sect. The sect's large array covered an extremely wide area. The array pattern was flooded with golden light, countless spell marks and runes flowed, but mortals could never see its existence. Inside and outside the mountain gate, it was a completely different world. At the foot of the sect's mountain was a huge county city, namely the capital city of Shenyang County Linkingfu. Here is prosperous. Twilight has begun to light up the lights, the scale of the view, when inhabited by hundreds of thousands of mortal people. Linkingfu, and even the entire Shenyang County, was under the divine might of the spiritual treasure sect. You have a total of 36 counties. The spiritual treasure sect can control or influence about 4 counties. These 4 counties, the distribution of numerous spiritual treasure guan out of the 4 counties, the spiritual treasure guan of the counties outside the field is a lot less sparse and sporadic. And the most powerful clan of the Yu country, Bio Palace, controls the 19 counties including the Yu capital. Bio Palace's subviews, chambers of commerce, etc., more widely distributed in the entire Yu country. This one is the real giant. The rest of the Sunset Xia sect, Purple Gold Palace, In Moon Palace and Fire God sect, each have their own influence in the counties that they mainly cover. Li Qingyun's arm slightly vibrated as he slowly descended to the imperial height. In his heart, he flashed through the 36 counties of the Yu kingdom, and some of the situations of the various great sects. Transcendent into the world, blessing the people, between the various sects seemingly at peace with each other, in reality, behind the back of the dark currents, disagreements, and will not be less. The decision of the state of Yu, never that has been sitting in the capital of Yu for more than 300 years of the Li dynasty, but the mortals above the cultivation sect, but also the first sect of the state of Yu, Bio Palace. Compared to Bio Palace, Lingbao sect and Lixia sect are just slightly stronger bugs. But as long as the divine might of the sect's ancestor Dao Lord is still there, the Bio Palace is no longer strong, but also have to give the sects some leeway. Li Qingyun descended to a height of less than 100 meters, covering his body with a layer of illusionary magic. His black robe puffed out the wind, like a real black eagle, flying silently in the night. Yuan Bao was lying tightly on his shoulder with a small expression of caution and nervousness. He felt that his shoulder was a little heavy, feeling that Yuan Bao had been in the spiritual treasure sect for 2 months, day and night, and didn't know what he had gotten up to, and had gotten a little fat on food anyway. When he had just left the sect gate, he could still see a stream of flying figures in the twilight, sweeping towards the spiritual treasure sect behind him. Those were disciples who had gone out on an errand and were hurriedly returning to spiritual treasure sect. When they flew out of the Spirit Clearance Mansion's perimeter, in the night sky, it was already basically impossible to see fellow cultivators flying in the air. The southern border, at the southernmost tip of the Yu Kingdom realm, was a long way away. Li Qingyun estimated the speed of his aerial flight and felt that it would take more than 3 days to get there, showing how remote and far away it was. Night covered the land. The yang-yi between the sky and the earth was rapidly converging. The coldness that seemed to have risen from the 9 ghosts began to cover the earth. As soon as the 11th hour arrived, Li Qingyun suddenly developed a chill in his body, and even though he had transformed into a night eagle, he was still swept away by some powerful demonic shenanigans in the darkness. Demonic shenanigans comparable to the late stage of Dao Foundation. His sword brows raised slightly, and his body suddenly burst with thunderous intent. Roll! Thunder Dharma thoughts swept through the night sky, and a pillar like thunderbolt was seen falling, its light shocking the dark night. Those few places nearby where the evil thoughts peeped, the harsh wails of ghosts resounded. Collect! Li Qingyun's silhouette flickered as he swept through those shadowy areas in turn, and in his hands, he already had 3 more copies of the evil ghost ash. He casually sealed them in a small jar and placed them in the 100 treasure pouch. The token on his waist flickered with a faint light, as if he had made some kind of record. When he returned to the spiritual treasure sect again, these were 3 small Dao feats. Dao Foundation Great Perfection Realm, Treasure Furnace branded with 4 true spirits, Thunder Technique and other various spells into the Nian sense. I am now so strong that I am actually strong to this extent. These evil ghost level ghosts that I was afraid to avoid in the past, in front of me, they are already too much to handle. Chapter 86, A Deceitful High. This is the result of the poor Tao, cultivating bitterly for more than 2 months. Out that is crushed, the real low-key cultivation, the pursuit, is not this steady sense of security it. There is this cultivation heritage, naturally there is no need to stay in the sect to make charms to make money and so on. Do a charm-making craftsman which has a thunder, in gray several to this kind of pain and pleasure, money also comes faster. Boom boom boom. In his illusion of the black eagle flying along the way, every once in a while, there will be a very fierce thunder explosion darkness, ghosts fly into smoke. After flying out of Shangyang County, Li Qingyun had 15 jars of evil ghost ash in his hands, and the disciple token had recorded 15 Dao merits. Such a quick score made him so happy. But as soon as he left Shangyang County, his heart suddenly sank. An invisible eerie gaze was cast from afar, and his hair stood on end. It was actually a red coat. Li Qingyun's body's chi converged and he violently stepped on the wind and swooped down until he was close to the ground, and then circled far away from the area where that eerie gaze was located. It wasn't that he was completely afraid. It was just that right now, the main thing was to rush. Sweeping away the ghosts was a matter of course. The red-clothed ghosts, already comparable to the Kai-Fu realm, even if he thought he was undefeated, he could still retreat in one piece. Thunder method inherently grams the trick, not to mention that the level of his thunder method has far exceeded the general cultivator's knowledge. There was just no point in wasting mana and wasting time. How big the head, or how big the hat, hot blood surge lost reason, so that deep into danger, not a stable word at the head of the cultivator should be. Who can be sure that red ghost around, there are no other powerful ghosts exist? Changing his route, Li Qingyun, who kept a much lower profile, entered Pingyang County at midnight, which was also his hometown. However, he did not deliberately detour to Qinghe County or Fengshan, but continued to fly south. Until he felt that he had consumed a lot of mana, he stopped at a deserted village with empty houses. In the deserted village and its vicinity, there were quite a few wandering ghosts, and when they realized that the Earth House suddenly had a terrifying aura of young fire, they dispersed in panic. People are afraid of ghosts, ghosts are not afraid of people, depending on who is strong and who is weak. For the rest of the journey, Li Qingyun changed to catching the wind during the day, and then landed at midnight for a rest. Resting places, there are deserted villages, small towns, dilapidated temples, the official road on the Great Ghost Post, and so on. 3 days later, Li Qingyun rode the long wind and arrived at the southern border area in a dusty manner. When he was high in the sky, he only felt that the sky and earth in front of him suddenly darkened, and that cloudy and obscure territory slowly emerged with its huge silhouette. The southern border arrived. However, this dark and sunless scene in front of him caused his heart and mind to sink, and for no apparent reason, he felt depressed and heavy, and his heart of the Tao seemed to be tinted with a layer of gray shadow. This is a region where the Tao Sovereign's divine might can't reach. I really don't know how the millions of mountain people between those deep mountains and dense forests survived. The aura in his eyes flickered, and in his vision, the dark and sunless southern borderland, only at the edges, there were sparse Tao Lord divine might radiance lit up, like a few small holes torn open at the edges of a piece of silk cloth, minuscule and insignificant. The opening up of the southern border that the sect is pushing for seems to be very difficult. Just by taking such a look, he already felt that the water of the southern border was unfathomably deep. Obviously, the southern border is vast, equal to 6 or 7 counties in the state of Yu, but the 6 major clans in the state of Yu seem to be hard to gnaw and not move. Can be seen that the cloud miasma covers the depths, hiding what horror of the demons and monsters. A little bit of Taoist high feet, trickery high 10 feet feeling. Of course, in the transcendental high level he does not understand, the sects of those who are highly skilled on the cultivation in the southern border must have another means and layout, otherwise more disciples over is also a waste of time. The cloud is unclean, or it will pollute the mana. It's better to go down and find a caravan to take a ride. Li Qingyun looked downwards. He only saw a wide but rugged and muddy official road that snaked between the mountains and hills, with dust rolling in and carts and horses sparkling. Overlooking forward along this official road, at the end, the outlines of 2 or 3 border cities could be seen. Puching, Tuozhen, and Beimun City, these are the only 3 towns in the southern borderlands that still retain commerce and trade with the Kingdom of Yu, belonging to the 2 sides that share the same rule. From the information of Senior Sister Mo's spiritual life lineage, these 3 places, all of which have long had forces from various parties stationed in them, and have formed various intricate relationships of interest with the mountain natives. Puching, the Sunset Cloud sect is stronger, but the Spiritual Treasure sect also has a number of Tao bases in place. My 2 elder brothers and sisters are their Tua town. The Purple Gold Palace is sitting on the throne Dark Moon City, with the Een Moon Palace being powerful. Li Qingyun thought in his heart, then Su pressed down the wind mass and stopped on that dusty official road. The big black cat, Yuan Bao, skillfully drilled into the depths of his big sleeves. The official road was divided by a tree stump in the center line, and there were sparse caravans of horses and merchants on both sides. The caravans heading towards the southern border city were mostly mainlanders, as seen from their clothing and language, and the Zhufeng flag of the Four Seas Pavilion caravan was just like one of them. These caravans were mostly transporting the salt, cloth, copper, iron, pottery, and grain of the Kingdom of Yu. The caravan to the inner counties of the Great Yu more is the South Border natives and the Great Yu people mixed caravan. The pack is mostly a variety of hides and mountain goods, as well as a variety of demonic beasts of the skeleton, altar blood, and so on. In the eyes of the cultivators, the materials of these demonic beasts can be used for cultivation. The altar of low-level demonic beast blood was extremely favored by the cultivators of the Great Usaid sect, and was a hot commodity. In addition, Li Qingyun found that among the caravans on the official highway, those mountain people with a stronger aura were mostly clad in animal skins or hemp clothes, with their faces coated in strange spells and a hostile look, and the aura emanating from their bodies was undoubtedly the same as that of a demon, but only weakened by a countless number of times. These transcendental mountain people, some people also tied a circle of altar pots and jars around the waist, red cloth cover, quite creepy. The millions of mountain people in the southern border, most of them don't believe in the divine power of the Taoist monarchs, don't know the Taoist monarchs of the various parties, and mostly worship ghosts and gods, and serve demons and shenanigans. Thinking of some of the descriptions in Mo Qingwan's profile, Li Qingyun could not help but feel emotional. In order to survive and harbor demons, ghosts, and gods, one had to pay all sorts of painful prices. It was extremely difficult for the mountain people. As far as he knew, the indigenous mountain people of the southern border, regardless of gender, basically could not live past 40 years old. Most would die a violent death in their 30s or 40s, and only those who were pious enough to worship the ghosts and gods could live a longer life. As a cultivator, Li Qingyun of course understood in his heart what was the main reason for the short lives of the mountain people. Living in symbiosis with demons and devils is, still putting it mildly. In reality, these millions of mountain people in the southern border are just blood food, cattle and goats herded by demons and devils. He stood by the side of the official road, feeling in his heart pity, sympathy, and that deep anger in his heart. His body emitted a faint shimmering light, isolating the raised mud and dust, unusually conspicuous. "This Yuzhen, are you traveling to the border city? Do you want to take a ride?" A rather large-scale merchant caravan, the carriages and horses brought up rolling dust. When they approached, the old man in charge of that merchant caravan, seeing Li Qingyun who stood floatingly at the side of the road, invited him to get on the carriage without losing respect. At the same time, he pointed to the carriage in the middle of the caravan. Every long-distance caravan will reserve 2 or 3 empty carriages to carry travelers. As for the Taoist, he had a transcendent status and walked the world. He would be loved and honored by mortals everywhere, and could ride for free. Precisely to the border city. "In that case, I will trouble you all." Li Qingyun gave a slight salute. His figure shifted, and in the next moment, he had flashed onto that carriage. This change in figure immediately caused the merchant stewards and guards to stand in awe and gain a few more points of reverence. Chapter 87 Red Clothes Murderous Land. As soon as he lifted the curtain and entered, Li Qingyun was slightly stunned. In the fairly spacious carriage, there were already 6 or 7 travelers. These travelers also looked at Li Qingyun in unison. On their bodies, they exuded a relatively pure mana fluctuation aura. This kind of mana aura was also familiar to Qing Yunli, as it was the same as Qin Cheng and the others from Yinshan town. These 7 people, however, did not have the standardized Dao robes of the Dao division on their bodies, but were disguised as ordinary merchants and travelers. It's the people from the Yugua State's Dao division. With a thought in his mind, a modest smile appeared on his face and he made a bow. "I'm disturbing you all, I'm a bit tired from flying just now." A middle-aged man whose body exuded an aura of the 8th layer of the Dao Foundation, was the leader of these people. Seeing that Li Qingyun was dressed in a Shen black and gold-threaded Dao robe, and that his Dao Foundation Dharma intent was pure, he couldn't help but see a slight glint in his eyes, and immediately enthusiastically asked his men to vacate a more generous position. "So it's the spiritual treasure sect's profound feathered truth, but you are traveling to the southern border to get rid of the demons and subdue the ghosts. May I dare to ask for your honor's name?" Seeing that the other party was polite, Li Qingyun then nodded his head slightly, calm and indifferent, and replied, "Spiritual treasure sect, Li Qingyun." This middle-aged man with a square face, white forehead, and thick eyebrows, and eyes with hidden flashes of sharpness, also introduced himself and said, "Since you are fellow Taoist spiritual treasure, then we can't hide our eyes from you. I am Su Jing of the aristocrat division, and these are all my fellow Yu Jing colleagues." Li Qingyun smiled and nodded his head, his gaze signaling to all the people in the carriage. This breezy, stoic and calm manner of his was what made these people from the Department of Arithmetic slightly rise in respect. Su Jing secretly observed Li Qingyun for a while, and suddenly a few pleading intentions appeared on his face as he clasped his fists and issued an invitation. "To be honest, we are heading to Emo County to reorganize the Dao division there, and I will be the new county magistrate. The original Daosi colleague there has been missing for more than a month, while the colleague from the nearby town has gone to scout, but said that there is nothing special and unusual. It might be that he took it upon himself to go deeper into the mangrove, leading to the loss of contact. Since Daoist Li is also here to get rid of demons and subdue ghosts, why don't we go to Yilu County together to take a look, you and I hand in hand, or we may be able to make a difference." Perhaps it was because the aristocrat division was used to cooperating with the major sects and temples. The Su Jing Su County magistrate surprisingly met and just chatted for a couple of sentences, took the initiative to open up about his identity, hoping to cooperate with Li Qingyun. "Hebu County? It's Hebuo, right? Li Qingyun's heart stirred, and he could not help but recall the river basin dock that was also mentioned in the information. In the southern border information of the spiritual life lineage, Riverwood was labeled by the spiritual treasure sect as a small foul land level. This is because both the Department of Taoism and the various sects of cultivators have all fallen into a series of setbacks in Heba Wu. There were 2 Lingbao sect Dao Foundation cultivators who had disappeared in Heba town for no apparent reason. The last and most recent news was that a spiritual treasure sect Dao Foundation late-stage disciple, who seemed to have coveted a certain item from River Basilica, went in there to search for it, and ended up getting seriously injured that night and escaping River Basilica in a hurry. In the records, several Dao Foundation cultivators from the Purple Gold Palace and the Fire God sect had also disappeared. There is a warning in the information: River Basilica dock may have red-clothed ghosts, or it may be a demon comparable to the beginning of the Kai-Fu realm. Dao Foundation disciples need to be cautious about going. However, as soon as Su Jing mentioned the River Basilica, Li Qingyun felt that the Little Fierce Land was really good. The sect's method of opening the house to break through the realm requires 3 medium Taoist merits to be exchanged, and it also requires a record of killing a great demon or a red coat in real life. He was bound to look for an opportunity to kill the red clothes and the great demon. That spiritual treasure sect's late-stage Dao Foundation disciple, who was only seriously injured but managed to escape, shows that even if there is a red clothes or great demon in River Basilica dock, it should be the weaker kind, so I'll just try to put it to death. Sect medium Daogong can be exchanged for 10 small Daogong, but 10 small Daogong cannot be exchanged for a medium Daogong. The value is roughly equal, but it is just not possible to reverse the exchange. A red-clothed ghost, the degree of terror and trickiness, far exceeded more than 10 evil ghosts. The value of a medium Daogong was obvious. Qing Yunli had come to the southern border alone, without any helpers, and had to accumulate 3 medium Taoist merits, so he had to find a soft target to pinch. Moreover, the Daosu Unite was not just about fighting and killing. More importantly, Li Qingyun wanted to educate the natives and spread the divine might of the spiritual treasure sect's ancestral masters. The higher echelons of the sect obviously valued this more. In this aspect of indoctrination and spreading, if they could obtain the strong cooperation of the aristocrat division, it would undoubtedly be much smoother. Therefore, in the face of Su Jing's sincere invitation, Li Qingyun was somewhat moved. However, he did not immediately respond. Magistrate Su, the River Basilica dock is in a special situation. It is very likely that it is the captive ground of a certain red-robed ghost creature. If you go in with this number of people, you won't even be able to turn a splash, you'll just be sending people to their deaths for nothing. Li Qingyun said in a faint voice. Out of goodwill, he reminded, pointing out the terror of the River Basilica dock. He also didn't know where Su Jing's group of people, where did they get the courage? The strongest of them was only at the late stage of the Dao Foundation, and they dared to go to the river basin dock and re-establish some county-level aristocrat division organization. Could it be that the Bio Palace behind the Li dynasty also had some thoughts about the southern border, and had to make the court of the Kingdom of the Palia to keep throwing people and resources this way? Red clothes? Is this true, fellow Taoist Li? Su Jing and his men suddenly changed their faces when they suddenly heard this news. It was as if they had just learned of this news. One of the Taoist priests of the 9th level of Qi refining who had a Dao division couldn't help but curse in shock and anger. If it's true as fellow Taoist Li said, then the Dao divisions of several cities in the southern border can no longer be trusted. A young Taoist priest of the 7th level of Qi refining, full of fear, said in a trembling voice, if I had known this, I would have begged my grandparents not to rush this errand. I'm only in my mid-20s, and I haven't even gotten married yet or had children. Yes, magistrate, hurry up and return on this. This is beyond our ability, we can't just go and die for nothing. When I was in Yujing, there were seniors in the general division who mentioned that the southern border has a Taoist division that is rotten and corrupt, and is willing to be complicit with the natives. I still don't believe it. In the carriage, there was a moment of talk and panic filled the air. Shut up! All of you are the Daozi supervisor from childhood vigorously cultivated. How can you hear the word red, and then afraid of the foot, fear of death, for nothing? Let Li Dao friend look at the joke. Su Jing's face was cloudy, but he still angrily rebuked to stop the unbearable clamor of his men. Li Qingyun looked at this group of panicked aristocrat division Taoist priests and secretly shook his head, sighing in his heart. The great Yuli clan has been in power for more than 300 years, and it is true that the Qi is about to run out. Just look at these Taoist priests of the Arigatu division. They are the most important transcendent power of the great Yu, but heard the red clothes, has almost collapsed first. If not Su Jing still calm, I'm afraid to immediately pull out their legs and run away. However, he did quite agree with one point, which was that all the big and small aristocrat divisions in the southern border should not be trusted. Otherwise, the River Basil dock was internally assessed by the spiritual treasure sect as a red-clothed murderous place. Su Jing, who came from the Great Pantheon's General Department of Taoism, actually knew nothing about it. If they didn't meet him and happened to mention the river dock, I'm afraid that in a couple of days, this group of Taoist priests from the Department of Taoism would all be trapped in the river dock. Li Qingyun thought of Mo Qingwan again and was a bit impressed with the news channels of the Maple Mountain Association. The spiritual life lineage is as well informed as it is, compared to the spiritual teachings peak that I'm in all aspects, it is indeed much worse. Chapter 88 Temporary Use. Fellow Taoist Li, this news, I wonder how much of it is true? At this moment, Su Jing temporarily suppressed his panicked men and looked towards the spiritual treasure sect's Tao Foundation Yuzhen, whose face was bland, as if he didn't care much about the red clothes of the river basilica dock, but in his heart, he had some kind of idea. He felt that the teenager Yuzhen, who looked to be just 16 or 17 years old in front of him, might be a high-level person of the spiritual treasure sect who was deeply hidden. Otherwise, how could an ordinary sect disciple not panic when he suddenly heard about the red clothes? Li Qingyun naturally sat cross-legged and said blandly, I'm an internal news of the sect, how many % true would you say? Su Jing took a deep breath and made a decision all of a sudden, suddenly performing a great salute to Li Qingyun, bowing low to the ground. Mr. Su was framed by a villain in Yujing and received a death order to travel to such a dangerous place as the river Basilica Dock in the southern border. If I were alone, I would not have spared my life, but Mr. Su also brought along a dozen or so of my brothers who followed me here, and I really could not bear the thought of them sending themselves to their deaths together. I look at the Li Taoist friends calm and condensed, Xian light within, when it is not a general generation, I do not know can teach me. As he bowed, the other Taoist priests in this carriage who had the Taoist division, all of a sudden also bowed deeply and saluted towards the meditating Li Qingyun. Like an extreme group of sick and desperate patients. Li Qingyun could not help but smile gently. This Su Dao Yu is a smart person, even rely on poor Tao. However, on second thought, he could not help but sympathize with Su Jing's group of people. The Taoist division of the top of the dead order did not do something to achieve Su Jing, they would not dare to turn back, do not want to head on it. However, the river basin in front of them is the mouth of a demon, and the Taoist department of all the towns in the southern border should not be able to be relied upon anymore. Su Jing's group is actually equivalent to a lone army. The workplace conflict of the great pantheon's Dao Yu Dao Dao division is also bloodless. Li Qingyun, however, really need to use Su Jing's group of people, no matter how to say it is also a group of the Department of Dao's elites, the weakest in the compartment, is also the middle stage of qi refining. Compared to the Yinshan town's aristocrat division, it was more than 1 or 2 chips stronger. He pondered for a moment, then gently raised his hand, and a gentle yet powerful mana irresistibly lifted Su Jing and the others in a bowed posture. Magistrate Su, why don't you and the others first follow me to Puching, where there is a branch of the spiritual treasure view, so you guys can first lurk down in a low-profile manner for the time being, and covertly investigate and collect information on various aspects of the southern border. Later on, the side of the river basking dock, I have my own plans. Good, but listen to your friendly Dao's dispatch. If you can live down in the future, you have something to do despite the command. This caravan they were in, the first stop just happened to be Puching as well. Just as twilight was falling, Li Qingyun, Su Jing and the others had already arrived at this frontier city full of exotic flavors. Pu City was one of the 3 towns where Great Yu and the southern frontier traded with each other. The city walls were low, built with a mixture of stone and wood, with some Taoist talismans sporadically affixed, but most of them were intentionally torn apart and served little purpose. At the entrance of the city, carriages, horses, merchants and travelers were coming in and out, noisy and chaotic, and there were even a bunch of people gathered there, pointing at the several corpses that had just been hung up on the city wall. In front of the city gates, Li Qingyun thanked the merchants, so he got off the carriage with Su Jing and the others and entered the city on foot. He also glanced over to the city wall and didn't pay much attention to the corpses of the mountain people natives when he saw them. The natives of the southern border were tough, killing and plundering goods was not unusual, and it was also unusual for them to be caught hanging corpses for public display. He was dressed in a black and gold lined robe, handsome and elegant, sandwiched in the traffic like a crane. The doorway of the inspection division sergeant and Puching Tusi barbarian soldiers will not dare to stop, bow and salute, and then directly release. It seems that the various sects have also killed their way out of the southern border opening these years. The eyes of these sergeants and barbarians looking at me are all colors of fear. Li Qingyun thought in his heart and followed the flow of people into the city. Su Jing, who was dressed as a big Yu trader, and his dozen or so men, also low-profilely mixed in the crowd, not far or close to the dotted. Obviously, he was the new magistrate of the aristocrat division who had taken office, but now he looked like a follower of Li Qingyun. The streets of Puching are paved with large stone slabs, and everywhere you can see fierce mountain people with faces painted with strange incantations, wrapped in animal skin robes or hempen grass clothes, and everyone exudes a faint demonic and evil aura. There are also big Yu merchants speaking half-familiar dialect of the southern border, bargaining with the mountain people to buy those medicinal herbs, animal skins and demon bones and so on. From time to time, there is a team of armored and sword-carrying soldiers of the inspection department, together with the barbarians of the Puching Tusi of the southern border, who go out to the streets to maintain the order, reprimanding the mountain people who are occupying the roads and suppressing the barbarians who come in a disorderly manner. On the streets, the feces left behind by the livestock, there are not enough people to dispose of the feces in a timely manner, and the stench is unbearable. Street fights and disputes are also seen from time to time. However, Puching was already considered the most enlightened town in the southern border. Li Qingyun walked in front of him, dressed in a Shin black and gold-threaded Taoist robe, handsome and fluttering. On the streets of this border town, he appeared to be exceptionally eye-catching. Many of the mountain natives, when they saw Li Qingyun in his Taoist robes, they were both in awe and showed a few moments of disgust and indifference. Even though the mountain people had gained great benefits from trading with Great Yu, they did not have a favorable view of Great Yu's Department of Taoism, Inspection Department, and the disciples of the various sects of Taoists. The southern border is an uncivilized and barbaric land that has been shepherded by demons and ghosts for a long time. Passing through the disorganized market, he walked towards the north of the city. The environmental appearance of this side was starting to become neat and clean. There were clearly more figures of the great phenomena, and from time to time, one could also see feather-clad Taoist robes of the Aristotle division Taoists, as well as disciples of other sects. Li Qingyun even saw that in the northern region of the city, 3 or 4 Taoist temples stood. Isn't it a bit crowded? He also saw the spiritual treasure temple in Pucheng, which was only 3 courtyards from afar, making it slightly shabby. Spiritual treasure sect. In recent years, the top management forcefully promoted the southern border, spreading the divine authority of the Tao sovereign, and also achieved certain results. In the 3 major trade towns, all built the spiritual treasure Guan, and molded the golden statue of the ancestor Tao sovereign. In the southern border, to build the temple and open the house, successful breakthrough, open house realm disciples, there are 7 or 8, quite considerable. The so-called rich and powerful, the southern border is so dangerous, but every year there are a batch of Taoist disciples, one after another, to come here, looking for open house opportunity. Open house is not an easy task. Clan Foundation Disciple Achievement Open House Realm, but only 1 or 2 out of 100. Soon, Li Qingyun arrived in front of Pucheng Lingbao Guan, and there were not a few incense burners in the temple. The incense is also a bit too cold. The clan hierarchy should be dissatisfied with the current progress of opening up the southern border, because even the spiritual treasure Guan in a big city like Pucheng are also missing a few mountain people to worship and offer incense, and talk about indoctrination and spreading the Tao sovereign's divine might. At this time, one person walked out of the Guan, about 30 years old, wearing a basal black Taoist robe, in the middle stage of the Taoist foundation. When he saw Li Qingyun, his eyes lit up slightly and he smiled. "How is senior brother addressed? Did you come to the southern border to get rid of demons and suppress ghosts, or are you traveling?" Li Qingyun saluted and said humbly, "Spirit teaching lineage, Li Qingyun. I came here precisely to take up the sex mission. I wonder if senior brother Luo Ming and senior sister Suing can be in the Guan at this moment?" He was not familiar with this fellow sect member, so there was no need for him to speak about the garrison knight. Originally under Uncle Luo's seat, senior brother Luo Ming just happens to be there, while senior sister Su went to a village in the southern border a few days ago, and hasn't returned yet. That middle-aged Tao Foundation cultivator's smile, with 2 more points of sincerity, guided Li Qingyun towards the Guan. Outside the view, Su Jing and the other Taoist priests of the aristocrat division did not follow Li Qingyun inside, but just silently scattered nearby, waiting for Li Qingyun to come out. Their group of people, who were at a loss inside, no longer dared to contact the local Taoist department in Pucheng. According to the usual practice, at this time, they should have already been sitting in Pucheng's Department of Tao, pulling relationships, asking for information, etc. Su Jing had no other way for the time being. And could only hope on Dao Yuli, who gave him an inexplicable sense of security. If he could obtain help from Pucheng's spiritual treasure view again, it would be much easier for his group to survive in the southern border.